Well, 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 chat. Here it is. It is the fated May the 7th election super stream for the local council elections in the UK. How's it going, everyone? It's good to see you. We got some amazing chats in the chat already. We got Morgana, we got Jenny, we have got Atomically Powered, Middle-earth Marxist, Gay Potato, Mortar Manima, Low-Key, Bubble. How's it going? Really G-nerfed. Trunks, what's going on, gang? Is something finally gonna happen? It's true. It is true. I'm stressing about these elections. Damn, what's up? You shouldn't be. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Mort says the answer for me could be none of them. That's embarrassing, bro, considering how much time you spend in here. Vote Green's the only way, bro. If you don't align with green politics, I don't know why you watch me, bro. It's literally all the shit that I speak about. But hey, you know, it's up to you. You don't have to vote for anyone if you don't want. It would be dumb, but, you know. It's like, do you not look at the Discord or anything? Do you not look at the Discord? Do you not listen to what I say, what I talk about, or anything like that? Like, what's going on, bro? Like, I don't get it. I'm all emotional and stressed and hopeful and worried, and I'm a mess. Yeah, I mean, you've got to ask yourself, like, is it worth it, right? You've got to ask yourself, is it worth it to get stressed about it? The answer is no, right? Because there's only so much stuff that you could control in your life. You can't control how everybody votes. You can do your best to talk to people and stuff like that. But people are going to do what they're going to do, and it's going to be what it's going to be, right? It's done now. You've done your part. You've voted. That's it, right? And let me be absolutely clear. Let me be absolutely clear. Right? Is it worth it? Well, I disagree, Dan. I don't think it is worth it to get emotional and stressed about it, right? I just don't. I've been doing this dance for, you know, 18 years, you know, electoral politics and shit like that. Honestly, it's not worth it. That's my advice. But, you know, you're going to feel how you're going to feel about it. And but it's like I say, we have to be totally crystal clear and clear-headed about this stuff, about, like, what the realities of it is. The realities is that, you know, Reform are going to get a lot of positions. They're going to get a lot of councils. But the Greens are going to perform better than what most people would have assumed, right? What most people would have thought, which is hopeful for all of us to see. And the main thing is that Labour are going to get humiliated. Isn't it? That's the main thing. That is the main thing, because let's remember, yeah, as most of us in here are organising comrades and understand that, you know, life moves beyond and more like there's more to it than electoral politics. We know that organising is key, don't we? We know that actually getting involved in your local organisations, you know, whether it be pro-Palestine, pro-independence, pro-tenant, pro-worker, trade union, tenant union, that's what you need to be doing. You need to be organising, right? Regardless, it doesn't matter what the election result is. Even if the Greens, you know, if in an unimaginable world where the Greens just do a massive sweep, yeah, and get loads of councils all over the country, you've still got to get out there and organise, right? And that's because we cannot, like, you know, sit around for the bourgeois electoral class and hope that they will do what we want them to do. Local elections is a bit different because we have a bit more power to influence that stuff, right? So that's why I would say it's not don't hurt yourself by getting too emotional and stressed about it. We're here to look at it. We're here to look at the results, right? And it's going to be good when we see a Green councillor win. We're going to feel good about that. That's going to be bad. It's going to be annoying and stressful when we see Reform councillors win. But what we can take out of all of it is that centrism is dying, right? Centrism is dying. That's the most important thing that's happened in a long time in the imperial core. It is now, in fact, the choice, socialism or barbarism. That's it, right? And if we see a broad mandate for socialism from the people, right, then we can take hope from that. Mort says, how do we know that it'll change? Well, we know that Green-ran councils have built more social housing than any other council in the UK, than any other party-owned council in the UK, including Labour. So they've demonstrated that they care about that stuff, right? If we're talking about England, by the way, this is just England, yeah? We do know that Green councillors work harder. They have no vested interests. The amount of money that's in the Green Party is significantly less than Labour, the Tories, Reform. All of these parties are funded to the tune of millions and millions and millions of pounds from all the worst people that you could possibly imagine. So if we're talking about local change, yes, if you elect a Green Party, a Green council to your a councillor to your council, and the council is then a Green-led council, there is more leverage that you could use. And it's not just necessarily the Greens, right? There's going to be independent councillors that have got a track record. You might want to support them as well. The pro-Palestine, pro-worker. These are the important things to think about when it comes to your politics. I'm telling you now, like, as someone who, was in your... Do you know what I mean? In your shoes, Dan, and other people who were like stressed about it and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? I would just say I was there during the 2019 election. That was one of the worst election results for the British left in a long time, since the 70s probably. And yeah, it can be depressing, but it will radicalize you and it will get you out there. It will get you, in community organizing and stuff. And it's good. Good will come of it regardless. Someone I know texted me today and said in their area, not many people have voted, right? And in their area, it looks like Reform are going to get some seats on the council. And this just represents what I've said already, right? It represents what I've predicted already, is that apathy is the big problem in the UK. It's not that we have a majority of horrible racist people in this country. The Reform vote share is going to be a reflection of people who are apathetic about politics and didn't vote. And so the astroturfed party that shows that it's got loads of support all the time on the fucking, on TikTok, on everything. And all they're saying to people is like, Labour and the Tories ruined the country. Vote Reform, we'll make it better, right? The policies are vague and all that kind of nonsense, right? Do you know what I mean? It's all nonsense. So, like, that vote share is going to be represented by people who have been tricked by that stuff. They don't understand the policies. And the amount of people who are racist who vote for Reform is probably going to be the majority of the Reform voters, but still a minority of people in England, right? Off to the polls, you've convinced me. Great work. Great work, Mort. Great fucking work, dude. Let us know how it goes. Well, you don't need to let us know how it goes. Did you tick the box all right? Did you do it all right? Did you get harassed by anyone? Anyway, yeah, no, absolutely. You gotta do it, if only just to, just to show the world how much hope there is, right? Do you know what I mean? That's the point of us looking at this from the, as anti-liberal bourgeois electoralism, people who engage in politics from the left, right? This is what we should be taking from this election. Anyway, there's loads of people here. Let me say hi to everyone. Said hi to Dan, Really G Nerfed, Loki, Actor Bellatrix, Got Me Mama, how you doing? B-Rat, good to see you. 60 consecutive streams watch, let's go! Widow of Oz, how are you? Susie, I hope the Green Party wins. Yeah, it's a little bit more complex than that. I hope I've explained that a little bit now, but we'll get into more of it. You'll understand more of it as the stream goes on. B-Rat says, if election go well, good. If they go bad, talk to disaffected people about collective power. Great time to get them on board with communism. Absolutely. Very, very important stuff. Stress but calm, I understand elections aren't everything. I organise and all that. It's just me being me. No. It's fair enough, Dan. But it was a good platform to talk about that shit, wasn't it? It was a good platform for me to actually spring off and talk about the realities of what we should be expecting. I'm intrigued to see exit polls. Asked about polling. So they said they had a steady stream of people coming in all day, so people are voting. People are out there. People have been mobilized. Yeah, 1,000%. Every single person I saw walk in to my polling station, just, you know, I hate to say it, but like, you could just tell when someone's a Green voter in it. Everybody looked like they would be a Green voter. You know. Privileged city centre, Manchester, you know, people voting for the Greens, like, obviously. People who can afford to live in the fucking gentrified flats all around here and shit, you know what I mean? Not people who still live in the social homes and, like, you know, the other places. Intimacy, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Sorry it took me a while to get to that. Welcome to the stream, and thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate you. Literally, you were following, like, you've been following for a month and you've subbed. Thank you very much. If not many people would vote in their area, that's even more of a reason as to why they should vote, because their vote will count as more as a percentage. Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, you know, yeah, this person was saying that they had voted, but they were talking about the fact that, like, there's lots of people in their area who hadn't voted. You know what I mean? Hey, PvP, how's it going? Did you hang an anti-reform sign on the way out? One has ordered food to keep you fed during the election watch. Hell yeah. Soul Chicken, what's good? Mama B, how are you? Johnny, how you doing? Good to see you. Ready to see the results, seeing how we all go. Ready to see how clattered Labour get. That's going to be the most beautiful thing, right? That's what we have to hang on to as anything. Like, seriously, like, it is super, super meaningful that the centre has collapsed. The neoliberal centre is going to collapse, right? Like, that is the most important thing that we should be observing. It's like, yeah, you know, people aren't going to be ready to vote for the Green Party yet. That's absolutely a given. But the apathy of people not voting might make them go, oh shit, actually, you know, I need to choose a side because Labour's done. And Reform are going to get in. And most people just don't like Reform. Thank you for the 3 consecutive streams watched. Hey, Sorka, sucks we won't get to Scottish stuff tonight, but still hyped to see how things go for all angles. We'll cover the Scottish stuff on Monday, don't worry. You know? If it collapses, I hope it doesn't do so in a way that means West Streeting becomes PM. Nothing will change if West Streeting becomes PM, don't worry. Nothing will change. It will just be West Streeting. It will just accelerate the destruction of the Labour Party in its current form. When do the results come out? We're going to be seeing them come out all through the night. There's going to be exit polls that we're going to look at. There's going to be some results early in the morning. There's going to be some results tomorrow at 12. But I think that's when most of the results will be done. West Streeting is going to become PM after this, do you think? I can't see it. I can't see it. I just can't see it. I do have a Discord, Mama B. There you go. I'll be happy to do a humiliation ritual or something if I'm wrong about that. You don't have to do that. The Eternal Keith is not bothered. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, chat, I think it's important for the international viewers to understand how we do things on election night in the UK, right? I've got my traditional UK election night survival kit. And that is a jar of Sarson's silver skin onions, pickled onions. Very important. And then, of course, the classic 4-seed mix. This is that's going to be really important. And then, you know, your condiment is optional, but I like to go for, personally, English mustard. You know, the kind of shit, if you have too much of it, you can't breathe through your nose. So that's really important. I've got that there, ready to go. That's just how things, that's just how we do things. in the UK. Morrigan, how you doing? Good to see you. What, you putting that mustard on? The seeds? Yeah, obviously. Obviously, that's what we do. All the spoils of imperialism, yeah. And I might have a brown sauce ham toasty later. Just to be even more insane. Alright. Let's get cracking. We got so much stuff to look at. The first thing that I am going to look at is some worrying stuff. Oh, hi, I'm this old. Did I miss you? Did I miss saying hi to you? Sorry about that. Hello, I'm this old. As a long-time American leftist, my election night kit is a box of tissue because I lose far more than I win. Yeah, don't worry. We're the same. This is a bit, by the way. This is a bit. It's just a bit. This isn't a traditional thing. It wasn't that funny, right? It just wasn't that funny. So I'm sorry about that. How worrying. It's quite worrying. It's quite worrying. We touched on it a couple of days ago. It's about the Hantavirus stuff. Let's have a look at this. This is just a report from Sky News. I do think that everyone should try and be aware of this, because if the World Health Organization is talking about it in this way, I do think that it's something to be concerned about. But I don't know. I'm not just saying it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, right? I'm not saying it's going to happen, but something could happen. So yeah. Holy moly. Yeah, I pressed that earlier. I was on the wrong scene for that. So that just came up then. Anyway. It does feel like we're in December 2019 all over again, doesn't it? Like all the anti-Semitism attacks, word of a mystery virus. It's kind of like, I feel like the universe said to Britain, it's like, do you want to have a go at that again? Do you want to try this again? Let's have a look at this report and see what we can learn.
3 deaths. 5 of the 8 cases have been confirmed as hantavirus.
Hey, Song of Ashley.
And the other 3 are suspected. Hantaviruses are a group of viruses carried by rodents that can cause severe disease in humans. People are usually infected through contact with infected rodents or their urine, droppings, or saliva. The species of hantavirus involved in this case is the Andes virus, which is found in Latin America and is the only species known to be capable of limited transmission between humans. In previous outbreaks of Andes virus, transmission between people has been associated with close and prolonged contact, particularly among household members, intimate partners, and people providing medical care.
Yeah, all right, so that's the key part to listen to here, chat. Transmission with people has been associated with
prolonged contact,
close and prolonged contact. So maybe it is not going to be as transmissible as COVID to begin with. We don't know. It could be a mutated version. Not sure. However, you know, important to mask up. No, I think it is airborne and water droplets. He didn't say it wasn't. It was just like close and prolonged contact. Like if you breathe in the same air as someone for a while, you know, if someone's like, you know, blowing their nose around you and shit like that. Yeah, important to think about. Hey, RT Clearance, welcome in. If Scottish Greens get official opposition, I'm getting so drunk and partying. I don't think that's going to happen, Dan. I think it's going to be the SNP and the and Reform. Sadly, I mean it would be good. I'd love it if it would be that, but all the polls seem to indicate it's going to be SNP and Reform, which is not great. But you know, anyway, back to hantavirus stuff. My cat Sheba killed a squirrel years ago. The kitchen looked like a crime scene. I told her then I better not get the hantavirus. Yeah, rodent shit stocks down. Yeah. Yeah. You want to get yourself a FFFP3 mask? It was my first time voted since I came here. I guess the only one advantage about a completely fucked system, you just have to mark one box and leave. What, as in like, yeah. Yeah. That's it, Willow. Also, hi. It does feel like we have a decent chance of getting opposition, to be fair. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Yous are on the ground, so yous know what it's like, but I don't know. Anyway, listen. The reason why we shouldn't worry too much, I mean, we just have to be aware of this hantavirus stuff, right? But the reason why we don't need to worry too much is because, yes, this is what all of the right-wingers are already saying about it, right? It's just, I hate to say it, but these guys are just going to kill themselves. They're just, if this ends up being a pandemic, they will be wiped out, like, within, I don't know, man. Like, we just have to, like someone said, we just have to stay inside for 3 weeks and literally all of our problems will have gone away. So you got this person there saying, hantavirus is an RNA virus and ivermectin should work against it. Insane. And then you've got Marjorie Taylor Greene, of course. I actually texted her today and asked what we could treat hantavirus with. I'm so glad she posted it. Ivermectin and vitamin D and zinc. Those of us who refuse to lock down, mask up and get vaxxed took the good old horse paste. She even calls it horse paste, man. And develop natural immunity. Even if this was a thing, it's to a different virus. It's a different thing. What? Doesn't make sense. If there is a hantavirus outbreak, these people are going to die so fast. Also, yes, there's no natural... Yeah, even if this was true, that's why I said even if this was true, because there is no developed natural immunity for COVID. It just isn't real. So there you go. We don't have to worry about it that much. If it does happen, just obviously in the run-up, be smart, wear a mask when you're out and about, shopping and that, staying in long, places for a long period of time with crowded people and stuff like that. Maybe just try and avoid that stuff. In general, I have basically said to myself, I'm just going to do that to the end of the year now. If this is something that's coming out, I'm just, fuck it. I started to go out and do stuff in public again recently, but I am more than willing to sacrifice 7 months of my life so I don't fucking die with my own lungs melting. You know what I mean? I don't want to die like that. We've all got to die. I don't want to die like that. I don't want to kill anybody by passing on a virus that's going to make that happen. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Particularly among household members, intimate partners, and people providing medical care. That appears to be the case in the current situation. The first case was in a man who developed symptoms on the 6th of April and died on the ship on the 11th of April.
2 days.
No samples were taken. And because his symptoms were similar to those of other respiratory diseases, hantavirus was not suspected. The man's wife went ashore when the ship docked at the island of St. Helena and was also symptomatic.
Oh, that was 5 days. Sorry, my brain... my brain didn't do maths properly. I was like, 2 days! But 5 days is still crazy.
She deteriorated during a flight to Johannesburg on the 25th of April and died the next day. Samples were taken, which were tested at South Africa's National Institute of Communicable Diseases and confirmed as hantavirus. The third death was of a woman on the ship who developed symptoms on the 28th of April and
5 days, faster than my landlord sending out the repairman.
Another man presented to the ship's doctor on the 24th of April, and he was evacuated on the 25th of April from the island of Ascension to South Africa.
If it's 5 days, there's no way that hogs are going to realize that they've got it and take ivermectin in time. They won't even have time to do that.
Where he remains in intensive care.
Excuse me.
Doctors from Cabo Verde boarded the ship to provide care for the 3 other passengers.
Yeah, no, Soccer, it's fucked up.
WHO coordinated their evacuation.
Well, I don't know if it can survive in water. If it got into like a building's water supply, I don't know if that's like how viruses survive. 5 days is such a short amount of time. How long was COVID? I seem to remember people having it for like a month or 2 months, and they would just die. They're just gonna start taking it as a regular supplement and shit the guts out. Yeah, I can't imagine. From what I understand about COVID, in the way that like, what I learned from viruses during COVID, I can't imagine if it's another like cross-species thing that the incubation period will be like much different. You know? Yeah, rat urine can get into pipes if they're fucked. Yes, that can happen. Yes.
In Netherlands.
Incubation apparently 2 to 3 weeks, similar as COVID. Yeah.
Time Prime Minister Ulises Correa e Silva of Cabo Verde for his support in facilitating the evacuation of these 3 patients based on our request. 2 are in a stable condition in hospital, and 1 is asymptomatic and is now in Germany. The 8th case was in a man who disembarked in St. Helena. Following advice from the ship's operator, he reported himself with symptoms in Zurich, Switzerland, and was confirmed yesterday to be infected with hantavirus.
I'm tired, boss.
University hospitals then sequenced the virus and confirmed it as Andes. None of the remaining passengers or crew on the ship are currently symptomatic. WHO is aware of reports of other people with symptoms who may have had contact with one of the passengers. In each case, we're in close contact with the relevant authorities. Given the incubation period of the Andes virus, which can be up to 6 weeks, it's possible that more cases may be reported. While this is a...
Maybe we test the ship anyway? Nah. That's woke.
Assesses the public health risk as low. It also shows why the international health regulations exist and how they work. WHO is working with multiple governments and partners on the response under those regulations. Our priorities are to ensure the affected patients...
Stanford nasal spray thing would protect against this? Oh, I remember hearing about that. What is that way? If you spray certain nasal sprays, it acts as like a good, you know, a good fucking thingy, a good barrier. Hello, Crescent. How you doing? Everybody, please go follow Crescent Moon and Star. When the results start coming in? Well, the polls close at 10 p.m. tonight. So we're currently at 7:30 UK time. So in about 2.5 hours, the polls will be closed and we'll start to get an idea of exit polls. So yeah, we're gonna be covering some election material stuff first, and yeah, then we will be having a look. Hello, Morton. Welcome in. Is your thing working now? I was under the impression there's no definitive cure for hantavirus, leaving it just treatable, but there's still a high risk of death. It's been years since I read up on it. I'm gonna look, just posting my thoughts. Oh, no, yeah, that is... Yeah. That is absolutely the case, from what I know. Does the BBC do a big election map like CNN? Maybe. No, I can't remember. May 2026 local election results. Let's have a look and see if this works. Okay, so apparently this should update. Morton has built a website, or has helped build a website, where apparently the results are going to come in through this. I remember wacky green screen maps in previous elections. Yeah, I'm not sure how it's going to go. But yeah. Hopefully this will work. The OBS ticker also works. Appreciate that that's submitted to the stream way too late I can't test it. I can't see if it's going to break the stream or anything like that. I would have loved to put a new plugin, you know, in OBS in order to help out with this. But yeah, nah, I can't be doing that. So sorry about that. You know, obviously out of your hands. First result is 1240-ish. All right, there you go, chat. There you go. And we've also got, obviously, the Sky News coverage as well. Where is that? Where have I put that? Oh, there you go. So this is going to come through, come on at about midnight, so about 4 hours we've got just to knock around and watch content and shit. Let's finish the end of this report and see what else this guy says, because I think it's important, like I say.
Care.
Hello, Dave.
The remaining passengers on the ship are kept safe and treated with dignity, and to prevent any further spread of the virus. On Monday, I asked Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez of Spain to accept the ship, which he agreed to do. And I thank Prime Minister Sanchez for his generosity, solidarity, and meeting his moral duty. The ship is now sailing for the Canary Islands, and we're confident in the capacity of Spain to manage this risk, and we're supporting them to do so. Once again, we assess the risk to the people of the Canary Islands as low. WHO has provided guidance to the ship's operator on the management of health on board the vessel. All passengers have been asked to stay in their cabins. The cabins are being disinfected, and anyone who shows symptoms will be isolated immediately. A WHO expert boarded the ship in Cabo Verde and has been joined by 2 doctors from the Netherlands and an expert from the European Center for Disease Prevention and Control, who will stay on the ship until it reaches the Canary Islands. They're conducting a medical assessment of everyone on board and gathering information to assess their risk of infection. WHO is developing step-by-step operational guidance for the safe and respectful disembarkation and onward travel of passengers and crew when they arrive. WHO has also informed 12 countries whose nationals disembarked in St. Helena. Those 12 countries are Canada, Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands, New Zealand, St. Kitts and Nevis, Singapore, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America.
Sick. That's good, isn't it? That's good. They sent these fuckers back to their country of origin. That's great, dude. That's so sick. I'm so glad that the fucking old people got sick on a cruise ship. Not their fault. I'm not being snide. Do you know what I mean? But like, you know, this cruise ship was clearly operating some intensely unhygienic, you know, practices in the fucking food safety department. And now they're all fucking sick, and they've sent them all home. And well, this is like an infectious virus. We don't know about the infectious nature of this quite yet, except for what he said, which is like, okay, prolonged exposure to loved ones or, you know, medical professionals. It could pass over in that case. Well, I hope that's the case. I hope it's not like COVID and spreads rapidly. It seems like if 5 people on this cruise ship had it, that's terrifying, right? And there's also a 6-week infection period. But anyway, here's those countries again, just in case it's one of yours. And for the majority of my chat, the answer is yes.
Embarked in St. Helena. Those 12 countries are Canada, Germany,
Netherlands, New Zealand, Aotearoa, St. Kitts and Nevis, Singapore, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey,
the United Kingdom,
and
the United States
of America.
In addition,
so there you go, chat. That's where it is. Put that in it. Yeah, so that's like Caribbean, Well, it originated in Argentina, so, you know, maybe the cruise ship's going back there. So Argentina, so it's in Latin America, it's in the Caribbean, St. Kitts and Nevis, fucking South Africa, UK, Switzerland, Denmark, USA. Sick. That's great, dude.
WHO is supporting health authorities in South Africa to follow up people
Hey, Emily.
who were on the flight from St. Helena to Johannesburg with the woman who later died.
No, they sent them all home on a plane, Bellatrix.
Meanwhile, investigations into the cause of the outbreak are continuing. Prior to boarding the ship, the first two cases had traveled through Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay on a bird-watching trip, which included visits to sites where the species of rat that's known...
Safe to say we should all be having the conversation in the public theater about locking down, am I right? Yep. I think so.
...to carry Andes virus was present.
I think there should be at least some conversations to be had about, like, hey, you know, don't spend too long in public places, yada, yada, yada. You know?
WHO is working with health authorities in Argentina to understand the movements of the couple. And I thank the government of Argentina for its cooperation, given its experience. And
there'll be conversations, all right, about how they're not doing it again. Yeah, it's going to go so good.
We have also arranged for shipments of 2,500 diagnostic kits.
I can't wait for Wes Streeting to do this stuff. I can't wait for Wes Streeting to be in charge of this stuff.
From Argentina to laboratories in 5 countries. I would also like to thank the governments of Cabo Verde, the Netherlands, South Africa, Spain, and the United Kingdom for their close partnership.
I bet Millier's really on it. Yeah. He loves, you know, famously, this definitely isn't something that probably came from his policies, right? From his policies to, like, cut red tape for corporations so that they don't have to, you know, hire staff who would do a good job, or, like, hire a certain amount of staff so that they adhere to food safety standards and pay those staff well so that they give a shit about their jobs and do it right, train their staff. You know? It's definitely not something that Millier, you know, created with his kind of policies, and, you know, by extension, Trump and the rest of the neoliberal elite bourgeois in the imperial core. You know? It's going to turn into hate towards the country this originated in. Yeah, but that's good if it's Javier Milei. if we could concentrate on Javier Milei instead, you know, rather than just, it's absolutely, like, you know, the difference between China and Argentina is that China government good. And it was probably, you know, some absurd accident that happened, right? Whereas Javier Milei, you could probably draw a direct line between him and his terrible policies and how it's affected the people of Argentina. You know. Yeah, everyone wash your hands, wear a mask, that kind of shit, yeah. What happened to the folk who flew home? Are they isolating? Who knows? Motherfucker's gonna go just fucking chill. Well, I think I'm going to go to Marks and Spencer's and get a nice curry. You know? I hope it's Marks and Spencer's. No, I don't. That's tonight to say. Yeah, I don't hope it's anywhere. I don't hope anyone fucking dies from this shit, but, you know, it's a worrying scenario.
Thank the many partners who have provided...
Hey, Eridanus, I'm from Argentina. If COVID 2.0 starts here under Millier, we're cooked. Well, you know, all I would... Yeah, I guarantee that it's going to be the same, you know, very similar in the UK and the US under Trump and the Imperial Core. So, you know, important to remember... it will certainly be very shit for the Argentinian people, and any kind of criticism of Argentina in this should be absolutely directed at Milei. You know, and certainly not the people of Argentina, who will suffer. Massive forest fires that weren't put out that flush animals closer to people, yeah. Going to Marks for an overpriced slice of cheese, yeah. Infecting your nana.
The Institute Pasteur Dakar in Senegal and the HUJ here in Switzerland. And I would also like to thank the ship's operator for its cooperation and the passengers and crew who are going through a very difficult and frightening situation. I have been in touch with
EastEnders is doing an election special? What? You've got to be joking. Hey, Pretty Big Oof, how you doing? How reliable are voting intention polls? It depends which poll. I'm seeing reform everywhere. As I said at the start of the stream, we do have to prepare for the fact that there is going to be a reform surge. Reform are going to win a bunch of councils. I think someone was saying to me before, like, the Greens might win 9 out of 20, but Reform will win the rest. So, not sure. We just have to wait and see. The thing is that, you know, as I was saying earlier, the biggest problem with elections in the UK is apathy. You know, the main thing that you should be looking at this stuff tonight is, doesn't matter if Reform win a Labour council, it doesn't matter if the Greens win a Labour council, it doesn't matter if the Tories win a Labour council. The key grain of hope to get from today is Labour getting humiliated, right? Because if Reform gets in councils, that will be due to voter apathy. That's going to be the main reason. There are going to be areas that are more racist, more willing to be pliant to reform politics and shit like that, but I guarantee the voter turnout is going to be the thing that gives Reform the win. There is just not that much of an appetite for Reform's politics in this country that is being, you know, broadcast to us all. Hello, Ninny. How you doing? Welcome in. I want to see some upset Labour supporters. I need this in my life. Well, chat, let's start off with this then, shall we? Have I got this locked and loaded, ready to go? Where is it? I don't think I got it. Oh, that's annoying. I am so certain. I am so certain that I had that. No, definitely don't have it. I put it in there. I put it in a Discord. Yeah, you already know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you? You already know what I'm on about. Just give me 1 sec. I need to just let Mama be in the Discord. Melpet's already making funny little noises. Oh no, maybe I didn't put it in the Discord. Oh no, I only put it in fucking... Okay, I put it in a different Discord that I'm in. Okay, yeah. No, I do have it. It's there. It's here. Here we go, chat.
The message from people around him is he won't be resigning after these results, and he won't be accepting a timetable for a resignation that
He's talking about Keir Starmer.
might be prevented to him. I hear that Labour agents, as part of the choreography around tomorrow night, are telling any activists who go to the counts where there are cameras, don't go talking to those cameras, and please, please don't cry on camera.
Chat. It's gonna be a good evening.
This is a recipe for an uprising. Will there be an uprising? At the moment, Labour MPs, backbenchers, seem to be saying, well, you ministers, you need to go in and tell him to lift up the revolver, whereas you can find quite a few ministers saying, well, it's up to the backbenchers. So don't rule out stalemate.
Don't cry on camera. Fucker, I'm already crying on camera from laughter. Don't cry on camera. Oh my god. It's so good. Hey Virulent, how you doing? He keeps saying the only person who will listen to resign is his wife. Wait, has he said that again? I thought he just said that in that one interview. Oh, chat, it's gonna be so good, mate. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be so good. Seriously. He said it again. He's so weird. He's such a fucking weirdo. Anyway, alright, let's get into it, chat. We've done the serious bit, looking at Hantavirus shit. Now let's have a little laugh. A bunch of crusty tankies, anarchists, and, you know, electoral politics leftists. Let's have a little laugh at some electoral politics slop. Yeah. Kathy Newman reported it to repeated it to Ian Hislop earlier, right? Alright. David Graeber, before he died, rest in peace, King. Big, interesting, reporting here from, well, posting from David Graeber back in the 2020, after the leadership contest. Lewis Goodall here from the News Agents. Ballots have closed in the Labour Party leadership contest. It's over. So anyway, there's been some kind of back and forth here. This Dominic Boyle person, not a fucking Scooby-Doo who this guy is. But anyway, who do you want to win as a Labour Party outsider and non-Labour Party voter? Starmer seems like the only candidate to be able to beat the Tories at the current time. Graeber said, Starmer would be the person to run if people rejected radicalism and wished for centrism and compromise and stable bureaucratic leadership. In fact, they voted for an unstable, uncompromising, extremist anti-bureaucrat. Then there's the Remainer issue. No, Starmer will be a catastrophe. The Labour Party under Starmer will abandon its core idealism and principles, and it won't even gain tactical advantage. It will be a party which gives no one a reason to vote for it, and no one will, in fact, vote for it. He is indeed missed. Look, 2021. This was, you know, he died quite soon after this, I think. And he is incredibly missed, you know. He's still missed. So yeah, he was fully right. Fully right. So yeah, when people were seeing this going around, the Gary Gibbon, I thought this guy was called Ed Gibbon. Gary Gibbon, whatever. Gary fucking Gibbon says that Labour briefed activists telling him not to cry on camera if the results are bad. We looked at that just then. Someone reminded us of this post. Right then, Keir Starmer at the dispatch box as leader. Calm, measured, forensic, authoritative, and a coiled threat. Oh my god, I actually cried bitterly for the years lost, but also with excitement at the thought we might just be looking at the serious adult in the room. People are so funny, man. This is some of the funniest shit in the world. I love it when people say things like this. Like, what you want about me? The coiled threat is so funny, like likening Keir Starmer to a viper. I often think of the man of tempered glass as a viper. I'm often thinking of him like that. Speaking of which, let's take a look at his TikTok. What's going on there? What's this?
TikTok. Vote Labour today.
With the fucking sound effect. The sound effect is so good. Is this one from the other day?
Do you want the house door? I could take you to the first, second, third floor.
What is this? Oh my god, sat with Zelensky. This is so mental, dude. Did he just kiss Giorgia Meloni on the cheek?
Do you want the house?
Bro, what? Who is this for? Who is this for? That's just big news.
Stop scrolling. This is big news. Too many tenants have been at the mercy of rogue landlords, insecure contracts. Today that stops because the law that we've put in place will stop no-fault evictions, It will stop the bidding wars that push rents up, and it will give you, tenants, more control over the increases in your rent.
Yeah, it was dead good that you watered down the bill, Starmer. To hear us talk about the renters' rights bill, go and check out the previous episode of Red Planet. It should be up on the YouTube now. We had a chat with Joe from London Renters Union to talk about the Renters' Rights Act and the changes in it and stuff like that, and what the move should be for tenant unions across the UK now. But yeah, no, absolute madness that he's, they're out there just like, yeah, man, this is such a win for Labour, actually. When did this one come out? Oh, yeah, we watched that one. I've just held a Cobra meeting. All right, mate. Okay, whatever you say. All right. Let's take a look at this. I want to have a look at this. This is the SNP electoral material. Help us make history. Make it both votes. SNP tomorrow. Let's see what they're saying. I know that most Scots in the chat prefer the Greens, but the SNP are looking to get the majority of votes in Scotland. So let's take a look.
And to just walk in GP centres, vote SNP on May the 7th.
The SNP will provide childcare support to every child in Scotland from 9 months old. Vote SNP on May the 7th.
If you want a government that will give you up to £10,000 towards a deposit on your first home, vote SNP on May the 7th.
The SNP made prescriptions free and will keep them free. On May the 7th, vote SNP.
The SNP wants to lower your bills. Every other party's trying to stop us. Make it both votes SNP on the 7th of May.
Yeah, pretty snappy. They've taken a leaf out of the Greens book for sure. They're like, yep, this is the kind of shit you got to do. I know that most mainstream parties have been trying to do that as well and like failing pretty badly. But this like short, snappy stuff is pretty interesting. Obviously, I'm not going to watch all of it if it is just like a big, whatever, like a big fucking compilation of all the fucking social media stuff. But yeah, interesting stuff. Both votes. So yeah, voting for them in Holyrood and voting for him in local council. In 2021, the SNP got 1 million regional votes and only got 2 more seats. Yep, that's right. It's not that, says Dan. I might be wrong about that. I'm not up to speed on the Holyrood stuff. It doesn't make sense to me. So it's not, you're not having local council elections as well. The constituency and the regional vote. Oh, sorry, you're right. That's how that works. Yes, you get 2 choices. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's why most people are saying it's daft to put them on 2. SNP are decent but deeply flawed. If you have a Green constituency candidate, there's no reason to vote. No reason to vote for him. Yep. Defo. It's interesting stuff. Obviously, they are deeply flawed. People do call them the yellow Tories. Independence is the main thing in terms of like what I would say their positive policy is about. What their only positive policy is about. I mean, Scottish people could correct me on this, but I know that the SNP is not the ideal vote. The ideal vote are the Greens, but an SNP Holyrood is better than a Reform Holyrood, right? Do you know what I mean? So it's not bad. So they're not going to be as good as Plaid Cymru, but Plaid Cymru are looking to get the majority vote, minority leader. They're definitely not Tartan Tories anymore, but that's because they were invaded by the largely progressive indie movement. Yeah, they're Social Democrats. Yeah. Save the hostages logo. No, don't be doing that, because the SNP had these for a long time before any of that nonsense. So, come on now, credit where credit's due. Yeah, we're not fucking going on like that. The SNP tabled a motion to recognize the thingy in Palestine, to recognize the genocide in Palestine, and it was shot down by the Labour Speaker of the House. So, that's what I know about the SNP. They are pro-Palestine, at least pro-international law and shit. You know what I mean? So that's a positive, side of the SNP. Anyway, just wanted to take a little look at that. What else do we got to have a look at? Some interesting reform stuff. Let's take a look at this. What is this? This is a clip that someone's filmed from GB News.
To Israel? We allow them to practice Judaism.
The key point is, there are 250,000 Jews in this country. There are more than 4 million Muslims, and it's only growing. So I think that they're not quite equal comparisons.
That is true, but that's a quantitative, not a qualitative difference. That's irrelevant, right? To me. How many Jews would there have to be here before you felt uncomfortable? 500,000? 1 million?
Well, I don't feel
it's not uncomfortable.
So it could be a limitless number of Jews, but a limited number of Muslims.
No, what I'm saying is that the Muslim community is actively growing. That is the point, whereas the Jewish population has remained...
So would you be worried if the Jewish population was growing?
Yes.
You'd be worried if the Jewish population was growing?
If it was replacing British culture, absolutely. Yes.
For Israel.
So that guy is the TikTok guru for reform, Jack Anderton. So some very interesting stuff. Again, chat, this is clear anti-Semitism. That's clear, open and shut anti-Semitism, anti-Jewish anti-Semitism, yeah? That's what that is. So you can't dress that up as anything. You can't say that this is pro-Palestine stuff. You can't anything like that. That is anti-Semite 101 shit. We don't want Jews replacing us. Yeah, that's what this guy is saying. Like the Charlottesville march in 2016 or whenever that was, 2015, 2016. So important to remember, a reform going to get any scrutiny for this? Probably not, unless the Greens push it, right? Unless the Greens actually push it. So there you go. What is this? Scottish Greens election broadcast. Brilliant. This is what I want to watch. Let's have a look at this for the Scottish Greens. See what it's saying.
Most folk don't wake up thinking about politics.
These days, it can feel like nothing much ever changes, that tomorrow's just going to bring more of the same.
I can tell Ross Greer's voice from a mile away.
They've come to expect very little from politics.
But over the last 5 years, the Scottish Greens have been delivering to make your life easier and to make Scotland fairer.
Yep.
What has under 22's free bus meant for you?
That I'm able to get to my volunteer positions around the city in a way that I could never afford to before.
It's made a really big difference for me and my friends to be able to get to college and uni easier. It's just a really big help.
And that's why the Scottish Greens fought for it in the first place. We know the difference that these policies can make.
That's why we'll extend free bus travel to everyone to help you get around your community and across Scotland. We scrapped peak rail fares, saving commuters a fortune and making it easier to travel when you need to.
It means that getting through to Edinburgh before 9 AM doesn't cost an arm and a leg anymore.
And we want to go further than that. One ticket for bus, train and the subway.
Like a master key for all the tickets.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Where Westminster is failing, the Scottish Greens are delivering. And we can truly thrive as an independent Scotland, creating a fairer, greener, kinder country for us all. But we can't wait for independence to start making a difference.
I'm very passionate about independence, yes, but the top of my priority list is my child. I want to know that my vote matters for her and for her future.
What is it that the Scottish Greens have already delivered for your family and others?
Free school meals. I think that's an excellent opportunity for families to save more. Definitely eases the burden.
And that's exactly why we did it, and we want to go even further now. Every child should get...
We're going to go further. You see, this is like, the opposite of Keir Starmer, innit? It's like, we've already done this and we're going to go further, but, Keir Starmer is just like desperately going, we need to make more, we need to go further and faster in order to make the change, deliver the change that people expect. And it's just so embarrassing. You just know it's a total lie, but, No, I'm not saying that Ross is the same as Starmer. I'm just saying, this is like what Starmer wishes he could be. Keep an eye on Iris Dwayne. She's going to be a big name when she's elected tomorrow. Yeah. Concrete material improvement for the working class, yeah.
We know that families are still struggling and that they need more support.
I think with the cost of living, times are so tight. Childcare's certainly the big one.
That's why we want to bring forward the biggest expansion of free childcare in a generation.
This is about making life a bit easier, a bit fairer. It's achievable if we want it. It's time to demand better and vote Scottish Greens.
Yeah.
Plan for radical
It's good,
change.
this.
The super rich won't like it.
We can and we will deliver better for Scotland.
You'll pay for meals like in school like America? Yep.
Election, we're asking you.
What is that? It's the yankification of Britain. It's been happening for the last 30 years.
Join us.
But it's attempted to be sped up over the last, like, I don't know, 10 years, you know?
Demanding better.
To demand a Scotland that puts people and planet before the profits of the super rich.
But we need your votes to make this a reality.
So on May 7th,
let's demand better.
Yeah, solid stuff. Solid stuff. A pretty simple message, you know. Everything's shite. No one thinks anything's going to change. Get out there and make it change. We've already delivered change. We're going to do good for you. Yada, 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 right? What is it? Is it change? Will change happen? Yes, change could happen. Okay, so thanks for that, Dan. Appreciate that. Let's have a look at some other stuff. This town has turned its back on the Labour Party. Let's have a look at this. This is from LBC.
So cool. Like, that is just like Blackburn, really. Like proper Northern Town mill.
I think Blackburn's sent to...
Northern towns like Blackburn
slated to go to reform.
Factories like these. When the industry left, so did the jobs and a sense of identity. And for decades, the Labour Party has dominated local politics here, promising to reverse this decline. But now, that promise is starting to wear thin.
Can I ask how you think the Labour-run council are running the town at the minute?
I can't answer that.
Yeah, you can. Go.
This is the first time that Labour have let us down.
Yeah.
I've been a Labour voter all my life, but no, not this time.
Do you have an opinion on Keir Starmer and what he's been doing?
I don't really appreciate what he's been doing recently with our country. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to sound a bit weird, but like he's letting so many bad people into our towns and stuff.
Don't want to sound a bit weird, but I'm just going to be dead racist.
And causing scenes, and it's not really something that's needed in Blackburn the way it already is.
Causing scenes! They're letting so many bad people in our country, they're just causing scenes and that. What are you on about, bro? What do you mean, causing scenes?
In this sort of part of the world, a lot of these high streets will sort of look the same, will sort of feel the same. Like I say, the Turkish barbers we just passed up there, the sort of shutter.
Not needed in Blackburn, causing scenes.
1, 2, 3.
Fat lads, let's go!
6, 7 takeaways on this one street alone.
Yeah, causing scenes, and then that's just shot of the fucking street where just like nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. It's so joke. It's top stuff.
The high street, I think, in a lot of the sort of British northern towns.
Chaos, mate.
Of this part of the world at the minute, really.
Labour's ties to Blackburn run deep. Former Labour Home Secretary Jack Straw was the MP here.
Great, a war criminal.
Barbara Castle, one of the party's most influential post-war MPs. But that history doesn't answer the question facing voters now. How are Labour dealing with the cost of living crisis?
So that challenge has got to be addressed, and no, the government doesn't seem to address it particularly well. It seems to have so many priorities. The danger it didn't actually address any of them. So in the election here, I suspect, is going to be played out with a sense of frustration.
I have 6 pence.
And that's mostly what it is, chat. You know, when we're talking about you are going to get, like, you know, it's a great snapshot, this. Like, LBC are obviously bad, and we know that they don't represent, you know, a progressive politics often. You know, the closest that they get to progressive stuff is Natasha Devon and Lewis Goodall. And if there's ever call-ins on James O'Brien and shit like that, right? But this is actually like a fairly decent snapshot of what's going on in white working-class northern towns, which is where reform are going to make the most gains, right? You're going to have people who are sat there being like, it's bollocks this, you know, they're letting people in, causing scenes. And it's like, you know, that's just nonsense. You're just going to have people who are, you know, radicalized by nothing because they're just on TikTok and they see Nigel Farage and he's going, I'm going to make Britain great again. All these foreigners, watch out for them, you know, and you know, he's just going to fucking, people are just going to do that. They're just going to be, right, tick the box, and they're not going to look at any of the other stuff about, like, NHS privatization, yada, yada, yada. It's all just a nightmare, right? They just think that getting rid of immigrants is just going to solve everything. But then you're also going to have people like these two old people, right? These old couple, right? Who are there like, it's fucking dead shit. No one knows what to do. If people are going to vote, they're going to vote to get Labour out, right? It's like that other guy said as well. This other guy said it's going to be played out as a rejection of Labour, yeah? And some people will vote Reform to reject Labour. Some people will vote Green to reject Labour. Some people will vote Reform. Some people will vote Lib Dem, etc., etc. Everyone will just be like, I'm going to vote for a party that is not the Tories, not Labour. Let's just go for something new, even if it's Reform and I don't know much about him, right? Other than, you know, I've seen him on a TikTok, or I've seen Nigel Farage on the telly in a debate talking about, I don't know, the NHS or something. Do you know what I mean? And I've not listened properly and I fell for it. You know what I mean? Everyone can see that there's something deeply wrong with the state of British society. Unfortunately, many people are unable to correctly identify the causes. Well, the majority of it will be that people won't vote. Yeah? That's going to be the big thing.
It's lost my old age pension and the taxing the whole lot. I've paid and worked hard all my life and paid my taxes, and now they're draining me.
Blackburn is one of the most deprived areas in the UK, with 43% of children living in deprivation. And with so many families unable to afford just the essentials, locals like Liz Crook have stepped up to provide them.
We call that the middle mess, so don't film that bit. So back in 2015,
organising,
myself and some friends identified there were a lot of people in the community asking for help with bedding.
This is mutual aid. Chat, this is fucking great. You see, this is the thing. This is what I'm talking about, is that even, like, if these places go to Reform and the local council in Reform fucks it up even more, Reform will fuck themselves over before the next election massively, right? They'll give themselves a terrible name. Everyone will be like, oh my God, my council went to Reform and everything's gone to shit, right? Everything's gone to shit. So they're going to do themselves a massive mischief by mismanaging funds, mismanaging councils, all that kind of business. And yes, the only choice after that will be the Greens. When the Greens have legitimized themselves in the local election as being a genuine choice, people will be like, you know what? Yeah, Green councils have demonstrated that they could do stuff much better. I'm going to vote for them. I'm going to vote for them at the general, right? Or at by-elections that happen in between now and then in the council. So, yeah, they'll cause scenes. This, you know, this happening already in somewhere like Blackburn is going to, like, and if Reform make the material conditions of these people even worse, they'll just do more organising. More organising like this will happen. Is living in deprivation the same as living in poverty? I mean, deprivation is I think, supposed to be, if we're talking about actual measurement of material conditions, it's supposed to be worse. It's supposed to be much worse.
So we sat together and we came up with a community shop idea. And that's when Rummage Rescue was born, really.
Well, should we take a little wander through and have a look at some of the things we've got through here? How much are people struggling in Blackburn at the minute?
They are really struggling. They are really, really struggling. Yeah. And I think, you know, there's been
Hiya, Krill. If Reform is anything like the GOP, people's conditions will get worse. Yeah.
To support families in crisis and, you know, have no money, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
You know, this is the furniture side. We also do a clothing side, which is across the road.
Right.
The beauty about Rummage Rescue is that we get referrals, and with the referral, they get it free.
Right.
So we work in partnership with the council. So the council got some government funding to help people in crisis.
Yeah.
And the council then derives some of them funds back to us to help us to sustain. Mm-hmm. And we give people dignity and choice, because when you've nothing, you just want somebody to be kind to you and help you. And what we do is invite them in and they can choose what they want. This is
welcome back, Morton.
This is Jamie.
Hello, you okay? Nice to meet you.
Girls, can I ask you what your thoughts are on rummage rescues?
Absolutely vital. Very, very important because cost of living is massive at the moment, isn't it? Same.
Chat, this woman here, these women, like single mums in white working class northern towns, these are the people who will save us if you get out there and organise. I'm telling you now. That is my experience in organising. These kinds of people, and obviously it's not just like white working class mums, you know, black mums, racialized mums, right? Get out there, fucking radicalize a nana today, because these people are the strongest fucking people in our country to deal with the kind of shit they have to go through every day, right? You know, very important. Hey, by any means necessary. Dumb question. Do these people read Charles Dickens? You could have stopped at do these people read? But yeah.
The government are out there and they're saying they're doing this, they're doing that. But actually, I'd invite them to come round and walk round here and come and meet some of the people.
Yes, you're doing it. You're doing it. The people are doing it. This is the thing, chat. You see, this is what I'm fucking saying. This is literally revolutionary optimism, right? You can see it happen in real time. It is a science. When this is the most deprived area in the country, Blackburn, and the people are organising to look after each other. It is a science. It just happens. Now the question is, what is the tint? What is the lean to this? Will these people end up being reactionary? Maybe. That's what we have to try and prevent. We have to make sure that it is a progressive, inclusive movement. But regardless, these people will organise in order to fucking look after their local community. And when I say these people, I mean people. People will just do it. Working class people. Deprivation comprises of 7 standalone indexes which are combined and weighted together to form the index of multiple deprivation 2025. It's like poverty, but more complex. Yes, absolutely. It's the compounding factors of the seriousness of the poverty. You know?
In Lancashire, you know what I mean? Because it's hard.
Oh, RT Clearance says, I guess sad sometimes thinking about how red and radical the formerly industrial parts of the US were. Great-grandchildren of IWW members now watch Fox News and vote Republican. Wonder how many of these reform voters in the formerly industrial parts of Britain descended from former Labour radicals and Reds. Yeah, a lot of them. A lot of them, honestly.
Do you think maybe they don't quite or haven't fully grasped the extent of which people are struggling in places like Blackburn?
Yeah, I don't think they understand at all. And I'd welcome them to come down, you know, and talk to some of the people we come here. We have a thing where we give free stuff outside for free, and people queue for it. And it's stuff what you know, you would think, oh, nobody wants.
Chat, they give stuff out for free. This is fucking sick. Bits and pieces for free that you might fucking need and that. You know what I mean? Hey, Bellatrix 2, how you doing?
But people queue up for it.
In Blackburn, all textile and engineering works depend upon coal.
Blackburn's decline can be owed to its lost industry and the jobs that went with it. Once a pioneer of the Industrial Revolution, it's now an outlier in the UK for unemployment. But there are still pockets of industry trying to reverse this downturn.
This is a sort of selection of the kind of things that we make in here. We make beautiful wool pea coats. So this is made using a fabric that's made in Leeds by a brilliant company called Hainsworth.
Patrick Grant owns Cookson and Clegg, a textile manufacturer that is
terrible audio balancing in this fucking LBC report. Terrible stuff.
Clothing brand Community Clothing.
Hey HBB,
Patrick
how you doing?
Factories like this can bring back a sense of pride to Blackburn and jobs along with it as well.
Yeah, he's right. You need to fucking own the, you know, means of the production. Obviously, and look at all the workers, chat. Look at all the workers in his factory. Not one fucking white person. He's the only white guy.
Full wool pea coats. So this is made
you know what I mean?
Fabric that's made in Leeds by a brilliant company called Hainsworth.
So yeah, you know, we do need more manufacturing like this, but actually we need them people on the fucking sewing machines to be unionized and owning these factories themselves, you know what I mean?
Patrick Grant owns Cookson and Clegg, a textile manufacturer that is home to his clothing brand, Community Clothing. Patrick thinks factories like this can bring back a sense of pride to Blackburn and jobs along
literally
with
no
it
white
as
people,
well.
hijabi woman.
Years ago, David Bowie and the Rolling Stones played here. When you rip the heart out of places like Blackburn, You've got to put something back in. If we made clothes here, they'd create loads of jobs that would prop up the economy in places like Blackburn, and not just...
How much do you pay your workers? How much do you pay your workers? That's all I want to know. How much do you pay your workers, you cunt? Look at him with his fucking cardi, fucking grey-ass trendy beard just for men.
Clothes, you know, the chairs we sit on, the cups we drink from, the cup, all the stuff. It's, you know, that is what our business.
Oh, there is some white people there. That's my bad. But they are women. You know?
If you've shot with us,
the marginalisation does not change
95% of the money
that much.
Into the UK economy, and 60% of it goes in wages for guys like this.
A little look down here then.
But without a bold government to empower local manufacturers, Patrick feels there is a missed opportunity.
You know, they put 100...
Ed Miliband! I fucking love that. Look at him. He's just looking proper gormless. He's like... He always just looks like he's not had that much sleep, you know what I mean? He's funny as fuck, mate. Obviously, Keir Starmer hasn't got a clue. He's like looking at these bottles being made and he's like, wow. Doesn't know what's going on. Rachel Reeves is just like, yes, I will be decreasing tax for massive corporations like you. Don't worry about it. I have a cardigan, but I don't have a beard. I'm only half capitalist swine. Yeah, exactly. No, cardis are fine. It's just him wearing that. I don't give a shit what working class people wear. Do you know what I mean? I'm not arsed. I'm really not arsed.
You know, they put 100 million quid into a battery factory in Blythe.
Yeah, it would be good to hear about hear this stuff from the workers.
Quid into the manufacture of things we know how to make and already use. That money would have created a huge amount of economic value, which we would be feeling from now for many, many years to come. You buy from people in this factory, not only are all of the wages spent locally on other local companies, but the taxes and local taxes all flow back into this economy. You buy...
My low-T ass can't grow the trendy beard, neck beard only. Yeah, but that's sick though. Why would you want to look like this fucking fresh wanker? Why would you want to look like that?
All of your money is going out of the country. And it's just a mindset.
Obviously, I do know why trans men want to grow a beard. I'm obviously being facetious, but you know what I'm saying? Take comfort in the fact that you'll never look... No, I hope you do grow a beard. I hope you do grow a beard.
But if they spent more, all of that money would come back into our economy. And we've got to start thinking...
You know what I was trying to say?
Clearly has potential, but that doesn't mean Labour can solve the town's employment problem overnight. And even then, where future jobs will come from is unclear at best.
What kind of jobs and work can you get around?
I've been putting in henna in the grey hairs. Hell yeah, that's it.
Small shops.
That's the way.
Like Subways, Greggs and stuff like that. But you can't do any other... Like, you can only work in food shops, but you can like get contracted ones. But you can't work as permanent and stuff. They won't give you like proper good jobs, like not good hours.
A new bid, a better bid for Britain.
Is it best to wean people off welfare when welfare pays more?
Bellatrix 2, you didn't like that? We have 2 Bellatrixes in the chat. I'll call you Bella, yeah. I voted and I got my family to vote for the first time ever. What's that? Green Party family voting? Oh my god. Oh, what? Nah, yeah, good work, man. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Bellatrix and Bellatwox, yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that instead. Yeah, nah, good shit, man. Proud of you. Welcome in.
Low wage economy.
Get settled in for the fucking for the ride.
Welfare can pay more than a higher wage or than a working wage.
It's the local council elections in a couple of weeks' time. Do you have an opinion on any political party that you like?
They're all fake, to be honest. Like, they all chat to be honest, like, you know.
Chat, again, this is it. Apathy. Voter apathy is the biggest thing in Britain at the minute. Most people. This guy represents most people in this country.
They would just say we'll do this, we'll do that, but they don't do it after they win the elections, you know.
And again, chat, the way that you get this person out of this slump and give him some hope and give him some proper fucking, you know, something proper to do in the country you know, in terms of politics, is you organise. You do community organising. You help him unionise his workplace. You give him the tools to do it. You talk to him about why it will be beneficial. Help him with his fucking, you know, tenancy issues by getting involved in a tenant union, all this kind of business, right? So again, like, even though we're seeing the apathy, and the apathy is going to result in reform, the move is not to lambast people who don't vote, right? Because that is a thing that happens in the Imperial Core. It's embarrassing. It's blue MAGA. Kamala would have never done this Iran war dog shit, right? It is about actually, you know, helping people radicalize. And you do that by community organizing, right? If a lot of councils go Greens, the Brits will finally have a true brat green summer. Fuck yeah. That's it. Depoliticized because of 40 years of shite. It's the average voter in most Western countries. If you got snacks, I'm going to have a toasty in a minute and then get some stuff later, yeah. Might get a takeaway. Don't know. Trash, how you doing? Don't know how about the politics over there, but I'm locked in for the stream. Who am I rooting for? The Greens and the Scottish Greens, Plaid Cymru, and kind of the SNP. So yeah. I'm unrepresented anyway, so who gives a fuck is average? Got to activate people instead of constantly begging for racists and transphobes to vote for you. Yep. Hey, Emmy, how you doing? They're all the same. It's so frustrating when the Corbyn existed and the Greens exist. The thing to remember is that, yes, for us who have actively sought out better politics because we are privileged to be educated in the way that we know that is something to look for and to find, you know, people who represent us and a party who represents us and cheerlead for them and stuff like that. Obviously, we understand that there is that element of it, but you have to remember that the majority of people in this country don't have time to do that, can't be bothered to do it, get stressed when they talk about it, and that is not necessarily their fault. That is the fault of the neoliberal society that we live in, right? You know what I mean? Like, I do get the frustration, absolutely. But, you know, and, you know, Corbyn existed. This guy might have voted for Corbyn. I don't know. He might not have been old enough. I'm not sure. But this is why I'm saying that, like, we can't rely on electoral politics, and there's no point in getting too invested in it. We need to take from, you know, what happens today, tomorrow, the realities of the situation, like how many people actually turned up to vote, how many people voted for which party, etc., what were the margins like, you know, how are people feeling about it, and what is the reality of people who chose to vote for reform, how many of it is a protest vote, how much of it is that they actually agree with all their policies. The latter is actually not going to be that many people. They'll just be voting for him because they think that, oh my God, there's migrants in this country and it's bad, right? And they don't know about the privatizing the NHS stuff, removing abortion care stuff, yada, yada, yada. They don't have a clue. So, you know, this is where we're up to, basically. Do they do predictions at 10 p.m. like the GE? There is going to be a bunch of news channels that we're going to be watching. Like I said, I'm going to be live all night. Yeah? I'm going to be live all night. Oh, no, I heard about this, Dan. Yeah. I heard about this. This was mad. Police have made 4 arrests after a neo-Nazi linked protest tried and failed to target First Minister John Swinney. I mean, it's funny as fuck, right? Because they tried and failed. But obviously horrible. Completely fucking horrible. We watched the news instead of asking Jedi because we got lucky. We were in a position to learn things when we did. Yes. That's right, HBB. I've got a bag of 4 different seeds. Yeah, I have. Oh, I would really like some crackers and cheese tonight, but I don't have any. That would be good. That would be a good election night snack and give myself loads of fucking... I'm not going to go bed, so I could give myself loads of indigestion. Oh my God, it's Rob! Rob, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing, Rob, Raiders, and Rob? It's good to see you. Nuke raid incoming. Yes, Rob Rousseau's professional political opinion is nuke the UK. It's over, which is, of course, completely understandable. Thank you. Have a nice day. Welcome in, everybody, from Rob. Everybody go follow Rob Rousseau. Incredible, wonderful streamer with good stuff, with good politics. Like nuke the UK. Classic Quebecois position to take, actually. Yeah, thank you so much. Everybody, if you're coming in from Rob's stream, hello, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I look at the news and geopolitics from an anti-imperialist and a geopolitical and a communist perspective. I look at geopolitics from a geopolitical perspective. Whoa! Yeah, you get what I'm saying. Anti-imperialist. Communist, yes. Today, of course, it is local election fever in the UK. So I'm doing an all-night stream, 7 p.m. till 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Getting the results, getting the exit polls, all this kind of stuff. Thank you for the sub to the YouTube channel. Thank you for checking that out. Appreciate that. But yeah, how's everybody doing? Hello, Risk Verse. Hello, Little Baby Beef. Hello, Joe. Who else has come in from Rob's stream? More Parif Gosda. Hello. And that's, I think, it for now. Thank you so much. Yeah, everybody please go follow Rob. Yeah, we're currently looking at, you know, the build-up to the first kind of exit polls and shit like that, which is going to start in about an hour and a half. You know, time's flying already with regards to it, so I'm going to try and stay locked to it as much as possible. While we are waiting for some results, I'm going to do some gaming later on my infamous Tomodachi Life Island, where I have made multiple politicians as the denizens. So that is, of course, very funny. Little Baby B, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you for subbing for 3 months. Legendary. Appreciate that. Okay, so listen. Check it out. Oh my God! Emily with a huge dono. What the fuck? Hey!
All the opinion polls agree. Melpert is the cutest.
This is true, and that's why we'll be turning on the Melpert cam immediately after the £45 dono. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Emily with the £45 dono. Let's go. Okay, hello McGinn as well. Welcome in. We got Melpert cam unlocked. That's another benefit of supporting the djmuel super stream. Let's try and get that unlocked now. How am I going to do this? Yes, it's that. Okay, there we go. All right, let me just set it up. Let me get it set up, chat. Don't get dizzy. Oh my God, chat, he's not in there. Oh my God. Okay, well, we're gonna have to wait and see where he is. So I'm just gonna leave the camera there for now because I might need to put it on the arm or on the floor. I'm not sure. I don't know. He's a wild card. Yes, thank you so much, Emily. Really appreciate that. Is your cat an indoor cat? Yes. You won't be getting Hantavirus. Melba, come back! Elusive Melba is the best Melba. Builds mystery and hope. It's so true. And hype. At least 100 for a diva to show back up. But he often says this. This is true. This is true. He's activated the cloaking device. Yeah, we were just talking about Rob Raiders. We were just talking about this absolutely mad plot. I wonder if the National has got more news on this. Take a look at this. Is it going to let me have a look at this? Oh my god. Oh my god. I think it's a bit of a stub article, to be honest. No, yeah, there's not any information about it. It's literally just like a post. So, yeah. Protesters descended on Blair Gallery under false impression that First Minister John Swinney lived there. Neo-Nazi flag at a demonstration trying to filter. There's not a lot of fucking info about this at all, sadly. So yeah, that's that. We don't know much about it just now. 4:16 p.m. is when the story broke, so there you go. Alright, let's get back to this LBC report. We're focusing on, Rob Raiders, the amount of apathy in the UK towards politics, right? Can this government make vet bills cheaper? Because what the hell? I mean, yeah, right?
It's obviously just
hey, TTK.
For them to get the votes and to win. Is it money laundering or something I heard? I don't know.
Before leaving Blackburn.
That was great, man. Money laundering. The average Brit, like, this guy just represents the average Brit. This is the average Brit right here, chat. Most people think this way. They're just like, every politician is a fucking crook. I'm not going to vote for him because they all lie, right? That's it. That's it. That's why the best way to agitate someone is to get out there in your local community and organize, because once you show them that actually collectively we can make a change for everybody, then in fact this person will start to believe in the true politics of worker power and collective human power, right? That's what we have to get across to people. It doesn't matter if they don't vote. Doesn't matter. You know?
The votes and to win. Is it money laundering or something I heard? I don't know.
I knew just the place to reflect on what I'd seen in the town.
I just wanted to come back and get one last look at this place before we go. I mean, it is incredible. It's massive. And I think it actually really quite well represents the size and the scale of the challenge that Labour have got to win back people in places like Blackburn, where they promised change, real change that we would start to feel. But are Labour going to regret the fact that we're not feeling that change soon enough?
Yep, it's true. Okay, so we've got that. That was an interesting little watch from LBC. Very funny tweet from David Lammy here. Haringey is on a knife edge. Tomorrow, every vote will count. Vote for a safer, greener, fairer Haringey for your family and community. Incredible stuff. Look at this ratio. Chat, look at this ratio. 3.7 thousand to 1,000. Madness. Absolute madness. Al Jazeera did a little report on the UK local council elections. UK local elections, Green Party surges as disillusioned voters seek alternative. Let's take a look at this.
Closer to a movement than a traditional party campaign. This is how the Green Party has found an audience at late-night socials, gaining ground where the governing Labour Party is losing trust with young voters. It's led by self-styled eco-populist Zach Polanski.
I don't think that's a self-styled thing that he's done. Okay, man, whatever, Al Jazeera.
We're here because we want to get people elected, and we want to get people elected to change our society, to change our communities, to make sure people feel hope and they feel that plan.
He says the party is still focused on the environment, but it has broadened its message. Polanski has put issues such as solidarity with Palestine at the forefront of their campaigning, together with policies such as abolishing private landlords, decriminalising drugs, and even withdrawing from NATO.
Sick.
That confidence to say we're a socialist party, we care about working people, we care about people over profit, that's definitely what drew me.
And it's working.
Legend.
Green Party membership has more than tripled since Polanski took over.
Hey, Brody, got my whole household to get out and vote Green today. Family voting! Oh, it's family voting! Oh, more Green Party family voting happening!
In London, where the Greens are working hard to transfer that surge in support into political power. They are a party on...
Brody put their fist down and was like, no! Everyone's voting Green! And everyone was like cowering. Their mum was just like, what? Obviously, I'm not saying you live with your mum and that. Obviously, this is the joke. You know, you probably live in a shared accommodation or something, right? Do you know what I mean? But, like, you know, this works for the joke.
Rise, attracting voters who are disillusioned with the bigger, more established parties. But as that support grows, there is also the challenge of keeping together a coalition with very diverse priorities. Former deputy leader...
It is true, I'm a jonkster, yeah. Many people are saying this.
...away from its principles.
We've become very politically opportunistic. We'll try and grab your vote at all costs. We'll try and shield you from policies that we might think you'll find unpalatable and just emphasise the one that we think you'll like. That's populist in a bad way.
Former deputy leader. Yeah, I don't give a shit, dude. I'm not arsed. It is actually my mum. I'm white, so is it possible to family vote? They'll just make you out to be Muslim. That'll just happen. They'll just be like, yeah, this person's a revert, actually. Hi, DJ Mule, Rob Rousseau, French. What's going on there, man? What's with that chat message, Dr. Maggot? Hi, DJ Mule, Rob Rousseau, French. No, you gotta... I'm waiting for this explanation now. Ignore me. I'm giving up. No. I need you to type your original message out and put it in the chat. Stand by it. This motherfucker said French. No, yeah, that's what all these fucking deputy leaders and Caroline Lucas and all these fucking freaks who were just there being like, oh, the Green Party needs to be more careful about anti-Semitism. Like, they're just like, no, yeah, you should do what you're told, go back to being completely irrelevant, have no political power whatsoever. Yeah, we need to go back to being a silly fringe pressure group that isn't serious about winning elections or anything. Chat, look at the state of this. This is fucking London, man. It's gonna go mental in London. Caroline Lucas hasn't gone rogue, has she? She's an ordinary member, but she did a whole fucking thing in The Guardian, like, the Greens need to be careful about anti-Semitism. Just like going along with the slurs. It's like, oh, all right. Cool, you're just doing that then. Embarrassing shit from the ex-party leader, right? Or ex-MP or whatever. You go back to caring about the environment and that's it. My folks are probably voting Labour. In fact, I know they will. Luckily, I got the Green vote in. Went alone today. Saw a few young people voting, which is good to see. Good for you, Mort. Good for you. Got it in just before 10. Before 9, really. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of people who still vote Labour because they don't understand how damaging it is to support a party. Like, it's the privilege of the imperial core, right? Genocide in Gaza doesn't affect them, so it doesn't matter to them, right? They've never met a trans person, so transphobia doesn't matter to them. Maybe they're quite well off, right? So they're just like, yeah, whatever. Like, as long as it's not the Tories, Labour Party's still the Labour Party. There's a lot of people who think like that, but it's going to be a minority in this election. I was going to ask for a comment on the Frenchman's statement that the United Kingdom should be nuked. I already did that. You should have been here for that. It's not my fault that you missed my response to that. That's on you, man.
The momentum is with them. The Green Party's appeal is broad, but pulling in different directions.
Can I give you one of our leaflets? No. Do you know
coming under further scrutiny.
Hey, follow us down. I thought people who cared about the environment would have something to say about states doing war. Funnily enough, all these people who are, you know, talking about going back to the environment and only caring about the environment, funnily enough, they're not that interested in warfare and defense and shit like that. You know, they're not that interested in our foreign policy. They're not that interested in you know, the way that our relationship with America affects the broader world and therefore the environment. It's funny that, innit? You know, some people just really look like how their name looks. Caroline Lucas looks like a Caroline Lucas. Madness. Are you all doing queuing for petrol? Yeah, don't think so. I won't be because I got a fucking e-bike, mate! Yeah! Why didn't it do it? Why isn't it doing it? Holy moly, it doesn't matter. E-bike, mate! Yeah!
Closer, it moves to power. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera, London.
I'll never be queuing for any fucking petrol in my life, you mad cunt.
I don't really want to beat around the bush.
Wait, what's this? 20 years since BBC's iconic accidental interview. Why are we watching? I'm not watching this. I'm not watching any of this. Alright, what else have I got to look at? Newcastle Green Party statement. Yeah, okay, so what do we got here? Newcastle Green Party put this out a couple of days ago. Let's have a little look here. Statement from the Newcastle Green Party. Newcastle Green Party has reported campaign material distributed by the Labour Party in Heaton to Northumbria Police for potential electoral offence. This report was made at 10:30 a.m. today, Tuesday, the 5th of May. The material in question falsely attributed an offensive quotation to a Green candidate. This campaign material is dishonest and an insult to voters in Heaton. It also inflames tensions within our community. We're disappointed by these dirty tactics. We are proud to be leading a positive campaign in Heaton and across Newcastle, from advocating for warmer, cheaper housing to preparing monthly community meetings, and we're prepared to do so. Legendary. Good stuff. Greens decriminalising drugs seems appealing to me. They're going to be the Green Party. Hell yeah, you know it. I rented a street e-bike for 5 minutes earlier. I was like, ah, yes, joy, yes. Salford Keys rental e-scooters are free today for the polling station. What, you mean the Lime scooters? That's pretty good. Have you seen the Guess the Party thing? Wait, what? What's that, Dr. Maggot? No. Keeps make me forget it's Newcastle, make me think it's Heaton Park. Yeah, talking about Heaton. Yeah, it's Newcastle, yeah. They got a place called Heaton in Newcastle. What else we got here? This is the famous More in Common poll. Now, most people think that More in Common polls are purposefully smashing down the Green vote, right? It says here, council's leading on vote share. Greens won, right? Out of 32 London boroughs. This is just absolutely inaccurate. Completely inaccurate. You know? Vote share change, implied voting intention, change versus 2024, general election, Labour 28%. Absolute madness. Complete madness. Most pollsters seem to underestimate the Greens a fair bit. They really do. Yeah, Gorton and Denton, classic example. Absolutely. So this is very funny. Labour remain largest party by vote share in 21 councils. Really surprising seeing Labour that high. Yeah, it's almost like it's completely wrong, isn't it? So that's an interesting little More in Common poll there. What's this? What did I have this? Oh, yeah. This is something that came out. The Times reporting on... I still can't believe this wasn't a skit. This was the Times reporting on Reform's 19-year-old student rep or something like that. Let's have a little watch of this. See what he's saying.
You reformed. You know, you're there for 3 years at uni. You can reduce that to 2 and make streamline education. But all know they like the jolly. They like to sit back and have a few drinks and party. I'm sorry, but in the real world, you don't get that opportunity. You have to work. You reform.
They're like, we should make university courses 2 years instead of 3. We should do that, and that's because in the real world, you never go and party. Do you? Isn't that right, chat? You never go You never party. It just doesn't happen. This guy's just saying, I don't have a life or friends, and so everyone at uni should just stop having a life and friends. He's a wee twat, isn't he? Yeah, he is. Classic stuff. Let's have a look at some Zach attack material. Greens work harder to deliver for their communities. Vote Green on Thursday. Let's have a look at this little 1-minute video from Zach.
Do you want to know something that people up and down the country always tell me? That Green Party councillors work harder for their community than any other party. Because our Green Party candidates have two vested interests: serving their neighbours, protecting the planet.
We're plumbers, crafters. We are people who just work hard. We see something that is broken that we can't fix on our own. Nobody else is going to save us. We have to fix this together.
They've been bought off by big business.
Oh, nearly choked, chat.
They're just Trump living.
Nearly choked on water.
Us Greens do things differently. Our members fund us. We are proud of the community we are part of, and we know who we're here to represent.
And Hannah's shown, when we come together, we win.
Every single Green councillor in a room changes the conversation, and it means that we actually get our voices heard.
On the 7th of May, that's up to all of us.
So vote Green for hard-working people who will actually listen and do the right thing.
The Greens almost killed a man with their election material. Yeah, if that happened. If I died from choking while watching their election material, you better believe they'd be using that. Yes, sorry, I couldn't comment on that because as soon as it started, a bit of water went down the wrong way. So I'm sure that was good. I'm sure that was fine. What people say in the chat, I'm only 28 in the real world. Needs to be 40 plus to talk about the real world. No, that's not true. The more common political accounts of voter apathy and motivation of voters. That's why I push hard on the get out the vote day. Yep. Nepo baby in a real suit at 19. You can never party, you gotta grind. Why hasn't your dad promoted you yet? Because you slack. Exactly. Hey, Willard, less time for students like those art history students just go to museums. Yes, that was an actual talking point of a very smart politician here. Oh my god. Very, very smart. Tune out for a little bit. Assume we were watching a Reform commercial and the choking was a bit. No. Sorry about that. I can't drink water properly. Alright, yeah, I'm sure that was fine. Let's move on. Alright, what's this, chat? After serving as a Labour councillor for over a decade, I've been blocked by the party's NEC from restanding tomorrow because of my role in co-authoring a pro-trade union open letter and coordinating hundreds of Labour colleagues urging Starmer to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Let's have a look at this. Labour Hood. The MPC-fication of the Labour Party, Labour councillor Jumbo Chan, blocked by the party apparatus from being on the ballot tomorrow, explains what has gone wrong. So, very interesting stuff. It's really good. It's really good moves that the, you know, that the Labour Party are pulling. You know, they're definitely doing good stuff for their councillors. 1000%. What's this? This is an article about Andy Burnham. For non-Brits, this is my mayor. And I wish he wasn't. I wish we had a Green mayor nowadays. Because yes, he is not great. A lot of people love to big up Andy Burnham, but he's a bit of a win-it. Some MPs accused Burnham of undermining local election messages by agreeing not to speak at the event. By agreeing to speak at an event later this month. Now, what is this about? Andy Burnham has sparked anger with a plan to appear at an event alongside the Greens. Andy Burnham's decision to appear at a progressive rally alongside Green and Liberal Democrat figures has sparked anger among some Labour MPs who've accused him of undermining their local election message. Oh, now they care about Labour members being undermined, do they? Great Manchester Mayor has seen one of the most likely challenges to Keir Starmer for the Labour leadership. That's not happening. We'll be speaking at the Change Now event, organised by left-wing group Compass. Compass's founder, Neil Lawson, has a campaign for a cross-party progressive alliance, but he's also a prominent supporter of Burnham. Two other Labour MPs, Clive Lewis, who was offered to give up a seat for Burnham, and Meata Fambalay, the Communities Minister, are also due to speak at the event. Other speakers include Caroline Lucas, the former Green Party leader, James Medway, the head of the Green Alliance think tank Verdant, Vince Cable, former Liberal Democrat. This is embarrassing. It's just Caroline Lucas. It's literally just fucking Caroline Lucas. She's not even, like, she's just an ordinary member of the Green Party now. Like, she will always be remembered as the, you know, former Green Party leader, but whatever, man. It's just daft. They're just so scared of the Greens. They're terrified of the Greens. The event is designed to show how progressives can work across party barriers, something Burnham has long advocated for, I guess. But its timing weeks after local elections that are pitting Labour against the Greens in many places has infuriated many of his colleagues. Luke Akehurst. Oh, yes. I'm sure Andy Burnham cares a lot about what Luke Akehurst thinks of him. Said fellow Labour members should not be speaking at an event with the Green politicians and campaigners given the recent anti-Semitism controversies their party had faced. Yes, Luke Akehurst, utter stooge for Israel. I am not surprised he's saying that. Two Green candidates in London were recently arrested for alleged anti-Semitic social media posts. That's not true. I don't think this was a recent thing at all. While the party is investigating others over what they have posted online, the Guardian engaging in this dogshit smear again. Anyone in the Labour Party has been advancing the concept of progressive alliance involving the Greens should surely be reconsidering this at the moment, given the revelations about the extent of anti-Semitism amongst their council candidates. Again, we went through the whole thing last night, chat. 1.5 instances of anti-Semitism. Yes, the recent anti-Semitism scandals, which my friends have largely fabricated, which Labour has fabricated. Another Labour MP said activists and candidates around the country are fighting for Labour seats on councils. Now is not the time to talk about coalitions. It was bad enough when Andy said he'd work with Jeremy Corbyn in your party. Now he wants to work with another party riddled with anti-Semitism. It's unconscionable. I reckon this is Mike Tapp. Burnham didn't comment, and Ally said it's ridiculous to suggest that Andy is supporting other parties. He's advancing progressive ideas to help the Labour Party. Do people not want anyone sharing ideas or having a debate about where progressives should go? Lawson defended the event, arguing it represented a crucial route to progressive success. In a multi-party reality, facing huge complex issues, progressives are going to have to work together on ideas to defeat reform and the causes of reform. When the old politics of factionalism and hyper-tribalism are turning the public off politics, we need the space to think through and the policies that will change the country for the better. Fambalay and Lewis have been contacted for their comment. The event, which takes place on the 30th of May in East London, will gather think tanks, politicians and academics for a day of debate, disagreement and deliberation between progressives of all parties. It won't amount to much if we've got, like, you know, Liberal Democrats, Andy Burnham and Caroline Lucas from the Greens. This is a nothing event, right? It's going to undermine our election message, which is mostly just slander. Let's have a look at Zach Balansky and Welsh Greens leader Anthony Slaughter, sorry. And what the message is for Green voters in Wales. I don't think that the Greens are going to do amazing in Wales, but let's have a little look.
A few days until voting begins, and I'm here with Anthony Slaughter, who's our lead candidate in Cardiff Penarth. What are the biggest problems facing people in Wales right now?
What we're talking to people about, what people are talking to us about, is the cost of living crisis. It's really hurting people. That's where we're offering bold policies to tackle that, such as the rent freeze, initial rent freeze followed by rent controls, a free bus travel for under 22s and a £1 bus ticket for everyone else, scrapping the very unfair council tax system and replacing it with land value tax so that the wealthy pay their fair share.
We badly need to end the unfairness in Wales, and every single Green...
Any on death, the Welsh language blows my mind. Yeah, it's mint.
Being elected.
Irish, Scots, Welsh, phenomenal languages.
Vote Green on Thursday, 7th of May.
All right, that was pretty good. Talking about rent freeze, talking about housing issues. That's a, you know, it's a good thing. Good stuff, but I think that Plaid are going to do the most because they've got progressive policies. They're an independence party. It's going to happen. My uncle in Wales has voted reform, already hated the cunt. I'll never speak to him again after this. What did he say why? I know that sounds like a stupid question, but have you asked him why? Scottish Gaelic, we have another language called Scots here. Scots and Scottish Gaelic, yeah. The Canary here, saying Labour is likely to lose control of Bradford Council. The Canary spoke with independent councillor Ishaq Ahmed to find out why. Now, of course, this is what we're also going to see in the elections tonight as well. We are going to see councils lost to independent candidates, particularly in working class areas. Let's have a look and have a little read of this from the Canary. Dumb American here. The Canary is not the same as Canary Mission. No, it is not the same. The Canary is an independent news outlet that is entirely left-wing in the UK. You've not asked him about it, but he's always been a virulent racist. Yeah, that's why. There you go. He is a racist who's voting reform because they're racist. Yeah, again. Fork found in kitchen. One of the biggest issues in Wales is closed list constituency voting. Reform are hitting that list vote, so they will make gains. We need to push the list more. Plaid Cymru have dominated both, so it'll end up in Reform's favour. Okay, don't know how that works. An hour till the votes close, chat. An hour till the votes close. We're getting closer. Labour is likely to lose control of Bradford Council with contenders from the Your Bradford Independent Group emerging as a key force behind this shift. The Canary spoke with independent councillor Ishaq Ahmed to find out why. City of Bradford was once a global leader of the wool trade, but is a long industrial decline. A more recent Conservative-led austerity has limited job opportunities in the city and ensured high unemployment levels. This has contributed to some of the highest levels of deprivation in the country, along with violent crime. There have long been clear signs that Labour's hold on the city has been fading as the party failed meaningfully to counter Bradford's decline. And in a city with one of the youngest populations in both Britain and Europe, the future seems to be one where Labour no longer has a dominant role. Independents have already defeated Labour of the city in recent years, and with local progressives increasingly moving away from Labour, independents have proven to be a prominent force that is growing more popular, especially in the diverse central areas of the city. Pinpointing Labour Party's strategy in Bradford, Ahmed told us there's been a huge detachment from the voter base here. Labour politicians have too often been absent from communities and given them little meaningful consultation over the policies impacting them. This has meant imposing decisions from the top, based on what's politically right for the Labour Party and not for the local communities. There's been a lack of vision from Labour, which has overlooked the talents of local people and drowned out their voices. In candidate selection, for example, Ahmed asserted that they've never gone for the competency or ability level. Is that the best we've got? On top of it all, the pre-existing mismanagement locally, the moral rupture in Labour under Keir Starmer was very much the final straw, as Ahmed said. People feel there's been a fundamental shift. In particular, the genocide in Palestine was when people really woke up. But this also combined with Starmer increasingly and pointlessly pandering to the right-wing vote. Labour has been acting in shock, however, at the thought that Bradford could possibly reconsider decades of voting habits. They have this thought process that we've always traditionally been a party that represents the ethnic minorities, and therefore anybody else standing is actually wrong and divisive and splitting the vote. The only reason we feel that way is because we've not been listened to. One key example is how local people raised concerns about city centre regeneration, pedestrianisation and increases in parking charges being destructive to local businesses. Labour ignored them. Amid council vanity projects, Ahmed said that councillors with no real connection to the area just killed the city centre. It just seems kind of dead now. There's a lot of shops shut down. This is on top of the fact that there are already big inequalities between the central Bradford areas surrounding it. The average life expectancy between someone living in my ward compared to Guiseley, which is literally a 15-minute drive away, is about 20 years. That's a huge gap. Ahmed described the increasing presence of vile racism, particularly Islamophobia in British politics, and mainstream media as disturbing. He explained that a recent occasion where he was on the train, and he said, I thought I was never going to be attacked. For the first time ever, I felt unsafe. I'm 52. I'd never felt like that before, ever in my life. Some of the hatred that mainstream politicians and propagandists are stirring up in the country feeds off ignorance, and Ahmed insisted that something needs to be done about that, saying, "We've had a whole generation of young people from different communities going through the schooling system and not come up in contact with each other. That's not healthy. We need leadership willing to bring communities together and create shared spaces. Another factor that could foster more community solidarity is an increase in democracy, and that's something that Ahmed thinks independents can help with. Independents are not controlled and are not at the behest of party whips and party bosses. That's a much healthier, more democratic way of working. We could have a range of views and perspectives, but agree on the fundamentals, and that's what people say. We need more independent voices. Your Bradford independents," he said, "have been good at visibility within the community. They've been listening to people's concerns locally, including the decline of local services, difficulties getting GP appointments, long waiting times in A&E, fly tipping, potholes, and late-night fireworks." He stressed that those things that we get feedback on determine what kind of motions and questions we put into the full council. Ahmed and his colleagues will likely win numerous wards in Bradford. Greens may also make some gains. Ahmed told us that independents are open to working with other progressives to resist the rise of the far right. He said there will always be a small disagreements and a need for compromise, but he also asserted we need some unity on the left. Hopefully, efforts to coordinate a challenge for the far right in Bradford and beyond will intensify following the local elections. So, chat, that obviously says that, independents are willing to work with the Greens. Greens are willing to work with independents. So even if a council goes to independents, it doesn't necessarily mean that it is going to be a reactionary council that is going to fuck over people in the local area, right? So that is a very interesting piece from the Canary there. Pretty good stuff. Let's have a read of the chat. One of the biggest issues with the closed list reform here, the list vote. Okay. Canary Wharf. That was a great bit of Doctor Who. Canary Wharf is a horrible place. If you get constituency votes, it removes list seats. This is why the SNP never gets 100% of the Scot. It's a quirk of this form of proportional representation. I'm with you, yeah. If anyone here hasn't voted yet, definitely go for it. We can't risk Nigel Farage celebrating tonight, or in fact, Keir Starmer. Yep, absolutely. Hey, Eric, welcome in. Just like our fucking Democrats. Yep. If you refuse to vote for them, you'll get chastised and told that you're enabling reform and the Republicans. Yet the entitlement is horrible. They are arrogant. They do believe they're entitled. The Vanity Projects thing sounds like silly White House ballroom bullshit. It's not quite that level, but it is certainly like something that people resent. I live over where all those stabbings happened that most people blamed on Muslims. I'm not feeling super confident that people here will vote anything other than reform. If it happens more, then it happens. You know, it's just more reason to get out there and organize and talk to your local community. Do you know what I mean? Get involved with a local tenant union, a local trade union, and shit like that. You know? Important stuff to remember. Try a free Lime scooter to vote. They're fun. Yes, absolutely. Make sure you wear a helmet, drive safe, don't be pissed, etc., etc. Aaron Bastani shared this the other day. Despite being married to a Labour councillor, or whatever, I can't remember his connection to Labour. I think he's married to a Labour councillor or something. Sharing this Green Party progressive message about JP Morgan from the London Green Party. Let's have a little look at this.
JP Morgan is the biggest bank on the planet. Last year, this American financial giant made a record £43 billion in profit. They want to open a new European headquarters in Tower Hamlets in East London. You might think that a huge, wildly profitable bank should pay its taxes. But incredibly, the Treasury in Westminster is cooking up a deal to cut JP Morgan's business rates as a bribe to make sure they open their headquarters here. Business rates are the taxes that if you run a shop, a pub or a restaurant, you have to pay. But if you're a giant American bank, business rates can become optional. Tower Hamlets has the worst rates of child deprivation in the country. And yet the government is leaning on the local council to cut taxes for this American financial giant. We need councillors who are prepared to stand up to multinationals and the national government on behalf of local communities. Labour councillors won't stand up to a Labour government. Tory and Reform will cheer on the bankers. Only the Greens will stand up for local communities. So make sure you vote Green on May the 7th.
Good stuff. Pretty solid message. Not difficult to understand. Not dressed up in, you know, any arty-farty electoral language that's going to confuse people. Pretty solid stuff. The Green Party is going to stand up to big business who won't pay the tax and won't be paying into the local council. You know? Dead easy stuff. Bastani's wife is a Portsmouth Labour Party councillor. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's right. All right, chat. Are we going to hit this yet, or are we going to have a look at some other stuff? Might look at the newsagents thing just before this. I'm not sure. Has this started? No. What else have we got to look at? Oh yeah, we looked at that already. We got the Politics UK thing. I want to have a look at that in a bit. That's going to be funny. We looked at the Scottish Greens thing. Okay, right. Good stuff. All right. Chat, I'm going to run to the toilet real quick and make myself a sarnie. I think you'll get a kick out of the guesstheparty.co.uk thing. All right, I'll have a look at that. I'm going to have a quick wee. I'll be back in a tick. I'm going to make myself a sandwich. A toasted sandwich. I won't be too long. Use this opportunity to stretch your legs, yada, yada, yada. I will be back. Okay, I'm back. Mamdani taught us, keep your messages simple and understandable. Yep. A toasted sandwich in this economy? I know, yeah. We call that a club sandwich. What's a... Wait, what? What, in Scotland? Psychedelic lift music. Hey, Ash. A volunteer which gives me good, goes good back to a good cause above a silent helper. No, that's good stuff. There's a place for everybody in the revolution. What? Got some churros? Fucking hell yeah, man. Yeah, we saw that last night. The US military hit a fucking, hit a tanker, an Iranian tanker. Very smart stuff. Where you are, that's how the miners club serve them. I'm just putting some ham on it, man. It's no special. It's going to be ham and brown sauce. That's a comfort food that I've got, and I will never forget it. It's my dad, who, you know, grew up extremely poor, and he said one of the best things you can have, right, if you're poor, If you can get some brown sauce, some bread, and wafer thin ham, just toast the bread and then butter it rapid and get cold ham on the butty with the warm bread and scran it rapid. And he's not wrong. My entire life I've loved it. It's a very comforting food. More comforting than beans on toast. Even though my dad used to, when I was a kid, cut the beans up. Not the beans. He didn't cut the beans up. He cut the toast up for the beans in it. You know what I mean? I ate that when I lived with my dad, but there was no ham. Listen, just brown sauce on a toasted butty is mint. That stuff's good. How much for a professionally made mule sarnie? If you're round and there's, you know, I'll do it for you for no. Brown sauce is not gravy. Brown sauce is, it's like a combination of like fruit and spice, and it's like an umami, tangy, spicy thing. Like, think about Worcestershire sauce. Connor, how are you doing? Thank you for the 55 consecutive streams watched. Tamarind and spice, yeah. There's tamarind in it, yeah. Perfect for fry-ups, oh yes. Ketchup and cheese and onion crisp pieces minted. Yeah, that sounds pretty solid. That's barbecue sauce. No, it isn't. It's different. Barbecue sauce is like fucking... I've made barbecue sauce. Barbecue sauce is like maple syrup, sriracha, fucking soy sauce, all that kind of business. That's not barbecue sauce at all. I always thought it was a different name for barbecue sauce. No, it's not. It's nothing like barbecue. It's nowhere near as sweet. Or spicy, for that matter. Yeah, it's not sweet. Like, there it is. Yeah. HP sauce. Houses of Parliament sauce. You can see that. That's the Houses of Parliament, isn't it? There you go. That's how you know. What's it got on it? Oh, it's got a bit of schmutz on it. Sorry. What they do, actually, it's not made of any of that stuff that I said before. They grind up politicians and put them in there. Daddy's over HP. I think there's nothing in it. What time is it? It's not election time yet. Great British Chef's Recipes. Brown sauce recipe. I'll read you the ingredients in a minute. Right, I've got it ready. This recipe is wild for how much sauce it's making. What are you on about? This one. It's a new bottle. Got to open it first. Get the fucking little plastic bit out. It's just not barbecue sauce at all. It's just not that. Why did that happen? It's just brown sauce. Like, there's not much to get excited about, chat. It's just brown sauce. There's no like it. Yep. I once saw a mate eat brown sauce on pancakes. What a legend. Classic British moment. Onion, ginger, bay leaf, star anise, cloves, chili, white pepper, salt, juniper berries, fennel seed, allspice, cooking apples, apricots, treacle, Worcestershire sauce, and water. That isn't what happened, Morrigan. You're misrepresenting the truth. What have I told you about false consciousness? Let's have a look at the Owen Jones video talking about the smears against Zach Polanski while I'm eating this. So I don't have to say out. Hey Donatello, what's up?
What's currently going on, and it exposes big questions about British democracy. There is a transparent smear campaign being waged by the British media and the political establishment, the Uni Party, if you will, against the Green Party and its leader, Zach Polanski. We'll talk about why that is, but let's go through. Let's start with Zach Polanski on Sky News, hosted by Trevor Phillips, who was best man at Peter Mandelson's wedding and who was previously suspended by Labour over Islamophobia before being readmitted to the party under Keir Starmer. We'll talk more about this, but let's just watch the clip.
The person who is conflating anti-Semitism and criticism of the Israeli government is Benjamin Netanyahu.
No. Let's not get onto that. I asked you about the feelings of the Jewish community in this country.
Of which I'm one of them.
Almost nothing to do with what you just started to go on to. And you seem still unsure whether you believe Jews in Britain are unsafe or whether you think actually it's not as bad as some people are making it out.
That's not what I said at all, and that's not what I said last week. I said there are people...
Lesbian households, how you doing?
And that's clearly true. There are also people who feel like the marches are hate marches. I'm saying as a Jewish person who marches with many Jewish people against the occupation in Palestine, when people say that makes them feel unsafe, that's a distortion of what the march is. As I repeat, as a Jewish person, I march with many Jewish people on those marches. Now, there are already laws to deal with.
But you're not all Jews. I'm just saying that currently the policy is...
But why is my Jewish identity being erased from this conversation?
No, I'm not erasing it.
So many people on those marches.
Don't try that one on me. My point is that currently the policy is that if somebody believes... that
everybody go follow Lesbian Hot Sauce. Thank you for the shout out, TGK. Legend.
...is a hate crime, whether they are...
Maybe Marshmallow, hello.
It is recorded as such by the police. It is regarded as such by the courts. What you are saying is because you don't think it's a hate crime, it shouldn't be.
If hate crimes are being committed on the marches, then those should be dealt with, and there's already laws for those. As I said, on those marches, I've not seen hate crimes, and I think it's an outrageous slur on many, many people who are marching for peace. The world is actually upside down.
And others who think it is. What's wrong with that?
Those are not hate marches.
It's in their minds.
Well, I think
thank you for the follow.
If seen evidence of them being hate marches, then I think, yes, that is a perception issue.
OK, so you then want to erase their belief that they are subject to hate. That's their perception is also their reality.
Well, I think we need to deal in evidence and data. So where there has been anti-Semitism, there's laws to deal with that, and that should be dealt with. If it's a general perception that they're hate marches, then that's the world upside down. These are peace marches that are marching to say, end the occupation.
Absolutely astonishing. First of all, there is the obvious overall burning contempt from Trevor Phillips. He would not speak to another party leader like this. This really is just a mask-off example of the British broadcast media not even pretending to be objective or politically neutral. And indeed, this is, as I've noted, Peter Mandelson's best friend. A few days before that, Zach Polanski had Ed Balls, the husband of the Foreign Secretary, a former Labour Cabinet Minister and Shadow Cabinet Minister, former Shadow Chancellor, at him. This is ridiculous. It is absurd. Anyone fair-minded and rational would look at this media landscape and conclude it is ridiculous. These are factional politicians, in a sense. I mean, Trevor Phillips formerly wanted to stand as a Labour candidate. He'd say, well, I'm not a politician now, I'm a broadcaster.
Another missile fired at an American ship in the Strait of Hormuz. Damn!
I'm not sure if he's still within the Labour Party, but in any case, he's aligned politically to a certain faction within the Labour Party, the New Labour faction. And
we're going to get humiliation for the US and Labour in the same night? Yo!
Obvious that his political views are informing, I'm understating here, how he approaches someone he clearly regards as a political opponent. Then there's the substance. Trevor Phillips, who is not Jewish, repeatedly mentions Zach Polanski, who is Jewish, about the Jewish community. To me, that came
Iran targeted USS destroyers? Hell yeah.
So Zach Polanski's Jewish identity was being erased. It was as though he's not Jewish, the way he was being spoken to. If a white person spoke to Trevor Phillips in the same terms, lecturing him about the black community in the same way, I would imagine he would be quite rightly affronted. If someone spoke to me about the gay community like that, I certainly would, to say the least. Now, when Zach Polanski asks, why is my Jewish identity being erased from this conversation? Trevor Phillips, obviously completely outraged, says, no, don't try that one on me. Sorry, I mean, he said, no, don't try that one on me. He snapped at him. Try what exactly? What was Zach Polanski trying there, Trevor? Can someone explain? He was speaking authentically. It wasn't a ruse. He was clearly speaking.
Drone attacks happening in Western Tehran. Is that right?
About his real sense, his belief.
Steve from Agenda Free TV is posting live updates on Twitter.
He wasn't pretending that he felt that.
I prefer Bonza Barry.
Felt that. Which, judging from social media, is exactly what other people independently took from that conversation as well. Now, if this was a politician who was Jewish but not left-wing, not pro-Palestinian, and they were spoken to like that by a TV interviewer when discussing their Jewish identity, that would be a national scandal. And there was every chance that the journalists in question would lose their job. Not here, though. One of the things that Trevor Phillips went for with Zach Polanski was when the Green Party leader said previously, I think this was a couple of weeks ago, there's a conversation to be had about whether it's a perception of unsafety or whether it's actual unsafety, but neither is acceptable. This quote has been completely misrepresented across the British media, but neither is acceptable is never quoted, by the way. I've gone through this over and over again. They keep removing that crucial part of the sentence. What Polanski was saying is that there were both actual threats to Jewish people, as the attack in Golders Green last week illustrated, and there were also perceptions of threats. And he said neither was acceptable. And by that, he was referring principally to the protests against...
No one's falling for it, LA Trash.
...be falsely smeared as anti-Semitic and a threat to Jewish people, despite thousands of Jewish...
The only people who are falling for this shit are people who have been waiting for an excuse to have a go at Polanski, either within the Green Party or without. That's all it is.
Protesters taking part. Every protest featuring Jewish speakers, and indeed the organisers of the protests, including Jewish people. What Trevor Phillips then does is abuse, in my view, to say the least, the Macpherson principle, which was introduced after the murder of Stephen Lawrence. That's where hate crimes are logged if an individual experiences an incident which they perceive to be a hate crime. It doesn't mean, you know, seeing that there's a protest in central London, You know, knowing a protest is happening in support of Palestinian rights and then claiming that's a hate march. That's not a hate incident towards you. Now, the show then had Melanie Phillips on the panel. I'll come on to Melanie Phillips' extreme opinions, which underlines just what is seen as politically acceptable and what is seen as politically outrageous in this country. Let's just listen to what she said here.
I think he is a menace to public safety, and his remarks to you were absolutely despicable. I counted at least 6 references to the fact that he was Jewish. He is using his Jewish ancestry as a shield to protect him from what he's doing. He himself is inciting hatred. Again, in his interview with you, he repeated the canard that the Israelis are committing genocide. Now, that is false. It is inciting hatred, because if people are committing genocide, you have to destroy them.
Ah, that's interesting, isn't it? That Melanie Phillips would just completely deny that Israelis committed a genocide. Isn't it? No, I don't give my cat things that are bad for it. You know? Imagine weaponizing the Jewish identity to do horrific things. That's crazy. That's crazy.
He also has not...
It is fair to say people are allowed to come on television and express that view if they believe it.
That's for people who run television to decide those parameters.
Well, certainly in this studio, people are allowed to say things that are lawful.
Well, fine.
Whatever you think about them.
Fine.
She says Zach Polanski is a menace to public safety, an unhinged, outrageous, baseless comment. She says he is using his Jewish ancestry as a shield to protect him from what he's doing. What does she mean? What does she mean, Jewish ancestry? He is Jewish. He's proudly Jewish. He changed his name years ago in order to embrace his Jewish identity. His family are all Jewish. What is happening here, and what will keep happening, is an attempt to strip Zach Polanski of his Jewish identity. When he was elected leader of the Green Party, I wondered to myself if they really would try and smear a Jewish left-wing leader as anti-Semitic. And they absolutely are. Part of that process is to try and strip him of his Jewish identity, to essentially treat him as though he's not really Jewish at all. That, in a sense, him being Jewish is actually just some sort of ruse, some sort of trick to protect himself from accusations of anti-Semitism. Now, her basis for accusing him of inciting hatred is that he accused Israel of genocide. As I keep saying, and I'll keep saying, it is the consensus of, well, lots of NGOs, obviously, specialists like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, a UN independent commission, but it's also the consensus of Jewish Israeli scholars of genocide and the Holocaust that Israel has committed genocide against the Palestinian people. Omar Bartov is Dean's Professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Brown University, and he said, "I've been teaching classes on genocide for a quarter of a century. I can recognise one when I see one." Amos Goldberg, Professor of Holocaust History at the Department of Jewish History and Contemporary Jewry at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Daniel Blattman, Head of the Institute for Contemporary Jewry at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Shmuel Liederman, Holocaust Studies at University of Haifa. I could go on. Jewish Israeli scholars who dedicate their lives to studying genocide, and indeed specifically the Holocaust, who know this subject inside out. They've concluded Israel has committed genocide. What expertise does Melanie Phillips have that they don't have? And she would have to accuse them of inciting hatred. What possible motive do these scholars have to arrive at such an outrageously false conclusion? Why would Jewish Israeli scholars, preeminent scholars on the Holocaust, why would they come to this outrageously false, hateful conclusion? What about the 4 in 10 Jewish Americans who believe, according to the polling, that Israel has committed genocide, rising to 50% among those under the age of 35? Are they inciting hatred? What Melanie Phillips is transparently doing is conflating the Israeli state with Jewish people. She says something really striking, by the way. She says, you'll have remembered, if you believe a people are committing a genocide, you have to destroy them. You don't, actually, Melanie. You don't. You don't respond to genocide by committing genocide unless you're morally depraved. You hold the perpetrators to justice. You hold them to account. You put them through the courts. You take action legally against the perpetrators. You de-radicalize.
Love Always Wins says, why the leaflets? Why tell them before an airstrike? Wait, what? What you want about, pal? Love Always Wins account made 2 days ago. I'm sure that this will be something that we've never heard before. I'm certain of it, chat. I'm certain that Love Always Wins, account created literally 2 days ago, I'm sure that they're going to have some massive revelations for us about the Israeli genocide of Palestinians, aren't they? I can't wait to hear it. Do you not know what leaflets are? Oh, look at that, chat. They're trying to be pedantic about the conversation. Yeah. This is it. This is going to be it, chat. This is going to be the argument that convinces me to actually be pro-genocide. I can hear it. I can feel it happening. I can feel it happening.
Radicalize people in a society which has become genocidal. We didn't commit genocide. And that is very revealing, because Melanie Phillips has called 7th of October attacks a genocidal attack. So what is she saying here? Is she saying that she believes you have to therefore destroy the Palestinian people? Is that what she's saying? If she says that the Palestinians have committed genocide, is she therefore saying that means you have to therefore conclude that you have to commit?
Surprisingly, I know that Owen is giving her a bit of rope here, do you know what I mean? But this is actually what Melanie Phillips thinks, and that's why she said it. She thinks that the October the 7th attacks in Israel was actually an attempt at genocide, and therefore Palestinians need to be destroyed. It's genuinely what she thinks. She is so completely fucking fascist. She's one of the worst fascists in the entire world. Melanie Phillips was quoted in Anders Breivik's manifesto as an inspiration.
Commit what, to destroy them? I'd love some answers. Let's just be clear about what we're dealing with here. Melanie Phillips wrote a column for the Jewish Chronicle with the headline, "If you support the Palestinian cause in any form, you're facilitating Jew hate." That sounds like satire. It sounds like someone pro-Palestinian mocking up a kind of satirical,
That's the kind of person she is.
On how pro-Israel cheerleaders construe everything critical of Israel or supportive of the Palestinian people as anti-Semitic. It's not satire. We are dealing with people who believe that solidarity with Palestinians, full stop, is anti-Semitic. This is someone who has written columns with headlines such as "Islamophobia is a fiction to shut down debate." And listen to this recent speech he gave.
The world has been made to believe that peace and justice in the Middle East hinge on the Palestinians getting a state of their own. Justice for the Palestinians has been deemed to be the issue that drives all before it. By apparently denying that happy outcome, the state of Israel has come to be perceived.
Hello, Hashim Javid. When will the result come? The results will be coming throughout the night. So throughout the night, someone had a good timetable of it before. Was it Morton? First results will be coming in around 12:15. And then there'll be some coming in at like 1:30, then some at 3:30. I'll be live for all of it.
Itself. This is the big lie that we are all up against. But the Jewish world has never identified this big lie as
She looks like the demon headmaster.
It has never
She is a demon.
told the truth. There is no such thing as Palestine. There is no such thing as the Palestinian people.
Wow, that's cool, isn't it? This person's name is Melanie Phillips. So, she's saying this at a pro-Israel thing, yeah? She's scum. Absolutely, yeah. It's horrific. It's genocidal rhetoric, yeah. It's named Palestine in the Bible. Yeah, but Melanie Phillips is a psychotic Zionist. She's one of the most horrible fascists in the UK, and she gets away with it because she's just like an old lady. You know what I mean? That's why she gets away with it. Like, she's just as, fucking reprehensible as Tommy Robinson and all that lot. But she like polites it up. She's got this polite air about her where she's like an old white... welcome in, Aidan Cooper. Welcome in, Ground Level News. Good to see you. Her Wikipedia is quite interesting, yeah. Hashim Javid says, whose supporter are here? Listen, this community is a mixture of communists, anarchists, left-wing progressive, people who engage in electoral politics. We're all rooting for the Greens and independence parties in Scotland and Wales. But of course, we're mostly just here to see Labour get humiliated. Yeah? So, that's the community you're in. Welcome in. That's what we're going to be. That's how we're going to be commenting on that stuff. Thank you for the follow. There you go. There you go.
The Jewish world has never told the rest of the world that the indigenous people of the land of so-called Palestine are the Jews, that the Jews are the only people who have any entitlement to any of this land, an entitlement based in law, in history and morality, and they are the only people who have an entitlement to all of it. The Jewish world has never said that.
There is no such thing as the Palestinian people. The Jews are the only people who have any entitlement to any of this land. And they are the only people who have an entitlement to all of it. We're talking there about the historic Palestinian mandate there. We're talking about that includes the West Bank. These are hideously extreme comments. And yet she is a Times newspaper columnist who gets to regularly go on television as a pundit. In this case, to denounce the only Jewish leader, party leader in the country as a menace to public safety and accuse him of whipping up hatred because he rightly says Israel is committing genocide. Now, the former trade union leader Mick Lynch was on the panel and responded to Melanie Phillips. Just look at how she behaves.
He's seeking to...
I went to make scrambled eggs and came back to Melanie Phillips. What a day. This is what the stream is going to be like. Hey, Beanie Gaby, how you doing? I'm here for Melp. I'm here for Mep. Oh. Yeah. Oh God, Lynch run. I mean, Lynch he's not that good either. He's desperate to hang on to the Labour project himself. You know what I mean? He's not perfect. He's a good guy. Talks about organising, Labour organising, shit like that. You know, but at the end of the day, he's desperate to hold on to Labour. It's a bit embarrassing, but yeah.
He can be an agent for peace, in my opinion. But he's not inciting any hatred against Jews. I've never seen him do that, and he didn't do that in his interview.
Peace? If you accuse people
because he believes in peace, and he believes that the Israeli state has committed mass murder in Gaza and is facilitating the murder of hundreds of people on the West Bank.
Look at the way she's trying to get in his fucking face. She's absolutely horrible. She's a horrible, nasty fucker. Hey, network, today I feel like an honorary Brit. Shit's crazy out there, yeah. Not gonna work. No, it's not gonna work with Lynch, but also, like, this way of, like, conducting herself when faced with just, like, this guy, he's just talking about it really, like, basic, like, in a really basic fashion. He's like, yeah, I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's just, like, talking about the fact that Israel's murdered loads of people in Palestine, and she's, like, getting in his face and being like, it's a lie. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, this is doing good. Keep doing it. Keep doing it.
I believe that's true as well.
But it's a lie.
It isn't a lie.
Extraordinary stuff. Is there any surprise?
Just keep doing it. This will work. This will work. It'll work. I'm convinced it'll work. It'll definitely work now when the entire, fucking genie is out of the bottle when it comes to Palestine. This will definitely work. It will work now. Especially now. Now that support for Israel is at an all-time low. Just keeping on saying anti-Semitism, 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 anti-Semitism. It'll definitely work. It'll work this time. Kinkara says, hello commies, centrist scum here. One of my big turn-offs by both the Greens and Reform is their populist stances. Heck, include Boris and Truss in that list. I've no doubt the Greens have the best intentions, but how do you address that populists have often failed to deliver? I address it like this. Suck out your dad. I'm shagging your dad. Labour's gonna fucking get destroyed and humiliated. I hope you cry by the end of the night. Lol, Lamau. Fuck yourself. Suck out your dad. I'm sucking out your dad. You can have a go after me. Yeah? That's what I say to that.
Given the presenter is Trevor Phillips. He has described British Muslims as a nation within a nation. He's made comments observing at how few have worn Remembrance Day poppies. If someone spoke...
When have populists delivered anything?
A nation within a nation, there would be absolute outrage. Here's what's currently happening. The Green Party membership has exploded in a very short space of time, from about 60,000 to 230,000 people in a few months. It's a highly decentralised and democratic party, and what's more, I'd note, people opposed to the trans rights movement hauled the Green Party through the courts over disciplinary action it's taken in that regard. Now, the media and Greens' political opponents are scouring through...
What does populism even mean? It's just a buzzword. It's literally just a buzzword used by centrists who are just like desperate to not let the liberal centre collapse because, you know, they're so invested in it. So they don't want to actually talk about the reality that when centrist neoliberal politics fail, all that's left is going back to the beginning and having a choice between socialism or barbarism. They just don't want to accept it. So they just say all the time, populist, populist, it's populist politics. It's just fucking nonsense shit. Absolute nonsense shit. Yeah, they throw around words like authoritarian, all this kind of stuff. Nonsense dog shit.
Of every Green Party...
Liberal bullshit, Frank.
In a way that's not happening.
Don't even address it.
Party membership with that level of scrutiny. Inevitably, they found a handful of people who said outrageous anti-Semitic things, and it's important to say that, and action obviously has to be taken against them. But that is then falsely extrapolated to portray the Green Party as a whole as anti-Semitic in a way that does not happen to, say, the Tories of Reform, who are infested with racist members and candidates and who are in parties which have policies to, for example, actually focus on kicking out foreigners, migrants, refugees, actually taking action.
10 minutes until exit polls, chat.
Minorities. Now, indeed, the polling has found, unsurprisingly, that the voters at the least anti-Semitic end are Green voters.
Hey, Joe, what's going on?
The prevalence of anti-Semitic views are Tory and Reform voters. There is nowhere near the same coverage when it comes to the racism of, say, Reform, a party whose signature issue is kicking foreigners out of the country, like the Reform leader of Staffordshire County Council, who said a black British lawyer should have fucked off back to Nigeria.
Hey, Gala, what's going on?
Narcissistic Pakistani.
We have exit polls for council? Surely we will. Is that not going to happen? Is that wrong? Is that not going to happen?
Only member of the Welsh Parliament who used an offensive Chinese racial slur, a Reform election agent who used a slur against black people.
No, that's why I banned that cunt, Ash, because it's like, what is even the point in having a chat with someone who calls himself a centrist? It's so embarrassing. Like, oh, I'm a centrist and I'm in a fucking left-wingers chat having a go at him. When have you ever been in any fucking reactionary streams? You know, if you're still here, when was the last time you went into a right-winger stream and said that same shtick? You didn't. You haven't. Yeah, I believe in fucking nothing. Why is your politics so shit? As I said, suck out your dad. Get in line. We're all sucking him out.
Agreed with Holocaust denial. And indeed, the leader of Reform...
Yo, nice, Joe.
...has allegations...
Great work, comrade.
34 former fellow students of extreme...
More organisers in the chat, let's go!
It's transparent what's happening. There is a deliberate attempt to portray a mass movement of progressive people who overwhelmingly have anti-racism at the very core of their political identity, and to find
look who's here, chat,
to portray the entire membership as racist in a way that would not be done if it was
he's there
who actually are infested with A, racist, and B, have racist policies. Now, amidst all of this, the Times newspaper published a cartoon featuring what the Green Party have rightly described as anti-Semitic, not least given it shows Zach Polanski with a visibly hooked nose, perhaps the classic example of anti-Semitic.
Yeah, what's wrong, centrist? Scared of having an opinion?
The Green Party say it is astonishing that amongst a rising climate of anti-Semitism in the UK, a national newspaper has chosen to publish a cartoon of the only Jewish political leader in the country, using tropes so clearly associated with anti-Semitic depictions.
Certainly that Pet the Melpo emote. Yeah, someone's got to do it.
Daily anti-Semitism, and in the past 6 weeks,
Melpo's going to read the exit polls. Yeah!
Anti-Semitic actions towards him. The words used by both politicians and the media this week, directing...
Is polling in the UK not indicating a popular mobilisation of neo-Nazis like the US with... a Tucker Carlson-like candidate? It's being astroturfed to us that is what's going on by the media. But the reality in the UK is that the majority of people are apathetic. So yeah, that's the actual reality. As a centrist, I actually think that anti-Semitic caricature is equally as bad when people draw Trump as an orange. That's the right kind of politics. That's the right kind of politics that we want, chat. Surgical, briefcase, wanker politics. I go for 10 minutes to get a bit of scran and make a cuppa and I miss a centrist weirdo. Yeah, it was good. It was good stuff. Politics is when you ask for nothing and get nothing. I can't stop. I don't have money on for Pakistan. I just want to see if the Greens did good. Don't worry about it, Hashim. It's all good. You don't have to pay in order to be here. Any and all contributions are welcome. If you want to support the stream, follow, press all the, all the buttons. Go to my socials. Go follow everything. Go to my YouTube channels. Go to my clip channel. Go to my VOD channel. Yada, yada, yada. All of that business. Don't worry. Any and all contributions are welcome. £2, £1, £3, free subscription, retweet on the post, on the Go Live post as well. You can do that via the promo command. So, no bad feelings here. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Crescent Moon and Star says lots of activity in Iran. Yeah, I'm going to have a look at a Bonza Barry thread while I'm just finishing my dessert.
Back in the wake of a violent attack on his community are deeply irresponsible. In the same newspaper, Janice Turner,
hello, Lady B,
wrote a column headlined, be very afraid of disingenuous Zach Polanski. Just to be clear, this is important, actually, to set this out at the beginning. Janice Turner's not Jewish. Zach Polanski is Jewish. She writes, Zach Polanski knows what he's doing. 2 Jewish men are stabbed in London's most famous Jewish neighbourhood, and on X, he's thinking of the victims and everyone who, once again, will be shaken by this attack. No clue from Zach who this everyone might be. Instead, he delivers the minimum sympathies decency requires, boilerplate pieties that swerve the J word.
This is normal. This is normal stuff. This is really normal. This is really normal stuff.
Jew cannot be uttered in the context of suffering or religious violence.
What do you mean?
Even after the Manchester synagogue attack and arson of the Hatzola ambulances, Polanski airily asked whether the Jewish community faced a perception of unsafety or actual unsafety. Rather for Polanski,
mental.
Jew, in scare quotes, is his political shield. How can the Greens be riddled with anti-Semites, he asked.
And this all says just a chat from Hassan stream over here because they want him to cover the election results right now.
Him.
I appreciate the effort.
Again, she's misquoting what he said.
2 minutes till polls close.
Just completely outrageous behaviour. She doesn't quote in full what he said because that would fatally undermine her argument. In any case, if I wrote about a Jewish politician, Jew, in scare quotes, is his political shield, there'd be a national scandal.
Yeah.
And I would likely be fired.
Yeah.
I condemned this, and J.K. Rowling intervened. Bit of context, Zach Polanski is a gay man who supports trans rights. Janice Turner and J.K. Rowling are obsessively opposed to the trans rights movement. In the case of J.K. Rowling, it seems to have taken over her life. She tweeted, the man who spent years... She's talking about me.
No, thanks for checking anyway, LHS.
Denouncing the awful, diabolical column written by Janice Turner. The man who spent years talking over and attacking women for defending their rights has now decided that you must belong to a protected group to express an opinion on the threats facing it. I did not say that. Completely misrepresented the objection, as you'd expect. In this case, she's got a massive grudge against me because I support trans rights. I want trans rights to be accepted. I want trans people to be accepted for who they are, but whatever. You can have differing views on the very real threat facing Jewish people in Britain, whether you're Jewish or not, whatever. That's not...
She saw herself reflected in the post chat. That's what happened there.
Real threat, very alarming threat facing Jewish people in this country. I'm not...
What do you want me to look for again, chat? Oh my God, network! Come on, chat. Thank you very much, Network, for the £1312.
Good luck on the marathon stream. Thanks for your work, djmuel Melp.
Thank you for 1312 for the dono. Really appreciate that. Aaron's all welcome in. Hope the green comes through today. Yeah, we'll see. It's not going to be... I don't know if it's going to be a green wave. I think that we should be measured in terms of our expectations. There is probably going to be significant gains from reform. There's also going to be, independent councils that are taking over. Independent councillors taking over councils from Labour, which is also going to be good because mostly independent councillors are left-wing, progressive in some respects anyway. But yeah, I think it's got to be genuinely a bit of a measured. We are going to see Labour get humiliated, and that's the most important thing, right? We're going to see Labour canvassers crying on camera. Yeah. It's going to be funny as fuck. We're going to see the most insane cope from Labour politicians. There's just going to be some mad cope. Just like that my friend in Britain voted green. Let's go! Hell yeah. You know it.
The objection here is...
polls are closed, chap. Polls are closed. So let's keep an eye out for exit poll expectations and shit like that. Hell yeah. We did cover earlier that they briefed activists not to cry on camera. However, I think I might bring that up again. Just in case anyone missed it before. Let's have a little listen to this report from, what's his name? Gary Gibbon? Love this guy's name. Let's see what he said earlier yesterday.
The message from people around him is he won't be resigning after these results, and he won't be accepting a timetable for a resignation that might be prevented.
Mushy with the 20 squid, let's go! Thank you so much for subbing on Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Chat, we're at £200 after the first fucking month, or the first week of the month. Let's go! Thank you for the support. Appreciate you, chat. Nice one. Thank you, Mushy. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream.
And he won't be accepting a timetable for a resignation that might be prevented to him. I hear
the amount of tempered glass
as part of the choreography around tomorrow night are telling any activists who go to the counts where there are cameras, don't go talking to those cameras, and please, please don't cry on camera. This is
Please, please, don't cry on camera.
The recipe for an uprising. Will there be an uprising? At the moment, Labour MPs, backbenchers, seem to be saying, well, you ministers tell him to lift up the revolver, whereas you can find quite a few ministers saying, well, it's up to the backbenchers. So don't rule out stalemate. The message from...
All right. Okay. Yeah, let's keep an eye out.
With that level of contempt for someone's Jewish identity. That's what I'm objecting to. It's nauseating. I would never dream of speaking in those terms about someone's Jewish identity, whatever their opinions are. As for J.K. Rowling, her concern for women appears to stop when it comes to Palestinian women being slaughtered, tortured, abused, displaced, reduced to an apocalyptic nightmare at the hands of the Israeli state, of which she has said literally nothing since the genocide began. Now, Janice Turner then attacks the Green Party for releasing a video about Gaza a day after the attack. She writes, too soon, given marches in Gaza's name were allowed to incubate the hatred that led us to Golders Green? Nope, press on. There's plausible deniability. Because don't liberal Jews always say Israel's crimes have nothing to do with them? So where's the problem? Scared families, kids who daren't wear their Jewish school blazers, kosher businesses shuttered, synagogues under armed guard, yada yada. What's that compared to with, in scare quotes, genocide? So much to unpack here. It's an outrageous smear.
That's insane, dude.
Against Israel's genocide to claim they had anything to do with the attack in Golders Green.
Completely mental.
The number of people charged with religious or racially aggravated
Owen isn't Jewish.
At the protests, which so many hundreds of thousands of people have attended, despite every slogan and placard being poured over and scrutinised more than any...
But Owen has spoken to more, like, Jewish people, like, than most, like, outlets, right? If we're talking about Jewish people who also don't happen to be Zionists, right? Not trying to erase Zionist Jewish identity because they are, they are Jewish, right? There's Jewish Zionists. This is not just something that does exist, right? I've got them in my family, my step family, but, all the same, my family. And, but he has spoken to Rabbi Herschel Gluck, and he is a huge voice in the Jewish community in North London. He's literally the president of the Shomrim, which is the Jewish security force. My local synagogue has a Green Party poster in the window. Not surprised. Because it's just complete bollocks. Total bollocks. That the Green Party is a fucking outwardly like anti-Semitic party. It's nonsense. You know what I mean?
Protest movement in history. It's a handful. It's a handful of people. Now, the Green Party had a pre-recorded video about Gaza. Why would they...
What does the security force do? They, essentially serve... It's a private security force for the Jewish community, basically.
Unless they were going to accept the false conflation of Israel and its crimes with Jewish people, a conflation which is driving anti-Semitism. Now, what does she mean, plausible deniability? Obviously, it's true, Israel's crimes have nothing to do with Jewish people. That's what the Green Party and Zach Polanski believe. It's not a ruse... It's what they think.
Yeah, it is very funny that what they're reaching for is that this is some kind of a trick. This is some kind of a, some kind of a master plan to be like, oh no, they don't actually believe that. Like, sure, dude, yeah, whatever you want. What are you on about?
They didn't. Why does she think they released this video? Why do you think? Sorry, I mean, a video they were going to release. Full stop. She counterposes the threats facing Jewish Britons with what's that compared with?
Yeah, exactly where it was.
Genocide. Genocide put in scare quotes. It's just utterly vile on everything.
It's just generally for the Jewish community, lesbian hot sauce.
Just got so much contempt for these people. So much contempt. They are so awful. They're bad people, in my view. She also writes, as seen in the Gorton-Denton by-election, the Greens are unashamedly pitching for sectarian Muslim vote. Bollocks. No evidence.
Sectarian Muslim vote. Now, chat, as I said at the end of the, at the end of the stream yesterday, when I addressed that chatter who was saying, about like the conservative Muslim vote and stuff like that, like the Muslim population in this country is so small, right? It's tiny. And thinking that they have like an overwhelming, hold on the vote or the result in any kind of election, like, by like appealing to the Muslim vote is going to make you have some kind of a massive advantage in the broader scheme of things. It's just like, it's nonsense. It's completely out of touch with reality, right? I heard a lot of non-Jews in the States that a Muslim could attract Jewish voters in New York. My response was always, because most Jewish New Yorkers rent... Oh, yeah, about Mamdani. Yeah. Oh, aghast that a Muslim could attract Jewish voters in New York. Yeah, wow, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's almost like Jewish people have material conditions. That's so weird. Hashim Javed says, where I'm from, I don't have Holocaust guilt. Maybe that's because I don't understand... that how when a Jew is hurt, then there could be so much fuss and nothing when someone else is the victim. Okay, I mean, you're going to be having a look at this from outside, right, of the UK and shit like that, right? And it is important to remember that the reason that they are weaponizing this stuff, it's nothing to do with the fact that these people are Jewish. That's a lucky incident for the mainstream media, right? The mainstream media wants an excuse to crack down on pro-Palestine protests. They want an excuse, to stop the Palestine solidarity movement, to stop general opposition to Labour, and of course they're choosing this as the moment in order to increase state suppression against people who rebel against the ruling party, which is the Labour Party, right? So I am telling you with absolute 1000% certainty, it is nothing to do with Holocaust guilt here in the United Kingdom. And if the state of Israel did not exist, this would not be an issue for the ruling class. They wouldn't even cover it. They won't touch it with a barge pole. They don't care about Jewish people's safety. It is just an excuse to crack down on anti-Israel sentiment. That's all it is.
It's that the Greens oppose Israel's genocide, which they do for authentic principled reasons. If there wasn't a single Muslim voter in the country, they would still think that and argue that. In any case, why in a democracy is it an affront to listen to what voters think? Does she say this when candidates tailor messages for Jewish voters in the constituency of Finchley and Golders Green? Would she say that's the Jewish sectarian vote? I think if someone said that, they'd be accused of anti-Semitism.
Yep. Yeah, they would.
Just factually speaking. I could go on. Labour Cabinet Minister Steve Reid, writing in the Daily Mail, a column headlined, "The vile racist I witnessed in Corbyn's Labour and now in the Greens. Polanski has to get a grip." In the Daily Mail, a racist cesspit of a newspaper which has literally targeted every minority in this country, including Jews when the Nazis were in power. And by the way, Steve Reid had to apologise after he used a anti-Semitic trope of a Jewish puppet master.
But you just can't write it, chat. You just can't write it. Mental stuff.
In terms of a donor for the Conservatives. Now, indeed, every political leader in the country has been gunning for the Greens in the last few days. That is Labour, Tory, Lib Dem and Reform. Keir Starmer says...
Yes, Hunter Biden's bathroom says, to some extent it's because most people's idea of a Jewish person in the West is a white Jewish person. No one ever seems to talk about the Roma with regards to the Holocaust. And no one talks about the queers either. And no one talks about the communists, right? Do you know what I mean? And of course, Jewish people were absolutely murdered en masse. You know, that's not something that's being disputed here. But the victims of the Holocaust were, a wide amount of people. Jews definitely got the hardest element of it in terms of that. But like that, that's one thing. But then on top of that, it's as you say, no one talks about the Ethiopian Jewish women sterilized by Israel. And it's because there has been a concerted effort, right? Yes, the disabled people as well. Disabled people, absolutely. Disabled people. Even me fucking forgetting that. Do you know what I mean? This is how much disabled people are left out of the conversation when it comes to that shit. The eugenics program and all that kind of business. So there's that part of it. But then, because of Israel and the Israeli lobby, there has been a concerted effort amongst the British UK establishment and the media and shit like that to just paint Jewish people as a white religion, right? It's a white religion. That's it. It's a white religion. As soon as people start to bring it, this is why whenever you would say things in the past like, hey man, I heard about this mad stuff that's going on in Palestine. Like, I've heard that Israel isn't really Israel and it's Palestine and all this, what's going on there? Like, my stepdad would say things to me. It's like, oh, you don't know how many Arab Jews we've saved. You don't know how many Arab Jews we saved. And because you don't know about like the existence of brown Jews, all of a sudden it's like a thought terminating phrase, and you're just like, oh shit, I didn't know about that, and that you just shut down. But then obviously the way that Ethiopian Jews were treated and sterilized without then against their will in so-called Israel, this is a thing that just does not actually get to the mainstream. Mad stuff.
He's not fit, Zach Polanski, to...
Melpert's going hard. He's going sicko mode.
The most hated prime minister in history.
Yes, Iranian Jews killed by Israeli synagogue bombings. Correct.
The paedophile the close friend of a paedophile.
And you're right, the entire reason we have the term Asperger's syndrome was to distinguish the autistic people they wanted to kill and the autistic people they could contribute to the Nazi state. Yes, there you go. Thank you, TTK.
As the ambassador to the United States, who waged war on disabled people and pensioners, and who is armed a genocide. The truth is, Zach Polanski and the Greens are being targeted because the media and political elite are scared. They thought the left had been buried in this country forever. Their view is acceptable political universe.
This is the key bit.
Centrist to the hard right. They want political discourse to be about kicking out migrants and cutting taxes on rich people. They are also scared about the fact that British public opinion is repulsed by the genocide that Israel has and is committing against the Palestinian people. And politicians and commentators fear being held to account for their role in that genocide. And the defence they're deploying is to turn the world on its
No, I know that I'm this old. Yeah.
Opponents to that genocide as the real dangerous, hateful extremists. And now they see a pro-Palestinian Jewish left-wing leader soaring in the polls, and they are outraged and scared by it. How dare you people come back? We killed you off, didn't you get the message? This is a smear campaign.
Oh, cat! Oh, two cats on stream!
Which is shitting itself.
Oh!
And the best way to deal with that smear campaign
Oh my god! Melpo!
Hold your ground. Indeed, a final point. Trump's former chief strategist, Steve Bannon, spoke of flooding the zone with shit as a strategy. That is, drown out your opponent's message with lies and
It's pals!
That's what they're trying to do to a Green Party.
Hey, Nuclear Slayer.
To take on the rich elite and redistribute wealth and power in favour of working people. That message of hope has to burn ever brighter. Please like and subscribe. Leave your thoughts in your comments. Help us challenge this
Banker with the tier 1 for 7 months.
I believe that we will win djmuel raid.
I believe that we will win. Correct. Melpo's going this hard right now because I let him sleep under my covers today. I thought to get prepared for the all-night election stream, I need to give Melpert some things that he likes. He's allowed to sleep under the covers, and I'll have a quick play with him before the stream as well, and he's proper buzzing about it. You know? Hey, Val, was at my tenants union meeting, went to the pub with some members after. Let's go! Organising chatters. Lady B says, who are we watching? Is this Zach Polanski? No, this is Owen Jones. He's a journalist. He's an independent journalist. He does bits and pieces for other papers, but yeah, he's mostly doing independent stuff now. All right, chat. I found some information about the results. Let's take a look at this. Article from The Independent, when things are happening. Local elections 2026, what time will results be announced? Is there an exit poll? Yada, yada, yada. Voters will go to... Oh, my God. Let me just... Oh, chat. Let me just make sure that I... Oh... Cool. I don't get the hard on for Zach Polanski, to be fair. He's left-wing and the right hates that. Yeah, no, it's as simple as that. He's got good progressive policies, and it's not even just him. It's the Green Party in general. He's just good at communicating the Greens' policies, which is something that the Greens have been terrible at for a long time. They've been pro-trade union, pro-tenant, anti-racist for such a long time. You know, and recently they've obviously gone extremely hard on Palestine, like, you know, being pro-Palestine. Let me just renew my subscription to the fucking independent chat. Just give me a little minute. Or just log in, I don't know. I'm just logging in. Alright, okay, let's take a little look at this. Oh, why does it keep happening, chat? What the fuck? Voters will go to polling stations on May the 7th in the biggest test of the ballot box for political parties since Labour won the general election in July 2024. Almost 25,000 candidates are fighting to be elected, more than 5,000 seats and 136 councils across England, with Reform UK fielding around 48,000, less than 100 fewer than Labour and some 50 more for the Conservatives. The Greens have almost 4,500 candidates, yo! With the Lib Dems only just under 4,000. What else we got? When are the results declared? So, oh my goodness. Search in table. Fucking hell. Right, Basildon will be 3 a.m. So we got, oh my god, there's so many pages. How do you get to the next? Oh, this is like an interactive thing. Oh, that's so... Okay, so some results will be coming in at 3 a.m. Some will be coming in tomorrow. Or earlier today. I don't know. Let's have a look at this. See if anything else happens. Local elections are taking place all over here. 136 local authorities in England holding elections on May the 7th. Other reach to find more. Well, that's an interactive map that we're not having a look at. Contest for mayoral elections in Croydon, Hackney, Lewisham, Newham and Tower Hamlets in London and Watford in Hertfordshire. Polling stations are between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. The polls are now closed, with the first results expected within a few hours, and then the final one on the evening of Saturday, May the 9th. So obviously we'll cover that on Monday. But I will be up till 7 a.m. this morning trying to get as many results as possible. All the mayoral elections are counting Friday, May the 8th, with Hackney and Newham expected to declare at 1 p.m, Watford at 2 p.m, Lewisham at 3 p.m, Croydon at 4, Tower Hamlets around 6 p.m. Will there be exit polls? No authoritative pollster has announced it's conducting an exit poll for this set of elections, but most have released polls based on national voting intention ahead of the event. That's ahead of the event. The Independent has rounded them up there. Welsh Parliament results estimate declaration times. So, I don't know if this is like today. Not entirely sure, or tomorrow. But these are like estimate declaration times. So we don't know if there's gonna be news on the ground or whatever. But most of the Welsh and Scottish stuff seems to be tomorrow, so we're probably gonna miss that, which sucks. Tomorrow's the count. There you go. But we are gonna get some council election results in the night. So that's the purpose of this stream. Yes. So I can't have a look at these interactive maps because there's something wrong with my browser. But let's take a look and see if we have had any movement on any of the main news channels or whatever. See if any coverage has started. Election night with Lewis Goodall is on LBC. We could pull that up. Thank you for the follow.
Believe what is he willing to actually stand for? And then the third thing is, I do think things like Ollie Robbins, the freebies, have also started to damage his character because people say, well, again,
Palestine on the ballot in Birmingham. Hang on a sec. We'll have this as the background noise. ITV News, election night begins. Watch Thursday's ITV News at 10. Okay, this could be good. That could be good. Millions go to the polls. Sky News has got a live thing on the go.
Looking at the wider northwest picture, this could be one of a number of councils that slips from being into Labour hands into no overall control. If that happens, it suggests that support is draining away from Labour in one of its key heartlands, but counting is underway. It's still early in the night and it's very much all to play for.
Yes!
Alex, John, obviously plenty more from both of you overnight. And a reminder at this point that our special programme does start at midnight, and that is with Jonathan Samuels and our Deputy Political Editor, Sam.
Right, we got Beth Rigby here.
As well, who will feed
horrific centrist apologist.
In the meantime, lots of reaction from some
Iran update from Bonza Barry. Thank you very much, Crescent Moon and Star. Let's have a look at this. While all this is going on, chat, there have been a bunch of things going on in Iran and in the Swana region. This is Bonza Barry, one of the most reliable sources for stuff going on in Iran with regards to the war, the US aggression and shit like that. Spokesperson of the central headquarters of Khatam al-Khanbiyah is the aggressive terrorist and bandit American army violated the ceasefire by targeting an Iranian oil tanker ship moving from Iranian coastal waters in the Jas region towards the Strait of Hormuz, as well as another ship entering the Strait of Hormuz opposite the port of Fujairah in the UAE. At the same time, they carried out aerial attacks on civilian areas in cooperation with some regional countries on the coasts of Bandar Khamir, Sirik, and Qashm Island. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran immediately retaliated by attacking American military vessels in the eastern Strait of Hormuz, the south of Bandar Khamir, or Chabahar, inflicting significant damage on them. The criminal and aggressive America and its supporting countries must know the Islamic Republic of Iran, as in the past, powerfully and without the slightest doubt, will deliver a crushing response to any aggression and invasion. So there you go. That's what's going on. American destroyers in the Gulf of Oman are still under attack. That's 15 minutes ago. Mehran news agency, an explosion has occurred in the city of Bandar. So they have attacked Iran, and Iran are now going to be responding. U.S. official claims the strikes were in response to the attack on Fujairah earlier this week, even though Trump didn't even consider it a violation. Fox News correspondent, U.S. military just carried out strikes on Iran's Qeshm port and Bandar Abbas. But this is not a restarting of the war. Nonsense. I think it's a bit late for that. A senior Iranian military official also told IRIB they struck an American ship that was attacking an Iranian tanker in the Strait. So that is what has happened. Okay. So there you go. There's the update on Iran. Let's head back to that. Thank you for that, Crescent Moon and Star.
Yes. Right. So I was also quite struck by that. And so I asked her if I could go and do an interview on the campaign trail.
Should we listen to it?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, God, here it is.
Yo, Val with the £3. Let's go. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Nice one. Oh, it's Lucy Powell, my fucking MP.
And he's been the first to admit where he has made mistakes, whether it was the appointment of Peter Mandelson, whether it was around the winter fuel payments, you know, that's still an issue sometimes.
Lies, depraved, bullshit.
As well.
Do you think he is the right leader to lead this change agenda?
Yes, yeah, and he is our leader, and he is leading, and he's leading around the world as well.
What?
Okay. She then went on, and I the next bit of that interview, I go, will he be the right leader regardless of these election results? And then she said yes. And I was really struck by this because I literally asked her the same question that you had asked her, and I got a very different answer, which was she rode in behind the Prime Minister. And the reason I think that was significant was what it told me, and I'd be interested in what you think about
delusional shit, man.
That Lucy Powell is a real kind of kingmaker, a real figure of the soft left of Labour. She's
oh no, she isn't. Not anymore, man.
Party. What that signalled to me was that wing might not be ready to go over.
Yo, Nellis, thank you so much for the 5 months with Prime. Vote for Plaid
Cymru today in Wales. No reform, please not.
Let's go! Great work, comrade.
This might not be the moment where a challenge comes for Keir Starmer, because Lucy Powell is signalling there that she, for one, does not want to unseat him at this moment. I mean, that's what I don't know what you took from that.
Absolutely, and I think that's absolutely right. I mean, you know, every Labour MP I speak to on that wing of the party.
Colin Starmer soft left is detached from reality. Yeah, what's new?
A significant increase in support for Andy Burnham, even over the last couple of weeks.
Absolutely.
They are prepared to keep the Prime Minister in place, to keep the Prime Minister in place, to find a route for Burnham back into the party.
Half right, he is soft. That's true.
As long as Keir Starmer remains
soft sack of shite
Prime Minister and stay in that role, he's going to block Andy Burnham from returning to Parliament.
Do you mind if we all hold our thoughts? Fascinating as they are, a lot is happening with Iran, actually. So the news is Iran has accused the United States of violating the ceasefire.
Look at this dog shit coverage. Fuck off. We're going to LBC. Oh, we're going to ITV. We're going to ITV. Let's have a look at what ITV is saying. Oh, yes, mate. Already some absolutely insane football shit. Let's go.
Prospect of another European final for the fans is like unearthing long-buried treasure.
They're just talking about fucking football, man.
Years ago, led by the indomitable Brian Clough, Forest won first of 2 trophies in 2.
Pal, I'm not arsed. I literally have sex with men. I couldn't even begin to tell you how not arsed I am. Oh, is this finished? Election night live with Lewis Goodall. Oh my God, he's got Moose Haunted. David, what's his face on? Let's go. Oh my God.
Developing policy, it isn't just about Nigel. Part of my job is to broaden the top team of the party, and you can see that happening across the board.
Dr. Bull, you said this is up to Nigel. I mean, you are here tonight as the reform. What do you think?
What do I think?
Yeah.
Well, I'm very happy that he hasn't broken the law, that everything he's done has been above the board, and we don't believe there's a case to answer.
Do you think it would have been...
Yeah, so this guy, chat, right, just so everyone is clear, oh my God, all of the fucking YouTube tabs are absolutely fucking me up, chat. Just give me a hot minute. I'm going to have to close some of this shit down. We're not going to get to some of this shit anyway. It doesn't matter. I might close this down as well because I'm not sure how much this is using up my encoding, but I'll come back to it in a bit. Let me just get rid of that. Get rid of that brown sauce recipe. Okay, so this guy, chat, that was chatting on just a second ago, right? Do you know what? I actually might get rid of this live coverage because it's just so unnecessary. Yeah, this guy here, the reason that this guy is famous in the UK is basically because he was on a program called Most Haunted, right? Most Haunted, back in the day, one of the best TV shows in the history of Britain, quality stuff, just a lot of people running around in the dark, getting dead scared, a lot of the time at nothing, but some of the time, some very interesting paranormal shit going on. Yes, I am one of those guys. But yeah, that's what this guy is known for. And now he is the chief. He is the chief of Reform, the Reform Party.
Why don't we talk about actually the great candidates, the 5,000 that we are actually putting up?
Well, you want to talk about all 5,000? I'm asking you about Aaron Banks.
But the media is obsessed with our candidates to a degree that they're not obsessed with the other parties. Let's look at the number of Tory candidates that have been thrown out. Let's talk about the Green Party. 2 Green Party candidates arrested, 30 accused of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, no one's talking about that.
Candidate. He's been a long-time ally and financial supporter of Nigel Farage and the different parties that he's had, and he posted Welsh lad ? Over a video of a black Welsh man, which seemed to imply that he could not be Welsh because he.
This did happen.
Ask him what he meant by that.
Well, I'm telling you what he said. What do you think? Do you think that that's? Would you ask him to apologise?
This is not about supposition. I would take him aside and I would have a conversation, and if I decide that then he has overstepped the boundaries, then he would be sanctioned.
He said his comments were a joke.
Again, I can't be drawn because I haven't seen this.
Well, he said it was a joke. I mean,
why don't we talk about the local elections? Why don't we actually talk?
Isn't it funny that when reform representatives are on, any kind of interview appearance, they are just constantly deny, deflect, deflect, and no one ever brings it up. No one ever talks about it. The only person who's talking about it is fucking Lewis Goodall on LBC. Yeah, and it's mad. He's pretty good, Lewis. He's not terrible, but,
Why people would find that very offensive.
I haven't heard that before, so you're the only one that seems obsessed by it.
No, but just to answer the question, it's not hypothetical. It's been put on X. Is it acceptable?
No.
No, well, that's what we were asking you.
If that is what he actually meant by, of course it's not acceptable.
Right. So should Aaron Banks be playing a role in the party then anymore?
Well, Aaron Banks is not involved with the operation of this party, and if I see that, and I will then investigate that from here.
In terms of what happens now, Wales
big caveat there.
Coalitions?
Yeah, Wales is really interesting. At the last election, we polled 1%. We're now polling at 31%. I think Luke will bear me out on that.
Well, it's an amazing turnaround.
It is an amazing turnaround.
And particularly in Scotland.
But I have spent, as part of my tour, I have made sure I've been in Wales and Scotland a great deal, underpinning the enormity and the importance of the United Kingdom. Wales has huge problems with poverty and deprivation, and the idea that you're a nation of sanctuary has landed incredibly poorly. This is by Cymru. Has landed incredibly badly with the Welsh people. Now, we're in it to win it in Wales.
One last thing.
Nonsense.
I mean, there's already talk, David, tonight about Andy Burnham and the Prime Minister's future. Let's imagine Andy Burnham goes into Parliament. Would you find him a more difficult opponent?
I think he's more charismatic. I think he probably has a better belief ideology and structure. Keir Starmer has no belief structure. I think he's rudderless. I think he lacks personality, and that's what people are saying.
You'd fear Burnham by comparison.
That's not what I said.
No, I'm asking you, would you fear him by comparison?
But I'm concentrating on what we're doing, and we're doing incredibly well.
Yeah, see, Lewis is absolutely desperate, man. He is absolutely fucking desperate. Aaron Zer, a new chatter who has just subscribed for 3 months in advance at Tier 1. Let's fucking go. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. Hell yeah, let's go. Thank you very much for the support. Appreciate you. Lewis Goodall is desperate for the soft left revitalisation of Labour. This is something that isn't going to happen. Labour had one last chance to prove to the country that a difference between them and the Tories was worth it. They, in fact, became worse than the Tories, and they fucked it. There is not going to be a revival of Labour. And even if there is an attempt to do that, Keir Starmer has built the fucking party around complete submission to himself. That's what he did. That's what him, Mandelson, and McSweeney did. And what's more, the evidence is growing more and more and more by the week, by the month, that they were influenced to do this by Jeffrey Epstein and therefore Israel. So Israel sat there and were like, we cannot accept a pro-Palestinian prime minister of the UK. So you've got to get in there and destroy the fucking Labour Party. And they did it, didn't they? And now, look at this. We have the most completely pliant prime minister to Israel that we've had in a long time. He is possibly the most pliant prime minister to Israel that we have. You know? Completely attacking freedom to protest, completely subverting the court, like perverting the courts of justice, you know, state repression, you know, fucking absolutely corrupt trials. He is literally the most pro-Israel prime minister we've ever had. And because of that, Labour's done. Labour's over.
England, more
smart stuff, smart moves.
Seats are up for grabs across 136 councils. Votes for the Scottish and Welsh parliaments won't be counted until tomorrow morning. World health officials say a hantavirus outbreak on board a cruise ship is not...
Okay, they're just doing a roundup of the news. Let's take a look at this. They are also doing a roundup of the news or the weather on Sky News. Okay, it looks like that's what we've got. This hasn't started just yet. Novara Media are also doing a bit of coverage. I think Helena's doing that, which is going to be funny as fuck. Let's take a look and see who's hosting this, because I might sacrifice one of these. Oh, video is private. That's unfortunate, but never mind. I think maybe that might have stopped. Okay. All right, can you watch the BBC live? I could do whatever the chatters want, really. Rural Mississippi got slammed by tornadoes last night? Shit, what the fuck? Yeah, BBC doesn't appear to do a live stream on YouTube, so... Or is that just BBC, not BBC News? BBC News could be doing it. Yeah, if they're not doing a live on YouTube, I'm not going to be able to cover it because I can't restream iPlayer content. There's definitely no fucking way I can do that. But yeah, let's see if there's anything worth listening to here.
25 terms and conditions apply.
Oh my god, it's literally just fucking adverts. All right, chat. Okay, all right. While we wait for some results, who would like to see my Tomodachi Life Island? All right, I'll do this Dr. Maggot thing. You keep talking about this guess the party, yeah? Guess the party.co.uk. Oh, this election coverage is back on anyway. Oh, right. It's one of these. I'll do this quickly. It keeps doing the fucking holy moly thing. What the fuck is happening, man? How do I stop that from happening? Oh, okay, there you go. That's how you stop it. And now it should just work when I do this. Yeah. Okay, alright. Right, that's that. I want to see how you did and what your reasoning really was. Alright, well, we'll spend a bit of time on this. UE6969696969, thank you for the blue fella. We'll do this and then we'll have a look at normal island, yeah? Right, okay. What is my reasoning for this? I actually just don't have a reason. This guy could literally be in any party, but I do not think he's in the Greens. He looks like he's a bit posh. Maybe. I'm going to go for Lib Dem. He's Labour, okay. Let's have a look at this. She's got a jumper on. She looks about 50. You think that she's reform? I don't think that she's reform. I think she could be a Labour candidate. Yes. This guy has got a hoodie on. He is either Green or Reform. I think he looks more Reform. He's a Lib Dem. This guy is absolutely Reform, without a shadow of a doubt. Oh, he's Conservative. Same difference. Who cares? This guy is Labour or Lib Dem. He just looks like one of them. Labour. Labour or Lib Dem. Yeah. That's Reform or Labour. It's Reform. Oh, this is any of the three main parties. Labour, Conservative, Lib Dem. I literally can't choose. Conservative. Labour. There you go. That's a Green. Oh, he's Lib Dem. Shit. This guy... Oh, mate. Hard to know, man. Labour? Green. This guy's Green. Labour, Conservative, Lib Dem, Green, Reform. This could be literally... This could literally be any of them. I'm going Green, Lib Dem. Okay. I think she's a Lib Dem. Yep. I think I recognize her. That guy could also be a Lib Dem. Lots of gingers in the Lib Dems. This is an issue. This is a Lib Dem issue. You know what I mean? Oh, he's Reform! That's Labour. Okay, Conservative. Same difference. 1 or 2 right so far. I've literally just got like 1, 2, 3. This guy's either Green or Lib Dem. Reform, what the fuck? That's crazy, dude. It's because he was outside near some grass. I was like, it can't be a Reform candidate. There's just no way. I think she's Conservative. Yeah, I recognize her. I think she is... Yep. I think she might be a Lib Dem. Or could be Green. She's Green. Yeah. She's a Green Party. Yeah. Young person, straight away, without a shadow of a doubt. It could be Green, could be Reform, man, actually. Conservative, that's crazy. Well, Conservative, Reform, same thing. This guy's Labour or Conservative. He's Reform, okay. Green Party. Yep. Gotta be Green. Yep. Younger person. He's looking young. He could be Green. He could be Lib Dem, though. Labour. Oof. Again, like middle-aged. The houses. I'm trying to go off like the houses behind him, but I don't think that's going to tell me much because this just could be like a campaign picture. Labour. Green. Labour. Conservative, okay. Same difference. Conservative. Without a shadow of a doubt. Pearl necklace, trying to look like Maggie. I think this guy... Conservative, okay. Could have been any, in my opinion. That guy's Reform. Labour, same thing. She could be Green. Yep. Just knew that one straight away. Just that face was just disgusting. Looking like the fucking... I don't know, man. This is interesting. Could be Green or Labour. Conservative is crazy. Seeing younger people being Conservative is so mad, man. Okay. Alright. Again, could be Conservative. Labour. Same difference. Whatever, man. I think that guy might be Green. Lib Dem. He's got a red rosette on. That's a ridiculous one. Someone needs to, you know... talk about that shit. Someone needs to fix that on the website. I think she's a conservative. She's Reform. Same thing. That's conservative. Labour. Same thing. I don't mind getting these wrong because it is just like... If you get them wrong and they're green, then that's devastating. But if you don't, then that's it. Oh, conservative or Reform. Green? Takes all sorts, you know what I mean? All these wokes. There's one standing in front of the Reform logo. That's funny. Conservative. Yeah. Old as fuck. He's got a shirt on. He's a wanker. I knew it. Did they take this picture when she was, like, lying on the floor? Labour. Yeah. Green versus the Omni Party. I think she could be green. No, Labour. The problem is that with councillors, there's still a lot of, like, left-wing progressive councillors who think they could save Labour. And that's the thing, you know what I mean? I think this guy's a Lib Dem. Labour, whatever. Same thing. Reform. Yeah, they've got a face. He's got the Reform face, chat. You know? Labour. Yeah. Ask if it's not Reform, it's Conservative. Labour, okay. Hard to know. Conservative, Lib Dem, alright. I recognize this guy. Conservative standing in front of graffiti, that's mental. Conservative. Oh my god. It's so hard to know. In front of a bus station.
Hello, me old chum.
Conservative, okay. Thanks for the follow. I'm doing terribly here. Reform. Same thing, same difference. Labour. Conservative, same difference. Not asked. Omniparty. Green. You can just tell, he's got nice eyes. This guy is... He's a hiker, so he could be a Lib Dem or a Green. He's Reform. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Yusef Dark says, I made a game. Can you test it, please? Yeah. Let me just test it right now, dude. Oh, whoops, you banned. I'm texting the green candidates that you got wrong. They'll be like, who is that? They'll be like, DJ who? Same thing. Same difference. Conservative. Old as fuck. When they're old as fuck, they're a conservative. Without a shadow of a doubt. It could be Reform, but could be Green, but could be Labour. He's Green. Sorry about that. Hard to know, man. I want to say Green. Labour. Looking like maybe Labour. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, mate. Yeah. In front of Summit Posh. Reform. Looking like a smug wanker. Out in the park. Is that a kafir? No, it isn't. Looks like it could be a kafir. Could confuse some people. Lib Dem. Similar shit. Older picture. Not sure. Conservative, Lib Dem, Green. Labour. Alright. Reform. Yeah. He's got the Reform face. If this guy's Reform, I'm going to lose my mind. No, he's a Lib Dem. We're outside the UK, mainly based on age and dress. What I imagine their personality to be, I group Reform and Green the most. Labour and Conservative have no discernible difference between them I could figure out, but I had no clue about Lib Dem. Yeah, no, it's hard to know. Oh, he's Green. Green? Yeah. Is that Green? Looked like I had a green pin on. Conservative. Lib Dem. Same difference. Oh, he could be Reform. He's Green. It's hard to know, man. You can't just make these assumptions about this. I'm going to stop playing this now because it's making me look like a knob. You know what I mean? I'm just like choosing Reform for Green candidates and I feel pure schneid. He's a briefcase wanker. Yes. So obvious. Conservative. Might as well be. Morton says, no, keep going. What do you mean, no, keep going? What do you mean? Oh my god. Well, I'm glad he's not green. Iran update. Thank you, Crescent. CBS, Washington. 2 U.S. Navy destroyers transiting the Strait of Hormuz came under renewed attack on Thursday, enduring what Americans described as a fiercer and more sustained Iranian assault than the barrage the warships faced only days earlier. The destroyers USS Truxtun and USS Mason came under intense Iranian assault as swarms of Iranian fast attack boats maneuvered close enough that American warships opened fire to keep them at bay. U.S. officials told CBS News. Iranian forces also launched drones and missiles during the confrontation, IRGC Navy. Following the ceasefire violation of the aggression of the terrorist U.S. Army against an Iranian oil tanker near Bandar Jask, they approached the terrorist U.S. Army destroyers to the Strait of Hormuz. A very large and precise combined operation was carried out using various ballistic and anti-ship cruise missiles and explosive warhead attack drones fired at the enemy destroyers. Intelligence monitoring indicates significant damage to the American enemy, and 3 enemy invading ships quickly fled the Strait of Hormuz area. Oh my god. Dunyan rings. Absolutely Dunyan rings. It's over, America. Very funny stuff. Chat, I'm going to run to the toilet real quick. I won't be too long. When I come back, we'll play some Tomodachi Life, yeah? I'll show all the non-gaming chatters the Tomodachi Life Island, and I'm sure everyone will love it. Yeah? Alright, I'll be back very soon. Oh yeah. Huge banger. Alright, chat. It's time to show you all Tomodachi Life. Yeah, now, this is something that I have been streaming on my gaming channel. And you can get the gaming channel link in the chat right there. And I will be showing you a tiny bit of these incredibly funny streams while we wait for some results. We're just going to have a quick go on the island and do some updates, introduce people who haven't seen the gaming streams to the residents of the island. You'll be having a look at that with us, and that'll be fun for everybody, I'm sure. So I'll be jumping in and out of looking at results and shit like that, but we'll play this for an hour or so. We'll play it for an hour and a half maybe, or whatever. Have a look at some results, some updates and shit. If people want to, like, you know, post some updates in the chat or whatever, I'll have a look at them. But for the meantime, let's introduce you all to Normal Island, yeah? So, Here we go. Straight as soon as we get in here. As soon as we fucking get in here, chat. Let me just have a quick look at what's going on. Someone wants a chat. Alright, I've just rearranged my windows. Did I miss the poll results? There's been no exit poll. Alright, let's take a look at this chat.
There's something we'd like to tell you. We've had a baby. Surprise. Can you guess the baby's gender?
How did you do this?
It's a boy. We were thinking of calling our baby Chance.
Like the rapper?
What do you think? What kind of personality do you think our child will have?
One of the worst.
We'll try to be the best parents in the world for little Chance.
Oh my god. You can have babies in this game. Yes, you can.
Oh, Chance. Oh, Chance.
Imagine seeing that. Ah! Don't show him that!
Jordy Pete's Meat Beat 64.
No! Why are you giving him that game? Oh my god, what? It's not age appropriate at all. Oh my god. Hello, Soph. I can't believe it. I can't believe that's how this started.
Conference. It's unbelievable how fast children grow.
Look at the state of that
Look
cunt.
at how tall Chance has become. Hi. Meet me. I'm a big kid now. Big enough to live my own. Living on this island doesn't sound too bad. Then again, the outside world is tempting too. Where do you think I should live?
I don't know if you should. How did this happen? Chat, how did they do this? I'm genuinely flabbergasted.
Alright. There's no place but a normal island.
Mpreg is canon, it is. You can edit Chance before adding him as a resident. Nah, I'm good. Imagine coming out looking like that. He's 0 years old. How does that work, dude? How are you old enough to live on your own? Aloof, logical, headstrong, cautious, calmly lays out the facts. He's got Starmer's personality. When a daddy and a daddy love each other very much. That's so true.
Thanks, Donkus. I'm now an official island resident.
This feels bad. What will Keith's nickname be? Oh, wait, no, that's funny. Sod, your grandfather was a toolmaker.
Good evening, Kite Pops. Good evening, Kite Pops. Hey, Keith Pops.
There you go. Daddy Don Papa.
Hey, Daddy Don Papa.
Papa. Papa. Keith's buzzing, he just birthed a baby. I don't even know what to say. I genuinely don't even know what to say.
I speak.
I don't know what to give him as a level up reward either. Walks like a robot. Walks like a robot. That was an absolutely incredible intro. I can't believe that happened. That wasn't even planned, chat.
Conference. I feel like I'm getting closer to who I truly am.
Conference. In their prison cell. What are you doing? Joe Rogan got rid of his mullet! What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What's up with you?
Conference. I was chatting with Benji, and now I'm in a bad mood for some reason.
Normal reaction here. I was like, damn, DJ Mule's really selling this game. He's never actually upset when he's incandescent. That's true. That's completely true. Well, I guess you can have a dinner of some description. Here, have some crackers with no water. Oh well. Sucks to suck. Let's have a look at what else is going on. Joe Rogan watching the sports. Classic. That's classic Joe. Trump having a good bash of Geordie Pete's meat beat. 64. That's good. Let's have a look at the rest of the island. Let's introduce the denizens to the chat who don't normally see this. Over here we've got champion of libertarianism, Javier Millier, going sicko mode on the Panda Spring. Classic podcaster Ben Shapiro. There he is. Vice President JD Vance. One of my favorite residents, Graham Linehan. Doing good, isn't he? Everyone's favorite Crown Prince, There he is. There will be a transitional government. There will be. Another war criminal there. I'll let you all guess who that is. It's pretty obvious. What else do we got?
I'll show you.
Everyone's favorite sitcom comedian Zionist, Jerry Seinfeld. Oh, what's happened? First female Prime Minister of the UK, by the way. This is what happened when she had the stroke.
I need to get some sleep. I'm seeing things. Rats.
Labour are panicking at the counts for the Senate. They've not filled one Labour pile yet. Oh, let's go! That's very funny. Very, very funny. We have got Shabana Mahmood, Home Secretary of the UK. Carolyn Levitt and Jordan Peterson here, sharing wishful memories about an Iranian oil refinery. RFK Jr. And of course, not far behind her, the most famous widow of our time. Oh, who's this, chat? I really need to watch your gaming streams. Many people are saying it. Yeah, hit up the gaming channel, man. You know, we're going to come back to this later on tonight. You know, just thought I'd introduce everyone to the people on the island first. We'll go back and we'll have a little update.
Goodbye. Impenetrable. I'd sit until our face cracker. Charles, there will be a transitional government.
They're taking turns making speeches on the tastiest way to eat cracker. Hillary Clinton playing some fighting games. Elon's mad as hell.
Ooh. Get out of my room, Mom. I got into an argument with Clark. I'm so mad, I could eat a mosquito coil.
Please do that. Please do that. Sorry to hear that, man. I don't know what to tell you. Oh my god, there's trouble in paradise. Wait, before that. Something going on in the restaurant. What is it? They're earnestly gushing about the many, many qualities of Zohran Mamdani. That's Emily Thornberry and Shabana Mahmood. Kash Patel and Sharon Osbourne. Something's going on.
Hey, I bet you get this a lot, but you would so rock some chino shorts.
Funny you should say that. My mum always told me to never, ever, ever wear some chino shorts.
Kash Patel just like can't catch a break, can he?
Oh, what are the chances? So, I've kind of got an app for these things, but your favorite color is emerald. Did I get it?
Sharon Osbourne is Ozzy Osbourne's widow.
Emerald? Seriously? That's like
X Factor supporter, X Factor presenter, and Britain's Got Talent and stuff.
Right. Yeah, I
think she even does America's Got Talent. She's a horrible Zionist.
I had a lot of fun today.
Loves Tommy Robinson.
Sorry, I think my battery's about to go. Any minute now.
Devastated.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's Super Cash. Yeah, she was Ozzy's manager, yeah. Right, okay. Hey, Ik Bin Dead. Oh, who's this? Who's this playing Geordie Pete's Meat Beat next to a bin, dressed like a bin? Why, it's Charlie Kirk. We can't forget him.
Hat's now only $3.99.
Thanks. Thanks for that.
I was talking to Jerry, but things just didn't click.
Yeah, the bins are Charlie Kirk. They are all Charlie Kirk. Would you like some raccoon cock?
Oh my.
Yeah, I didn't think you would be. You need to show chat his original outfit? Yeah, sure, man. I just thought it'd be really good to keep it accurate, you know? It's just a really good idea to keep things accurate, I think. There you go. What else we got? I think that's pretty much everybody. Oh yeah, how could I forget? We got Sleepy Joe.
Stretch your arms.
It's just important to have all the war criminals together, do you know what I mean? Because, you know, once you concentrate them all in an area like this, what you'll find actually is that if you bring the International Criminal Court to them, there might be some chance of justice. You know? There just might be some chance of justice if we can get them to get in there. You know, then we'll have achieved a big goal. It's a big goal. So you know, we're trying to figure it out. Important stuff. And then I've got some characters that I actually like. I've got some characters that I actually like on the island. We have, of course, here got Pinhead from everyone's favorite film, Hellraiser. I'm doing regular news updates, so I'm just showing everyone the island, and then we'll get back to it later in the evening, because obviously there's going to be a big lull in between probably 3 and 7 a.m., and we'll probably play a bunch of Tomodachi at that time, just for a bit of a laugh, a bit of levity, you know what I mean? But there's going to be a bunch of updates now. I've spent enough time on this that there's going to be a whole bunch of updates, so that's fine. We've also got Duck from Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. He's there. And Filbert from the UK TV kids show, Wizardora. And there is a bunch of other Wizardora characters as well. So there you go, there's Normal Island. There's a lot of stuff going on. You know, there's always things happening. And we will check back in on that in a minute. Won't we? So there you go. That's what's happening in Normal Island. We'll come back to that in a bit. It's a multi-segmented stream tonight, chat. It's a multi-segmented stream. That's the important thing to remember. You know, we're having a bit of gaming, a little bit of silliness, and we're also having election results. Now, let's take a look. I believe Morton put a link in the chat earlier for this poll check thing, which is, apparently this is the best way to look at, best way to get the results. We've also got election updates on BBC. We are live with UK Local Council election results night, folks. We've also got the BBC election results. Votes being counted in some English councils with first election results due overnight. Live reporting here. Labour expected to lose in Wales as Reform implied hope for top spot. We knew this. This is what we were thinking. First Minister and Welsh Labour leader Baroness Eleanor Morgan cast her vote earlier today. Yeah, I'm sure that'll go well. Labour is expected to lose Thursday's Senate election, ending its 27-year-long rule in Wales. Multiple party sources have told BBC Wales. The party has won a Westminster and Cardiff Bay elections in the country for more than a century, but opinion polls say Plaid Cymru and Reform are both vying for the top spot. Former Welsh Government Minister Mick Antoni said that if the results were as bad as predicted, Sir Keir Starmer should stand down as Prime Minister. That is not going to happen because he is, of course, the man of tempered glass. Yeah, by the way, the 27 years that they're talking about is the entirety of the Senate's existence. Incredibly funny stuff. Incredibly funny stuff. So, yeah, there's some news about Wales. First ballot box arrives at Flint Wrexham, although counting won't start yet. First ballot box has arrived. Ballot boxes from across Flintshire and Wrexham will be delivered throughout the night and securely stored before counting begins at 8 a.m. on Friday. First time that Wales has gone to the polls under the new proportional representation system. It'll elect more members of the Senate than ever before, 96. Number of candidates elected from each party will be based on the percentage of vote their party receives. Together we'll build a stronger and fairer Britain, says Keir Starmer. Thanked party volunteers in a post on X. Oh, we got to take a look at that, chat. We got to take a look at that. What are you tweeting about, Keith? Do not cry on camera. Yes, so if you could share a post, yep. You absolutely must not be seen to be crying on camera. To all the Labour ministers and volunteers who have supported local campaigns across the country, thank you. We will build a stronger and fairer Britain. Let's have a look at these replies. Shouldn't you be packing? Yes! Oh, yes! This is so good. What's this? Keir Starmer, here's the music.
I feel like there's been a change to think maybe we have to, compromise on principle. There has to be a relentless pursuit for power.
No, that's not quite how it was.
Yeah. Yeah. The very brief flash of Jess Phillips on Have I Got News For You that really epitomizes the Starmer Labour era, yeah. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? All right, this is another good post. There's a lot of good posting happening. Oh, fuck, what the fuck? Oh no, this is racist as hell. Oh, I've just realized what's going on here. Oh, okay, shit. All right. Yeah, no, that's not that funny, actually. Time's up. from Robbie Scowls of the Green Party profile here. Keir Starmer, 2024-2026. It never came across my desk. Okay, I shouldn't be scrolling under a fucking Keir Starmer post on fucking live stream, man. That's a bad idea. But anyway, some good stuff. To all Labour members and volunteers who supported local campaigns across the country, thank you, he writes. Tough Labour elections in a difficult context, says Deputy Labour leader. Now that the polls have closed and some councils begin voting, we're hearing from party leaders. Deputy Leader Lucy Powell says Labour has run positive local campaigns addressing the public's number one priority, easing the cost of living. She acknowledges May's elections were tough and took place in a difficult context, but says people don't want to see Nigel Farage's false promises and claims that Zach Polanski has all the wrong answers. Incredible. Meanwhile, David Lammy says, the message from the doorstep is a tough election cycle, adding there's lots of frustration for faster change, but says it's not unusual for governments to have poor midterm results. Yes, when they're bad. When they're very bad. Yes. Implying that reform doesn't have the wrong answers. Yeah, it's good stuff, innit? Conservatives. Kevin Holland Rake, Tory chairman, acknowledges a difficult election period for the party. Chris! With the £4.20. Thank you so much. Meep, indeed. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Don't suck too hard on the spliff, comrades. If it's legal to do so. Zach Polanski expressed record-breaking result tonight, saying the party could take seats from Labour, Conservative and Lib Dems all across the country. Reform spokesperson Zia Yusuf says the two-party system is going to be well and truly smashed tonight. The Reform's results will herald a new era of politics. I mean, the Greens will also herald that. Plaid Company says we have a clear appetite for change, says the spokesperson, which is a positive alternative to Reform UK's chaos and division. So there you go. Interesting stuff. There's been a new update. Let's have a look at this. Votes being counted across England. Overnight votes are being counted in 46 councils in England out of 136 local authorities. Counting in Scotland and Wales and the other English elections doesn't begin until Friday. So, Lindley Hall in Westminster, London. First black box to arrive for the election at the Grimsby Auditorium in northeast Lincolnshire. First ballot boxes have also arrived at the Guildhall for Hull City Council election. I have a feeling that Hull and Grimsby will go to Reform. Okay, interesting stuff. Let's go back to the LBC election night and let's see what Lewis is saying.
With the panel here in Westminster, you're listening to Election Night Live here on LBC and watching, of course, on Global Player and YouTube. The time is 11:20.
This is LBC.
Can I skip this?
Time is 11:22. Well, John, Anna Turner,
we've caught up
for promotion by any chance?
No, that was a great job she did. That was what you want, the chair of the Labour Party. You know, it's all tittle tattle.
Well, it really would be all over if she said, you know what, I think he's got to go.
Exactly. But I mean, but she gave the answers that Lammy should have given that and set hairs running. And I think that, you know, look, she did a very good job. Just one other thing that's occurred to me about what
is this the chair of the Labour Party resigning or something?
The bond markets. And people say, what? What's that got to do with the election? The fact is that the cost of borrowing in this country is so high right now. I think it's 5.7% for a 30-year government gilt.
It reached the highest point since 1998.
Exactly.
4 hours ago from the national...
The international financial community saying...
Labour activists have been caught breaking electoral rules at multiple Scottish polling stations by putting party campaign material at voting booths. Will it save them? No!
Political instability. And if the bond markets think, oh my God,
welcome back, Dan.
It's about to go through a leadership contest. It may be going further to the left. What does that mean for taxation?
Breaking news chat.
Do we really want to loan money to this government? Well, if we're gonna buy government debt, we're going to charge them an even higher interest rate, and that
Really important breaking news.
Will be devastating for the UK economy. And you could just see how this argument plays out. I mean, there was the great American political strategist, guy called James Carville, who was known as the Raging Cajun, who said, if I die, I want to come back as the bond market. I thought I wanted to come back as a king or a pope, but I want to come back as the bond market because the bond market can intimidate everyone. And you just wonder whether the bond market might be an intimidating...
Not sure about the accuracy of this, but James Armstrong on Twitter saying, minutes after polls close, number 10 is briefing of a reset and pivot to the left. This is what supporting and voting Green does. It holds a flame to their feet.
Potentially a factor, and depending on how things pan out over the next 24, 36 hours, certainly tomorrow while the markets are open, people will be keeping a close eye on the bond markets. But it's an uncomfortable position for any Prime Minister, especially a Labour Prime Minister, to essentially be saying the thing that ought to keep me in place are the international capital markets.
For sure, but he has been using the Iran war and the cost of living crisis since probably the beginning of the year to try to make the argument about why he's the one that should stay.
I don't think you'll have to hope too hard for that. So I'm pretty sure that's like it's a done deal that Starmer is going to hold on, right?
If you look at sort of the left-right politics of the Labour Party, arguably Wes Streeting, Angela Rayner, Andy Burnham, all to the left of Keir Starmer on the economy, probably. I think most people would probably say that.
Probably.
And the idea that then that could...
That's good, isn't it?
...cause some potential instability. That's exactly the argument that Keir Starmer makes, week in, week out. At Prime Minister's questions, do you really want to risk Liz Truss all over again? This is the argument that I think if Keir Starmer does decide to try to stay in power, this is the argument that some of his allies should be making to say, actually, we don't want this instability. It's the same argument we were talking about Rachel Reeves, when she had that crying in the Commons sort of moment last year, and everybody was going, the bond markets went wild. Everybody
Streeting is not to the left.
Keep her in place, and Keir Starmer was basically put in a bind. He had absolutely no choice but to do that. And I think as a lot of Labour MPs are going,
hey, Arctic Mule, how are you doing? Welcome in.
If we have a Labour leadership contest now.
Well, meanwhile, talking about Iran, I see it's being reported the US is saying that it has launched strikes on Iran tonight in an act of self-defense. So it is a reminder that issue is still absolutely a sort of very live one, not only obviously in international politics, but British politics as well. Aggie, something I'm really struck by, we were hearing from Anna Turley there talking about the upcoming King's Speech with the new...
The Times is reporting that Ed Miliband has privately told Keir Starmer he should consider setting out a timeline for his resignation after the local results.
Relaunch for the Starmer government. It's not a reset, it's not a relaunch, it's something else. It's a renewal of the Keir Starmer
government. Of national renewal.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's going well, isn't it? But there is a question. I think the other thing that I've heard that people say is the other way that the Prime Minister will try and flex his political muscles and re-establish his authority is a reshuffle. A reshuffle that we're told could even happen this weekend.
You might be right, Sorka. You might be right.
Is if the Prime Minister actually wants to do a proper reshuffle and really flex his muscles, he'll be trying to do so when his muscles are essentially completely limp. In the sense that he'll be at his lowest point potentially of prime ministerial authority.
After that satellite imaging article, I'm more willing to just believe what Iran says about the war. I've been saying this. I have been saying this.
To a job you like less.
They are the most reliable.
To the back benches. How does that work?
They are just the most reliable. There has been commentators on the entire situation. Do you know what I mean? They've just been consistently correct about what they've said and what they've put out.
But as you say, he basically doesn't have any muscles. And if the results are as bad as we believe, and I'm getting texts from Labour MPs suggesting they're going to be, and I quote, dire, potentially even worse than they thought.
Has Peter Mandelson been on
to do that when he phoned
the Times since all this stuff?
Cabinet Minister, I want to move you. They could easily.
Is becoming a dustbin, a bit of a repository, not only for climate activists, but for disgruntled hard leftists leaving the Labour Party, and some fairly unpleasant hardline Free Palestine activists as well. They're all turning to the Greens, and I think
that's such a mask-off moment for him, calling pro-Palestinian protesters hardline Free Palestine activists. Yeah, why are climate activists refuse? Mad stuff. Why he's just allowed to be on the Times? This is just so insane.
Whilst in the first instance,
it's from February. Oh, okay. Cheers, Arctic Mule. But still, you know, February. Oh, yeah, you can see it's February there. Oh, yes. It's right there. It's February. Who exactly is that? That's Peter Mandelson.
Gerard recently told me he is feeling confident about their prospects.
I got to look at the dates of these things.
The kind of area that they are really sort of gunning for. That's a similar story in Wakefield. Again, a council that's been held by Labour since the days of Harold Wilson in the early 70s. Reform favourites to make big gains there and again possibly take control of the entire council. Those two counts could really be the litmus tests in the fight between Labour and Reform here. And whatever happens, whether Reform make big gains, take control, or if Labour do manage to hold off those threats, it will make headlines. In Bradford, we could see Labour's grip on the local authority slipped in overall control due to pressure from the Greens Reform and also a real core independent vote in the city as well. Independents actually make...
Oh, by the way, this is extremely funny. Julie Bindel has come out of her cave in order to say something about the elections. So if you don't know who Julie Bindel is, she's an infamous TERF in the United Kingdom. Just had the most satisfying time at the polling station. I told the Green Party rep exactly how I felt about their policies. He was ashen by the end of it. Serves him right. This is definitely what happened. This is definitely what happened. Yeah, then everyone clapped. Everyone clapped! It really happened!
Who are set to make some key gains there. Just a third of the seats are up in that.
The polling station clapped.
The region's first ever mayor, Olympic gold medal winning boxer Luke Campbell, won that for Reform last year. I've not really mentioned them yet, but it could be a tough night in Yorkshire for the Conservatives. They may hold on to some rural parts of Leeds and Calderdale. They may just keep control of North East Lincolnshire Council. That's areas like Scunthorpe and Grimsby. But they're not likely to make much gains here. They might just need to sort of keep their heads above water. What a lot of people have been
Any seats claimed yet? Morton put a link in the chat.
But voters will have had
Millward is on BBC election night. Yeah, I can't stream BBC content.
Polanski in their minds when they've gone to vote today. Lewis, a senior Labour figure here in Yorkshire, told me the thing is, around here, people don't like Sir Keir Starmer, but then who does? Now let's hear from our Southwest correspondent, Andy Ballantyne, who's got the lay of the land there.
Well, pundits are predicting a bleak night for Labour in Exeter and Plymouth. Labour's grip on Exeter City Council is in jeopardy. The most likely outcome is the council will end up under no...
What's Morton's username?
14 of the council's 39 seats are up for grabs and 8 of them are currently held by Labour. Many of the seats here in the city will be a three-or-four-way race with residents. Well, they've been urged to vote tactically. Some 50 miles down the road in Plymouth, the city council repeatedly changed hands since it was formed in 1998.
All right, council projector, here we go.
Conservatives and Labour, who are currently in control. But even if Labour does lose all 10 of its seats up for grabs, the party will still be in power because of its large majority.
Councils to watch: Conservative to Reform, Conservative to Reform, Labour to Reform, Labour loses majority in Birmingham.
Reaction by voters.
Leans Labour.
Off the elections at the start of the year, but most agree.
Haringey Green, Hackney Green, Waltham Forest leaning Green, Lewisham Green, Southwark leaning Labour. Sorry to hear it. Lambeth Green,
level paying the price for
Croydon leading Conservative. That's going to be interesting.
We'll hear from LBC
Bromley leaning Reform, Havering in a Reform, Bexley's leaning Reform.
A Labour bloodbath, and the Northwest is primed.
Camden leaning Labour.
Casualties. Labour pretty much dominate this part of the world. They have majorities in 16 of the 21 councils which are up for grabs this weekend.
London is going to go green. It has to. Yeah, it has to.
From Reform or the Greens, modest areas of influence for the Tories and Lib Dems, and actually a really significant number of independents as well. So if Labour are going to shed big numbers, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of political tapestry we end up with. If we're looking at
Greenwich is looking to get 20 Green councillors.
Helens and Sefton,
minus 25 Labour.
Really feel it. They have majorities in both, but because they are all-out elections, there's a real risk they could hemorrhage seats. In St Helens, it would only take the loss of 4 seats.
Preston looking to go Lib Dem, maybe?
Control. Really, it's going to be about how meteoric the rise is for reform, though. Barely any representation at the start of the day.
I'm not sure about this, you know.
Will that change? If we want to use recent by-elections...
I'm not sure about this this site, poll check.
From Labour last
Projected council composition across 136 English councils based on current polling. Oh, so this is just projections based on polling.
DNA
any results at all?
It's changing. Things to watch out for on your bingo card. Andy Burnham drawing all the attention. Of course, we expect him to.
Polls have been wrong in the past.
Maybe not.
I'm not sure about this. I think this is probably going to massively underestimate the Greens and Reform. Probably.
He was due to be speaking.
It's definitely massively underestimating Reform
this evening. So we'll just have to see if he's.
And it just clearly is underestimating the Greens.
24 hours, but ultimately. It's going to be big stories, and we'll just see the first results start to drip through at around 1 a.m.
1 a.m, chat. 1 a.m. We've got 2 hours to go.
LBC's Northwest correspondent. We will can see lots and lots of speculation coming through now, including speculation that the Labour Party, according to London Labour sources, may...
Yeah. I got BBC as well, Emmy.
Which would be a huge moment. I mean, I think we were talking...
If you're a flag manufacturer, Reform win is a huge success. No, they don't even need a Reform win for that. They already got that. They're already having a massive boom in business.
You're not allowed to do quizzes.
Hang on.
This is the chair. All right, go on. Yeah.
So I'm living in southwest London in the Lewisham area. Which prominent Labour politician do you think that the Lewisham Labour Party are putting on their election leaflets?
Was it Herbert Morrison? Herbert Morrison was the mayor of Lewisham.
Of course, famously so.
Well, yeah.
No,
come on, political editor.
I'm afraid not right. Any other further guesses? Prominent Labour figure in Lewisham, London.
Well, obviously it wasn't
I'm sticking with Herbert Morrison.
It was... it was Andy Burnham. It was Andy Burnham. On leaflets in Lewisham, that is exactly what the London Lewisham Labour Party are putting Andy Burnham, quotes from him, on Labour leaflets. Which has absolutely blown the minds of every person that I've spoken to about this today, going, what on earth? You know, a constituency 250 miles away? No mention of the Prime Minister, by the way, on this leaflet. And obviously they are getting totally hammered by the Green Party. There are loads of leaflets.
My God.
But yeah, not a mention of Keir Starmer, but a quote from Andy Burnham saying, we're noticing what you're doing in Lewisham up north in Manchester. So absolutely wild.
Elections, historically speaking. Anyway.
No, we're not.
Incumbent government was doing extremely badly. We would expect the main opposition party, i.e., in this case, the Conservative
Maybe
Party,
Andy Burnham is, but no normal Mancunian is.
Anticipating that tonight. Let's put that to Matt Vickers, who's the Conservative.
My local area doesn't have elections today. The community Facebook page is convinced it's a conspiracy by Labour. This is where we're at. Hell yeah. That's so normal and good.
Aren't you likely to be the main beneficiary of the least popular Prime Minister, or one of the least popular Prime Ministers of modern times?
Good evening, Lewis. Well, I think actually you've got to put everything in context. We've had lots of candidates out there, energetic campaigns, working hard, standing up for the local communities and trying to get elected. We're going to see what...
Oh my God, chat, this Conservative council candidate has a placard in the back that says Keir Starmer Farmer Harmer. That's what that says. This is about the, you know, more support for farmers movement and shit.
Are impressed by what Kemi's got to say, but we've still got a long way to go, and politics moves quite fast. You might remember, what was it, 3 years ago in 2021, when we had an historic high, some of those seats being refought now, Labour hemorrhaged council seats. They made that historic loss in Hartlepool.
Yeah, I wonder why Labour lost in fucking Hartlepool after Jeremy Corbyn wasn't the fucking leader anymore. I wonder why that is, man. Like, this is another thing about Keir Starmer in talking about the historic mandate, is that no one ever talks about the council elections after he was made the leader of the fucking Labour Party. Do you know what I mean? They don't talk about how Labour was perceived after Jeremy Corbyn left. It is utterly fucking mental, man.
Ejected from office 2 years in.
A historic mandate.
Do you know how many
a landslide
William Hague made in 1999 when he was in exactly the same position? No, have a guess.
Was it? But what happened? What happened before that? Before? No,
where's my answer, Matt? Come on, play along with a quiz, me old Macker. Come on.
Context. What was happening to our local government base in the run-up to Tony Blair's election?
Well, I'll tell you, since you don't want to answer. I'll tell you since you don't want to answer. William Hague, who was up against a popular Prime Minister then, made a net gains of 1,300, over 1,300 seats.
Chat, it is such an insane news day today.
For an opposition.
I can't believe that we've got Hantavirus, aka Lockdown 2.0, but worse this time. It's completely worse. And US attacking Iran again, and local council election shit already. I just can't believe it. It's just such an insane news day. I'm almost overwhelmed by the amount of news.
In 2021.
Yeah.
That was a particularly high point for the Conservative Party. We're now fighting them again. We were at 43%.
So when's the next high point coming is what I'm getting at. When is it coming?
You were comparing it to what Hague did in 1990.
Yeah, and he went on to lose the 2001 election.
What had happened in that electoral cycle the time before?
Well, I'm just asking you.
Andy Burnham has pulled out of a keynote speech tomorrow morning.
Recovery, just a little bit, just a tiny bit.
According to Politics UK,
of recovery for the Conservative Party.
You've got to measure things by what happened in the electoral cycle before.
All right, okay. So when in this electoral cycle, we're now 2 years into this electoral cycle. When in this electoral cycle might we start to expect the recovery?
Well, let's have a talk about it tomorrow and see if we've seen any green shoots. I think, though, having been out on the doorsteps today in sunny Scotland, speaking to the electorate, they are starting to listen to what the Conservative Party has to say.
In Scotland! That's cope. That's the copiest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Standing up for those veterans from Northern Ireland, whether it be standing up for the farmers, whether it be standing up for those pensioners who lost their winter fuel allowance.
Veterans from Northern Ireland... Farmers, yes, absolutely. Yeah, I believe this fucking cursed Michael Fassbender looking ass shit.
And one of the things you talk about is being
completely insane.
Tax. Now, this year, some 30 of the 35 Tory-led councils have put up council tax near or at the maximum permitted without a referendum, and that is roughly equivalent to the same sort of pattern. And the same
Greens are looking to get 600 seats,
other parties
according to Stats for Lefties.
Incredibly claim to have a different and lower tax offer when you're just putting.
Let's take a look at this.
Like everybody else.
Across the country, universally, you look at what
Labour is set for the biggest shellacking of any party since 1995 when the Tories lost 2,140 seats. Come on! Let's go! Let's go! Fucking yes! Oh, it's going to be so good. Oh my God, it's going to be so good. Projected seat change in local elections, 1,600 seats for Reform, 600 for the Greens, 185 for Lib Dems, Conservatives and Labour losing out massively. Conservatives losing 745 seats, Labour losing 1,700. Absolutely fucking insane stuff. Absolutely insane stuff. That Reform number is gross. This is excluding AI and large language model estimates. This is average prediction across 9 pollsters. Don't know who those 9 pollsters are. Could be wrong, could be accurate. I think that Reform are going to make the most gains in this, but I think that that is going to be due to voter apathy in rural areas and white northern working class towns. The Greens are going to make the most gains in metropolitan areas. I think that that's how it's going to go. This is kind of how I was thinking it was going to go, to be honest. But this will end up backfiring for Reform, because if Reform take over a number of councils, like this many fucking councils, then they are going to mismanage them. They are going to fucking, bankrupt them. People will have had an experience of Reform before the general election. Yep, they'll shit the bed. People will be getting an early taste for Reform policies. Absolutely. So, there you go. I'm learning to don't let me vibe post, but the UK seems so cooked, but also the parliamentary system is hopeful, maybe. Look, at the end of the day, it comes down to the reality that you have to organise, right? And again, this is why I said, chat, you can't get too invested in this stuff. I'm really hoping we at least match these numbers. We have to be prepared to get worse than those numbers. Like, this is what we have to be prepared for mentally, right? It is important to have hopium, but any kind... Listen, chat, if the Greens win 185 seats, that'll be great. That will be great. Right? The Greens has by far the biggest organiser base, absolutely. It may be more, it may be less. But the important thing to remember is that if there is there is going to be a massive reform result, they are going to get a bunch of councils. And it is the necessity for all of us to get out there and speak to people who did not vote. Because if reform are going to get in, I've said it many, many times again, chat, this is not a reflection of the amount of people in the UK who are horrible fascist racists, right? And what do I mean by that? Well, the support for reform has been completely astroturfed. This was proven in the Gorton and Denton by-election. They are definitely being seen as an alternative to the two-party system, but so are the Greens. If we think about the amount of people who will not go out and be apathetic about voting in any kind of election, a local election, a general election, these people are the working class. They are the working class. They are the marginalized. It is the majority of people in the country. Yeah? With that voter apathy comes two things. One, an opportunity for education. Two, an opportunity to agitate and organize. Get them involved. We were watching, earlier in the stream, we were watching a report by LBC in Blackburn. Was it Blackburn or was it Bradford? I think it was Blackburn. And, the people in Blackburn, because it's so fucking deprived, they had already started doing a mutual aid goods redistribution effort. That's already a thing that's happening in Blackburn. Now, if you know Blackburn, it's a proper white, working class, northern town. Yeah, it was Blackburn, wasn't it? Proper white working class northern town. It's exactly the kind of place that you'd expect reform to win. They might win in Blackburn, I don't know. But again, people there are already fucking organising. They're literally already organising. They're already creating a mutual aid hub. They haven't had any fucking agitation for that to happen. People have just come together and they've gone, no one's got anything. Let's make a massive food bank / goods bank / furniture bank / clothes bank, and if people need stuff, they could come and get it. Right? It's already happened. That is revolutionary optimism. And when the working class are so, when people in these councils, if reform gets 1,600 seats, when people in these reform councils have their material conditions worsen, they're paying higher council tax, the council's got no money, the public services are going to shit, they are going to end up organising. The people there are going to end up organising, and they're going to resent reform. That is where the working class solidarity movement in the UK will come from, right? And yes, in metropolitan areas where people are a bit more privileged, a bit more educated, they've got a bit more time on their hands. I'm not saying there's no working class people who are going to vote for the Greens, but there's going to be a significant amount, and a significant amount of people who are lucky enough to be educated to a university level, and also not living in such a deprived condition because their council is not already shit and shit like that, right? Do we think they'll actually blame the Reform Council rather than the Labour government? Yeah. Once you know where as soon as you know where the problems come from, you will be like, yep, that's where... This already happens. There are already examples of this, Arctic Mule, right? There are literally already examples of reform mismanaging councils, bankrupting them and shit like that. And the people in those fucking boroughs know that it is because of the Reform Council. Something changed massively, and it was when their council went to reform. You know what I mean? And what we have to do, what our job is as people who understand... we have the education to understand that progressive policies are good, the Green Party are good, there are various different fucking, alternatives to reform. Do you know what I mean? If you're apathetic and you think that no one's going to change anything or anything like that, you could go and organise with a tenant union, you can go and organise with a trade union, a pro-Palestine movement. You can actually make a change with worker power, right? It's our job to educate people on doing that kind of a thing if they don't believe in electoral politics still. If they do believe in electoral politics still, this will become obvious. The problems will become very, very obvious very, very quickly, right? People already understand what it's like when things get worse. And also, if they just blame the Labour government, that's still good. We're talking about starting a canteen. There you go. It feels like more people have been engaging with these elections. Important to seize on the moment to organise. Yep. The reform seats make me sad. Yeah, that's going to happen. But you have to hold on. And you have to, encourage people to go out there and organise. Go to your first protest. Are we seeing those boroughs actually polling away from reform, though? Perhaps I underestimate people, but I lack faith that people will actually use critical thinking beyond Labour bad. Maybe that's my slow black pilling taking over. Yeah, you are talking from a doom pill perspective. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what I'm saying, LHS, yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying. So there we go. That's an average prediction across 9 pollsters. And again, chat, the main thing to hold on to is that Labour is getting humiliated. This is the party that is in power. It is the party of genocide and transphobia. And yes, I know that Reform are not much better. They're certainly the party of transphobia. However, Labour getting punished in this fashion is still good. Yeah, you have to hold on to that. We're going to see some hilarious cope. It's going to be funny as hell. And guess what? The messaging remains the same. Get out there and fucking organise, right? If you're there being like, I'm not sure electoral politics will save us, guess what? You're fucking right! Go out and organise. Join a tenant union. Join the trade union at your workplace. Go to a pro-Palestine demonstration. Join a pro-Palestine group. All this stuff. And again, this also counts for the people in the United States as well. Go and join an anti-ICE org. All that stuff. Organising is key.
Also showing that Reform are going to win some of
it was never electoralism all along.
I just don't think that's going to happen at all.
It is true, and it might be that I'm sure you'll have a decent night, and you've certainly had some great nights in recent cycles. Yeah. But if you do become the largest party in local government, it'll be partly down to your success, partly down to the fact that Conservatives and Labour are going down so much. And if we do look at the polling overall, latest More in Common polling,
Community Gardens, another great shout.
Labour 23%, Conservatives 20%. The Greens, 4th place, 14%. Lib Dems on 5th, on 13%. Now, how can you credibly claim to be an alternative to Reform, and indeed the other...
Oh, this guy's a Lib Dem guy.
In front of the Greens.
I think polls will go up and down, and there are multiple polls, and the last ones that I saw put about four political parties within about 4 points of each other.
But you're always sort of grazing at the bottom, aren't you?
Well, I would think that's a very unfortunate term. I think... Well, I don't know if it is grazing at the bottom.
When was the last time you were third in a poll?
That's a very good question. And there are
what?
Than me who will be able to tell you that, and you possibly know the answer.
Well, I think it's quite a long time.
But I think
hey DJ, hey Grandpa Simpson.
Noticing is that you've got the rise of undoubtedly of populist parties, and I think they're flashy, but I think
populism.
Son, look at Polanski's personal.
Hello, I'm a centrist. I need to get that banned fucking chatter back. That was such a fucking funny first chat, man. It was a big fucking wall of text. Nonsense shit. Oh my god, when did it happen? Oh my god, I can't scroll back enough. The Chatterino chat logs don't go back that far. They'll have moved on to annoy other streams. No, I know they won't come back. I've banned them. Was it this? Was it this person? No, that's not an account. I'm going to find it.
Iran and Donald Trump, I think he's absolutely captured the national mood.
Mod actions should have their name. What do you mean mod actions? Oh yeah, that's in the dashboard.
Because Ed Davey is obviously nothing if someone who's defined himself obviously by opposition to Donald Trump and Iran, and yet 2024 Lib Dem voters are even more supportive of Keir Starmer's approach to the conflict than Labour voters. So your voters actually think Keir Starmer's been doing a better job than your leader.
They might think that the Prime Minister's been doing a decent job, but remember what the alternative was. The alternative was that if we had Kemi Badenoch as our Prime Minister, we
can't sleep. That's why I'm here, LHS.
In a Middle Eastern
that is literally why I'm here.
And facing all of the consequences.
Can I just go a bit bigger picture? What's the point of the Lib Dems at the moment? What's the point of them? I've seen
LHS. You gave me a shout out 3 hours ago. How come? You didn't have to do that.
Presence in Parliament. You've got the biggest.
Thanks for the shout out.
Or third party contingent in Parliament.
Oh, thanks TTK.
Since 19.
You're a legend.
And yet one sort of feels that by comparison to even much smaller forces, you're rather absent.
Oh, yeah, so good. Oh, so good, dude. Hello, commies. Centrist scum here. One of my big turn-offs by both the Greens and Reform is their populist stances. Heck, include Boris and Truss in that list. I've no doubt the Greens have the best intentions, but how do you address that populists have so often failed to deliver? Heck. Suck out your dad. that's how I address that. True centrism hasn't been tried yet.
That's sustainable in the long run, I think, is still very much.
There's obviously a lot of speculation.
I said we was going to hang out here after raiding Hassan for the algo. Hell yeah, let's go.
Tomorrow. Do you think Ed Davey should definitely stay on until the next election and beyond the next election?
I think he should. I think he's a very good leader of us MPs.
Is there a Twitch algorithm where if you raid a massive streamer, you get gains? Does that work? Should I be raiding Hassan?
I think has been fantastic. I think he has got all of.
Is that how I siphon viewers away from him and get him to understand that I'm the Hassan of England?
I'm struck by
possibly the Hassan of the UK.
Elections where they come and the Liberal Democrats make sweeping gains because they are the place where you express your displeasure.
Populism is bad.
The day. And that just isn't the case now, is it? That you see the surge in reform.
You are the mod of all time. It's so true.
The Green Party. And to Lewis's question, what are the Liberal Democrats?
Hey, Soundkiller, how you doing? Any political coverage on Normal Island? It's happening, yeah.
Attention economy, you seem to be doing really badly unless it's a bungee jump.
What are the Lib Dems for in this world? We have political parties in this country. The arguably the largest party according to the polls, Reform, who are deeply authoritarian.
I think this might be like more devastating than the Zach Polanski treatment on Trevor Phillips. Like Trevor, Zach Polanski is doing really well at pushing back for this kind of shit, but the Lib Dems are just so briefcased that they're just out here just going, oh, well, I know we're doing really bad, but what do we stand for? Really important stuff. Please vote for us. Everyone's just going, why do you exist?
8-year consecutive run of victories in local elections for the Lib Dems overnight tonight.
I don't know. Sometimes people get through the like suggested section on their page. It fits into the Hassan algo. Oh, yeah, true.
At communicating our message? Sure, I absolutely think that we do. But as Lewis said, those other populist parties are taking a lot of the political oxygen right now. But I do think, I don't want to use necessarily
populist parties is so funny, man.
Metaphor, but I do think that those parties will flash. I think they will crash when they're subject to greater media scrutiny. And I think that's when I honestly think the kind of growth.
He's hoping that media attacks on Zach Polanski work. That's what he's hoping about. That's what he's hoping for.
Third party of British politics. You've got to be consistently the third party, right? And you are in parliamentary terms by far, obviously, and as I say, 2024, tremendous success. But again, to go back to that question of being third in the polls and being a main opposition force, it was January 2024 that you were last third in the polls.
Okay.
I mean, that is a bit of an indictment, isn't it? It's got to be, of the political and media strategy. Something's got to change, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I think we have seen that change over the past weeks. Ed Davey has given a number of kind of direct-to-camera press conferences. I think we have seen a scaling back of some of the bungee jumping and other things.
And you're happy with that?
Deliberate strategy, isn't
I think it is a deliberate strategy.
To stop doing those sort of stunts, right?
And because I think we do want to communicate that seriousness. I think we're living in serious times as well. We're living in a
right. So why are you remaining a centrist party with absolutely no policies to the left of anyone? Liberal Democrats, my fucking ass, man. I was 17 when I was in the Lib Dems. I studied Marxism. I was like, oh no, these guys are wankers. They were more vocal for LGBT stuff at the time, so the pink pound blinded in my youth. Yeah, I know about that. Is Keir Starmer the leader? There is no way Keir Starmer will be stepping down Lil Zipper. I don't think so. I think that there will be... I think that now I'm thinking that there is going to be leadership challenges, but I really just don't think that... I genuinely just can't see it, man. I cannot see Keir Starmer stepping down. Definitely not of his own accord, but if there's a leadership challenge, he won't lose it, I don't think. Ed Miliband did ask him to leave, apparently. Wait, when did you hear that?
Getting that balance right, I think he's recognised that. I think our party has recognised that.
Oh, that was the thing. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, I literally reported on that earlier. Yeah, but that's Ed Miliband asking. Yeah, you heard that from me. Yes. No, it was on this stream earlier. Yes. I did say that.
Night special here on LBC after the news headlines. Counting will continue across England, and we will...
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
Across all of the key races, the Greens and Reform look likely to be the big winners, and losses, of course, predicted across the board for both Labour and, intriguingly enough, the Conservative Party. LBC's election coverage continues with results coming in across the country. LBC's political editor Natasha Clark stays with us throughout the night as it unfolds. Also, to take a look at the numbers, we'll be joined by pollster, founder of Merlin Strategy, Scarlett.
It is, you have to think about Keir Starmer materially, right? Keir Starmer, he is completely beholden to the Israeli lobby. He is completely beholden to the private corporation lobby. He makes a ton of money in his fucking position, and he is absolutely... He's going to be informed by those lobbying groups, right? All of his policies are down to those lobbying groups. It's not from internal party pressure. It's not from membership votes or anything like that, because of course the Labour Party as a membership voted to completely recognise the genocide in Gaza. They said that should be Labour policy. They voted on that in September. The party ignored it, right? It's the Labour Together gang. They absolutely fucked the party. They've completely changed the face of Labour. That's it. It's done. It's over. You know what I mean? So he's not going to resign because of that, because he wants to utilise that majority for his lobbying interests. That's what it is. There would need to be a massive shift in the backbenchers, yeah. It's hard to grasp the real damage the Brexit mess did to the brand of the Tories. No, I think it's pretty obvious. Like, they just went more and more right wing, and that's it. They should have pushed through party democracy and made sure the right could never take over the party again, because right now we have an iron grip over the party and they'll never let it go. That's it. They're never going to let it go. Community kitchen fundraiser just closed with 120% of what we needed. Let's go! More organisers in the chat. Let's go! I genuinely think the Labour Party needs to 100% die out now. Yes, I've said this many times. It will be symbolically important in the UK that if you betray the roots of a party, you will be humiliated. Humiliated. You will be destroyed. You will be abandoned. Yes, organisers, please come and watch Red Planet. Absolutely, Sophie is right. And check out our last episode on renters' rights in the UK. Very good stuff with a very incredible guest from London Renters Union in the pipeline there. Can I skip ahead? How long can I skip ahead on this? 2 minutes. Is that going ahead at all? I don't think that's going ahead at all, is it?
Or 1 on aggregate.
Oh, God. Okay, what do we got? Oh, he's back. Just had this disgusting leaflet put through my letterbox portraying Polanski as an Islamist by someone Okay, no, this isn't real. I think this account is doing some mad trolling tonight. Just had this disgusting leaflet put through my letterbox, portrayed Polanski as an Islamist by someone from Reform. Check out my ring cam, and it turns out this is my old primary school teacher who was sacked for nonsense. Couldn't make it up! This is the face of Reform, an old man staring through your front door wondering if there's any kids in the house. Migrants aren't the problem, it's the scourge of Savilism that is run rampant throughout Britain. I mean, you know, where's the lie? Where's the lie? Hi, I'm a freelance journalist. I'm currently writing a piece about the culture of paedophilia within right-wing political parties. Is it okay if I DM? There'll be a fee. Absolutely fine by me. I don't mind paying. That's funny as hell, dude. That's actually funny as hell. Duke of Blonde, how you doing? Welcome in. TTK, thank you so much for being here. Take care, sleep well. 100% real. Hey, Link Retro, what's up? It is a special edition of the Mule stream. Yes, it is. Mule, this isn't UK news, but did you see Kyle Rittenhouse was bitten by a poisonous spider? I did see that, yeah. I did see the topless photo that he shared on Twitter. Some very interesting stuff. What's going on LBC? Let's have a look.
Neck and neck with the Tories there, we shall see. But other places, look, in 2014, when UKIP were at their peak, they won just 12 seats in London. There are going to be several councils in London where UKIP smashed that.
It's a very good. It's a
huge step forward.
It's a very good point because UKIP, which we associate, it was a very politically successful party in a lot of ways, but it always struggled. In fact, really struggled. Didn't really manage it anywhere to establish a local government base. But that is not true, as we saw with Reform last year, and it's certainly not going to be true tonight. What do you think the difference is?
Yeah, well, UKIP did quite well in the 2013
there
county council
there
elections.
were a few.
But it was
is this a UKIP?
Exactly. Nothing on the scale of
representative
last year in those same sort of county council elections, and
hey, Scott Wood,
that we're hoping to achieve tonight. Now, look, we don't know. We haven't had a single individual result in yet. We're at that stage where everyone's kind of speculating and talking about what they think might happen, and obviously a whole range of
it's what we're good at.
He has got dribble on his chin.
Don't knock it.
But as we see those results trickle in, hopefully some of that speculation will be filled. Will be confirmed by real results on the ground, and certainly the vibes that I'm hearing from people up and down the country are very positive.
We heard earlier on, about an hour or so ago, we had Luke Trill, the pollster, in, and I was asking your chairman, Dr. David Bull, about this £5 million gift that your party leader Nigel Farage received before he became an MP. Tories and Labour say it should have been declared. He said it didn't need to be declared. I don't want to get bogged down into the sort of parliamentary mechanics of it. But Luke Trill was saying, as opposed to what David Bull was saying that this is
early era gammon, yeah.
Luke Trill disagreed. So it was being brought up in focus groups, this £5 million gift, unprompted. Should Nigel Farage have declared it and told us about it?
Well, I don't know how the mechanics work, but what that...
But you know he didn't declare it.
The whole story...
I'm at the count. What's the outside world like? Yeah, we're all watching.
Nigel faces on a day.
We'll wait and see what's going on.
When he wasn't an MP.
All politicians face a lot of threats.
They do, but none...
Scott Ward, thank you so much for the tier 1. Let's go.
As Nigel gets on a daily...
Well, we saw two.
What's the vibe like from the count?
But it's a big issue in politics. Our politicians...
And those MPs didn't have, and other MPs don't have very rich crypto billionaires giving them £5 million.
Well, Nigel doesn't receive any protection from the Home Office and the police, etc., etc. So someone has kindly stepped in to make
Where's
sure
this from?
Because otherwise he is at great risk. He gets death threats every single day.
Do you think that
LHS? Where's this from?
Earlier this week of someone with that effigy. If that's the kind of thing that's happening. And Nigel attracts that because they're
nominative determinism.
By the change that we can bring to the country, and that's the way they respond. And we have to be able to.
Peter Gammons.
We have to keep people safe.
He's got the reform face as well, by the way.
The country is potentially prompting people to try and kill him.
I think there are some people that
Peterborough, mint.
And that's a terrible indictment of certain.
Why do you think
quality stuff?
People feel that way?
Well, because some people like to behave in ways that we shouldn't be doing in a civilised. Look, we should pride ourselves as a democracy. I mean, today is a perfect example. We're having a big election here, biggest test of public opinion since the general election. We believe in a peaceful transfer of power. We'll see that in councils up and down the land, but some people don't want to.
230,000 members of the Green Party today.
Mechanism to keep those frontline political actors safe.
Hello, Rob. How are you doing? Everybody, if you're not
with him, I've
up to date with Rob Rousseau content, please
donation. But I've seen that.
Go and change that immediately. Go and look at Rob's YouTube.
Terrible.
Follow him on Twitch. How are you doing, King? I'm liking Lord Nonce Hitlergood's chances tonight. Yeah, he'll probably win.
And Mr. Farage says that this money was used for security. Do you think he could put the country's mind at risk, at ease, I should say, by providing evidence to show...
Party activist at Blackburn texts in.
Conversation with
Do you think that would be a good idea?
So Blackburn, as we were saying, probably going to go to reform. I'm welling up at my count. Reform after reform after reform after reform after reform.
For security. So, in the interest of full transparency, should he say, give us the evidence to show it's only being used for that purpose?
If that's what you'd like to see, then perhaps that would be a good thing.
You think it would be a good thing? In terms of what we might see throughout
National here with the final Holyrood projection. Take a quick look at this.
This was created based on each of the final polls from YouGov, Ipsos, Norstat, Survation, and More in Common, because we had a bumper day of polls yesterday. Loads came in. So what Mark Diffley and his team have done is put them all together and basically find the average from that. What were these last polls done in the last days of the campaign predicting is going to happen? So in this projection, there's no majority for the SNP. The SNP are on 56 seats. That makes them the largest party, but 9 seats short of the majority that Swinney has been really, really pushing for in this campaign. The Greens, meanwhile, are on course for a record 16 seats.
16 looks great.
Independence majority of 72 MSPs, which is the same number elected in 2021. Reform would be second with 19 seats, Labour in third on 18, the Tories in fifth on 11.
It's an independent majority if you add the...
Projection is very positive for the Greens.
Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 seats needed for a majority.
And Edinburgh Central.
Combination of the Greens and the SNP means an independence majority. Right? Scottish independence majority. That is massively significant, chat.
Which is Angus Robertson's seat, 2 of their biggest targets from this campaign.
Important shit.
All of this is just informed speculation, and we will find out for real from 1 p.m. tomorrow.
All right. So still on an independence majority. It's good stuff. I mean, it's, it's a majority of how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Take away 8. It's a majority of 8, right? So it's maybe not gonna build the base for a new IndyRef 2, but we will see. Well, Lada says maybe a very bad opinion, but if you're so unpopular you get massive death threats, you should not be able to get in office. I mean, by that, yes, that is a very bad opinion because Zach Polanski has been getting death threats. So, yeah, extremely bad opinion.
Talk about the seat projection.
Can't fault you for trying, though. All right, let's go back to LBC.
Holding the SNP government to account. But yeah, ultimately, everyone who stands should be wanting to win, and that's what our people in Wales, in Scotland,
breaking.
in London,
Keir Starmer spotted being sickle down himself as he prepares for absolute fucking shit show.
Don't let me do this, Alex, because I've been sat.
That's crazy, chat.
Now,
that's crazy.
Say something very exciting, which is we actually have a result. And this is indeed it's only a ward result, unfortunately, but still, nonetheless, it's going to put a smile on Alex Wilson's face. He's from Hutton South, which is in Brentwood in Essex.
Larger factual, absolutely.
Not stood there before. Reform gained from the Conservatives.
I'm getting reports, chat. I'm getting reports.
The vote. Conservatives at 32% of the vote. That's down 30 percentage points.
Hello, Threads.
Form gain of the night from the Conservatives. I'm sure you'll be hoping Alex is the first of many.
Can I do the second one? Go on. Second one in Chorley in Lancashire. Chorley East, Reform gain with 39.7% of the vote.
So there we are. So we've got two very different bits of the country, different bits of England, northwest of England, the southeast of England or the east of England. We're seeing, I mean, obviously they're just 2 wards in 2 councils, but if those were...
2 wards in 2 councils have gone to Reform.
shows that potentially you're on course for a historic night in British
Still another 5,000 seats to go, so let's see where we are this time tomorrow.
And look, we'll be there every step of the way. Alex Wilson there, a former UK member of the London Assembly, grateful for your time this evening. Natasha, even those little, these are just tantalising, there's sort of, not even glimmers, but glimmers of glimmers into what we might be seeing tonight. It's just those sort of things which instantly will be electrifying for certain political figures and already disturbing for
Of course, and actually, we obviously are not going to get all of the results.
Trouble in Hackney tonight, according to Ava Santina from Politics Joe, politics editor at Politics Joe. Trouble in Hackney for Labour. It seems a couple of hours before polling stations shut, I'm hearing Labour tell us we're convinced it's gone green. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Mamma mia, pizza pasta.
The risk of that. And actually, we've got a long road to go over Friday. And like I say, many places not starting counting until the morning, especially in Wales and Scotland. So we won't be seeing any of a picture until the hours ahead for that. So that is something to bear in mind as we are seeing these first results rolling in. And of
Hackney,
course,
LHS, Hackney.
We'll
East London.
Matt Vickers was making earlier, the Conservative MP, making the point that obviously the Tories did have such highs of 2022, 2021, when these last seats were last being for. So it is not surprising to see those places that we've just mentioned, those results that have just come in, going.
Is Hackney Corbyn? No. Corbyn is Islington North.
Obviously, just a sign of the times and the Reform continuing to make those gains and eat into the...
Reform and Green are going to make massive gains. Yes, they are.
With expectations of what all of the polling has been saying for years.
Two other little tidbits coming in. These are actually courtesy of Ben Walker, who's a political journalist or commentator as well, who monitors elections very closely, saying that he's hearing reports from Tameside, which is, of course, in Greater Manchester, happens to be where Gorton and Denton is, where we had that by-election, also happens to be Angela Rayner's seat, or the local authority which covers Angela Rayner's seat, saying that Labour are expected to lose most, if not all, of their seats in that council.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Here, but a tidbit from a party activist in Blackburn, Labour activist in Blackburn, saying, I'm welling up at my count, reform after reform after reform. These are...
Damn chat, Now's news 10-20 minutes ago. I literally read that out 10-20 minutes ago.
Low point under Jeremy Corbyn. Still return Labour councillors and Labour councils, and it looks like they're falling one after the other.
Look, if the story of the night is indeed Labour losing chunks of councils, control of councils, chunks of council seats, as indeed the polls point to the potential that they will do, it's going to be a story of losing those major red wall heartlands, the sort of places up in Manchester, Sunderland, Stockport potentially, and also London, some really, really staunch Labour through and through areas which just, are going to go to either Reform or slip to other parties for the first time in a very long time. And these are these results that are really going to pile pressure onto Keir Starmer in the days to come.
Again, as Alex Wilson was saying there, just looking at that result from Chorley East, which is, of course, Lindsay Hoyle's constituency. He's a speaker, so he doesn't stand party politically, but he was a Labour MP.
Okay, chat, there is a bunch of misinformation going around online.
Vote in this ward at the last election.
With
36 percentage points. Reform.
GB Politics reporting 7 minutes ago.
40%. And actually what's really interesting about that...
Hutton South Brentwood Council election results.
See how this could be the other story of the night, which is Reform there, just shy of 40%.
I do not think that is something that is official.
Who's in third?
We have one ward so far. Yeah, I was going to say.
Costing Labour the seat.
Exactly, that's exactly it.
Just don't think that this is
going to do all across
a reality.
Labour seats and potentially come in first in some places like London.
Reform to the right of them, Green to the left.
It's on the site, says Morton.
Because since Gordon and Denton, we have seen such a change in the way that Labour Party's messaging, but it was all about reform. That was all Labour and the Prime Minister was talking about since potentially the beginning of the year and before. And now they are facing a war on two fronts with the Green Party. And I do not think that this Labour Party know exactly which way to turn.
I've got a text here from Reese, who says, Lewis, can we get a happy centennial birthday for Sir David Attenborough? Very happy birthday.
Happy birthday,
Very happy birthday, Sir David. Wonder how he voted. Time is 12:16.
This is LBC.
Switching to Vodafone full fibre broadband is now...
Shut up. Right. Here we go. It's Morton's website. Hutton South, Brentwood East. Reform, Green vote share, 8%. So it looks like the Brentwood that GB Politics is reporting is correct. First results are expected after 1 a.m. So I wonder if this is verified. Brentwood Council. It's a Reform Council, but the Green vote share was 8%. Yeah? Planet Mushy, thank you for the blue fella. What else do we got? What else do we got? Let's go back to LBC. Maybe the ad's done. Yes, it is.
Right, well, Natasha Clark is still with us, and Tim Montgomery, political commentator, campaigner, was founder of Conservative Home, and in his own way sort of embodies one of the trends that we're seeing tonight, which is all of these Conservative voters moving over to Reform, because he's since, of course, joined Reform UK. Tim, thanks so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
Now, we have had, and we were just...
Where the fuck is Brentwood, by the way?
2 wards, 2 councils.
East of England, right, got you.
Their Reform gains. In both
Basildon, all 14 seats going to Reform, apparently, according to BBC. Yeah, I can believe that. That sounds about right.
Against Labour in this ward in Chorley, which was a rock-solid Labour ward, the Labour vote down 36%. Not only do you see Reform gaining, but crucially, the Greens have gained, which actually has made the difference with Labour losing the seat. This is going to be a theme of the night, isn't it? Time and time again. Labour bleeding on 2 sides and it costing them.
Well, how long have we been on discussion panels together?
It's here, babe.
Talked about the end of the 2-party system. And I think we've got used to the idea.
That's Morton's website.
It's going to be made form politically in spectacular style.
It feels like it's actually happening.
It's really happening now. And
hey, Steve, how you doing?
For
the sake of comedy, you might want to dip into Talk TV.
Weeks.
Talk TV are doing
and I actually found it quite ugly.
They're doing a live election result thing?
The scale of vehemence towards the political establishment out there. People are very angry. And so I don't think the mainstream parties, if they think this can be put back in the box easily, I think they're wrong. There's something happened out there in the British electorate that means that I think the foundations aren't just being shaken for this election, but I think they've gone.
And
I don't welcome that. I was a Conservative activist for 30 years.
And you believe in the political system? And then,
I didn't want to leave the Conservative Party. I still believed in the first past the post system, still hanging on to it with a thread. But I think if our political system is broken, as I think tonight's results suggest it will be, in a sense we are now in a 4, 5, 6 party system, depending on which part of the UK we're in. That's not going to. That's so shattered. You're not going to mend the vase and put it back on the pedestal.
Yes.
And what is it about? Because obviously we've had change after change election. You're arguably going back to Brexit. People pulling the change lever.
Now, chat. We've heard things from these guys who, you couldn't really call intellectuals. Yeah, Lewis Goodall is a fairly decent journalist compared to some of the other people on LBC. I know that you're all waiting to hear from these guys. Yeah. So taking one look at these guys, some of the most normal men in Britain. Let's see what they're saying.
Hello.
Hi, Tim.
Hello. About the vote today,
the
whole thing is that I've not got to vote today because I've got another few years before my next vote is. But in the last elections, Labour promised on their mandate they were going to do X, Y and Z. And they haven't done it. They've backtracked on so many things. Even though they have that much of a majority, it should have just went through.
Now, important to remember, chat, what this guy's talking about is the Jeremy Corbyn manifesto that Keir Starmer ran on.
Well, there is no other way to put it, is there? I think there should be a law. If you lie to Parliament, you're in trouble. If you lie to the electorate in your manifesto, we should have a way of recalling it and having another forcing them out. I think they do in some states.
Well, I'll tell you what you could do. If you put it in your manifesto, the House of Lords will automatically vote it through. If you specifically rule it out in your manifesto, the House of Lords should automatically vote it down. I reckon that's fair. By the way, just been in touch with Russell.
Yeah, that sounds... Yeah, you could just... make that happen somehow. Absolutely amazing intellectual takes from these two incredible lads.
But he's saying results in about 2 in the morning.
What do you do, What happens here? If you got a promise in, then House of Lords got to automatically vote it up. If you don't, then you got to have it voted down. That's how it is.
Choose from. But what's the thing that most riles you?
Smart stuff.
Culture.
Yeah.
They've got rid of...
The death of the country.
It's the death of the country.
And not just English, it's happening in, Scotland, it's happening Northern Ireland, it's happening, pretty much everywhere.
Yes. And one of the main things is the corruption throughout the civil service, because none of the departments speak to each other.
And they don't even go to work anymore.
Do you get upset?
They don't even go to work anymore, mate.
You know, it's just, oh, well, they tried the hardest, never mind. I don't like that culture.
Yes, exactly. If you failed in your job, doesn't matter whether you're at the bottom as a shop floor worker or the top manager, CEO, you should be sacked and you should not get any benefits.
Well, you should resign.
I agree. Like that's Paul Venels.
You shouldn't resign.
Oh, right, I see what you mean.
Resign. You should be sacked.
Paul Venels. What we should.
Talking about workers owning the companies that they work for on Talk TV. Madness.
To pay off the sub-postmasters. Now, I know it wouldn't have covered many of them, but I think she should pay first before the taxpayer.
Of course it should. That's all gone quiet as well, hasn't it?
That's because we're paying.
Yeah, it's all gone out the public.
That happens all the time, but it's even worse in the civil service because most of them have non-disclosure.
Yeah,
that's right.
So you don't even know.
And what happens is I
don't understand how my taxes paying for somebody and they can't tell me how much they've paid.
Yeah.
It happens with NHS. Happens with NHS negligence all the time. All the time.
What?
Exactly. So, if you joined all the civil servants together,
Ray. Ray, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing, everybody? Welcome in from the Ray stream. Did you win, son? Don't know yet. But thank you so much for stopping by. If you don't know me, coming in from Ray Stream, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I'll look at the news and geopolitics from a communist and an anti-imperialist perspective. It is, of course, UK local elections night tonight in the UK, which is essentially our midterms. Right? So that's what's going on. Everybody, please go and follow Rawi for some of the best coverage of the Swana region, aka the Middle East, aka West Asia. Although Swana does include, the West Asia is in the acronym, but you know what I mean. Yes, please, everybody go and follow Ray. You will get the best updates on Iran, Palestine, Iraq, Gulf states, all that kind of stuff. Has a great understanding of it. Incredibly smart streamer. One of my favorites. So yeah, please go and show some love to our Rawi. What do we got? Juki Dragon, welcome in. Crescent Moon and Star, hello again. Rawi, how are you? My chat is getting stressed about the commentary. UE6969696969, hello. Venus Flytrap, what's up? Elon made Twitter fascist, hello. I recognize you from Twitter. Who else? I think that's everybody. Hello. Reform are going to take a lot, so don't stress if lots come out for Reform first. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You're a subber here already? I think you got a gift sub, yep. I was recently told that the EU is Northwest Asia. Oh, by like a weird Russian Nazbol freak. That's the kind of shit that, That's the kind of shit that like Alexander Dugin and George Galloway and people say about shit like that. Europe is a myth, it's made up. Some people do say this, but it's a common thing where they call it Eurasia. It's like a Nazbol thing. You know? Kind of like a Russia reactionary pro-Russian thing. Yeah. Anyway. Some interesting stuff. Some interesting chats about that. We were memeing and just joking around about the NWA rap group. Oh, right, okay. I don't understand. I've vastly misunderstood that and taken it extremely seriously. Anyway, it's only because I'm taking these fellas extremely seriously. Let's tune back into Talk TV, see what they're talking about. I'm sure it'll be good.
Just to be clear, was it made clear that you've got up to 3 votes?
Lammy getting owned by the Greens on housing on BBC.
Did you vote 3 times or just once?
No, just once.
Oh, okay, fine. You did. Look, it's not for me to tell you which way to vote, but you did the right thing. If that one Reform person wins in your area, more Reform people will run next time.
Good.
But let me just ask you, and as I always say, I say this to every single person that calls in, you are a caller, not a contributor, so you don't have to answer the questions that Asher and I give you. What is your voting past? What did you, have you previously voted for another political party?
Well, I used to vote for Liberal Democrats because I'm a bit middle of the road, but
okay.
And I haven't really, and I mean, I'm a history student, so I know all about suffragettes, and it's my duty to vote. It's our duty to vote if we can.
So the Liberal,
I'm not a young woman anymore, but I just I want to make sure, as long as I'm on this earth, that I'm going to vote for the right candidate.
So it's interesting.
So this is a Liberal Democrat voter who has switched to Reform. This is the thing about centrism, chat. This is the thing about neoliberal centrist politics. The centre has collapsed, and people are making a choice. What did I like about the Lib Dems? Well, I enjoyed their reactionary politics. I enjoyed their reactionary politics, in fact. Yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff. Let's take a look at this. This is Rachel Millward, the Deputy Leader of the Greens, versus Deputy Leader of Labour, Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy. Let's have a little look at this. This is a clip from BBC. It's just happened, I don't know, in the last 20 minutes or so.
But to be fundamental change, isn't there? There's things like housing. We have a housing crisis. It's astonishing. And this is, I mean, almost all doorsteps.
Why are you
talk about
opposing
this.
council houses? Why are the Greens opposing council houses?
We're not. We're delivering. I mean, Bristol is a Green-led council that delivers more council housing than anywhere else outside London. The reason we don't have enough council housing is because the government won't fund them. We have a planning system that begins and ends with developer profit. And the developers give your two parties plenty of big donations.
When you guys ran Brighton, you bankrupted the place. It was 51 million. You left it in debt. That's not delivering for people in Brighton. That's why you were kicked out.
We are running 15 councils and we are doing them amazingly well. In Bristol, we balanced the books and after Labour, and we're delivering a lot more social housing. But this is within a system that doesn't make sense, David. You cannot solve a housing crisis with a planning system that literally begins and ends with developer profit. There's hardly any affordable, let alone social.
He can't stand up against her.
Build is not a response.
That's what we're doing.
Well, it's not happening because you're getting luxury housing built everywhere that is unbelievably out of reach for ordinary people. It is shocking that people kind of accept
not in Harringay, not in Southwark, not in Lewisham.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes in Harrogate, yes in Southwark, yes in Lewisham. Are you joking me?
These are councils building council housing once again, often being opposed by NIMBYist Greens.
Insane.
We deliver.
Insane.
I'm smiling as you say that.
It's absolutely nonsense.
They do insist in your party.
Because if you look at the statistics, we deliver.
Look at the cunt in the middle, chat. Who the fuck's he? Who's the cunt in the middle? Check the cunt in the middle.
That is nonsense. We deliver. No,
you're smiling as you say that.
It's absolutely nonsense.
They do insist in your
Check his head.
No, if you look at the statistics, we deliver more housing than other councils. In fact, it's one of our top.
He's a vicar. He's there to bless the argument. LHS, this is Rachel Millward. She's the deputy leader. She's one of the deputy leaders for the Greens with Mothan Ali. He's the interview cook. Why do people lie when it can be looked at? They're looked up. They are hoping that, in fact, you do not look it up.
To deliver is affordable and social. And we need to design this well. We need to make sure people and nature thrive together, which they absolutely can do. But it's absolutely untrue, this idea that we're enemies. We've also got, unbuilt permissions, thousands and thousands of them in our Green-led councils and everywhere. So that the system is wrong. But ultimately, the reason why we're not getting the change you want is that there's so much profit baked into everything.
I mean, great. Absolutely great. Without a shadow of a doubt. One of the best. Like, she's one of the best speakers. She's so good. Rachel Millward needs to be out here more and more, man. I was saying this since I saw her on Question Time. I think it was like 2 nights ago. I saw a clip of her on Question Time. She's absolutely quality. Zach's good. She's good. Mothin can be good. I think he needs a bit more media training personally, but like, he's generally very good anyway. But Rachel Millward is a phenomenal speaker, especially in situations like this. She just Cumstered and Dumpstered Lammy. She completely Cumstered and Dumpstered him. You know? I think lesbians are allowed to say that women are hot. I think it's only a problem when men do it.
But to be fundamental change, isn't there? There's things like...
Anyway, I just kind of wanted to watch that again. But yeah, great shout. Thank you for that, Soul Chicken. Have Sky News started the coverage? I think they have.
In the region and on us, even here in the UK, even though wisely the Prime Minister took the decision that we wouldn't jump into this. And I think there is a lot of concern.
Did I just see a White House presser?
Waiting, I think for more information. I don't want to...
A bilateral meeting.
Say more than I've been...
Oh my God, chat. I can't deal with the news tonight.
It's a moving situation. But... You know, you're right to raise it, and it is hugely concerning, I know, for many people, not just in the region, but here in the UK as well.
Of course. Okay, Baroness Chapman, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Do stay with us here on Vote 2026. Plenty more analysis.
It's for the Lula visit.
The results come in, and in a few minutes' time, we'll be speaking to the Shadow Home Secretary, Chris Philp.
Hey, Roshan, what's up? Okay. Also, we'll be mostly asked about what is happening in SOH. 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 So. We're winning in SAW. The Biden government was extremely bad on SAW. Strait of Hormuz, they were very, very bad on the Strait of Hormuz. We're doing the Strait of Hormuz like no one has ever done before. Okay, we'll just wait for the ads to be over on the Sky News thing. They closed it, so we closed it even more. I thought SOH was short for Solihull. I kind of want to listen to the brain rot a bit more. I kind of want to pause the LBC coverage, and I kind of want to listen to these guys doing brain rot. Doing pro-reform brain rot. Did you see CNN confirming Hormuzzi? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? What's happening? Chat, I'm going to be going for a long time tonight. I need you to not be making me go insane by saying things like, did you see CNN confirming Hormuzzi? Hello, Combustible Lemon. What's the projection for the Greens? Average looks like 611 council seats versus 1,600 for Reform. Link or it didn't happen. What do you mean about the Hormuzzi stuff? What do you mean? It's not totally awful. It's not totally awful. It does need to be better, but you know. I know that they're muted. I'm just having a chat with the chat. What's this? Yeah, don't forget, chat. That doesn't include the Holyrood and the Holyrood and Senate elections as well. We're looking at a minority lead in government for independence parties in Scotland and in Wales, which could mean the end of the Union! Okay, what's this?
Of Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, the area...
Hormuzzi?
One more time?
And the Revolutionary Guard have been very upfront about the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is leverage for Iran. I want to show you this map released by the IRGC, showing what they say is a widening of Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, the area...
The Strait of Hormuz. Chat, they said it. They made it happen. They absolutely said it. Another council in. Council gone to reform with 8... oh, no, this is the one we saw earlier. This is Chorley East. Green vote with 15%. This is another reform council. The green vote share being 50% in Chorley is still very good. I think that the green vote share in Hutton South being 8% is also very good. 2 councils in, chat. No, not councils. These are not councils. These are wards. These are wards. Sorry, not councils, wards. No full council has been announced yet. No full council has been announced yet. Calm down, everyone. I'm getting shit wrong. Yeah? I'm getting it wrong. Okay. All right. Let me get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of some of these fucking tabs because I think it's just absolutely battering my encoding. I might just get rid of that entire fucking group. Just to sort some stuff out. Councils are on the councils tab. Thank you. Yes. Hormuzzi on the mind. Exactly. Gianluca, how you doing? Welcome in. All right. CNN accidentally told the truth. It's so true. I'm scared my council is going to go reform. I don't want to dox myself. That could be literally any council in the UK. Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, chat, we have to be prepared for councils to go to reform. We have to be prepared for it. Wait, what are they talking about? The Jewish vote?
I agree with you.
And by the way...
Speaking from Marbella! Fucking English expat speaking from Marbella!
By the way, Jane, as has been pointed out in my ear in the gallery, the reason he continually said that was because Corbyn had been so awful to the Jewish community that he needed to say something to get them back on track.
No, he didn't. That's wrong.
He's right. And he thought, this way I'll get the Jewish vote.
Yeah. Absolutely.
1,000 years old from Marbella.
Successful. I mean, he's bloody useless as a prime minister.
He is bloody useless. All right, Jane, thanks so much. Look, I just want to make a big plug for calls because we've got 2 slots available and loads of people not picking up. 0344 499 1000.
Atrociously potent brain rot, yeah. Just for a second. She sounded like RFK Jr.
Tonight, and it's not a vast amount. So, 5,047 seats up for grabs. 30 million of you voted. There's also elections to the Synod, which is the Welsh Assembly or Welsh Parliament, as we used to call it, and the Scottish Parliament. We think, if exit polls are right, that the Scottish National Party continues to be the government of Scotland. Anis Sarwar's last-minute attempt to get people to stick with the Conservative, to stick with Labour or to vote Labour has failed.
Oh, listening to these two is just like giving yourself COVID brain fog. I actually can't fucking listen to him because they've probably got like repeat COVID infection brain damage, and that's why they're talking like that. Like, no offense to everybody anyone who has that. I've had that, right? But these guys have like gone out and purposefully given themselves COVID multiple times, and now they just can't can't say anything
to rebuild
properly.
What was a very bad election defeat that we suffered 2 years ago, but we are rebuilding, right? We are going to make progress, I think, tonight compared to a year ago. We'll do better in terms of vote share today than we did a year ago. As you say, everyone agrees Kemi is doing a great job.
Why do British racists hit their peas like a rented mule? Wait, what?
Reform doesn't have. And where Reform take control of councils, and they obviously are going to take control of some councils this evening, but when they take control of councils, like they did last year,
how you say
they generally make a pretty bad mess of it. I mean, if you talk to people in Worcestershire, which Reform won a year ago, they've had council tax increases of 9%. In Kent, which Reform won a year ago, the Reform Council there is in complete chaos. So, you know, Reform may win councils this evening, but I'm afraid for the people that live in those areas, they're going to find pretty quickly a Reform Council is no laughing matter.
This is true.
Nigel Farage is energising people, isn't he? There's no doubt about it. People are energised by what he has to say, including plenty of former Tory MPs. And we've got one with us all night, Nadine Zahawi.
Yeah, look, I mean, Nadine's been in a few different places over time. But look, I think when it comes to fixing our country's problems, which are quite serious, you need serious and credible ideas. And look, I'll concede that Nigel Farage is charismatic, and I'll concede that Reform have plausible-sounding slogans. but their policies are literally...
Indie Coalition moved towards a platform of expropriation,
Like a fag packet, and you can't solve our country's problems with slogans and gimmicks.
But there's quite a lot that the Tories agree with reform on: defence spending, immigration policy, welfare. I mean, if you can't beat them, why don't you join them?
Well, look, we agree with many of the objectives: cutting immigration dramatically, ending illegal immigration over the channel, and so on and so forth. But we have credible plans to do that. We published, for example, a whole plan on how we would come out of the ECHR and redesign our entire legal architecture.
Sick, dude. That's so sick. Reform won't do the deportations properly. Only a Conservative or Labour government can do that.
No, that's a point of difference.
The Tories had years to sort that
but we
out,
also...
Oh, this guy's a Tory, yeah.
Are saying you didn't sort it then. Why on earth do you think you can do it now?
Because we're under new leadership. Kemi Badenoch wasn't the Prime Minister before. I wasn't the Home Secretary before. And our party has changed. And, you know, the policy to come out of the ECHR is one of the big examples of the change that we've undergone in just the last year or so. But look, just back to...
I mean, the problem with agreeing with most of Reform's policies, but being the Tories, right? The problem with that is that people are just going to vote for Reform. That's it. You know? That's just it. Kemi Badenoch is now demanding a general election if Starmer resigns. That would be terrible for the Conservatives. That would be absolutely insane for the that would be such a bad move for the Tories if that were to happen. What is this, Halton?
Were up for grabs this time round, so it was always inevitable that Labour would hold on to Halton. Sorry, I got you excited then, didn't I? I got you excited.
Halton, where's that?
So we've talked a little bit about reform and about...
In Cheshire, northwest England.
Would you rule out any kind of partnership?
Oh, near Runcorn. All right.
Kemi Badenoch has sort of softened...
Interesting, because Runcorn went to Reform.
Right, because I think our values
and
our principles are the right ones for the country. So we're not looking to do any deals, we're looking to win.
You wouldn't prop up a minority-led Reform government?
We want to win outright in 3 years' time.
Talk to me about...
That's not going to happen.
Scotland.
Well, let's wait and see. The votes haven't been counted yet. We don't know what's going to happen there. So let's see. I think it's clear.
Yeah, capitulate to Reform's framing and push the Overton window rightwards. Well, everyone realises you're just phony and votes for Reform anyway. Exactly.
Absolute pasting. Unfortunately, in Scotland, it looks like the SNP are going to remain the largest party. Now, as a staunch the United Kingdom, that makes me sad and, frankly, a little bit alarmed. I very much don't want to see any kind of agitation for another separation referendum. Divisive and certainly doesn't move the country forward. So
well, that's fucking tough shite, pal. Let's fucking go. Where's that Limmy clip? Where's that fucking Limmy clip?
You know, we could see nationalist governments, couldn't we? Potentially in Scotland, Wales, and as we know, in Northern Ireland as well. What do you think that does mean?
Where's that fucking Limmy clip, man?
I think, first of all, it reflects the fact that the public are not happy with the status quo. They're not happy with the way things are going right now. And voting for a nationalist party is kind of a way of expressing that dissatisfaction. I think that's why it's happened. In terms of what it means, you know, I think it does. Well, I think in Scotland, we unionists, all of us in all...
This is all I'm thinking.
Avoid having another divisive
what one, boss?
Separation reference.
The normal W...
This is all I'm thinking when people are terrified about fucking Indie Ref 2.
Load her up! What one, boss? The normal WMD, the nuclear device, or the thermonuclear device? The biggie. What one's that, boss? That one. But, boss, there's a lot of good people there.
Oh, is there?
Is there? Is there?
Is there?
Is there? Is there? No anymore! Richard is mine! Freedom!
No anymore!
Look at it. Is there? No anymore! Richard is mine! Freedom!
That's all I'm thinking. Whenever I hear him freaking out about Indie Ref 2. It's like, yeah. Stay freaked out, man.
The data and forensics team is a multi-skilled unit dedicated to providing transparent journalism from Sky News.
We located footage of the airdrop to a test camp in central Gaza.
Airdrops are falling in extremely populated areas.
We combine.
Right, okay, now they're just doing like ads or some shit. What's going on LBC?
Tomorrow, I think what was telling was the fact he was talking about the situation in Gaza, and there are legitimate opinions on both sides about the situation.
Green councillor, we've got a green councillor.
You referred to a Jewish occupation, a Jewish apartheid, not an Israeli apartheid or Israeli occupation, it was specifically Jewish. And I think that type of trips off the tongue and accusing you of having Zionist paymasters.
Where's that, Dan? Where you seen that?
Politics is something that we do not want in Britain, and the fact, as I said, he's going to hold such an influential position in Birmingham tomorrow is quite worrying, and we'll have to watch.
This guy's sweaty as fuck. Hey, Blue Rose Moon on BBC,
there, which I think starts tomorrow morning.
Starts tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think
this is council results.
What's to be done about that? Because this is, I mean, we're talking a lot about the decline of the two-party duopoly. It's clearly happening. I mean, it's clearly happening, and you know, you're sensible enough to recognise that. I mean, how could you not? But it's also, it's one thing to have that duopoly being replaced by.
Chorley Green gained from Labour first win of the night. Very deservedly goes to Olga Cash, who's been working with the Chorley Southwest seat for some time. Olga wins a stonking majority. First ever Green councillor elected in Chorley. Let's go! Chorley is in Lancashire near Bolton.
Now, we've had that for many years. The SNP broke through in 2007, and we've had 4 or 5, now 6-party politics.
Green councillor, let's fucking go. First Green councillor.
20 years, but as you say, they are political parties. They have policies, and they stand candidates on specific.
Is that your only soundboard buttons? Yes. I don't have anything else.
Groups, these single-issue campaign groups, being able to win elections and therefore influence what happens in some, as you said, Europe's biggest local authority tomorrow is very worrying and troubling, and I think that all of us in the established parties and who care about our democracy need to take a step back and actually work out how we combat this.
Well, isn't one answer perhaps that political parties need to appeal to Muslim voters and not alienate them? And you can make an argument to say that the way that certain parties, and perhaps your own...
It's a national election for Wales and Scotland, that's right, Foxes, and welcome in.
Voters and Islamists, and you talk about those issues, and always seems to be, even after the Gorton and Denton by-election, we saw the first thing Kemi Badenoch come out and say is that Labour was paying a price for clan-based politics and all of this sort of stuff. I mean, I was in Birmingham yesterday, and I actually spoke to some young Muslims who said that a lot of political parties seem to have a problem with us. Well, and that's one of the things...
I don't have far on the... soundboard, I'm afraid.
Well, that is the case. And that is
if someone wanted to make me far, I would put it on.
We're calling out Islamism and taking on extremism. We're not criticising or talking about individual Muslims or the Islamic faith as a whole. We're talking about an extreme version of that faith.
Well, one thing they might have heard is the fact that Kemi Badenoch...
Is your kitty's name Elbert? Yeah, it is now.
That the marches against Israel ought to be banned because there are people on there who have anti-Semitic views, in her view, and indeed, I think that is well documented.
Yeah, he's completely activated. It's his time to shine.
The same thing about, say, Tommy Robinson marches, despite the fact
Thank you very much, Ray.
People on that march who have anti-Muslim views, indeed have called for Islam to be banned from Britain.
Well, let's look at the context that the question was put to Kemi at the weekend. We were 3 days after the horrific attack in Golders Green. We have seen week after week after week aggressive protests about the situation in Gaza and Israel. Where
the situation, that's a situation that's happening there.
Marches have deliberately gone past, making the Jewish community in our country feel incredibly unsafe and unable to go about their daily business. Have been.
Who is this, a Tory? I mean, I think we should all try and guess, right, chat, like before? Do you think that this guy is Labour, Tory, Lib Dem, or Reform? Any way to know?
Absolutely right to call that out, especially in the context of what happened just last week in Golders Green.
I actually don't think it'll be Reform, because Reform are not talking about Palestine or Israel, which is very interesting.
not a fan of Tommy Robinson and what he says on these demonstrations. But let's look at...
Not a fan of Tommy Robinson.
The innocent Jewish people going about their daily businesses...
Could be Labour.
...attacked in the street.
He was being asked about Kemi Badenoch's views.
Do you understand why some people might feel that there's something...
Colour of the tie, yeah, could be Tory. He was Scottish minister, he's a Tory. Right, there you go.
Well, then why...
Only a Conservative could be this shiny. Yeah, looks like he's literally only ever had, like, the cleanest air in his entire life, the best education, only drinks completely, fucking treated water, whatever the fuck, distilled water, only ever eats, like, freshly grown vegetables from Waitrose and shit.
What's been being said on those marches that Kemi was speaking?
Never been outside.
Intifada. Some of the other chants, some of the banners, some posters, glorifying what happened on October the 7th in Israel. These are
ban
things.
Islam.
This needs to
ban Islam.
This needs to end.
Allah is a paedophile. That was always heard on the last Tommy Robinson mark. That is well documented. Ben Islam. Allah is a paedophile.
Obviously,
so why should that be allowed to go ahead?
We're talking about those marches in the context of a rise in anti-Semitism that's been registered across the country. Absolutely, we need to do everything we can to combat that. But those marches specifically have driven up anti-Semitic attacks and hatred. We've seen security have to be increased outside synagogues, Jewish schools.
So again, chat, this is exactly the same as the other Tory shadow chancellor that was on LBC the other day. She was literally repeating the lobbyist group line, right? What do you do if you're challenged on it? You just keep going with it, keep going with it, keep going with it. Don't entertain the journalists, pivot or anything like that. Just keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. We'll give you more money. Just keep going, just keep saying it, just keep saying it.
In terms of what happens tonight, it looks likely that the Conservative Party are going to go backwards, and we're already seeing only a few wards, in fairness, but we're already seeing a few losses, or to reform. When Kemi Badenoch has managed, in her personal polling, to pull ahead of other party leaders, and she's certainly pulling ahead of your party, when is that going to translate into actual gains for your party? Because at some point, you're going to have to, if you're going to go back into government, you're going to have to start making some gains.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. We're all aware of that. It hasn't even been 2 years, Lewis.
The broken record skill from DBT, he's asserting that his boundary is you can't say that there's a genocide. Yes.
The lowest number
that's correct.
In Westminster in modern history for our party.
No probs, Rowie. Hey, Zach, how's it going? Everybody go follow Zach.
Right now is Kemi is in just about every poll the most popular leader of a political party in the UK right now. She outpolls the Conservative Party by some margin. I hear on the doorsteps just how positive Kemi is viewed by the public.
Good to hear it.
I think what she's doing and bringing forward new policies, taking the party in a new direction, talking about the issues that really matter to people out there in the country, and taking on the Labour Party, holding their feet to the fire for all the mistakes that they have made over the past 2 years.
Fucking cope, man. The Conservatives are done as well. Completely done as well.
We're heading in the right direction.
Next year?
Well, I'm not going to put a date on it. I'm not going to put a date.
You're going to run out of years at some point, Andrew.
I am confident that we will start to see gains.
Positive.
In the next few years as we.
They are all doing these American shit, haven't they? That, like, Kemi Badenoch's doing it as well, saying D's instead of T's. It's fucking crazy the way that they're doing this.
Coalition.
Look, it's far too early to be talking about possible coalitions or deals. I don't want to imagine. I want to sit in a cabinet run by Kemi Badenoch as Prime Minister.
But
that's
you're going to see tonight, aren't you?
An ambition.
You're going to see. Lots of councils up and down the country where Conservatives and Reform will work together.
Yeah, the party's fucking
dead. What
do
you disagree about?
Well, there's councils in Scotland where Labour and the Conservatives work together, or the Liberals.
He's getting redder, chat. He's getting redder.
I just had Tim Montgomery in here, and he
looking like a basted turkey.
And I asked him, what do you disagree with the Tories about? And he said, well, not very much, really.
But I just think the problem with Reform is that they say one thing one day and another thing another day. They say one thing to one group of people and another thing to another group of people.
What's the thing you would most disagree with Reform on?
I disagree with their lack of intellectual continuity. I disagree with...
He wish that they would just be solidly fascist, and not have any kind of delineation from the line. He wants them to have the solid line on their fascism, actually.
This country a better place to live in, or Britain a better country to be in. That's what the Conservative Party
better country to be in.
A strong economy. We want to build a stronger country, and we want to make life better for the British people. That's not what Reform's about. Reform is about simply a platform for Nigel Farage to get into Downing Street, and that is all it's about.
And
they'll say anything to make that happen.
And Scotland, how do you think it's going to go?
Hello, Total Vumpy. What's up?
Difficult.
Brilliant answer for 10 years ago. Yeah.
Conservatives tomorrow. I think that's
Chorley Northwest Labour hold.
Registered in the last Scottish election, our highest number of votes in any Scottish Parliament election. So we're coming from a very high bar.
So it looks like Chorley is going to be the. It's kind of going to be the tester because Chorley is a working class white northern town. Let's see if we can get some more info about this coming in. Chorley East. Full result. Councils. Oh my goodness. Percentage complete. 15% Essex, Brentwood. Barely any come in so far. Literally barely any. Okay. Still not sure how to use this, by the way. Council. Verified. Chorley East. Okay. The data is lagging. Right, okay. Let's have a look at this. Are we getting anything on Sky? Oh my god, we're still here with Sky. What the fuck? Wait, is this Sky done? It says it's live. Wait, what? I'm just using Politics UK on Twitter. I'm not sure how accurate their shit is, you know? Politics UK is a bit of a fucking dickhead. Bit of a right-winger. Why are they just doing the weather so much, bro? They fucking love doing the weather. What else is going on?
But what if there's a huge majority against?
Let's catch up. I don't want to listen to that shit with fucking that Tory.
Party off. They said Keir Starmer needed to go. We were never going to win back the north of England. And look what happened. Just 3 years later, we achieved the election.
So do you think he's being underestimated again?
I think he has. I think he's frequently underestimated. But actually, I mean, I talk to Labour Party backbenchers every day of my life. I was one for 10 years, and I think the lots of people will go around saying the view of the PLP is whatever they want it to be. And I would just, respectfully caution against trying to sum up the views of the PLP because of the words of one or two who do want the change that you've just described. But by no means do I believe that to be the majority of Labour MPs. They feel also.
You think the majority are happy with the Prime Minister in place at the moment?
I think so. I think what they want to.
Sadly, this is just true. Sadly, this is just completely true. Let's have a bit of a look at some of the info around this. So this is Chris Williams. He's the head of elections and deputy CEO of the Green Party. I imagine he's probably quite on point with this stuff. It's not J.K. Rowling. That's not who that is. Chorley Green game from Labour. First win of the night, very deservedly goes to Olga Cash. So this is confirming what we have heard previously about this. First ever Green councillor elected in Chorley. Again, if we can keep an eye on the entire Chorley council, if these are the first results that are gonna come in, then it's gonna be pretty, like, we're gonna see this kind of thing probably replicated across the board, right? 40% of the vote is very good. Yes. Very, very good. Stonking majority, apparently. Let's see if we got the numbers. Poll check out the Greens winning by 2.9%. 3.9%. From 5% is very good. That's very good. That's a very good first. Some good election campaign material here as well. If they're, she's trying to get across to people to keep Reform out, it's between, Reform and the Greens. That's pretty good that they've elected her. Take a look at Sky News election night.
Has been cast in elections across England, Scotland and Wales. The results could be decisive, with all the parties facing a test since the general election. The polls predict a dire night for Labour.
Hey, Ricky Bickies, how's it going?
Leadership hanging in the balance come morning. Well, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, we've had the first results through. We'll, of course, bring you all the results as they come into us here at Sky News. Counting underway in 46 of the 136 local authorities in England up for grabs.
Yo, no worries, Soccer. Sleep tight.
As well as the contests for the Scottish Parliament and the Welsh Senedd will begin counting later this morning. Here with me in the studio, our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Sam, where are things as they stand? A trickle of results coming in.
Already, and it's only just gone sort of 1 a.m, but we've already got allies of the Prime Minister declaring he's going nowhere. It's that kind of night, even though we've only had a trickle of results so far. If you look at the results, you can see Reform are the party that are making gains in terms of seats at the moment. They're up 10, largely at the expense of Labour, with the Lib Dems and the Greens on 2 and 1.
I mean, again, chat, important to remember, this is not going to be a direct switch from people who previously voted Labour to people who are now voting Reform. It is more likely that it is going to be people who are not voting, who used to vote Labour, but are now going, I don't have any party that represents me. Maybe they don't believe in the Greens. Maybe they think that the Greens, this is just a flash in the pan, and they're saying, yeah, well, we've got Corbyn politics now, and, you know, maybe they don't entirely believe that. But voter apathy is going to be the real winner tonight, chat. It's important to remember. Melpert looks snug as a bug. He looks it, doesn't he?
Eating into Tory votes and Labour's losing to the left. It's a direct Labour to Reform switch between the voting blocks. And that is going to be an alarm bell, because...
And you see, this is the whole thing, chat. This is the ridiculous shit, because all that Labour is... Like, everybody who is saying that, oh, Labour are going to go more left-wing... It's like they are going to entertain this for like a minute, right? They are going to entertain this for a minute. And then they're going to go, we can't do that because what about the lobbying groups? It's not going to push them more left. It's going to make them go more right. That's all it is. The lobbying groups are going to make them go more right. They're going to be like, right, in the next 3 years, you have to push through all of the policies that we want you to push through. So... more oil production in the North Atlantic, you know, more crackdowns on pro-Palestine sentiment, more crackdowns on left-wing sentiment in general. Yeah, he's going to, like, it, you know, yeah, exactly. A prime minister that is going to refuse to stand down, you know, and, like, plant his feet is certainly not going to be moved to the left. You know what I mean? I'm 100% a Green Party believer, but I'd rather see what the Greens do than Reform. Yeah. No, we are going to see some Green stuff happening, absolutely. We are going to see some Green councils. Is the voting first past the post or some form of ranked, in the wards? I mean, with the... good question. Don't exactly know. Sorry to disappoint. Visionary. It's the person who gets the most votes wins the ward, and then the ward. Wait, hang on a minute. No, the council majority stuff. It's first past the post. It is. It's first past the post. Yes. Thank you. The person who gets the most votes wins the ward, and then the first party that gets past the majority is like, right, well, we've won. Yes. Imagine having ranked choice voting. That would be so sick.
That I know takes the responsibility that...
But not in Scotland and Wales. Crucially, not in Scotland and Wales. It's proportional representation.
He's only the fourth Labour leader in the party's history to have ever won a general election. He takes that responsibility deadly.
Oh, this is so embarrassing. I've won a historic landslide mandate.
He will want to fulfil the
even if Starmer survives... Wait, what was that? Even if Starmer survives, it's going to feel like a stay of execution.
That he put his hand up to do, and that the trust that's been given...
Scotland uses the additional member system, yeah.
So no sorrow, no regret, no apology, nothing like that from him?
It's up to him. He will say what he wants to say, and it's not for me to speak on his behalf.
No apologies. No backing down. NHS waiting lists. Down. Children lifted out of poverty. Yes. Historic mandate. Yes. Shit my pants. Yes. Yeah, so, you know, that's what he's going to say.
Himself tomorrow and
Labour council seats down.
Kind of inner thoughts, but I can promise you, Sam, that the overriding sense that he will be feeling is about duty to the country and wanting to keep the promises that he made.
Right, but he didn't do any of that, and he doesn't do that. So that's nothing. That's just simply nothing, isn't it?
Aren't you? Utter deflation.
Charlie Northwest Labour, okay. Labour holds.
Closest allies on the front foot by any stretch of the imagination. But I just wonder whether
Charlie and Holton
ploughing on, which is what she suggests the message from Keir Starmer.
Number of cartoon noises made up.
The weekend on Monday in this
BBC is showing 2 Labour councils.
I understand they hadn't really worked out what was in it to any great degree of detail even a few hours ago.
This fucking website's shit. Oh shit, here we go. This is councillors.
Yeah, I mean, arguably
2 of 36 councils have been done.
And I think that more of the same. Again, we come back to
Lib Dem candidate collapses in Merton, helped by Reform doctor. What the fuck is happening, bro?
To come after Keir Starmer this week, because it might just end in an.
The count is in full swing in southwest London. The Liberal Democrats hope to remove Labour. If the Lib Dems succeed, for the first time they've run 4 councils simultaneously along Kingston, Sutton and Richmond. One of the Liberal Democrat candidates wearing a bright yellow tie has collapsed here at Cannon's Leisure Centre in Mitcham. A Reform UK candidate who is a doctor has sprung into action to help and make sure he's okay. No, he's going to kill him.
Like it really understood.
That's what's going to happen.
This anger that you're getting from across the whole of the spectrum.
The whole of the spectrum. What's going on here?
And so there's something to be said for that. And there's something to be said for the government cover-up. Why that is, I don't know. You know, my speculation is on the energy, zero source energy things, and you know, heating our homes in the winter and cooling them in the summer free of charge, more or less.
Child, what is happening?
Pretty appealing to me, but to the big boys, that's not.
So you're suggesting it is whatever it is not us. It's.
Why has he got a Christmas tie on?
Not necessarily be extraterrestrial. It's just the oceans are so deep that maybe we just haven't found it yet.
Yes, sir.
The Sun's editor at large.
Them could already be here, and if you think
the oil spill that was covered up,
traveling light years to me,
interstellar travel
is kind of crazy.
Bro, what is happening on Talk TV?
How do you pack enough food, you know, to go? Even with
incredible yankification rot. I'm turning this off. I'm turning this off immediately. I don't need any of that. We've got live on the ground LBC coverage. Let's go.
LBC app. You can see there's quite a lot of chandeliers behind me. In Havering, there are 55 seats up for grabs across 20 wards, needing 28 for a majority. Havering fell into no overall control in the last local election, but a local residents association has been running the council. However, tonight, Reform UK are hoping to change that. Nigel Farage told The Standard last week that there is no doubt in my mind we're going to win Havering. Here in Romford, Andrew Rosendale has been an MP since
Where the fuck is Havering, man?
Conservative. However, in January this year, he defected to
London.
Reform UK.
They think they're going to get the northeast borough.
A campaign of his own in Havering to leave London and become independent.
Peterborough's no overall control.
If they win the council, that may be something to look forward to in the Reform UK manifesto. Reform have been campaigning hard in Havering alongside other nearby boroughs, including Bexley, Bromley, Barking and Dagenham and Croydon. Havering may well be Reform UK's first London.
Okay, here we go. Here's the map, chat. It's map time.
We will expect to get.
All right, Chorley's Labour, Holton is Labour.
What's happening in the south of England? LBC South of England reporter Benji.
Doesn't look like Peterborough's been updated on this map yet.
Roxanne, thank you.
No overall control.
78 divisions on this county council up for grabs in an election that was delayed from last year. This is a county that serves 1.4
lag map. What am I getting lag?
And has been controlled by the Conservatives since 1997. In fact, barring a small gap in the 90s, the Tories
Conservative won in Peterborough.
Charge of this authority since it was set up several decades ago. In other words, this is a pure conservative heartland. But for how much longer?
Reform have won 16 councillors, Conservative won 2, Liberal Democrats won 2, Greens won 1,
to choose their
Independents none.
Well, it was back
okay, 1 council, no overall control. That's confirmed. Peterborough, no overall control.
Partygate wasn't even
So I can't imagine there's going to be any Green councillors down there. So it's going to be between Reform and the Conservatives and Labour, I imagine.
Fairly good shape, but since then,
oh my God, chat, Labour have only got
conservative collapse and meltdown, and indeed the
chat. They've lost 16 councillors already.
Places like this,
chat, that's insane.
A huge defection. The former Home Secretary.
Can you give a dumb down for a Slavic stupid Tovarish what the local elections can change beside the opposition? Can figure out their ratings are higher and some tax adjustments. Yeah, if
across the county, but particularly in coastal.
If a Green council, if a Green Party selection of councillors takes over a whole local council, it is far more likely that things like social housing will be built, planning permission for gentrification projects like private developments will get rejected, you know, all that kind of shit, like that kind of planning permission for gentrification and all that shit, they will get refused. It's more likely that the council will manage their money better, and, you know, obviously that is just like the complete opposite of reform, essentially. You know what I mean?
Missing for them too across other parts of the south of England, the likes of Sussex and Surrey. Those results, though, will come in much, much later on Friday. And actually, because the count in places like Winchester doesn't happen until later as well, it is unlikely, Lewis, that we'll get a full picture of what is happening here in Hampshire, for example, until after breakfast. But by the end of the night, I think it's fair to say we'll have a pretty good steer, an indication as to
Aspire, a breakaway Galloway type project.
Been inflicted.
They are not cool.
From both
yeah, they don't sound it.
Flanks of the political spectrum, from the Lib Dems on one side, and indeed from Reform on the other. You might be sitting at home thinking, well, Benji, what about Labour? Where are they in all of this? Frankly, they're nowhere to be seen. They are not really part of the conversation in places like Hampshire and other parts of the south, except in some city councils. Now, it is worth just adding as well, without wanting to kind of undermine the entire democratic process that you can.
Labour lost 50% of the vote
behind me.
In Hale. They used to have a majority of 70%. In Hale Village and Hale Bank for the Halton Council election result. Even though they held on to the council, I think they've gained a councillor or a council. Reform gained from Labour. So is this going to be a ward? Hale Village and Hale Bank, yep. A 50% reduction in support for Labour. They used to have 70%. Chat, they used to have 80% support in that area. Interesting to note here, the Green gain in support is 12%. Fascinating.
From Labour, actually up 7%.
Total fucking wipeout.
In the Northwood there, Labour down 40 percentage points. Another one in Peterborough.
North Salford, Green Party win! You are joking, what?
33 percentage points. These are all just tantalising glimmers of the wider piece to come. British politics is the British electoral map tonight, like a huge jigsaw, and all we've got is the sort of most tiny little slithers of the pieces to be put in so far. But we're
Salford!
A little bit by bit, and we will be over the
Walkden!
next few hours as well.
No, that's not Thurza. Thurza is Moss Side.
Join me in the studio in the little salon. As
Thurza's probably going to win Moss Side.
We've got Noah Kigali, Conservative Council.
I'm pretty certain of it.
With Young Voices UK, Lucy Reid, columnist for The New World, and Cassie Bellingham as well, who's a member of the Your Party executive. We haven't heard much from them this evening, but I'm sure we will over the next.
Yeah, Salford is Manchester. Manchester is Salford. Don't ever say that to someone from Salford, though.
Of course, you'll know Deputy Leader of
basically East Manchester, West Manchester.
Lucy, let's start with you. What do you make of what we're hearing so far in terms of the national political picture as well? We're hearing allies of the Prime Minister circling the wagons. We heard it with Jenny Chapman there, basically saying, yeah, things are going to be really, really, really bad, but what we need to do is kind of do more of what we're doing, but quicker.
Well, tonight's all about the new kids on the block, isn't it? It's all about Reform UK and the Green parties making massive gains in London, in
Walked north with Reform.
and probably in the north. I mean, some of the results we've seen so far, which are the Reform gains.
My gran used to go mad at the idea of Salford being manked. Yeah.
And I think
it is, though.
Also, no, Chorley. And you know, I think tonight will be a real focus on what 2029 might look like, but I also do think we need to keep some perspective there. Remember that local elections are not general elections.
Certainly not.
Despite the sort of fervour that we've had about this. And I think we've maybe got election fever in this country off the bounce of it.
Oh, come on. It's election night. If we're not going to have election fever here, then where on earth would we, Lucy?
Very true, but I feel like since 2014, with the rare exceptions of 2018 and 2021, we've basically either had a general election, a referendum, or a leadership election. And
I hate those fallow years.
I think we've just got a bit of an addiction to it, to the chaos. We love the drama. And no complaints from me. It keeps us in a job.
Noah, is that a problem? Have we got too addicted to the drama in British politics since the Brexit years, perhaps?
I think it says...
My good ends are not part of your bad ends, tale as old as time. That's literally it, yeah.
Forward, what voters seem to want is, in the long term, is probably stability. And that's something that they don't seem to be getting at the moment. There's so much frustration.
Yeah, these are some great takes, by the way.
They would vote for the old parties. They'd vote for Labour and they'd vote for the Conservative, but they're not.
They voted for Labour on the promise of stability, and then don't seem to have got it. And I think that's why you're going to see Labour punished this evening, and over the coming years, unless they manage to find it.
And Cassie, your party, what are we expecting from your party over the next...
Nothing.
Speaking of the new kids on the block, we're the newest new kid on the block, aren't we? So we're very excited about this first election for us. We're not.
Your party are gonna maybe elect like 3 councillors, man. It's just a bit embarrassing.
But we are supporting 300 independents, some under the Your Party banner, some as independent socialists. And we've got some positive feelings coming in about that. So
I don't want to be uncharitable, Cassie. And I know you are the newest of the new kids, as you say. But I suppose if one were to be uncharitable at this early hour of the morning, you might say.
Okay, interesting news coming in from Salford City Council. Right, really, really important news. Exactly what I was saying. Right. So Salford City Council. Let's have a look at the boundaries of that. All right. So this is Salford. Yeah? Right? Let's take a look at this chat. This is going to demonstrate exactly what I was talking about before in terms of voter apathy, right? So if you have a look here, this has got places in it like Walkden, where we got that result about the Green Party win. Interesting stuff. Now, this is a massive area. Salford is one of the more deprived areas of Manchester in terms of places like Pendlebury, Eccles, Weast, Broughton, Higher Broughton, Kersal, Lower Broughton, Broughton Park. All these areas, completely let down by gentrification and just totally mismanaged councils on the part of Labour and shit like that, right? Earlham as well, Cadishead, these places are further out from the city centre. They're also gonna have a bit more of a shit time. Worsley is a bit more upmarket, Monsall, places like that round here. But yeah, as soon as when you get out to Little Hulton as well, it's also getting a bit more working class. Salford City Council have just put this out. Yes, this is for this entire area. Voter turnout across the city was 34%. 34% of registered voters. Yeah? The winner tonight is voter apathy. Voter apathy. It doesn't matter what they tell you. It doesn't matter how Reform spin their results. The main winner tonight is voter apathy. Yeah? Now, Salford could end up being good for the Greens. I don't know. I know that there's already, there was already a Reform by-election. I think it might have been an MP by-election or a council by-election. I don't know. But very important to remember this, right? We're going to see more and more examples of voter turnout, right? I don't know what Manchester City Council's voter turnout is going to be, but 34% is extremely low, yeah? It's just 30%, less than half. How long is it usually for you UKs until you get official results? We pretty much got some official results already. We're taking a look. Chorley, that's a Labour hold. And Hulton, that's a Labour hold. There's been one council with no overall control, which means that no one's got a majority. But Labour have got this held on to 2 councils with a majority. Now, Reform are winning councillors, but no councils as of yet. There's no mayoral election in Manchester, no. There might be mayoral elections for the local areas in terms of, you know, because it's a combined authority. We have the big mayor, Andy Burnham, and then we've got the Salford mayor, Old Trafford mayor, Chorley North and Astley Reform gained from Labour. Thank you, Parath Gosda. Aren't there laws that if voter turnout isn't over 50%, it's invalid and you need to hold elections again? Oh. You sweet summer child. All right, so that's what we got. The Greens have got 1 councillor, Ray. So 1 councillor. But in terms of overall councils, Labour have held on to 2. So only 3 overall councils have been called at this point. Seen a lot of polls predicting Lib Dem in Sheffield. If we go piss yellow instead of green, I'm going to flip. It could happen. It could happen. Yeah, 1 councillor, not overall council. But it's still good. Yeah, say no to the piss diamonds. All right, let's go back to LBC, see what's going on here. Oh, it's Richard Tice.
He kept us out of the Iran war.
He needs to go.
He kept us out of the Iran war, and I seem to remember that your leader and a lot of the right-wing press were all...
He did not keep us out of the Iran war!
And Lewis, has that made any difference to any of the prices that we talk about? No, because we haven't got sovereign independence, and we're not
kept British soldiers out of harm's way.
Oil and gas wells. What they should...
Oh, I can't deal with this, man. I can't deal with this. You do not have to hand it to Keir Starmer, Lewis. You do not have to hand it to Keir Starmer in any way, shape, or form, you smelly little wet. I'm literally moving over to Sky News instead.
6 are in the shadow cabinet, if you include Kemi Badenoch. Who is likely to face the axe at the hands of Reform if the march of Mr Farage's party continues? Well,
2 more Green councillors? I don't think so.
Richard Holden,
maybe.
No sign of him here tonight.
Walkden.
He's got a majority of just 20. For example, who else? Alex Burghardt, Kemi Badenoch's ally.
That's the only thing that can increase turnout? Yeah, well.
Under 6,000 majority.
Not going to happen.
For example, let's have a look.
You know, the mainstream centrist parties, you know, depend on low voter turnout.
It's 2,600, so not great for Kemi.
Wait, two Green councillor seats, so that's confirmed. The Walkden Salford seat is confirmed.
The result here is not just bad for Labour, it's bad for the Tories as things stand at the moment. Let me just tell you what else is happening in the rest of the county. We're still waiting for news from Harlow, Rochford, Brentwood, where Alex Burkhardt is the MP, Southend and Colchester. Lib Dems have got high hopes in Colchester, always been a target.
Turnout for councils is usually quite low. Well, that's the thing that everybody has to remember, right?
Bob Russell. So big change here, we believe. But it's the Conservatives as well as the Labour Party who look as though they're going to take a beating. And the jeweller, Mr.
Does free food not help voter turnout? You're not allowed to do that.
Shop in the town centre. Well, diamond evening for him. Quite a shine on the performance, you might say.
Very good, John. Thank you, as always. Let's join our political correspondent, Alex Rogers, who's in Duckinfield in Tameside in Greater
Duckinfield, Ducky.
Good to see you. Tell us why you're in Tameside.
Well, Tameside is the backyard of Angela Rayner. It's a council that's been held by Labour since 1979, but that, Jonathan, could all be about to change. We're expecting the first declaration to come in shortly. That's Droylsden West, currently held by Labour, so they'll be anxiously waiting to see if they can retain that seat. But looking around, there's not that many Labour rosettes left in this hall anymore. Same with the Green Party. They've sort of filtered out as well. And I think that really speaks to what we're seeing on the ground here.
Just tested the new soundboard. That's all.
They think they
Don't worry,
can
chat.
take 17 or 18 of the 19 wards that Labour currently defend. And there's been a lot of interest in the ward behind me, St Peter's it's called, where we think it's a tight race between Labour, Reform and the Independents. It's worth mentioning that because only a third of seats are up for grabs, Reform can't get a majority, but what they can do is take this council into no overall control.
The fire will make me hate you.
And if that happens,
There's lots of other reasons to hate me.
implications for Labour in the northwest and also right at the top of the Labour Party as well.
OK, interesting stuff. Alex, we shall return to you a little bit later. Thank you for the moment.
Isn't there a town in the UK called Shitterton? Yeah.
Is at the screen. It is very early days. We keep saying that. But give us a sense of where we are at the moment, Sam.
4 out of the 136 councils have counted. 37 out of the 5,000.
Reform with 24 seats already. Yep, as I said.
I just want to give you the highlights. Look at this.
Voter apathy. Like, it will not be a majority of people in the places that they've been voting in. It will be voter apathy. It will be people who previously voted Labour because of voter apathy. And then they've just gone, oh, fuck it, I'll just vote for Reform next time. It might not even be the same people.
Switching direct from the Labour Party.
Yeah, Reform is going to do really well in England.
That is a big thing for Downing Street to worry about.
OK, Sam, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break. Do stay with us on Vote 20.
Suck out your dad. What's going on here? Oh, these two still.
Election night, and guess what? We're going to be the massive winners.
Sure.
Because voters up and down the country, they know that under Nigel's leadership, then we can run our councils well, and then when a general election comes, they're giving a very clear signal they want a reform government.
And it is precisely because of your success, Richard Tice, in these elections and the fact you've...
He's got Reform face. Chat, I am coming up with a theory. There are a lot of people who look like Richard Tice in Reform. They've got this kind of like, I don't know what to say. The wrinkles are all in the same place, you know, up here and like here. They all just look like the same kind of guy.
Information to you.
Oh, well, we'll just take it from you then, because that's how political trust should work. We'll just take your word for it.
Yeah.
Do you think that's good enough? No, I think what would you because you have every interest and every reason to tell us something, and don't you think that the public deserve to have complete confidence in knowing that this money has been spent on security? Show us the receipts, Richard Tice. You're part of the People's Army. Show us the receipts.
We've shown you the receipts.
No, you haven't.
Millions of votes today. People have
trusted
us. They've got confidence in us.
Why won't you show us the receipts?
I'm showing you the receipts of our policies, of our people, of our brilliance, and that's why millions of people, Lewis, are voting for us. That's why.
What's Nigel Farage got to hide?
And tomorrow.
What's he got to hide?
He's got nothing to hide. That's
then show us.
He's been out there. He's been out.
Well, he pulled out of interviews on Sunday.
Campaigning more than any other campaigner, any other party leader, and guess what? It's paying off hugely.
Have you noticed how Richard Tice is also copying Nigel Farage's voice? Yeah? He's copying Nigel Farage's voice. We know that Nigel Farage is going to be the best leader for Britain. And that's what people vote for Reform for. Yeah, that kind of fucking nonsense. They're doing the thing about Trump. They think that Nigel Farage has the same riz as Trump, but they don't.
Brilliant leader of Reform and a brilliant future Prime Minister.
What do you think it says about the leader of the People's Army that he's taking £5 million gifts from crypto billionaires?
What it says is that we need to keep Nigel safe, and the donor of that gift, the giver of that gift,
14 minutes ago, John McDonnell to BBC. Starmer should consider setting a timetable for his departure. Let's have a little look at this.
We are staring down the barrel of the end of the Labour Party as a going concern in electoral politics. And that is not hyperbole. That is literally what has just happened. We are staring down the barrel.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Of this country is getting £5 million gifts from crypto billionaires in Thailand. Oh, which it doesn't matter.
The voters are saying, actually...
Well, I mean, the reason that John McDonnell won't leave and join the Greens is because no one is guaranteed, selection if they defect and join, right? That's the difference between Reform. Like, if a Conservative Party MP defects and joins Reform are like, yeah, we'll have another MP, mate. But with the Greens, that is up for membership selection. Membership selection is such an important part of the Green Party, and it has to stay that way. Do you know what I mean?
What the Prime Minister said he was going to do. Totally contrary to what the Prime Minister said he was going to do.
The Bieber showing 4 Green councillors now. Let's have a look. How do I get to it? Here we go. Green 1. Let's refresh. Green 4. Let's go! Hell yeah, dude. Is that like a primary? Yeah, absolutely. So, for example, if some of the good Labour MPs decided to defect to the Greens, they would remain in their seat as an MP, but they would probably have a by-election in their local area where they've, actually defected, and if they were to go to the Greens, the Green Party membership would have to vote on whether they accept them as a representative for the Greens, to be an MP for the Greens in that area. And they might just end up saying, no, we're not having you as that. So instead of you running in the by-election, it's going to be this member voted for selected Member of Parliament candidate, yeah? All right, well, this is good. 4 Green councillors. Very nice. Reform UK with 35. Not very nice. Let's carry on, chat. Oh, here we go. What's he saying?
Knocked out quite a few of them today. Yesterday they knocked out 8. They average 8 a day.
8 a day.
People we're dealing with. So, it's very simple. Somebody said, what's your plan? I said, the plan is very simple.
There are very few Labour MPs the Greens would accept, yeah.
Weapon. It cannot have a nuclear bomb. And it's not going to have. And they're really at the end of the line. Really are at the end of the line now.
They're at the end of the line.
Now, these guys, I think, will say that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Would you say? We wouldn't feel very good if they did.
Oh my God, where is he? What's happening? Is this the ballroom construction?
It wouldn't look too very good.
Why is Todd Blanche wearing that? Wait, is that Todd Blanche? That's not Todd Blanche. What's his face? It's the other guy.
Nuclear weapon. There's zero chance. And they know that, and they've agreed to that. Let's see if they are willing to sign it.
President Trump speaking in the last few minutes, saying that the Iran ceasefire is still on. We'll keep across.
It's still on.
In Iran, of course, over the next few hours for you, as well as our special election programme. We're zooming in on Sam Coates. Sam, tell us the state of play.
You can see we've got a lot of councils left to count.
Another council's been counted.
Partially done, one fully counted.
What is that, Lincolnshire?
We'll come to that in a moment. Let's look at the overall tally, though. Here it is. Reform.
That was not Pahlavi.
Won 28, gained 28. Now, at whose expense were that, most of all? Labour. They've won 4 because they're down 27. And here's, for me, the biggest thing of the night. Labour are losing what looks like...
That was Doug Burgum.
...to Reform. They're not... Reform aren't splitting the vote. They're taking seats, council seats wholesale off the Labour Party. Liberal Democrats...
That's where you live. It's going to be Reform.
Greens on 2. We haven't really started counting areas where Greens could be quite strong.
Doesn't look blue.
To see the story of tonight, I just want to go a little bit deeper into this...
Hey, Afro-altruism.
Halton.
How many do you think they'll lose? What, Labour?
Because again,
a lot.
This tells you
1,500
them in Labour HQ.
Good night, Atomic. Thanks for hanging out.
Reform winning 16 seats. They gained 16 seats from scratch. and they're pretty much all at the expense of the Labour Party. Now, we've had all 19 seats counted here. It's actually a council where not every seat is up for election. There are 54 seats, so it remains in Labour control. But you can see it's that direct switch there with the Liberal Democrats and Conservatives really not getting a look in at all. So it's that that we are seeing. And I've got another fact for you that if I come and sit
You got to take the wins where you can get them, chat.
It's just on my screen because it turns out that Halton, in their Labour won one of the seats that they did win, one of the two seats that they did win by just one vote, and Reform won another ward by just 2 votes. So some of the margins here are absolutely tiny.
In Peterborough, the Greens got 16%. Reform got 18%, Labour got 32%, losing 41%, and the Conservatives got in with 35% of the vote. They actually gained 7%.
On its right flank.
So Labour just losing total support in Peterborough. Incredibly funny.
Will be flowing if results are repeated on the...
My area has the only Reform councillor in the city. As predicted, it's become vastly unpopular. Hoping he eats shit tonight. Yeah, let's go.
Let's discuss all of that with the Deputy Leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice, who joins us now. Good to see you. Thank you for your time this morning. I'm sure you were listening to what Sam had...
Salford City Council reporting that Reform have been elected in Walkden North. So I don't know if that was misinformation before about Walkden North.
In these elections, in terms of the number of seats you think you can gain?
Well, the more the merrier, obviously. And what we are witnessing is that the red wall of the Midlands and the North is being repainted.
Oh my God, Richard Tice he was on fucking LBC, now he's on fucking Sky, for fuck's sake.
Well, the London Assembly member who defected from Reform. But Andrew Rosendale's here, the local MP. Keith Prince is here. It's all very much hotting up. Counting started at 1:30, so we've just had a few minutes, and it's amazing that even now, a lot of the faces from all of the different parties are saying Reform UK have won. But that is not the picture across the whole of London. George Ellison, LBC's reporter, has been taking a closer look at some of those other councils in the capital.
Hey, Kami, I'm a centrist. Fascist's bad, but consider Kami bad too. What do?
Right now, counting is well
Very
underway.
important stuff.
When you speak to the parties, none of them are willing to stick their neck out and say that they are in pole position, although most of them are in positive mood. There was a bit of drama shortly before counting started when one of the Liberal Democrat candidates collapsed at the leisure centre. A Reform UK candidate, who is also a doctor, was on hand to provide help. He's apparently been up since 4 a.m. and is now well on his way home. Of the other parties I've spoken to, the most cagey have been the Conservatives. Probably the national picture not helping that. They're on course to make some gains here in certain areas, but largely not a good picture for them. Certainly here, but we'll get on to where they might be doing well later on. This seat is, of course, a Labour-run authority, and it's looking like it could tilt into no overall control. This was one that the Liberal Democrats fancied themselves in pre-briefing chats. This was their big London target, shoring up their support in this part of the capital. They've certainly got the most number of agents running about. They've been putting stickers on people's backs.
There he is.
Inflating the number of people they've actually got working here. There was also a bit of drama for Reform candidates in the run-up to this.
Did not expect him to look like that. Fucking hell.
Kicked out of the party because their names appeared on a list of BNP members, being a member of BNP.
Have LBC been going around fucking sixth forms recruiting? This is mental.
But the Reform insist they're not welcome in the party if they were to win. There's an interesting story going on just over the border in Wandsworth, where there might be some good news.
All I can imagine, he's doing work experience. All I can imagine is Keith hugging his knees on Normal Island going, things can only get better. Can only get better. What was the one that I heard before? D-Ream. Things will never get better. Wait, why can't I find this? Okay, I can't find the meme version of it, but I saw this before. It was like, things will never get better.
13 council wards. This has been a Labour stronghold for more than a decade. The council under majority Labour control since 2012. Overall control of the local authority is at stake, but most pundits believe the council will go to no overall control. A good night for the Greens could see them into double figures, which will mean they will hold the balance of power.
Double figures!
Parties will also be eyeing big gains with tactical voting.
Double figures for the Greens mentioned.
In Plymouth, even if Labour do lose all 10 of the seats.
What do you mean?
The party will still be in.
Thank you for the follow.
Its large majority. Counting is underway now, but there has been.
He just said good night for the Greens. Labour have held 4 councils.
Verified, which is more than usual. Pundits predict an extremely difficult and bleak night for Labour in the southwest. Lewis.
What is LBC saying that the Greens are in double figures? What do they mean?
Our first one in Exeter is just about to be declared in a few minutes.
Andy Ballantyne there, LBC Southwest correspondent, marking our card for us on everything going on in that very electorally important part of the country. And we have got 4 council results in.
Oh, predicted to be in double figures, right.
All Labour holds. That's in Halton, in Wigan, in Chorley and in Salford. They're all Labour holds, despite the fact that Labour are going backwards, losing in every single council. They're down 35 councillors so far, largely across those places. Reform up 40 overall so far. Liberal Democrats down 2.
Oh yeah, here it is, chat.
Conservatives down 5. 4 Labour holds, as we've been explaining, because only a third of the seats are up for grabs. So just numerically, the Labour
never get better. So go and tell Greta to just grow up. Stop living in a fantasy world, you know? No, things can never get better. We need centrist, interventionist, private sector friendly governance, cause things can never get better. I was telling Modi recently, I'm glad my war crimes are kept under lock and key. If they came to light, I'd be in front of the Hague so fast it would make my head spin. He said, you mean Alistair? I said, no, that's my head off spin. Then I said, my property portfolio would go to waste if rents were low. So things can never get better. So go and tell Greta to just grow up. Things can never get better. Things can never get better.
Come on!
I see attacks of evading tax. Me and Goldman Sachs were going full Iraq. So, you know, just dream on. Okay?
We're going full Iraq. We're going full Iraq. If you're not British, you're not going to understand that. Sorry, I can't explain it. Bolton Green Gain from Labour. Peterborough Green Gain from Independent. Salford Green Gain from Lib Dems. Oh my God. Let's take a look at the results, see if we can figure this out. Another
tonight and, you know, through to the weekend. Richard Tyson, before being grilled by you about the 5 million donation to Nigel Farage. And I do think this is something that Reform will encounter once they have more control of councils, more scrutiny on them, like the level that we're now seeing. I don't think...
Yeah, maybe the data's not coming through. I don't know. Lefty Stats, thanks, Parafgos there.
Do you care about it and whether it does cut through on the doorstep? I mean, according to Richard Tice, it doesn't.
RV Donator, hello.
I mean, to be clear, I mean, Halton...
Green Game from Lib Dem, Salford City Council. Let's fucking go. In the Keys.
This has been Labour.
Oh my God, Labour losing 20%. Liberal Democrats losing 26%. That's fucking phenomenal. Let's go.
Of Labour stronghold. Proper. It's not even like the sort of place it is. You're absolutely right.
Absolutely fucking solid.
It's not even the sort of place, you know.
Absolutely fucking solid. Come on.
This is the most rock solid of Labour.
Being in local councils is going to shred reform. It literally is, yeah. It literally is.
Are as well. It's not
all right. Quality stuff, chat.
Vote, is it? It's not, a massive of the vote share running over to them. It's a complete collapse of the Labour vote, and then that's spreading across the system. And as you said, the traditional Labour voter. Maybe surprising Labour that so many of those have gone to reform, this perception of left and right in British politics. But ultimately, people want somebody.
I'm not even trying to do cope here. Just being in local government is the worst thing for them. That's what I said, so. That's exactly what I said.
Isn't it? This is the Labour report card. You are not
even though Reform are gonna sweep the board tonight, they are going to fuck up every single council that they make gains in. If they take over entire councils, they're going to destroy them. They do this consistently. And this is something that people will remember for the general election. Every Green council is going to thrive. Every Reform council is going to suck. Every Labour council is going to be pushed left by the Greens. Yeah, we're going to have fucking localized British Doge. That's how it's going to fucking go, chat.
I'm very surprised. It would take a lot of ego to stay there after this.
It might
not unknown in a Prime Minister, of course.
Not unknown, no.
Dead man walking, ultimately. If it's not this weekend, it will come soon.
I don't think it'll be this weekend.
There we go. Noah Kigali, Lucy Reid, Cassie Bellingham. Grateful to you.
Oh, chat, if he resigns, it's going to be dead good, but he's not going to resign. That's the thing. He's not going to do it.
So, to a plethora.
He's not going to do it. He's not going to resign.
Frankly, you know what?
The man of tempered glass.
We're getting the results. If you go to sleep now, then you're mad. You never have stayed with us in the first place. 146.
LBC. Your time is valuable.
He's burrowed in. He's a stubborn twat. Yeah, he's not leaving. Vote of no confidence. I mean, he's going to win it. He's going to win the vote of no confidence. He's going to win it. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to be starving it out to the end. You know? He is just going to win it. He's got so many MPs, a nice cushy job. They were literally just like, not even remotely involved in Labour previously. And he was like, right, you're going to be an MP, we're going to get you fucking elected, we're going to get you a 90 grand salary. You don't even have to fucking do anything, bro. How much of a sick job is that? All you've got to do is vote for everything I tell you to do. Because we have a historic mandate. That's all, that's it. That's literally it, right? Yeah, he hand-selected these MPs with Mandelson and McSweeney.
About suspension, and if it's suspension,
who would they even replace him with? Well, if it were to happen, it'd be Wes Streeting.
Recall petition. The point I'm making is not to sit in judgment about what Nigel Farage did. He's been very clear about.
Yeah, there's that as well. Yeah,
but it has the potential to go down.
Yeah, just disappear into the NGO private sector think tank world. Yeah,
consequences are pretty severe. We will wait next week to see what Daniel Greenberg says on this, but I think it's pretty. It is one because of the like nobody would deny it's a lot of money. It's a hell of a lot of money, and that's why I think there's a lot of focus on that. I'm going to change gear very quickly and just give you a little stat, another little result. I'm going to tell you about awarding.
Reform elected in Pendlebury and Clifton in Salford.
Is Lee
Reform elected in Swinton and Wardley.
Aisha.
Labour elected in Eccles. Interesting.
Lee was Andy Burnham's old
Green in the Keys.
Constituency.
Reform in Walkden North. I think Salford's going to go Reform, chat. I think the council's going to go Reform.
In Andy Burnham's old backyard.
On a 33%. What a factoid. On a 33% voter turnout. Yeah? No Welsh results yet, but apparently it is not looking like any kind of good news for Labour.
Communities. I was door knocking with some today, and it's
34% turnout, chat, and it looks like Reform are going to run Salford Council. That's completely insane. Salford is going to implode.
Is that what we are hearing is people want that change that we promised at the last general election, and they want us to go further and faster at delivering that.
So you think that the message that the public is sending you in losing. I mean, we've just been talking
Grim.
about Halton, this borough council, which
Absolutely fucking grim.
74, every seat that you're contesting, losing to Reform.
Could be no overall control, but at the moment it looks like it's going to be Reform.
Is you need to do more of what you've been doing more quickly.
No,
How has Salford gone that Reform with that size of a student population? Salford does not have a student population.
Politicians have been promising change.
There's a uni in Salford, but they all live in places like, you know, centre of Manchester, different wards, etc., etc. The high student population is in Fallowfield, South Manchester.
And we've got a lot more to do, Lewis, and that's the message that I heard on the doorstep today.
As I was explaining before, Salford, most of the wards in Salford are extremely working class, marginalised, and it is going to be voter apathy that wins in Salford.
People...
because most of the people in Salford will just not have voted.
Some people do like the Prime Minister. A lot of what I heard actually was complimentary about what he's done on the world stage in recent weeks and months, which people really appreciate.
Is it just councils? There's no by-elections tonight, Soph. It's I think you might be thinking of Holyrood Parliamentary and Senate Parliamentary elections.
We've got to... keep going with delivering our...
Some mayorals, yeah.
...on the cost of living, improving public services. We've got a lot more to do. And these results that we're seeing...
I'm going to go for a wee.
The results that come show that we've got to deliver that more quickly.
So you think the Prime Minister should stay on?
Absolutely. Look,
Full support?
Yes, absolutely. Because, look, I think anyone that looks at the world situation at the moment and our politics, what's happening in the Middle East, I think to think that now is the time for an internal election in the Labour Party and to change Prime Minister, I think they need to have another coffee and think again.
Do you think if there was a general election tomorrow, you'd keep your seat?
Well, look, there's not a general election tomorrow.
If there were,
I think a general
majority of what, 1,000?
Let's be very clear, Lewis. I mean, a general election is always very different to local elections. You know that. You're a keen observer of politics. I think when it comes to the next general election, the essay question that the voters will be answering will be very different. But look, we've got a lot of work to do, and I don't think you'll hear a single Labour voice on your programme this morning try and shirk from that challenge.
Baroness Jones, it's been replaced now, of course, to say that you're a former Deputy Mayor of London, not the Grandee, so we won't refer to you as that again, fear not. We haven't had many results in yet, or from places where the Greens are targeting. I think there have been a couple of gains, though. What does success look like tonight for the Greens?
A couple of hundred new councillors would be absolutely amazing. I've been instructed to be cautiously optimistic, so I'm not quite sure how.
Why
to
don't you be
across,
recklessly optimistic instead?
Well, hey, I'm a deep Green. I've been in the party since.
So you have to be an optimist.
88. So I have to exactly. I mean, this is
a
very big election for us because the thing about the Gorton and Denton by-election.
We won't be finding anything about Wales and Scotland until tomorrow.
That's really, really important because.
Except for predictions.
Fair to Labour here. I think they have not advertised their wins. You know, they haven't advertised the good things they've.
You don't like the Sainsbury's CEO lobbying for appointment of MPs in your country? Tough luck, commies. That's capitalism, baby. Exactly.
Voters drift away.
If Labour lose bid, that could possibly lead to a leadership challenge rather than him stepping down.
To placate them and sort of say to their voters,
he'll win the leadership challenge. I don't know why people think that this is going to make a difference. He'll win the leadership challenge.
Baroness Jones, but Labour haven't been very nice about the Greens, have we? I heard the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister the other day said that it was disqualifying what Zach Polanski had done in what he tweeted about the Metropolitan Police. That was disqualifying. Do you think it was disqualifying?
I think there are two things, isn't there? There are lots of people out in the country who clearly want a progressive politics, and some of them are voting Green at the moment. But I think there is a difference.
Forever.
Well, hold. I think you better be a bit careful about that. I think what has been unmasked over the last week or so with Zach Polanski's attitude to the horrific anti-Semitic attack we saw.
Here we go!
Has opened people's eyes to the fact that there are elements of the Green Party, and I say elements, perhaps new elements actually.
Here we go!
Are potentially quite dangerous, and I think that's opened a lot of people's eyes in the last few days.
Well,
dangerous.
I think it's true that we've got a handful of people who are being extremely, extremely unpleasant and showing hate rather than hope. And we are dealing with that. We are taking it incredibly seriously because that does not fit with our ethos as a Green Party. But on this issue of
Hey Mangoes,
Polanski, our leader, has actually suffered a huge amount of discrimination and attacks and so on. And when he was talking about the police, I sat on the Met Police Authority for 12 years, and I know very well that sometimes the police go too far. That, they can't help it. They're in very violent, difficult situations.
But Jenny,
and they are
hell yeah, Jenny.
No, I listen to you politely. You have to listen to me now. And the awful thing is that one of the Labour people who was attacking Zach was Steve Reed, who's made anti-Semitic comments in the past.
This is great. Go on, Jenny.
We have a Jewish leader who's being attacked for anti-Semitism, which I think is absolutely ludicrous. And Labour's been and the right-wing press all been terrible.
I want to get
great.
I want to get Sammy in a second.
Great. Sixth council just got called. Let's have a look.
Split in the Green Party. Ellie Chown, who is the leader of the Green Party in Westminster, I had a brief look on her Twitter feed recently. She hasn't tweeted about Zach Polanski at all in the last few months. She's trying to distance herself because she knows there's a big part of the Green vote at the last general election which are absolutely...
I can't listen to this nonsense. This guy's just like chatting rubbish. That's not even true. Ellie Chowns literally did a video with Zach Polanski like 2 fucking weeks ago. Insane fucking cope from there. Okay, 7 of 136 councils declared. So 3 with no overall control. 3 with no overall control. No reform gained councils as of yet. Just a lot of councillors winning a lot of councillors. Let's take a look at Salford City Council, see if they have announced any more. Salford City Council saying 2 minutes. Reform elected in Swinton. Yeah, Salford's going reform. Absolutely. Absolutely. That is incredibly upsetting, but believable. Totally believable. Again, chat, 34%. Yeah? 34% turnout. Richmond upon Thames turnout is 50%. Maybe some extra seats for Greens, hopefully, yeah. Hartlepool lost from Labour to NOC. No overall control. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sounds about right.
So many threats to his life.
Wait, I wanted to hear what
a question in a way to
Jenny was saying,
which is that you could say that, increasingly,
hello, Miss D's Nuts,
continues to fragment as we are. We're moving from a sort of duopoly or a 2.5 sort of party system to something a little bit more like a Scandinavian system or a Danish system or whatever, where you have a sort of red bloc and you have a blue bloc. You've got a progressive bloc and a non-progressive bloc. And if the
Redditch lost from Labour to no overall control, thank you, Arctic Mule.
It's partly about Nigel Farage, and it's partly about how you maintain.
Love it when the turnout is that abysmal and the blokes go, "We are the silent majority."
That didn't happen, Farage.
This proves that Reform are the silent majority in the country.
In the pudding, because the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you for the follow.
They oversaw austerity, and Ed Davey played a key part in that. So the idea...
Are the Lib Dems progressive, would you say?
No, I think there was only one true progressive vehicle in British politics.
Why do you have a monopoly on truth?
Thank you for the follow.
Truth.
Because...
Who does the Labour Party think it is?
Well, because, Lewis, the proof is in the pudding when it comes to Liberal
19 seats between Redditch and Hartlepool, by the way. Yeah, believe it.
I think I've just dealt with the Greens, that they are a complete coalition of small C
people who used to vote Labour.
Small C conservatism in some of their more rural seats, and then incredibly dangerous far left radicalism.
Dangerous far left radicalism.
Jones is dangerous?
No, as I said in to answer the question, not large.
You should be careful.
Hold on, not large swathes of the Green Party. I wouldn't describe as that. Their leader, I think, has got some very dangerous policies.
Progressive Alliance doesn't sound like it's in terribly rude health.
I would say this. I know I'm going to be ringing the alarm bells as the Lib Dem on the panel, but it's probably a good time to say that actually the first past the post system is completely broken.
Absolutely.
Here we are, I'd argue, a group of progressive parties, perhaps, all vying for votes. But right now, we're seeing seats that are being won by a tiny...
Sorry, progressive parties vying for votes. Lib Dems and who?
Working. I think tonight we might see another proof that it's clearly not, and the next general election looks to be a complete kind of free-for-all. I'd argue now is a good time.
5 Green councillors already is pretty good. Yes, it is.
Which is the original question.
Like, looking at the 72 reform to 5 councillors, it looks like that prediction is probably going to be quite correct.
Watching the Labour government ever since it got elected, sitting on the opposition benches in the House of Lords, they are...
A lot of people now, from now on, are going to be seeing Greens on the TV and be like, oh shit, this lot taught sense, yes.
I haven't heard the Greens talk about the environment for months.
Well, you should get on my Twitter feed and see what I say.
Talk TV are now doing a compilation of stuff through the week, so we can ignore that. Oh, I'm way ahead of you on that, Steve.
But the Green Party aren't campaigning about green issues anymore. When's the last time Zach Blansky mentioned the green
Miliband's
policies?
basically the most important.
Is that guy supposed to be a Labour Party? That's so funny. That's so he sounds like a reform guy.
Polanski does.
I know, but the problem with Labour is they do talk about climate change and so on, but then they can't sort of take...
Jenny Jones is the only good person in the House of Lords, yes.
That people need in their lives.
More in renewable energies than any other government in history.
Understand that people need clean air, they need nature, they need to get outside, kids need to play outside, and that's something Labour constantly... You know, we are into building houses. We are not into building houses where we have to crush toads and kill bats and things like that, which Labour is.
I think if I could just quickly jump in, the real test is if you want to change policies in the environment is to get elected. And the big test for the Greens tonight is, can you actually win councils and control them? Liberal Democrats, they win councils, they're going to win a whole bunch more of Conservatives.
Shut up, you fucking wet wipe. You floppy wet wipe. Who cares, man? You little win it.
No, when you speak to the British public...
Will you actually get control of any councils tonight? The Lib Dems win control of councils. And we keep control of councils. Yeah, we're going to see that continue.
NHS appointments, they're worried about the border security, and those are the issues that we're focused on.
How would you react to the fact that Reform UK have just gained 3 wards in Lee, which is Andy Burnham's old patch on Wigan Council? Lee Central, all 3, they've gone to Reform.
Let's have a look at Lee Council on Twitter.
8-point increase for Reform.
Look, I know Lee very well, the MP there, Joe Platt, is a friend of mine, a good MP. Look, these are really tough results, and we're seeing that in particular in what perhaps would be described as former Northern Heartlands. And we've got a massive challenge.
So this is Wigan Council.
You know who might help? You know who might help? The old MP for Lee, Andy Burnham.
But Andy Burnham is helping in Lee already, because Lee's part of Greater Manchester, and he's a very popular mayor there.
You're losing in Lee! You just lost in Lee! You're losing in Wigan!
We're doing work with the youth justice provision with Kate Green, one of the deputy mayors in Greater Manchester. So I think there's a really successful Labour story to tell. Now, we're obviously not telling that to the point of winning.
Would you like to see him back in Parliament, Andy Burnham?
I think Andy Burnham's doing a great job as Mayor of Greater Manchester.
Your most popular politician in the country, you don't want him back.
Blackfriars and Trinity.
In Labour Party politics.
Green?
Well, let's see what happens in the following
Hang on.
You know, political lifetimes are quite long.
So maybe
Salford City Council, let's go back to that.
Parliament at some point, absolutely.
You'd support that?
David Jones, Green Gain from Labour in Salford. Let's go.
Well, no, he's still got his term goes.
It still looks like it's going to be a reform.
Really important job to do. Ultimately, these are decisions for the NEC.
Control in council in Salford. Sorry.
Campaign, Jake, have you?
No, I haven't.
Not
just
a single
yet.
one.
No, I keep hearing about.
It could be no overall control. I'm not sure at this point. It just feels like it's going to be.
I do think that the Westminster lobby.
Oh my God.
Have got a bit overexcited about this. I'm being realistic with you, Lewis.
Oh well, there's only 21 out of 60 seats contested in Salford, so they won't control it. I don't think.
Government and as a party, that's a challenge for all of us, and it's one that we've got to take on.
Jake Richards from Labour, Sam Fisk from the Lib Dems, and Baroness Jenny Jones. Definitely not a grandee. We are going to be keeping an eye on these results, which are now coming in very quickly indeed, at last. And we'll be doing that in the next hour of this special election results show on LBC. We'll also be talking to...
LBC's clock is 2 minutes behind. Yes, it is.
That is all coming up, 2:02.
That's because they keep doing fucking ads and I keep wanting to skip them. The Labour Wipeout Night. Labour Wipeout Night.
World health officials insist a hantavirus outbreak, on the cruise ship.
Oh my God, they're doing hantavirus updates. Let's take a look at Sky News.
Lives now. So if you also heard from the Labour peer Baroness Chapman, now she's very close to Sir Keir Starmer. This is what she had to say.
Oh my God, her again. Oh, I can't be doing with this. It's garbage. It's just fucking glazing of Keir Starmer. Absolute nightmare shit. Nonsense. Okay, so if you look at the different areas in Salford Council, chat, the wards in Salford, what we are seeing is a reflection of what I was talking about in how Salford is going to elect its councillors. So you've got Blackfriars and Trinity. This is a city centre one, where you're going to have people who are more privileged voting for the Greens. And you've got here Swinton, which is more working class, but extremely low voter turnout. Yeah? Again, the entire council voting, numbers was a 34% turnout. Pendlebury and Clifton, Reform, again, another working class area. Peter Charles Jones, Reform in Swinton and Wardley, another working class area. Don't know what the turnout has been in each official ward. Labour has held their council seat in Eccles. Andrea Romero O'Brien Green elected in Keys. Again, this is a more privileged area. And Walkden North Reform, again, another working class area. So, this is how it's going. The Greens don't do too well in areas with a lot of deprivation. And this has been a criticism that I've had of the Greens for a long time. But I think the important thing to remember is that a lot of the candidates that they have been fielding have been paper candidates, because Reform's funds are extremely limited in terms of for campaigning. So some of these candidates in these wards have just been not doing any door knocking, not doing any campaigning. They've not been able to afford it. What the Green Party does is they select target wards, right? So that's also going to be an issue for people campaigning in these areas. What other stuff can we find out? Oh my god, we got Swella Braverman on fucking LBC. Madness. Can't wait to head into a hantavirus pandemic with a reform government by the end of summer. Well, there won't be a reform government by the end of summer, so don't worry about that. We'll just have a Labour government that will manage it incredibly bad. The virus isn't very contagious. If it was, we would all be dead. Trust. Wait, what makes you say that? There's not been an outbreak until now. A shame on the media's been banging on about nonsense to do with Greens rather than radical changes they offer to victims of wealth inequality, almost as if it's quite deliberate. Yeah, it's mad that, innit? It's mad that stuff. What the fuck are these pricks talking about?
And Ed Miliband's asking the Prime Minister to name the date when he's going to move out of number 10. But the Conservative Party is not in good shape. I think the brand is so damaged by what happened.
This type isn't human to human, so how come it spread from human to human?
Economy at the end of Rishi's tenure, that they're struggling.
Should we also reflect on the last time that these votes were also up, when the Tories were on a high?
Yeah, and she will say, look, we were on a high, but I go back and say to you, those councillors and their families who are there, come rain or shine, when she next says, right, here's my strategy, we don't know what that is yet, let's go forward. When she looks behind her, there's no troops, there's no activists. And that's problematic. And I think in many ways, the story of these elections are going to be two things. One, the rise of the SNP again in Scotland and Plaid in
you have to be super close to mouse shit or a human with it. Yep, that's true.
The Labour government, but also the only serious national party that can really lay claim to be able to...
Green have held another councillor on Peterborough Council.
Parties are gone. So it's a truly historic night.
Well, we have some moment of agreement on this. I think, look, there's no doubt that Labour's going to be the big story tomorrow. I don't shy away from that. We spent a lot of time discussing it. But I think it is really important that we don't just not talk about the Conservative Party. We were just discussing this outside. I mean, it is extraordinary that the Conservative Party, which has been, not arguably, factually, the most successful political operation in modern history in this country, right?
Last 100 years.
Absolutely.
80 years in the last 100 years.
And the Conservative Party, I mean, Labour's only had over...
Fuck this, man. Fuck this shit. I can't be listening to any of that. I can't be listening to any of that. Load of winners. Is your DJ your name shortened, or are you actually an MC? No, my DJ is my, yeah. Yeah, it's like a nickname, yeah. Should we try and pretend to be speaking for them? Look how Sam Coates is sitting. Yeah, we might have to jump onto Normal Island for a little bit. It's mine not been hearing from the political boomers. Their parties are dying a slow death in real time. It's rough to see them cope that they are wanted. Yeah, nah, it is funny though. Might have to go to Normal Island, chat. It might have to happen. Okay, I'm not seeing anything else. We love an election in the UK. 30% turnout. Yeah, it's so good, isn't it? So good, isn't it? Three more councils just now. Let's have a look. 4 councils. Conservative have won 1 council. 6 councils with no overall control. That's a better result than entirely ran by Reform. Yep. Tamworth Labour lost to no overall control. Yep. Broxbourne Conservative hold makes sense. Yep. Okay. That's what we got. 11 of 136 councils declared. Labour have lost 3 councils so far. 3 whole councils so far. Chat, this is good. This is good. Incredible stuff. Labour are behind the Conservatives in terms of councillors gained. Oh my god. Incredibly funny stuff. Hey Finger, what's going on? Extremely funny stuff. Yeah, on actual seats, the Conservatives are beating Labour. That's so funny, man. That is incredibly funny. This is the non-funny part. This is the non-funny part. We have the same issue in the US. Our local elections get absolutely no turnout. That's what infuriates me about the modern news cycle. All about the national, sexier political ramifications of elections, unless it's a huge city like New York City. No one cares. Although it's probably the most important election in day-to-day life. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Liberal Democrats are losing seats. Yeah, no, that's funny. How many seats are up for election? It's like, yeah, 4,000? What's this? Green Gain? Green Gain from Labour? In Fletton and Woodston? Where is that? In Peterborough? Incredible. 6 councillors. 6 green councillors. This is +4. It's good. +4 overall is good. Independents have lost 6 councillors. Madness. Okay, so here's the map for councils so far, chat. These are all the ones that are actually up for election. Tamworth only game was Reform gaining 9 seats. Prosper was 1 Reform game off Conservative. No other gains from any party in those councils. Yep. Yeah, a Green Party councillor winning in Peterborough is pretty significant. Pretty fucking significant. Peterborough? Peter? As of 1:35 AM, a net total of 38 council seats have switched hands. Of these, 35 have been gained by Reform, and 3 have been gained by the Greens. So there you go. It's like when Lincoln turned Labour. Labour are 4 out of 31 at the moment. Yep, funny stuff. Extremely funny stuff. Okay. Peterborough consistently self-rates as the worst place to live in surveys. Is there a website where I can see my council's results? Not yet, Lemon. It will take a few days. Well, it depends which council you're in. Because we got council results here in the Northwest. Oh, Salford has just been declared as a Labour hold. But they have indeed... Is that another council for Labour? Or does that count as no... Wait, hang on a minute. They're saying that Salford is a Labour hold? Labour hold. Go to detailed results for Salford. Salford. Salford Council results. They lost 6 councillors. But the Greens got 2. That's great. There were no Green councillors in Salford before. Chat, that's fascinating. This is the BBC. Combustible lemon. So there you go. That'll just take you to the Salford page. So you gotta move back. You gotta go back a couple of pages. Okay, well, it could have been worse, but again, so, you know, how many councillors are in Salford overall? 32. 6 for Reform, 5 for the Conservatives, and 2 for the Greens. Any kind of Green influence on that council is good. Your party have a councillor on, in Salford as well. So the Greens with your party having 3 councillors is good. You know, hopefully they can push the Labour councillors to be more left-wing in Salford, to make more of an effort, to do good stuff for the people of Salford. 6 councillors with 5 Conservative councillors and 1 Lib Dem is still bad. Because these are just not going to be good councillors. At least with Labour councillors, there will be some people among them who actually do care about Salford. Right? Alright, okay. That's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I really thought they were going to get a bunch of... I really thought that the Reform were going to end up getting a lot. But obviously, there were only 20 seats up for election, I think. So that's 1, 6, 8... Wait. Hang on now. 1, 6, 8... So maybe only 8 wards? But it's first past the post. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, so that's that. Salford's been declared. Interesting stuff. Interesting. How do I zoom back out? How do I zoom back reset? Hey, chatters who are saying that they hate your party, the name, you should have heard of the alternative suggestions. If the party was good, everyone would like the name. Yes, they would. I can't believe they thought running a GB news host with no connection to Manchester would be a good run in Gorton and Denton. Yeah, it was dead funny, that. Alright, okay, so we're not seeing any overall reform gains of entire councils yet, but the amount of seats is staggering. Absolutely staggering. What were the alternative names? It was things like the fucking Workers' Vanguard Party of the UK or some shit. It was all mad stuff. There was just a whole bunch of just like extremely armchair trot crusty fucking theory-brained freak names. Do you know what I mean? It was just a whole bunch of that shit going on, and your party was definitely the best of the bad bunch. Yes, For the Many was another one, which is just like so stupid. The For the Many party, no, you just need like 1 or 2 syllables. You know? What else do we got going on here? Oh, we got Skeletor! Chat, Skeletor's on!
From Greens, they are not just registering where the electorate is at the moment, but they are also helping those two parties to create the kind of structure that makes it more likely that they're going to survive through to 2029 and be able to withstand.
Even communist parties in the Eastern Bloc had sensible names. Yeah, exactly.
Bound to at some point.
Professor Sir John Curtis there, expert on elections, of course. I think that last point there on the difference between reform and UKIP, absolutely crucial. Baroness Jenny Jones is still with me, Green Party peer, also joined now by James Mathewson, writer and former Labour Party spokesperson, and Emma Schubert, research fellow at the Henry Jackson Society.
Former Labour Party spokesperson.
As well, more bad news for Labour, which has lost control of Tamworth Council in the Midlands after reform has gained 9 seats. James, this is bad, isn't it? It is bad.
Really bad, yeah. Almost as bad as Suella Braverman was a few moments ago. How she was ever a Home Secretary. And by the way, and I'm sorry, I know we're talking about Labour, I will bash them in a minute, happily. But let me bash the Tories first, right? Because
oh, so this guy was a Corbyn Labour spokesperson.
Fortunate enough to get riled up, Lewis. The Tories created this monstrosity. They allowed people like Suella Braverman to put that rhetoric across to the country, to put the wind in Nigel Farage's sails. And it never returned to the belly of the beast, as they hoped it would. They thought they would be able to consume it and control it, and they haven't. And now reform is what they've unleashed on the country. But you're absolutely right. This is terrible for the Labour Party. And it just shows what happens when you have no values in government, when you've got no rudder, and you've got no direction. Just, you know, a wind vane politician, a weather vane politician, as Keir Starmer. He's just blowing in any direction. And I hope to God tonight is the moment that makes him realise this is what he's got to do. He's got to change. He's got to stand on some values.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen, Doug.
To the table, but I had 2 different taxi drivers today, one in Edinburgh taking me to the station and one picking me up at King's Cross here, and the difference in those opinions, right, and they are across the country very reflective. It's a tale of 2 taxis. You've got one in Edinburgh telling me that Keir Starmer's not left-wing enough, and you've got one in telling me he's not right-wing enough. So which one is it?
Do you think that he can turn it around? Do you think he should stay in office?
No, I think he should go. I think he should have gone already, but unfortunately I don't think we're going to see that. We saw Jenny Chapman kind of in denial just talking to you earlier. I think the thing she said that stuck
fascinating stuff
was things are starting to happen. You've been in government nearly 2 years, man. Things can't start to happen now.
Emma, from the perspective of the right of British politics, is this good? Is this bad, what we're seeing? I mean, because we're obviously seeing
1.5% of seats declared, chat. You've got to remember, we are only at 1.5% of seats declared at this point. Okay?
Be interested in how
5,000 seats up for election, actually.
punished, so to speak,
Much more than I thought it was.
more far left iterations of its party. I think Labour has felt sort of entitled to certain votes in certain parts of the country, particularly in the north, particularly to the Muslim vote. But the Muslim vote has made itself very clear, and I'm not referring to the campaign organization, I'm referring to the individuals who are Muslim and voting accordingly. They've made it very clear that they don't really need Labour anymore, and they've splintered off into parties like your party and the independent slates across the country. So I think that's particularly...
I really wish that the Muslim vote wasn't being discussed in this manner, right? Again, chat, as I was saying yesterday, the Muslim vote is treated as this like, oh my God, the Greens are pandering to the Muslim vote. And it's like, oh wow, they're going to get 2% of the vote. Like, what are we talking about, man? Like, oh, the Green Party is like pandering to the Muslim vote by being pro-Palestine. They're not actually serious about it. Yeah, man, that like really, really like fruity, like juicy, like massive like amount of fucking Muslim, like there's obviously like 80% of the UK population who are obviously Muslims. It's like, what are we talking about, bro? Like, what are we fucking on about?
Immigration isn't the biggest problem we have at the moment, but what we're facing is the cost of living.
Being presented like they're a monolith as well.
People are finding it incredibly difficult to live, heat their homes, feed their kids, and
they find it difficult to get housing and work.
Absolutely,
but
and so
immigration does add to those things.
No,
but not the way that she was describing it. Let's face it, and.
Oh, Jenny, you got to kick back harder at that.
We actually need people to keep this country going. We're an ageing population. We need help. And one of the things that really struck me about what she was talking about is that, all right, I hate to see Reform win so many seats, but at the same time, it does sort of show that democracy works. That, if you present a platform, however nasty, however hate-filled, and you can get voters to vote for you, then you win seats.
Well, Joe Robertson, who is the Conservative MP for the Isle of Wight, joins us now. Joe Robertson, thanks so much for joining us this morning, about to say this evening, whatever time it is at this point. What do you make of the results we're seeing so far?
It's a bad night for Labour, isn't it? I mean, they're hemorrhaging.
Oh, yes, mate. Fucking quality stuff. More importantly, it seems as if most of the country has decided they don't need their Labour. Yeah, exactly.
They're not turning to you. And when might we expect, given that presumably you wish to return to office...
We're now speaking to Father Ted.
Do you think that the public might look at the Conservative Party again? Because on the basis of these results, they're certainly not doing so far.
So Kemi Badenoch's been fighting a positive campaign all over the country, but we've got to be realistic.
Oh my God, shut up, dude. It is so embarrassing. Kemi Badenoch has been fighting an amazing campaign. Ridiculous stuff, dude. Absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Elections were last fall. We've got to accept that we're going to be going backwards compared to those results. And we've also got to accept that we lost a historic defeat in a general election less than 2 years ago.
Background is ugly as fuck. It's clearly just like his curtains or some shit.
Fighting a positive campaign, and we do accept that we made mistakes when we were last in government.
Would you ever defect to Reform?
No.
Under any circumstances?
Under any circumstances, I wouldn't defect to Reform.
Would you ever support a situation where the Conservative Party were in a coalition or working with Reform?
No, there's no coalition or working with Reform. We're a fundamentally different party. We stand for different things. We have different values.
Like what?
I'm supporting the campaign led by Kemi Badenoch, and I'm doing it.
Like what? What things do you do differently to Reform? Conservative Party representative
government to take the country forward.
And what is the biggest difference? You talk about the difference in values between yourself and Reform and your party Reform. I mean, Kemi Badenoch proudly describes herself as being on the right of politics. She's told more moderate voices within the party if they're uninterested in her agenda, then she's not much interested in them. Would you say, what is the biggest difference, do you think, between Kemi Badenoch and Nigel Farage?
It's how openly racist they are.
She's leading a positive campaign. She's setting out what a country under a Conservative government could look like. And that's about making people feel good about the country they live in again. It's about cutting...
Is Reform even anti-monarchist? No, they love
in public spending,
the king,
particularly in welfare, dealing with welfare reform, and putting the pound back in people's...
Our country has a king, and I love him and his big, weird fingers. I'll be sucking on them on a daily basis when I'm made Prime Minister.
Joe Robertson there, Conservative MP for the Isle of Wight. I noticed that Reform have just gained, have passed the threshold of 3 figures, up 100 councillors. In fact, it's already gone up, 101 already. So Conservatives down 25, Labour down 75. So we're seeing a lot of that transference happen, particularly in the north.
Oh, they've lost 75 councillors!
To Reform. And
chat, they've lost 75 councillors!
Still to come. Haven't even started counting yet.
Oh my God!
London, lots more to come. Before we get to that, though, over the next
75 councillors fucking gone.
Live. Let's get the
Goners.
LBC News headlines now at 2:31 with Daryl Jackson.
Labour has lost its first councils in the local elections in England. Hartlepool and Redditch
Plymouth,
have gone to
Labour holds
control after Reform UK made large gains. Hundreds of Conservative
lost 84 councillors.
A man's
3 councils lost.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was
incredible.
At his new home in Norfolk. Police were called to the Sandringham estate on Wednesday night, where the former prince moved to after being stripped of his title.
Shut up, I don't care about extra news, man. I don't give a fuck about extra news. Who gives a shit? Madness. Absolute madness. Mussolini also let the king on the throne? Yeah. Now I'm hungry for Vienna sausages in a tin. Oh, no. Oh, no. 3 councils that are targets are coming in now. I hope of a good news. We'll try to break it in chat. Cheers, Morton. Okay. All right. I bit off way more than I can chew. Yeah, definitely. Just the fascism in Germany wasn't the most monarchist, like the ideology is a redundancy of the existing evil shit and taking it to a harder power conclusion. Yeah, for sure. People are calling Ed Miliband, asking Keir Starmer to consider setting out a timeline for his resignation. Red Ed Redemption! No, he's not going. He won't go. I just want to see Ed Miliband eat a bacon sarnie again. I know we can do it properly. Okay.
Hello, me old chum.
Let's have a look at the full result of the Hartlepool Council. So, Reform gained 12 seats, Labour lost 7, Independents lost 1, and Conservatives lost 4. Total collapse of the centre in Hartlepool Council. Fascinating. Fascinating. Only Labour hanging on. Struggling to count this. 15 seats. Okay, so 15 seats for Reform and 15 seats for Labour with 6 independents. Reform won all the seats that were up in Hartlepool, yeah. That's one that will go in the next local council election to Reform, unless something big changes. Full result for Halton Council. Labour still with a majority of 32 councillors, but they lost 15. The Conservatives lost 1. Reform picked all of them up. London will not be announcing any of its results until 4 a.m. London makes up a whopping 36% of all seats up for election. London is most likely to produce big green results and poor Reform results. Don't set the narrative just yet. Sure. Yeah, okay. Nothing much to be learned just this second. Chat, I'm going to run and get a snack. I'm not going to be too long. Use the opportunity to hydrate yourself. All that kind of good stuff. I will be back momentarily with Summit to Scran. And, yeah. See you in a bit. No, fuck it. I'm getting a takeaway. I looked at what I've got in and I was like, nah, I'm going to need a heavier scran than that, man. What I was going to have was tomatoes and mayonnaise on toast. I've got to have something better than that, man. If I'm up till 7, do you know what I mean? Treat yourself, conference. Oh. Do you know what I mean? Peter just announced the last 4 seats. How did it go? A cheeky Nando's? No. I know I'm white, but... Is Nando's white? I feel like calling it a cheeky Nando's is definitely white. At least. I would never call it that. Coffee it is. Just coffee. Just coffee on its fucking own, pal. What am I up to here? Let's have a look at the LBC coverage. What's going on?
It's back to the pre-1965 days.
Well, that's something to look forward to. They thought Brexit was bad. They ain't seen nothing yet. Henry Riley there, LBC's London reporter. We heard from Benji High before that as well. Still got, well, 2/3 of my panel.
7 councils with no overall control.
Jones, she didn't like us calling her that. She's departed. She's got some other interview somewhere else to go to, heaven forfend. But we've still got James Mathewson, former Labour Party spokesman, and Emma Schubart, who is the research fellow at the Henry Jackson Society, still with us. I mean, the more and more this comes in, I mean, we've talked for so long, everyone, not we just us, sort of political class in general, media class. All this talk has been about the sort of collapse of the two-party system for a long time. And you don't have to go back that far. You know, you go back to...
Labour downfall from 2024, yeah.
Unusual circumstances with Brexit. But
Chat, I've never had a Scotch egg. Is it worth it trying to make them at home? Really absolutely fuck it. Well,
I mean, in most...
Look, here's what a Scotch egg is, right? It's a boiled egg inside meat, mincemeat, sausage meat, and then breadcrumbs on the outside. Now... You could try and make that at home, and it would probably be very nice. You probably definitely can't get the kind of ones that we have, you know, the like grey ones that we have in Britain. Not a fan. Scotch eggs are hanging. But if you made one homemade, they'd probably be quite nice. But yeah, you get them fucking grey ones with the grey meat in them and like the fucking chalky egg yolk and all that. Bit hanging, you know what I mean?
But the voters are finding a way in the end to break away from it, even and actually still within
homemade Scotch eggs and mint. I imagine that you could probably make one of them, Joe. Yeah,
predictable because you can win the seats as we're seeing tonight. Actually, really small shares of the vote.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, what am I going to get for a scram?
Very, very small shares of the vote that are winning these elections.
Slim pickings at this time, you know, chat.
Extraordinary results, even with that sort of caveat, is pretty incredible.
James, you know the Labour Party.
Should I order
is a bit of a cliche
from Hawkins Diner from Stranger Things? It's literally called Hawkins Diner from Stranger Things.
How do you think the Labour family, and I mean that not just the parliamentary party, the movement as a whole, what do you think the reaction is going to be to these results? Because it's just going to keep coming on.
Never going to get a scran from there.
I think they're depressed. I think there's a deep depression runs through the Labour Party right now.
Yes, I should get it from there.
When you think about it, because you're 2 years into a government with a majority, and there should be cause for celebration. There should be...
Popeyes is open.
There should be... You're able to do everything you wanted to do.
Is Popeyes BDS?
That I helped campaign for the Labour
Chat, should I get one from Burger Biters?
Power and did nothing. And just languishing.
Is that fair?
Run to that British convenience store chain and get the meal deal. Yeah, man, I'll just run to Tesco that's not open.
Legislation. Passed the Renters' Rights Act, which is going to make a big difference. I'll say we've passed the Employment Rights Act.
6 months ago, there was one active member in Hartlepool. Never had more than half paper candidates before. 80% in one ward with 6 weeks. Yeah, it's not bad.
It's a lot more, they would say, than would have happened on
Spa is 24 hours. I'm not going Spa.
Magic wand.
Hello, SJM. Welcome to the stream.
I would say go and speak to Gordon Brown, because he did excellent things as well, but it didn't matter, did it? Because it's about the optics. It's about how you present this and where there is a lack of narrative. And look, this is why I love, and I know you're a political nerd as well. I think we're all political nerds here.
You'd have to be at this time. I mean,
exactly,
frankly, if you're up at this time and you're listening to this and you're not a political nerd, then you've misplaced the remote.
Popeyes is halal in Toronto. I wouldn't say they'd be BDS.
This is the thing. I mean, I think...
They could be halal and BDS.
This is the most fascinating and the most excellent thing. It's the
surely
face of democracy.
KFC is halal. That's BDS.
There with their rosettes on. There's all manner of characters.
They keep the show on the road. They're to be admired enormously.
Yeah. But the thing that is fascinating...
Something being halal definitely doesn't mean it's BDS or not.
People on the ground doing stuff, but international politics and trends and themes. I heard Suella Braverman open her mouth earlier and Donald Trump's voice came out. That's what I heard. And that's the reality we're seeing right now.
Well, I have to say...
the influence of Donald Trump, of MAGA politics on the UK.
Well, I have to say, I mean, whatever one thinks about Donald Trump, whatever one thinks about the policy...
golden Tandoori's open.
If you vote one way, then you'll get migrant.
Oh, yeah, mate.
Completely imagine Trump saying that, right? I mean, we can completely imagine Trump. In fact, I'm sure he has said
I think we're getting a tandoori special kebab, mate.
But I
think that's what I'll be getting, you know. What did I like tonight?
To British politics, yes, absolutely. I mean, it's...
Oh, no, they don't let you do mango. They don't let you put mango on the fucking... kebab.
Plymouth,
if you order it in, fuck.
Seats up. They're down one.
You're gonna get fucked up if you have that at 3 a.m. Don't talk to me like that.
Maybe a slightly better performance in the southwest, and maybe that's something that we will see. Maybe James over the course of the day. That actually,
who the fuck do you think you are?
North that continues to be the true sort of hemorrhage for the Labour Party.
Yeah, I think so, but they took it for granted for too long. I know. I knocked those doors. I walked those streets. I'm from there, and that's what happened. You know, the Labour Party. Yeah, I remember the most fascinating thing after the day after the 2019 general election, right, and that thrashing that we had, and they interviewed someone. It was Sky News interviewed somebody in Harvard.
I'm having it on naan.
Why they voted for Boris
mint
Johnson
yogurt chili
rather than for the.
Why can't you have mango? Why does it get rid of mango? You can only have 2 sauces.
But to him, they had been because he'd had a Labour MP.
Right. Well, if I can only have. Why can't you have an extra sauce?
The local representative was
what the fuck, bro?
That's the change,
and that's the thing.
What
chicken shawarma, lamb tikka seek?
I mean, maybe it's not Keir Starmer. Maybe it's another Labour leader.
Yes, that's what I want.
A Labour
mint yogurt mild, mango, mixed salad. Yes.
Could be July 2020.
No, you're right. I'll go back to my shreddies. Yeah, exactly.
To be moved for between them.
Have you fucking shreddies?
In the last electoral cycle,
you're telling me that shreddies won't fuck you up at 3 a.m.
Sort of high watermark of Boris Johnson.
I'm going to have to buy a separate sauce tub, aren't I? But I won't eat all of it. That's the mad thing. They just put it on the fucking kebab, man.
Would be gone, and Rishi Sunak would be. You know, there's a long way to go. So, is there a path to Labour recovery?
Well, in my opinion,
Hello, PvP.
There is a path. It would have to probably fall on someone like the Home Secretary. I think she'd have to take a much harder stance on immigration.
Right, okay.
Visas,
I'm having the special mixed kebab.
That's what polls keep showing. I think this is why Reform is polling so well consistently.
Isn't the problem there, though, on the other hand, though, Emma, is if you do that, fine, that's a kind of blue Labour solution, so-called.
Right.
You're a bit more sort of authoritarian, you're a bit tougher on these sort of things, a bit more socially conservative. That's definitely a school of thought.
Mm-hmm.
But then what happens with all your Green voters?
Well, yeah, I mean...
Is that a bit of chicken tikka you've got there?
I don't think...
Oh, I'm going to get a bar. Jeez!
The Green ones are winnable with a different character, right? They don't like Keir Starmer. Nobody likes Keir Starmer now. I like Keir Starmer. He's a nice guy. But people don't want him as their Prime Minister. That's the very clear thing. But with a different...
How is Keir Starmer a nice guy? I just can't imagine it. You know what I mean? I literally just can't imagine it.
Before that, the Parliament before that, you had a very unpopular Prime Minister, i.e. Theresa May. It seemed like intractable. You had terrible election results of 2019, local results and so on. And it was Boris Johnson who was the king over the water, except he wasn't that far over the water because he was in Parliament.
Exactly. And he, Boris Johnson was able to cut through in Hartlepool. I mean, come on, This is the land where we realised that Andy Burnham would be able to coalesce those people because the Greens haven't won it everywhere. I'll say, places like Barrow and Furness, where jobs are dependent on the defence industry, for example, with BAE, right? They're never going to vote Green, so you've got a chance to win those back.
What? What do you mean? What fucking analysis is this? Barrow in Furness. No one will ever vote Green in Barrow in Furness. Insane.
You as well. In Rochford, every seat so far has been won by Reform. We'll be keeping an eye on the rest. 246.
Phenomenal stuff. Phenomenal commentary, man. What an insane thing to say. Right, Sky News coverage. What have we got here? Basildon.
But what we've learned this evening in the last hour or two is that throughout Essex, the Tories are taking a beating. Jonathan, you've been talking about Labour's dreadful night around the north of England in particular. But here in Essex, the Tories really seem to be suffering. Now, I think we might be about to get the declaration. There you can see Mr. Is that thumbs up? Looks like thumbs up. This is Mr. Jeannot. I'll just step out so you can get a good look at him. Have you won, sir? He says, who knows? We're going to find out in a second.
Hey, Ninja Cam, what's up?
He is a character. Here we go. This is the returning.
And a character, of course, is someone who gives the illusion of being a person.
So this is Gary Jones going to announce this. This is the St Martin's ward in Basildon. It's our first result tonight. And as you can see, there's a Labour candidate there. Looks like a Green candidate. Not quite.
Oh, could get some poppadoms, couldn't I, chat? Could get some poppadoms as well, couldn't I? For 80p.
But that's Mr. Jeannot, who's won in the raincoat.
Good evening. Welcome to the Basildon Sporting Village here in Basildon for the election of Borough Councillor for St Martin's Ward. I, Gary Jones, being the returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Elizabeth Atkinson, Labour Party candidate, 1,133 votes.
Came last. She came last, that's why they're reading it there.
Andrew Buxton, Independent Trade Union and Socialist candidate, 53 votes.
Oh, 53 votes. Okay, no. So not necessarily the first being last.
John Jaunet, Reform UK, Changing Politics for Good, 1,280 votes.
1,200, that's only 100 more than the Labour candidate.
Eleanor Louise Matthewman for the Green Party candidate, 316 votes.
Right, it's gone to Reform. Basildon's gone to Reform.
Roy Deepak for the Conservative Party,
close.
351 votes.
Not a landslide.
Papers rejected is as follows. Want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 3. Writing a mark by which a voter can be identified, 0. Being unmarked, 15. There is 1 vacant seat in St Martin's. The electorate is 9,667. The turnout for St Martin's was 3,151.
30% turnout yet again.
2.3%.
10 Green councillors.
I do hereby declare that Sam John Jaunet is hereby elected.
All right, that's a win for Reform there, but we've got 10 Green councillors apparently. Let's refresh this. 11 Green councillors. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah, dude. Another Labour loss due to alienating voters. Yeah, exactly. Literally that. Literally that. Oxford, Green gain from Labour. Carfax at Jericho, Green gain from Independents. Cowley Oxford Greens off to a flyer with Ed Mundy and Sushila Dal being elected with big majorities. Let's go. Very nice. Stockport, Green hole. Let's go. Reddish South. Laura Smith takes honors for the first Green hole of the night. Green gain from Independent in Reddish. Oh, let's go. Great news for Stockport. Let's go. Greens aren't losing any seats. That's good. Yep, absolutely. It's good stuff. Let's go back to LBC.
We've also heard from Barry Gardiner as well.
Obviously, I can't wait for this mixed grill.
Shadow Cabinet worked together, didn't they? He was an international trade secretary. We've also heard as well.
And I've got a fucking mango to have as well for afters.
He has said that Sir Keir Starmer
not just any mango, a Cote d'Ivoire.
Reform doing undeniably well. They say they are.
Oh, we're way ahead of you with that one, Morton.
Turquoise was, I think, the phrase that Richard Tice used earlier.
I still
on
don't
today.
think it's the catchiest. Yeah.
Well, it sounds nice, doesn't it? It's a nice little soundbite. It sort of sums it up.
Turquoise.
That's the reform colour.
Teal would be better. Painting it teal.
That's absolutely fair. Teal
keeping it teal. That's what they should say. We're keeping it teal. I suppose that's the re-election, right?
We'll submit that as the next slogan for the reform.
He can have
embarrassing
for free along with frack baby frack.
Exactly.
The result
frack baby frack.
Which is a Lib Dem gain from no overall control. They've won a net 2, which takes them up to 32. Labour down 5 there. Another, again, northwest borough, Reform not doing so well. Increasingly prosperous in Stockport. Area of Lib Dem control. And we should say the Lib Dem's probably likely to do quite well tonight as well.
They are. And, as you've been hearing from Al Pinkerton when you spoke to him earlier, Lewis, him saying that there's a possibility that they might sort of be the largest party in local government by the end of the night, which is quite a feat for them, considering many people just aren't talking about the Lib Dems. And interesting, I thought he, sort of confirmed what many people have been saying in Lib Dem circles for a long time now, is that they don't want to be seen as
Labour first to fifth
party. They don't
oh
want to be
my
seen
god!
As stunts that they've been doing for the last couple of years.
Yeah, in the Fletton and Woodston in Peterborough, the Green gain is absolutely mad. When was this? 2:42 a.m. I thought this was called earlier. Fletton and Woodston in Peterborough, Green 38%, Labour 10%. They went from 1st to 5th place, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Insane. Absolutely fucking insane, dude. If the Lib Dems win a seat and no one is around to claim they remember the Lib Dems, did they really take that seat? Yeah, very funny. Very, very, very true. And very funny. It's crazy how they went from 1st to 5th. That's crazy.
Garden, it's going to be incredibly difficult for him.
How many have they lost so far?
Anything, really.
97 councillors lost! Oh!
Another result.
Oh!
It won't get much attention again because it's dramatic on the surface, but it's a seat that I always look out for.
Almost 100!
Bellwether in some ways. It's Peterborough.
At 2%, we're at 2% of the fucking count.
Overall control. But again,
Nappers, how are you doing? Welcome in.
Conservatives actually up 3, but Reform up 4, Green up 1. I mean, Peterborough is one of those seats that is a proper bellwether at a parliamentary level. I mean, you can be, particularly the sort of seat it is now, there are elements of proper prosperity to it. There's a sort of deprivation to it as well, increasing because of this younger graduate population as well, sort of commuting to London and indeed into Cambridge. Proper microcosm of the country. And even in a place like that, Reform doing very well.
Exactly, and I think the Conservatives, when they were doing well, were doing well in Peterborough. And is it Paul Brister that used to was
yes, that's right.
Seat? And obviously that he's now gone to the Reform Party as well. Has he not?
Selling out the party to gain power was a bad strategy. It's mint. What are you on about?
Any party that expects to do well across the country, to expect them to be doing well in seats like Peterborough and like Swindon. Of course, as we mentioned, we'll be looking out for what that looks like as a sort of broader picture. But yes, it's sort of as we expected so far. We've obviously not got a huge amount of results. We're getting a lot more flurry of them coming in the next few hours as some of these local councils decide that the time is right to sort of declare their results. But yes, the picture is starting to emerge, isn't it? Reform doing well, Greens doing better, Labour doing better.
And in a way, Natasha, I mean, look, these results are both dramatic and in some ways entirely unsurprising, right? Because, I mean, if we're looking, I see that, again, John Curtis has been doing some of the extrapolation around.
You think Kerr steps down after these results?
No. Of course, it's still very early days and you can't...
He's not hanging on because no one else wants his job. He's hanging on because his lobbying groups need him to force his majority in Parliament to pass as many fucking policies as possible. That's the reason that he will stay in power. He is campaigning... You know, it's his campaign. It's getting so much. His campaign group and the Labour Party are getting so many donations from the lobbying groups and so much support from the lobbying groups. He is gonna just be like, well, I'm being paid using this historic mandate to simply deliver what my lobbying groups want. So, you know, he's gonna crack down on pro-Palestine stuff. He's gonna, you know, try and get more fucking gentrification shit passed through, more cutting of red tape to do private developments on environmentally protected land and shit like that. Getting rid of environmental protections, yada, yada, yada. More drilling in the North Sea. More government contracts to private fucking companies. That's all it's going to be. I think it's fascinating how Peterborough City Council take like twice the projected time to complete the roadworks. Still haven't fixed the storm drains in the city centre. It constantly smells like poo. They can't count all the votes super quick despite the large size. Oh, they can count all the votes super quick despite the large size. Yes, it's probably because of the low voter turnout. That's probably why. It's probably because 30% of Peterborough turned out to vote.
It could look like.
Again, voter apathy is what, you know,
that's all fair to
is what makes this happen.
We'll be, sort of really keen to see, show us what
14 Greens. Chat, the Greens are picking up.
Government and national government and what that could mean.
14 Greens, chat, let's go.
Questions over.
Green holds.
I'm told that the reports that he is going to do a
this is great.
Speech on Monday
this is great.
Are true. So we'll be hearing from the Prime Minister on Monday. We'll also be going to be hearing from the Prime Minister.
All the boomers managed to get out for reform. Yeah.
At some point, he is expected to at least show up.
15!
Now, where that's
15!
Discussed earlier in the night.
Well,
Croydon,
Luke
Greenwich, we don't know.
Let's fucking go.
He's expected to make an appearance somewhere, so he will be having to find somewhere that Labour have held on, done okay. At the moment, there are very few places for him to look for, but we are expecting to hear from him.
I'll tell you, Natasha, one place he will not be heading is Wigan, which is, of course, the parliamentary seat of the Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy. Results now in from Wigan in Greater Manchester. Labour retains overall control of the council because only a third of the seats were up. But look at this. Labour down 20 seats. Reform up 23 seats.
Interesting.
So,
oh my God.
In Reform.
Stockport held by the Lib Dems overall council.
That Reform would have taken that council.
Let's take a look at the Wigan, see if Wigan council's been updated on the map.
They only had 2 councillors before tonight.
They're kind of lucky in a way that not
doesn't look like. Oh no, Wigan's there. Yeah, Wigan is a Labour hold. Let's take a look at the details for Wigan.
Across the board in many places.
Oh, I mean,
wiping Labour out.
They'd be taking almost every seat in some of these places, and indeed some councils will be like that.
Oh my God, they've lost 102 councils.
Result from Wigan.
That's fascinating.
23.
102 councillors.
23. Independents 8, down 2. Conservatives 0 now, down 1. Labour 42.
They lost 22 councillors.
Proving an
that is mad, bro.
For Labour.
That is absolutely mad.
And we should also say, Lewis, that we're expecting to hear from Nigel Farage.
Let's have a look at Wigan Council and see if they've done the voter turnout. Wigan Council.
He's having a great night and he wants to speak now.
Well, these results are coming in extremely quickly now, and we will be across all of them and bringing them to you as they happen. Thanks to everyone who's joined me over the past few hours.
Manchester Evening News doing the reporting on this.
Lost control in a slew of councils. The first 3 councils in England as part of this electoral bloodbath in Hartlepool, Tamworth, Redditch, all flipped from Labour control to no overall control. The party is slated to lose as many as 2,000 seats across the UK in results which could see Keir Starmer ousted as Prime Minister. Joining me straight after the news is John McDonnell, former Labour Shadow Chancellor, who is no stranger to a friendly fire. We'll see if he will offer some to the Prime Minister. The numbers coming in throughout the night, really getting underway now. Stay tuned as we continue our live coverage.
Craziest thing about Labour losing 100 seats is that number's going to multiply by at least 10 times by 12 p.m. tomorrow. Yes, it is. Green gain in Exeter.
On your radio, on the LBC app.
Is LBC coverage done now?
Overnight counting is underway in 46 of more than 100 local authorities in England up for grabs, and the first results are in. Nigel Farage's Reform UK sees early gains as the party seeks to turn popularity in the opinion polls into real power, with the polls predicting big losses for Labour and leadership contenders circling can Sir Keir Starmer.
BBC reporting 16 Greens, let's go!
For the Conservative leadership, with significant losses also expected for Kemi Badenoch's party.
Oh my goodness.
Hello there, thank you very much for joining us at this early hour. I'm Jonathan Samuels with a Vote 2026 special programme. Tens of millions of ballots have been cast in elections right across England, Scotland and Wales. Right now we're focusing on the English councils declaring their results overnight, and so far we have seen early gains for Reform. Well, as the counting goes on, the polls are predicting a dire night for Labour, which will leave the Prime Minister's leadership in question.
I can't wait to see the Cope chat. I genuinely can't wait.
Sam Coates. So Sam, we're seeing a real.
They're gonna. That's exactly what's gonna happen, Lemon. He's gonna say the divisive politics of the Greens and Reform have led to this happening. We need to go further and farther to make things shitter for people in Britain.
At the moment,
further and faster.
That have changed hands at the moment, and there's one clear winner. It's partly a result of the type of seats that have counted so far, but it is Reform. And Reform didn't really contest many places last time when these elections were held. So all 140 seats that the Reform UK party has won are new to them. They weren't defending any because they weren't around then. The Labour Party, 22. That's all they've got because they have lost the vast bulk, 99 seats. Tories down.
Are we behind on this? I'm sure they've lost 100.
Greens +8. Liberal Democrats -1. Quite a lot of the more metropolitan areas come a little bit later in this. We don't have that. I'm going to pick one council to show you in detail so you can see the pattern here in the north.
It's 102. Wait, a Sky behind?
Of those seats that are Conservative. And down here, they've gone to overall
No, this is live.
Control. You can see that. Now,
I don't think they're reporting right.
Really, for me, possibly the most damaging chart of the night when it comes to the Labour Party. And look at this. This is the number of seats that Labour were trying to hold on to. That they.
You could do the nose thing without pinching it too. That's cool. Not everyone can do that.
Today, Labour.
Oh, what you mean this? Well, when you do that, it gives it like the
88% of them were lost. That is a worse loss rate.
That gives you a more like high-pitched thing.
They lost.
All you have to do with the Keir Starmer voice is not breathe through your nose and force the air to the back of your throat and think about the way that he talks and the shape of his mouth.
I can tell you, than the most pessimistic.
A lot of the times, in order to like copy the way that someone talks, you have to look at how the mouth works. Like with Trump, he's always doing this. He's got a wide mouth. You know, it's really, you really got to think about how he's doing this. How is he speaking like this? Why is he speaking like this? Many people, they've been saying that I speak the best. That's right.
Panel still with us, Conservative.
You know, you just have to look at the way that they, you know.
UK, of course, and the Labour peer, Baroness Aisha.
17 for Greens, let's go! The Greens are slowly catching up.
Held on to 12% of the seats they've contested so far.
BBC's ahead of Sky by a wide margin when it comes to announcing results. We should just fuck Sky off, I think.
There was a lot of expectation.
Oh my God, John McDonnell. Oh my God, John McDonnell's on fucking LBC.
At this point. These results, look, they're still obviously very early, but in terms of a breakthrough in Labour heartlands, we haven't really seen anything like this before. In the boroughs that Reform are doing well, Boris Johnson didn't come close to anything like this. The SDP didn't do anything like this. This is something new, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is. From a Labour perspective, it's looking pretty grim. We'll see what the results are like tomorrow, but it looks disastrous. London is tomorrow, and I'm a London MP. Usually, London will give us a bit of a silver lining, and I'm hoping that's going to be the case this time.
What do you know about that?
We're being hit by Reform in some areas, as you've seen so far, and it's been pretty horrendous. But also,
I was hoping that Greens would be crushing Labour, but Reform has picked up most of the slack. Yeah, Lemon, you got to remember, we're still at like 2% of the vote, right? We're about 2% or like 3% of the vote. There's loads. There are literally 5,000 seats to call, right?
For every 10
out of 5,000, we've got what?
We're losing 16 to Lib Dems, Greens.
200.
So my worry is
leading on every side.
Yeah, and my
you know,
worry is
this is a very, very, you know, it's a great result for Greens. 17.
My worry now is that won't happen.
17 is great at this stage. You know, we're talking, chat, when we're thinking about these results, right, what we have to remember is that two of these Green councillors have been elected in a metropolitan city centre area, right, in Salford. Yeah? So 2 of the 17 being in a metropolitan city area and the rest of them being in like white working class northern towns is very, 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 very significant. Exactly. They get exposure in a city, the rest of them being in either Middle England or working class, like I say, working class white northern towns. Significant stuff, right? Really significant stuff for the Greens, particularly.
But then what happens is
Exeter is a Green target. It might have the whole thing. It might be huge. Yep.
Winter fuel allowance.
Hello, Dan. Welcome back from your nap.
We then get the attack on disability benefits. Gaza is still hanging over as well, but then you get Mandelson, and it's like an explosion. The animosity, and I don't say this lightly, the animosity towards Keir on the doorstep is beyond anything I've ever experienced. Now,
yes!
Is that just me? Is that not him? But again, in The Guardian today, there was the report that they gave to the Labour Party, which emphasised that level of animosity. Sometimes that influences everything. So
yes, it does.
You can't get past that to get on to a more wider discussion.
Why
of
do you
policy.
think it is? Why do you think it is
It's
that
just,
this animosity has arisen about the Prime Minister?
People just feel let down.
No, John, say it how it is.
With this argument about change. And the problem that people have seen from the beginning is either no change or change in the wrong direction.
No, John, you have to say it how it is. He destroyed the party. He ruined the party. He gutted the party. He turned it into a right-wing fucking den of pieces of shit.
I even get the response on the doorstep about, well, he took all those free spectacles, suits and all that sort of thing. And it's almost as
he's
though
corrupt.
saying, you promised us change, but you're no different from what Johnson did. That's unfair. But that's the reality of we have to tackle.
But you know what you will hear. Assuming the Prime Minister goes on to next week.
It's ridiculous that he's saying that it's unfair. Ridiculous stuff.
John McDonnell.
This is why John McDonnell will never defect to the Greens. He's too much of a fucking centre-left, soft fucking piece of shit liberal.
Results. But in the era
ridiculous.
that we're in this really politically volatile era that we're in, perhaps that's not surprising. And what we mustn't do is lose our heads and panic.
Well, it's not about panicking, it's making sure that we have a proper analysis.
I knew nothing about UK politics before following djmuel. I'm heavily invested, yeah.
We need to have an understanding.
He's old and grumpy, yeah.
About why we've lost the support that we have, and it's because we've alienated section after section of our support by those mistakes that we've made, and therefore we need to understand why have we made those mistakes. My view, and this is why we need a proper debate about it, my view is that actually the old broad church of the Labour Party is not working. So the broad church is that the Labour Party was founded on left, right and centre come together, you have an honest debate and discussion, and you stand up, and wherever section of the party you're in, you can stand up.
It wasn't really founded on that, the left, the right and the centre coming together, man. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? What are you on about?
That sort
and
of
the party did it anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
Weird position for you.
Well, that's the irony, but that's the sort of level of debate that we have.
Labour was literally founded on workers' rights. That's a left-wing position.
Voters, you say, feel towards the Prime Minister.
Well, it's not just me. It's
no, but you've experienced it. You know, you've been, yeah, absolutely. Therefore, is it recoverable for the Prime Minister? Can he recover it?
I'm not sure. I think that's part of the debate. So if we're going to have an analysis of this election, I think we have to have that debate and discussion to see whether it is. I think Keir needs to make up his own mind as well, whether he thinks it's recoverable. So in the debate, we're going to...
He has made up his own mind. What do you mean?
Well.
Do you personally believe that he should resign as Labour Party leader?
I do not... Let's take this step by step.
John, you said that he should resign like a month ago. Come on, man. You can't go back on that shit.
Andrew Rain, the last thing we want is that sort of thing to happen. I want a proper discussion, a proper post.
Lewis Goodall is so sexy. I bet he has a massive cock. Insane first chat message. Completely psychotic.
Changes can be brought about to think about how we make our decisions, democracy in the party, end the sort of factionism that's been dominating this recent period. And I want a discussion about the leadership. At the moment, if the results are as bad as this we're looking at the moment, it's very difficult to see him taking us into the next election.
You don't think he should?
Well, I think we need to have that conversation. I'm not hedging this. I think Keir
Thanks for the follow.
I've worked with Keir. We didn't share a cabinet together. He's a responsible person. He needs to ask himself, am I the right
Tet4 says, sadly, because we all voted Green, it's given Reform inflated wins.
Lay out a timetable. You don't want anything too precipitous, but you think a timetable for his future, you'd like to hear him say.
Two things.
What the fuck are you on about?
I'd like him to lay out a timetable about how we have the debate about the future and, yes, the discussion about his own position, and that might result in an orderly transition to a new leadership. But it can't be a leadership based upon the democratic system that we have at the moment, which excludes a range of candidates coming forward. So, yeah, I want to see a proper debate and discussion.
We split the left vote. Yes, famously the left wing want to vote for Labour. Yes.
I mean, that's
what's happening.
You want Andy Burnham back in Parliament, don't you?
I have not been a supporter of Andy Burnham personally. I've not come out in support of him, but I resented the fact that he got blocked last time round. And if we are going to have a leadership debate, discussion, whatever, and we're going to have a leadership election of some sort, I want every opportunity for a broad range of candidates. And to block Andy that way, I think it actually damaged Keir rather than strengthened his position.
Let's imagine that a vacancy were to arise in the near future, and Andy Burnham were to say, I want to stand again, and presumably he does because he tried to stand last time.
Yeah.
I've put it to multiple ministers, Labour Party chair, others tonight, about that possibility, and they all reject it. They all say he must continue doing what he's doing and being Mayor of Manchester. If that were to repeat itself, as we saw in Gorton, what do you think the reaction within the Labour Party would be?
Well, zero Reform gained councils. There are still Reform councils across the country, sadly.
And I think we lost membership as well. People are so disillusioned. If it happens again that Andy wants to stand in a parliamentary seat, and they blocked him again, I think there'll be outrage within the party, and it's not the way for Keir to behave, really. If he's blocking people because he's worried about them challenging,
no, I know what you mean, Dan.
Demonstrates strength. That demonstrates weakness.
Do you think it would be such outrage that it actually might precipitate a leadership challenge?
I think it would make Keir vulnerable to a challenge. Of course, it would. But
got you, Dan.
We can have a rational discussion rather than, as I say, I don't want coups or anything like that. We could unite the party, but
well, you're in the wrong fucking party for that nowadays, John. Fucking hell, man.
Plays in uniting the party.
Can I give you a stat that will, I think, make you feel uncomfortable, John? I don't want to depress you just as you're about to head off to bed.
Yeah.
But this is according to the Labour list. As of 3 a.m, 14 minutes ago, Labour has so far lost 83% of its sitting councillors that have been announced so far.
I just feel for them. I've been a councillor, and what really annoys councillors, you can understand, they work so hard, they do the best they can, they represent their community, and then they get
Can you stop
because of anything they've done. National politics over.
Can you stop with the Lewis Goodall shit?
Thank you for your service, and I'm sorry this has happened to you. This is a nightmare. It's my worst nightmare, actually, in terms of politics this year.
Your worst nightmare?
Electorally, it is, yeah, because we lose our base to win elections.
Worse than 2019, the Jeremy Corbyn loss?
I think so. In terms of, look, we got hammered then, and I was part of that, but we thought, well, we'll pick ourselves up. I supported Becky Long-Bailey to be leader. She didn't get it. Keir got it. And I said, he's democratically elected, therefore give this man his chance and all the rest of it. We will.
Cringe. What a cringe thing to do, John.
Now the level of disillusionment means this isn't just a risk to losing a Labour government. We could lose the Labour Party. Now that sounds like an exaggeration, but if you look at what's happening to us...
Yes, an entire council win means the majority of councillors are for that party, yeah.
At least by half. The people who are going out and working on the ground are no longer there. Once you start losing that grassroots...
110 Labour councillors gone.
...and structure, you're threatened...
110 Labour councillors gone.
...has hinted and said that he's going to come out fighting. He's going to put forward a King's Speech, which he said is going to have new proposals.
Where to think where we'd be if Long Bailey had won? We would be in a massively different position. Labour would have still won the general election, but we would have had a progressive socialist leader of the fucking party. She would have had to have, basically go through the Zach Polanski-Corbyn treatment, but, they would have won.
That's about prices, and it's also about...
Okay, stop talking about Lewis Goodall in a sexual way. You can say things like, here's the things I'm happy with you saying, new chatter SDM crooks, yeah? Here's the things I'm happy with you saying. B-Tech Bernie Sanders is getting brutally mogged now by mega mogger Lewis Goodall. That's fine, that's funny. Saying that Lewis Goodall should set up an OnlyFans, stop it. Cringe, weird, stop it.
Given the sort of seats or the sort of councils, sort of parts of the country, which are heavy Brexit voting...
Yeah.
Hello, Larry. How are you doing? Everybody go follow Leapid Larry.
Closer relations to the EU?
I think there's a strong argument economically that what we need to do is, we need to re-establish a relationship with the EU that's more constructive than it is now. But it will have political consequences, so we have to accept that. The issue for me is this. I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself.
I'm doing okay, Larry. Yeah, I am live at 3 a.m.
We lose to Reform. We lose.
I'm waiting for a big kebab.
Left parties, the Greens, the Lib Dems, and others. That comes from Persuasion UK. There's some on the Brexit issue that are beyond our reach.
Okay, I think we're now waiting for the
others that we can,
because it's been 3 a.m. so we've had a bunch of results come in,
to the EU, but actually
like a big bunch of them. I think we're now going to be in the slog towards like 5 a.m. results.
The pitch that we have to have is to bring back that.
So we might have to go back to Normal Island in a minute.
And that is about cost of living, but it's also about other issues like climate change and issues like Gaza as well.
Just finally, Nigel Farage, just being told now, has told reporters at his party's Millbank headquarters just down the road from here that the results have so far exceeded his expectations. Yeah. He said, I think what you're witnessing is an historic change in British politics. Forget left-right. There is no more left-right. It's gone. It's out the window. It's finished. We are way exceeding anything that I thought.
It's bad that he's saying that there's no left and right. That's bad.
So therefore, we've got to have quite radical change, and that might mean radical change in terms of the membership.
Roshan, I don't think Kira's going to want to come back to Twitch, sadly. It's the last thing she said to me a couple of months ago.
I think he has to realise his responsibilities.
John McDonnell there, who former Shadow Chancellor, of course, in the Jeremy Corbyn era. Lots more reaction to come on the show today, including lots more results as well. We'll be hearing directly from that Reform HQ.
Yeah, don't want you to get your hopes up, man. You know what I mean?
Who is there? That's coming up, 3:18.
This is LBC.
This is LBC. Suck out your dad.
At 41, a few of the others, 36, 37%. pretty high turnouts for local government elections, and that clearly is benefiting Reform UK.
We love your factoids, John. As always, thank you.
Factoids, John.
To our political correspondent. Alex
Love some
Hodges,
factoids.
Field in Tameside in Greater Manchester. How are things looking where you are, Alex?
Well, Labour has just lost.
What did you say? You word.
Council. That's after a swathe of wards went to Reform UK. I'm joined by Labour's council leader Eleanor Willis just now. Eleanor, were you expecting it to go no over control? Were you expecting the result to be this bad tonight?
No, I think it's fair to say we've got some really great community councillors in Tameside with lots of presence and passion. So I absolutely wholeheartedly believe that the people of Tameside would see that and reflect that in their votes this evening.
That's so bad for Labour.
I think certainly that's something that we'll have to reflect as a party over the next few days. I think for me, as leader in Tameside, we've had a lot of positive things happen on a local level over the last year.
I'm timing you out, SDM crooks.
In town centre regeneration.
Told you to stop being a weirdo. Fuck off. Come back another day.
2 hours free parking. There's lots of things on a local level that have been very, very positive. So I think nationally as a party, we need to go away and reflect the feelings of the public. I think for me, I just want to pay a huge tribute to the
No, I just think that person was memeing and
councillors that have left this community.
just made it their entire personality to just meme about fucking Lewis Goodall. It's just embarrassing.
Of years worth of experience and
Hello, London's best gay. How you doing?
that I feel Tameside is worse off for losing.
Elections are going better for the Greens than I thought.
Is there any way you think your party can bounce back from this locally?
Yeah, 100%. I think heart and passion and drive. I think one thing that we will always be is stronger together. We've seen lots of division throughout our communities throughout this campaign, and irrespective.
I'm pretty sure I've read your username correctly in the past as well.
Safe.
Wait, you were... Oh, yeah. No, yeah, you've been about for a bit.
To deliver that here in Tameside.
Do you blame Keir Starmer for what's happened here tonight?
Mel puts on Scram Watch, he is, yeah.
Anywhere, I think there's a
Greens at 18, let's go!
We all need to reflect on what
18 Green councillors. 7 independent councillors out of nowhere.
actually do, what we
Out of nowhere.
so that people don't risk losing it. I mean, my main
First time message is wild, at least read the room before posting that. Just insane stuff, completely psychotic.
slowed down in our community. After 14 years of austerity, we're just starting to see investment back in our authority. We're just starting to move things forward, and unfortunately, having the split decision making that we'll now see on this council, we will see significant.
Can't keep up with the BBC. Don't worry about it, Morton. You're doing good work.
Thank you very much. Eleanor Wills there. So obviously been a devastating night for Labour. Lots of people are speaking to on the ground. We're expecting it to be tough, but not for it to go into no overall control, which is what we've seen just happen here tonight.
OK, Alex, many thanks. Well, let's bring in Justice Minister Sarah Sackman. Good to see you this morning. I mean, just listening to that and watching...
I'm not sure if the party I voted for counts as an independent or not. They're a local-specific party.
To be that bad, but so it's come to pass for Labour.
It's very tough. You just heard from the leader of Tameside Council there just how tough, and it's particularly difficult on all those hard-working councillors who, as she said, are trying to drive forward progress and delivery on the ground. And there's no doubt that the voters have just delivered a very, very difficult message to the Labour Party.
Yeah, it's early days, but that message is being felt in Hartlepool, in Essex, in Kent. So far, Labour have only held...
Stockport is Lib Dem, yeah.
12% of the seats contested, which is far worse than even the most pessimistic projections.
Well, look, it's early.
Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry on camera. Definitely don't cry. You can cry, just don't cry on camera.
Are very difficult. They're a bitter pill to swallow. I think what it shows is that the electorate, wherever they are in the country, are frustrated at the pace of change. They want to see us deliver change.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop doing the Starmer line. It's so fucking wet. Everybody hates it. Everybody fucking hates it. Voters everywhere are frustrated with the rate of change. They want us to change. They want it to change quicker, further, faster. Shut the fuck up, man.
Midterms.
Oh my God.
Local elections are very often a free hit at the government because people think, look, I've got nothing to lose. It's just a local election. And so I think we both have got to take the lessons from this, but I think it's too early to read too much into it as well.
No, sure, no. But I'll push back a little bit.
Chat, my order has been cancelled. What do you mean?
Angry, as you say, they want change, and they're coming out to vote.
Did they close?
They're not voting your way, and when you say they're frustrated with the speed of change, they're utterly fed up.
I can't believe it, Melper.
They are going in droves to reform.
Look, I think part of it is.
Oh my God, chat, they closed. I'm not getting my mixed grill.
Less than 2 years.
I'm not getting my fucking mixed grill, man. Oh, that's so fucking shite.
Whether that's lifting almost 500,000 children out of poverty, whether it's investing in the clean energy
what do you want?
Future, but it takes time for people to feel that in their pockets. And also we have
oh my God, I'm getting a fucking...
to explain to people
hello
that things are going to get better and that we've got a plan to deliver that, and we've got to get better.
Yeah, but you had a landslide. Sorry, you had a landslide majority, and you've had 2 years. Let me tell you what the Labour MP for Hartlepool has said tonight, where Reform UK took all 12 seats up for grabs. He's called for Sir Keir Starmer to go. Jonathan Brash, this is, who you'll know has done something similar before. His wife, leader of Hartlepool Council, has lost her seat. Surely the buck stops with the Prime Minister, and he does need to go. Would you agree with Jonathan Brash?
Jonathan Brash was making these calls even before tonight. I don't agree with him. I believe in this idea that, look, you've got to go with a plan, not with a mood. We won a landslide victory.
It's just Deliveroo on the phone, chat.
We have to embody that change.
He was saying, really sorry about that.
We need to modernise our public services, to be on people's side, to change the status quo, whether it's on the economy or the balance of power in this country. We're beginning to do that with a new generation of workers' rights, renters' rights, with
oh my God,
in technology. But that does take time, and I know.
Embarrassing. Absolutely fucking embarrassing. Holy shit, man.
Make the case for bringing the country together around that programme of change and to do the hard yards of delivery, which at the end of the day, I don't believe that Reform or other populist parties are serious about. Easy slogans, easy TikToks, that's easy to do. The difficulty of delivering in a challenging economic environment, that's the job of government, that's the job of the Labour Party today.
OK, Sam Coates is here with us in the studio. Let me bring him in.
Sarah Sackman, I'm just curious by your response to this. What you seem to be saying is it's not a case of, certainly not a case of changing leader. It doesn't even seem to be a case of changing policy. What the public really want, because they haven't got the message, is more of the same, just better communicated. Is that what you're telling the country?
I think we do.
Is there a I could get at 3:30? Yeah. There'll be something I can get.
That galvanises our communities, whether we're talking about Essex.
I really don't want to go to the spa, but I might have to.
No, you don't think it's anything more profound than that? A little bit of a tweak to the comms, maybe a slightly louder megaphone.
I think it's gonna have to be. I think I'm gonna have to get a Dixie's, man.
And everyone will be happy.
Hang on. I think we do need a galvanising message. I think we need to be proudly progressive. I think
deliver in 20 minutes. Might as well.
A sense of direction. There's also a context to this, which is not only are these a local set of elections, but we have some pretty challenging global headwinds, 2 major global conflicts, which are having economic repercussions. We have to be realistic and honest with the public about that, but we have to offer leadership in that. And we've begun to make the investment in clean energy, in bringing NHS waiting lists down, in delivering that new generation of workers and renters' rights. Those renters' rights came.
Where's that Dixie's rap? Come on, man.
Let's give this a chance to work.
Rap supreme.
But let's also heed the message that voters are sending us, that they want us to give them that leadership and to go further and to
go further.
What their fundamental concerns are around the cost of living, their everyday lives. So I'm not saying that we should.
Wait, has there been another Green win?
Results. Of course we should. But we also need to
18 Green councillors.
Trust in our plan
They all just sound exactly like Starmer. It's ridiculous.
So, just finally, does that mean you think that Keir Starmer should lead the party into the next general election?
Look, I think that the country is fed up of the psychodrama of a revolving door of prime ministers. If you look at neighbouring countries like France, like Italy, long known for places that replace their prime ministers and leaders, they've not done so anything like what we've seen over the past few years of one Conservative prime minister after another. I don't think that's what the country's asking for. I think.
So is that a yes? Is that a yes or a maybe?
I'm saying we need to go with the plan and not with the mood.
I don't think that's a legit Dixie's. I'm not getting shit from there. I'm not doing it.
The Labour Party into the
I'm getting a Popeyes. Is Popeyes 24 hour?
I expect so. Okay, all right, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much for your time, Justice Minister Sarah Sackman.
Thank you.
And I'm joined in the studio now by the Lib Dems.
Oh, that was the Justice Minister, was it? So the person who's overseen the scrapping of jury trials? Good stuff. Great politics. Thank you, Sarah.
Stockport, you must be pleased about.
Yeah, this is a fabulous result for us, and it's been down to the great team that's been there, and we've shown that we can really take the fight to reform. We have held them off, and we've gained control of Stockport. That's such a great result, and we've worked really hard.
Oh, the Lib Dems got 2 councillors, but the Greens got one as well.
The results there on screen. Where else are you hopeful of making gains?
Well, we have held control of East.
Tonight we're able to put on a concert that the UK Lawyers for Israel had previously were to cancel. Let's go!
I hear there are good results coming in.
Base Spencer, how you doing?
Maybe have a look at.
You have the spicy option. What? Yeah, I think so.
So there are other places where we think we
spicy deluxe super stack,
where we can certainly make progress, even if we.
Oh yeah, that looks pretty good actually. I might get that.
We've had enough of the divisive politics of the right, and they're fed up of some of the crazy plans on the left, and they're looking
crazy plans on the left, and what they love is the centre, don't they? They love the centre, which is just the centre. It's the middle. It's the grown-ups. They love it.
A while ago, saying that we're people who get stuck into our community and fix the church roof. Well, yes, because that's actually sometimes what needs to be done. We are deeply embedded in our local communities, and the voters are rewarding us for that because they see what we do when they have good Liberal Democrat councillors working hard for them every single day.
OK, I can bring you some more good news from Eastleigh. I think we can just bring that slide up. There you are. Lib Dems hold on to
what sides have we got here?
I suppose many people will question whether the Lib Dems are the party of, we don't really know what you stand for, but we can't stand the look of any of the others.
Chips.
So we'll just put a cross in your box.
Cajun chips.
I wouldn't.
Popeyes original biscuit. Cajun gravy.
The parties, and it'd be foolish to say that wasn't the case. But on the other hand,
I'll have a go with that.
We see hard-working Liberal Democrat councillors and candidates and people who are stuck into their communities. They are turning to us because they like.
A Lib Dem's really different from Labour. I mean, the less fascist at this point. It would be like a harm reduction thing to vote for the Lib Dems, but they're not that different.
The other guys, it's because they like what they see from us as well. So we're really pleased to be continuing to make gains. Yeah.
They're also more right-wing on some other things as well.
But it's certainly something that the voters are voting for.
It's not so much sexy politics, is it? It's more about this new world of multi-party politics where we see the Greens.
Reform win Broxbourne. That's their first council tonight. They've won a council. Oh, mamma mia.
Incredibly well. And I just wonder if maybe the Lib Dems are a party of the past.
Where are the full results? Oh, here we go.
Where you see the Liberal
yeah, there you go. Broxbourne Reform Council. You can see it there. Turquoise on the map.
Well, maybe,
mad stuff.
In the race, in the proverb, right? So let's not.
Lib Dems have got 2 councils. They've won 1 council.
Than the Labour and the Conservatives.
Broxbourne is the. No, Reform don't have any councils. Yeah, that's the Conservative. Yeah, Conservatives. 22 Greens. Let's go.
Put together, so that's not to be sniffed at. We have
Come on.
Most trusted,
23 Greens
to run local government.
But according to opinion polls, 51% of Lib Dem voters only think you're doing well. Only
it's good stuff.
That's the More in Common poll recently. I mean, that's not great, is it?
Well, the only poll that really matters, as we've seen, is the one that happens in the ballot box. Now, lots of opinion polls say all sorts of different things. It's what happens in the ballot box on polling day that really matters.
23?
An example of that, there are lots of polls that can get stuff wrong.
23?
So, in the general election, for example, we have the exit polls. For example, always announce just after 10 o'clock.
Stockport, what have they done to you? I mean, Stockport's always been Lib Dem.
So the day of the general election,
it's a big Lib Dem area. A bunch of Lib Dem councillors and a bunch of fucking
4,700 and something majority.
Lib Dem MPs in their ends. There's just a lot of posh wards in Stockport. That's the problem. You know? That's the sad reality of it. In Stockport, you've got places like Eton Norris, Reddish, Marple. You know, these are places where, like, if you're progressive, you're not going to vote for a radical party. You know?
About
it's those areas that do it.
Lost, do you think, in everything else that's going on, the bigger picture, when people go and vote?
There is a danger that we get sucked into the divisive politics, you know, and I know that voters hate it. And certainly where we...
It's already happened. It's too fucking late. You have to pick a side. That's the end of it.
Voters on the doorstep. That's what they like, and that's why they're voting for us, and we're seeing it in the results.
Also on issues as well, do you feel sometimes the Lib Dems are a bit wishy-washy? They're not clear enough. They're not communicating well enough.
You should teach in a not posh part of Stockport so you forget,
on the EU, the Lib Dems have got a 4-stage plan to rejoin the EU. The Greens are very clear about it. We're going back in.
Yeah, that's from like 3 a.m. That's from like 35 minutes ago, Dan.
Clear. The Liberal Democrats want to be put back in the EU. We've always said this.
Greens with literally
saying we're going to go back in the EU.
11 more councillors since then.
How to get us back to where we need to be. We need a better relationship with Europe. The problem is that the way the Labour Party is doing it at the moment is just complete nonsense.
That's so insane, man.
Very hard red lines that were put in place by Theresa May, and there's no reason for that. It's going to make it much harder for us, and we're actually stifling economic growth in this country because of that. So we really need some clear plans. That's what we've set out. We are a party that has proper policies.
It's neat seeing the Greens gain. Yeah, but on that post, they're gaining fucking...
We have properly thought through
12, and in reality, they're gaining 23.
Get down to it. They really like to understand that we're properly thinking things through, and we have
holding a bunch and actually like gaining 16.
Really, populist things, but actually that's
quality shit.
Job done.
But on the other hand, you've also been portrayed as the Gales party, haven't you? Where there's a Gales bakery is where your voters are. Is that a party for everyone? Those posh bakeries in expensive parts of the country?
A Gales bakery party. That's true. That's so true.
So it doesn't always work the other. It's not always the other way around. But I think that's a bit of a simplistic way of looking at it. You know, I'm very happy to have some very nice bakeries. Thank you very much.
Okay, you can go. And,
I do love a nice bakery. She can't even help it. She can't even fucking help it.
Appreciate it. Nice to see you. Nigel Farage has been speaking to reporters at Reform UK.
That's so funny, man.
In Westminster, we can tell you what he said. I think what you're witnessing
Melpert's smelling the brown sauce. Look.
Politics. Forget left-right. There is no more left-right. It is gone. It is out of the window. It's finished. As you can see, we are scoring stunning percentages in traditional old Labour areas. He goes on. What you'll see tomorrow is the same pattern repeated across the south when we win Essex by an extraordinary margin and Norfolk by an extraordinary margin. The words there of Nigel Farage in the last few minutes.
Change
is still with
Don't
us.
forget,
Nigel Farage actually
together we will build a stronger and fairer Britain.
Let's see why he's able to say that, and it's because of this, the results. We're going to take you first of all to the...
Labour have lost 127. 128.
Farage's party has won 166 seats. It's lost
23 councillors for the Greens, 16 gained.
Single seat is
not lost a single one
because it wasn't around last time. You just heard about the...
All right, what are they talking about on LBC now?
In a minute, and sort of in the last hour or so, he just says if Labour really do end up as bad as the first results are coming in, sort of 20 points down or so in Wandsworth, the Greens up 20 points, and it has sort of slightly levelled out. But he says it really does suggest that the rest of the results in London are going to be at the worst end of expectations for Labour in London. So that is pretty damning. And obviously, as we say, this is the first of those results. We are not in a position where they're about to declare them all anytime soon. But obviously,
more's the pity.
Exactly. But it just is starting to paint this very, very difficult picture. And I was speaking to people in the last sort of 24 hours saying, you know, of the London councils that are...
Apparently Greens have just gained from Labour in Exeter.
Bite my hand off for 3 of them if Labour held on to those. And that is feeling now quite optimistic, according to at least some of the...
Is this reflected here?
From a Reform source as well, saying that they have already won 5 out of 13 seats.
How do we get to Exeter? Where the fuck is Exeter, bro?
It was being billed as a Lib Dem.
Where the fucking fuck is Exeter, man?
Also hearing from someone that Labour staff have totally left the count.
Bro, what the fuck is a fucking Exeter? Where is this shit? I fucking hate the South, man.
Some intel.
I hate the South so much. It's next to Plymouth. Where the fuck's Plymouth?
Hi, LBC's South reporter. Any more results?
Where the fuck's Plymouth, mate?
Benji.
Lewis, yes, some results.
Devon, over it. Oh, there you go. Thanks.
Than the full county council results, but still a really good indication because you'd expect those same results reflected in those same areas when we get to the declaration for the county council results here in Hampshire. And then the thinking going into tonight was always, Lewis, if the Conservatives...
Councillors elected in 2026, 4 councillors elected. Three Green councillors in Exeter.
in Hampshire on the south coast.
2 Reform, 1 Liberal Democrat.
Wide trouble.
Nice.
This is kind of deep Tory territory.
That's nice, dude.
The beating
8 overall councillors in Exeter for the Greens.
The story
Reform have only got 3.
By someone you spoke to earlier.
Lib Dems with 5.
Secretary Suella Braverman defected.
Oh my God, they've lost fucking 5 councillors. That's so funny, dude.
Shifting her support away from the
Exeter's very studenty.
Would have been that voters would have done.
Don't know shit about it.
Changing allegiances from one shade of blue to another. What we have seen in one ward is a reform.
Oh, Popeye's Chicken's 3 minutes away! 3 minutes away from Popeye's Chicken, man!
The story tends to be, Lewis, that the Conservatives...
Those all get Cajun wings!
This area of Hampshire was a key target for reform, given the demographic of a slightly older population, more Brexit-leading, disaffected voters. But the reality is that the Tories are showing a really significant...
Independence at 10, that's also good. That could also possibly be good.
In the face of sort of a calamity in many other parts of the country, it suggests that when those county results come through in the next sort of half hour or so, that even if the Conservatives lose their majority on Hampshire County Council, which they've held since 1997, they could still very well be the largest party, as fractured as the council might be now between the Tories and Reform and the Lib Dems as well. They've done fairly
10 independents,
and we'll expect
7 residents associations, which is also actually nominally quite good, but they've lost 6, which is not that good. And independents have actually lost 10 councillors so far. So overall, not a great result at this point.
Whitewash result
could change.
And as those wards are announced, there's been hugs of
the Lib Dems haven't lost 1 councillor and have in fact
some of the Conservatives here
gained 1 council. Very interesting stuff.
Across other parts of the country as well.
Conservatives lost 51 councillors. Yo, let's go!
Is life for us in Westminster.
So good.
So Lewis, there is an air of tense.
Oh, it's so good, man.
Here in Westminster, which is due to declare in about an hour, with all eyes on whether the Tories can wrest control of the council back off Labour.
Westminster City Council, heart of the belly of the beast, chat. There's no fucking way. I don't think that Greens have got a single shot in hell of winning Westminster City Council. It's just literally like where fucking Parliament is, you know what I mean?
Local authority, home to Buckingham Palace.
25 Green, let's go!
Parliament, Downing Street, the very corridors of power, a council where vast
25 Green, let's go!
Exist side by side.
It's hard to be excited about the Tories getting fucked with that reform number. Yeah, I mean, you know, I guess I'm just built differently.
The council's decision to spend
it's sick to see Labour and the Tories fucking suffer. It's really good. The reform stuff is a sad reality of the symptom of the time, but it is also not representative of the majority of the people in this country, right?
Of the UK and
it's because of low voter turnout.
Organisation of Oxford Street. It is mainly a 2-horse race here.
Green only have to win half the seats in Sheffield to get a majority because they got 10 in already. If they win Sheffield, that'd be amazing.
2 councillors here, Layla Cunningham and Alan Mendoza, both
that would be mad.
Defected from the Tories last year. Layla's not standing again after being selected as a Reform's pick for London Mayor, but there is certainly an active and engaged set of Reform candidates vying for seats in her wake, and the Greens could also make some inroads here in wards like Hyde Park and Little Venice, and such is the knife edge here that any seats for Reforms, any seats for the Greens or the Lib Dems could make it or break it for the 2 main parties. We've got some results coming in. I'll get a clearer idea of what they are, but certainly some cheers going up from the hall behind me. But it is
The Green victories will last longer, yeah. It's also like you said, this is a short-term victory for Reform. By the time 2029 comes around, Reform will not be the same party by that time. No, they won't.
And now let's head
Absolutely.
elsewhere in London and catch up with Henry Riley in Havering.
Lewis, there's a feeling here that...
Right, chat, my fucking Popeyes is downstairs. Let me just go get it.
I mean, virtually all of the parties have conceded this without a single result coming in. We're expecting the first of which in around 10 minutes from now. To paint you the picture, I think a lot of people think of Andrew Rosendale when they think of Havering, but there are actually 3 MPs who represent across this council. You've got a Conservative in Julia Lopez for Hornchurch, Margaret Mullane from Labour, with parts of Dagenham making up this council, and Andrew Rosendale, who of course defected from the Conservative Party. I know, like me, Lewis, you're becoming mildly obsessed with Hexit, Havering exit from London. So I spoke with Andrew Rosendale about that earlier on.
Havering being on the outer edge of Greater London, we can have a different relationship with London than, say, Hackney or Tower Hamlets. Why not? Why can't we be more self-governing, more in control of our finances, no ULEZ, make decisions about planning without the Mayor of London getting involved? All these things are possible with a fresh-thinking Reform UK Council and a Reform UK government in 2 years' time.
But whichever part of the country they class themselves as, Lewis, they love voting here. Turnout is up 10%, around 45% on average compared with this time when it last voted 4 years ago. The Residents' Association are the largest party here. Earlier, though, they were suggesting, despite the fact they were in coalition with Labour, they would not do a deal with Reform UK. And, Lewis, there's one word now in the last 10 minutes that is being whispered around this wedding venue, and that is Nigel. There's a sense that Nigel is coming. We knew he was going to be here at some point in the morning. I think, though, based on what I'm hearing from some of the Reform activists, he may well be on his way now to make an appearance. We'll have to wait and see. And now let's head to LBC's George Ellison, who can tell us the picture of the rest of the council.
Well, if Keir Starmer wanted any respite from what could be a potentially bruising night and a fatal night in terms of his premiership, he should come down to Merton, where the biggest cheers from operatives tonight have been from those with red rosettes representing Labour. They've actually gained a seat and held on to 3 that were tipped beforehand to swing green with pretty healthy majorities as well. This was supposedly going to be a big Lib Dem stronghold, although we haven't really tapped into any of the seats that they're expected to do well yet. They were feeling confident beforehand, and in several pre-briefing chats they were saying that this was a big prize. They've already got one of them, another name that was mentioned, another place that was mentioned in those chats, and that's Stockport, outside of London obviously, but they were aiming for here as their big prize within London, shoring up their support within the southwest. They're expected to consolidate in Kingston and Sutton. For now, though, we're yet to see any Lib Dem seats, although, as I say, there are still plenty of results to come. Lots of movement out at the front. The Conservatives were pretty cagey before when I spoke to them, and they have every right to be, considering it's not been a good night for them so far. Slightly more interesting picture, as Natasha said a little earlier, in over the border in Wandsworth. Famously, the council
got me fucking Popeyes chat.
Of anywhere in the UK, it's been flip-flopping over the years between Labour and Conservative, wrestled back off the Conservatives by Labour recently. Now, though, looking, it could be pretty bruising for Keir Starmer's party heading to a Conservative.
These fucking chips are so peng.
The Greens haven't made as many inroads as we were expecting.
Lib Dems gained a seat and then after 10 minutes lost 2.
Well, obviously, a bit of a free hit for them.
Melpert, what do you think you're doing?
They're pretty much new on the ballot.
There's nothing here for you, pal.
Labour pretty close in one of the seats, surprisingly, but as of yet, they have.
He's like, no, go on, let's have a bit.
They were saying beforehand that they just want to send a message saying they're here and that people should be taking notice of them in local government. Well, given the results in the national picture, they certainly are.
Benji Hire, Helen Hodnor, Henry Riley and George
Oh my God.
Reporting from around the country for LBC. A few more results as well. Lincoln it remains a Labour hold, but another 3 losses there. Reform up 4, Greens up 1. Salford as well, we've been talking about all the results now in from Salford, yet more terrible results from the northwest for Labour. Labour control.
Chat, them wings are bad, boy.
Council, but again, only because a third of the seats were up. Labour down 13, Reform up 13, Green up 3. That familiar pattern we're seeing again and again and again. Huge transference of seats and votes from Labour to Reform, and the Greens
popping off,
managing to eat in, not to the same extent as Reform, but
don't give me bad news about Salford.
To deprive
a lot of Reform councillors in Salford
going to Reform, making the difference in lots and lots of wards between the difference between Labour victory and Reform victory. A pattern and trend I'm sure we will see sustained over the coming hours and indeed well into tomorrow as well, once we start seeing
2 Green councillors in Salford, though, pretty good.
And Wales as well will add the SNP implied into the mix to add to Labour pay. And after the break, we'll be talking to Mary Goldman, Lib Dem MP for Chelmsford. Lots more coming up from Labour ministers after 4 o'clock, and results to come as well. I can see Exeter is about to declare, among other places. Time 3:49.
LBC.
At John Lewis Money, we know your home is more than an address. It's the sunlight pouring in. Well, sometimes. The coffee on tap and the best spot on the sofa. It's why our home insurance is thoughtfully designed with 3 levels of flexible cover for the home you've created.
Sorry, chat.
Because when you notice...
Sorry.
Is building a fortress for the white race.
What the fuck is this?
It's a racial association. I kind of want to ask you, after seeing this, do you think what we're doing is immoral?
We followed a social media trail that led us to Bristol, where a confrontation between protesters erupted into a full-scale riot.
Here it really is pitched battle skirmishes, hurling missiles, throwing punches.
I'm Tom Cheshire, Sky's data and forensics correspondent.
What the fuck's going on here?
Hello again, welcome back to Vote 2026. Breaking news in the last
Hello, Satan sandwiches. No election in Brighton until next year, yeah.
Tameside in Greater Manchester to no overall control. Let's get the numbers.
Tameside, no overall control, let's go!
We heard about other Greater Manchester councils now. Tameside, Labour can no longer hang on and be the largest party in this council.
25 Green still.
It's great.
27 Green!
1 seat, losing 14.
Melpo's so mad that I'm not giving him any scram.
On offer. And who were the winners? Again, in this Greater Manchester area, 15 of the seats go to Reform UK.
White nationalist reservations? Fucking hell.
Scoreboard at all. So an incredibly dramatic result. You can see the straight switch with Labour losing the seats, Reform picking them up. I think this will be, nigh on a disaster. And again, what you're not seeing is the halo effect of Andy Burnham, who is, of course, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, having any effect here to the benefit of Labour. When you look at what's happening here or in Wigan, where he lives and where he used to represent, there is just no evidence there in what we have seen of him helping the Labour brand in a way that he hopes to potentially help the Labour brand, potentially from number 10 in future.
OK, Sam, thank you very much. Our political correspondent Alex Rogers is in Duckenfield in Tameside in Greater Manchester. Let's go to Alex for reaction to that breaking news, Alex.
Yes, so this was not the result that lots of Labour voices expected. They knew that it was going to be a bad night. They did not expect it to go to no overall control. This has been a bloodbath in Angela Rayner's backyard. This council had been led by Labour since 1979, but throughout the night we were just seeing Reform pick up ward after ward after ward. Labour only won one in an area called St Peter's, and even then there were cries of fake by opponents, and that was a hotly contested seat. And
chat, this fucking Popeyes is so peng.
Councillors that I've been speaking to and senior
this was such a top shout
in the northwest say
28 Green, let's go!
That have cost councillors, hard-working councillors, their seats. One source I was speaking to, I asked him, should Keir Starmer go now? And all they could do was give a wry smile and say, what do you think? So big repercussions in the northwest. Could this spur supporters of Angela Rayner and Andy Burnham to get them to move against the Prime Minister? It's just been such a difficult night for Labour, and I think emotions are running so high, and it leaves Keir Starmer with serious questions to answer about his leadership.
OK, Alex, we'll leave you to
you won't be answering him.
Reaction. Thank you very much for the moment. Sam, earlier you showed us a graph which said that Labour have only held on to about 12%, I think, of seats that are contested, which is...
Yeah, make sure you feed yourself, chat.
Shocking. What's that same graph saying now?
Michael Thrasher has just updated the calculation, and at 3:50 a.m, here it is. Labour are now holding on to 13% of the seats that they are contesting. It's a disastrous result. It's way down on this time last year. The amount that Labour is ceding to its opponents is accelerating. This, I think, is probably the hardest statistic for Number 10 to swallow.
OK, thank you. Aisha and Nadine are still here. We're just approaching the top of the hour, so we've only got 2 or 3 minutes.
Top of the hour, red break.
Just reflect on what we've seen so far this evening.
This is catastrophic. I mean, it is, we had the first slide that Sam put up where each party's predicted to be and where disaster for Labour goes sort of from red to dark crimson to just dark. I think we're heading into that territory. And, just picking up on what Aisha was saying earlier, part of the problem for the previous Conservative government and this Labour government is...
Winter and shame.
Ministers...
29 green, let's go!
Basically saying to the public, look, you don't understand. Everything is a bit complex. And I've looked at the detail, and it really is complex. But that's what
you said when you were in government.
I just said that, Aisha.
Yeah.
I just said exactly that, and I apologised for it when I moved across to reform. The nation pays the Prime Minister to lead and find solutions for these things. On the illegal migration, he had a solution with the offshore processing in Rwanda. He cancelled it on the night of winning that election 2 years ago almost. Really, I thought was a terrible mistake.
A masterful blinded by care.
We both agreed on one thing, that was a problem for Starmer, because if he doesn't deal with it, the sense of fairness of the public, people... I was talking to someone the other day who's just moved back, 3 children, living in one of the shires, couldn't get his children to any of the local schools other than the lowest performing school because all the places have been taken by the heavy migration that's moved into the country.
Insane, this is dog shit.
Was to blame for that. Labour didn't do much about it either. Couldn't get a GP appointment for 7 weeks when the government promises it'd be 3 weeks. And he was beginning to move towards reform because actually we're paid to deliver solutions, to go to the country and say, by the way, the 2 million illegal people here, we will absolutely deport them. Zia will deliver.
There's not 2 million illegal migrants here. That's insane.
It's very easy saying one thing when you're in...
Seconds,
all I would say is, and again, take it from somebody who was in government, it's very easy to say stuff in opposition. It is much more difficult to deliver when you're actually in power.
But you
so
can't
what you
deliver.
shouldn't... Well, you guys didn't.
Hold on a second.
You didn't on immigration.
I don't disagree with you.
You've just really gone big on immigration.
No, I didn't disagree with you. But listen, I delivered the fastest and most successful rollout.
We're not talking about the vaccine.
Right?
We're talking about immigration.
Hold on a second.
We're talking about immigration.
We delivered, I think, one of the best send-offs for her late Majesty, like organising the Olympic Games in 12 days.
We're not talking about You've just gone on and on about immigration.
You can make things...
This is funny as fuck.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Listen, we will continue this discussion. We've got lots to say. Continue this discussion in a couple of minutes' time. Don't go away.
Two centrists arguing about how they fucked the country up and led to the current, situation. The Sky even fact check, as long as it's Zach Polanski. And when they fact check him, they just, make it up as they go along.
Taking us out of NATO at a very dangerous time in the world. I mean, nobody could deny that we are...
Oh, hell yeah, the Lib Dem fucking person is now talking about Zach Polanski. Let's go.
And yet, the green solution seems to be to take us out of NATO, one of the things that's helped to keep us safe over the years. I think that it's
hell yeah, I love Green Party misinformation.
It's a good solution. Then we have Nigel Farage saying, oh, well, let's blame it all on the small boat crossings. It's all about asylum seekers, and immigrants coming over. I don't think that our problems were all based on that. But people want to believe.
Then why can't you expose them? If these things are so stupid or so ridiculous, surely you and other mainstream parties can expose them, and yet you can't.
Well, we are working hard every day to give people an alternative, and it is difficult to get the message across.
Thought the Greens wanted to stay in NATO. Yeah, they actually do. Yeah.
Really big problems ahead. People do look for
good, isn't it? Misinformation. It's just fucking good.
A comprehensive solution, and it's not sexy politics, but when people see how hard we work locally, then they do re-elect Liberal Democrats, and we do really well, and that's why we're doing well and are on track to get our 8th successive year of gains in local council.
Do you think we're looking down the barrel, the way things are going, of a Nigel Farage government?
I'm really worried that might be the case. Really worried about it. I have seen, what Reform have done in places where they have made promises. For example, in Kent, when they took control of Kent County Council, they made all sorts of promises. We're not going to raise taxes, they said, and yet that's one of the first things they did when they got in. They make promises that they can't keep, and I don't think they care about that. I think they just care about getting into power, and I think that's the kind of thing that we would see from Nigel Farage if he became the Prime Minister, and that really, really worries me.
Marie Goldman, Lib Dem MP for Chelmsford. Thanks so much. Labour have lost their 4th council of the night, this time in the southwest.
Okay, chat, I'm about to get real nasty with this burger, and you're not allowed to see that.
Council gone to no overall control since 2012. Labour down 5, Greens up 3, Lib Dems up 1 for Marie Goldman there, and the Reform up 2. And again, just going back to that Tameside story, again, when I was saying that the Labour Party has controlled these places since forever, it will be the first time since 1979, since Margaret Thatcher was first elected, that the Labour Party does not control Tameside Council, a story that we are seeing in place after place in the northwest. And when we colour in the rest of the map throughout the rest of this morning and into tomorrow, a story doubtless we will see repeated. That concludes another hour of this election night special here on LBC. There's much more to come, of course, as those results keep dripping through. Deluge now. The story appears to be worsening for the Labour Party. Joining us will be Labour's Sarah Sackman, joining us very shortly, Justice Minister. Plus, our very own Natasha Clark will, of course, be staying with us right into the depths of this election. I think we're probably at the depths at this point now, with her analysis on everything that's going on, and with Keir Starmer's job on the line. Panel will reconvene to see if we can pass any glimpse of what might happen in the Prime Minister's future through the murky waters of this election night. All that and more to come here on Election Night Live on LBC.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Brunt, and the Tories suffering too. Well, it was all cheers in Basildon as Reform snatched the win for the St Martin's ward. Sam Journey is the first councillor to be elected there. He spoke to our chief political correspondent John Craig after the result was announced.
If I'm not delivering 14 out of 14 seats for Reform UK tonight, then I've done a bad job. So I'm expecting to deliver 14 out of 14 tonight.
And you're pretty sure that's going to happen, are you?
The only thing that we can be sure of in life is death, taxes and Labour ruining our lives. So not quite guaranteed, but it's looking very, very good out on the floor at the moment.
Well, in Greater Manchester, Labour has lost Tameside Council to Reform after holding it for 47 years. But Labour's Eleanor Wills wasn't pinning all the blame on the government.
I think there's a collective responsibility, and I think that we all need to reflect on what the country is saying. We all need to get better at communicating what we actually do, what we actually deliver, so that people don't risk losing it.
The Conservatives are also losing seats. The Shadow Scotland Secretary, Andrew Bowie, told me why he believes the major parties are ceding ground.
I think Kemi's got a hell of a lot more than Nigel Farage has in terms of her commitment, her passion, her intellectual view of where she wants to take the party and indeed the country. But there's a general feeling of dissatisfaction and disillusionment with the established political parties out there in the country. There's a real disgruntlement with the state of the country, and Nigel Farage, as the populist campaigner that he is capitalising on that.
Well, Nigel Farage says the results mark an historic change in British politics and that traditional left and right is now out of the window. Here with me in the studio is our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Sam, there is a real theme emerging tonight.
Absolutely. Let's take you through the main results as we have them. Here we have 408 seats counted out of just over 5,000. Let's look at the picture. And we've got a milestone, which is Reform UK have now breached the 200 seat mark. They're on 212. Now, they don't lose any seats because they didn't contest any last time round. All of this is wins for the first time. The Liberal Democrats actually completely evens. They've won 8 seats, they've lost 8 seats. That can't be said of the Labour Party. They are clearly the biggest loser of tonight's election results, 147 seats down. Look, you can see pretty much the scale of the wins by Reform, scale of the losses by Labour are not that dissimilar. Add those and the Tory losses, which are pretty substantial, and you can see a pattern emerging. A little bit of a few wins for the Green Party, but if I'm being honest, we haven't really counted in many of the areas that could be stronger for the Green Party. This, I think, tells the story of how painful it is for Keir Starmer's Downing Street for Labour. Labour is contesting thousands of seats up and down the country, but only holding on to 13% of them. The other 87%, they're losing. That's an incredible figure. And it's worse, a lot worse than last year, where they lost 66% of them and only held on to 34%. And just look, take Tameside, for instance, which has just gone no overall control. You can see Reform picking up 18 of the seats, Labour just getting 1. Greater Manchester, the area overseen by Andy Burnham. But no, this is a rout for Labour. Now, just before I go, I want to give you a few maps because that puts the picture pretty stark. Now, these are just the seats being contested this year in this election compared to the last time those seats were up, because all these councils are up in thirds. In 2023, look at all this red in Wigan. Again, Greater Manchester, just a little hint of blue, a little bit of no overall control. But whoosh, look at this. In 2026, yesterday, it was a complete wipeout for all the other parties and Reform UK completely claiming victory. It's pretty much the same story in Redditch. Labour in the north, Tories in the south, but now completely a rout again by Reform UK. And once again, the third of seats that were up in Hartlepool, pretty significant area in British politics in recent years, Peter Mandelson's old stomping ground. Keir Starmer nearly resigned in 2021 when he didn't win in Hartlepool. Used to be Tory the last time these wards were contested in the outer bits, Labour hanging on in the inner wards. All of it going to Reform. And I think you can see that this is the challenge that the Labour Party now face. Because these areas, I think you call them red wall, traditional working class Labour heartlands, now not at all sticking with the party that that many of those people and their forefathers supported for tens and tens of years, for decades and decades. This is an existential challenge for the Labour Party. The question is, Jonathan, how do they deal with it?
OK, well, let's put that question to our panel. Nadeem Zahawi, Reform member and former Conservative Chancellor, is here still with us. Aisha Hazarika, Labour peer and former Labour advisor. Existential is how Sam put it. Is that right, do you think, for the Labour
Party? Well, I
think
think there will be a lot of Labour people asking themselves this question. I think what is very, very difficult, and we have to wait for all the results to come in. Labour is absolutely losing votes to Reform and to the right, but as the night will go on, it will be very interesting to see if Labour loses, lots of votes to the Greens as well. And I think the seductive thing is, right, do you just tack to the left or to the right? And I think it's much more nuanced and complicated than that. And I just hope that the party and Number 10 doesn't rush into kind of like a knee-jerk reshuffle or something like that in terms of we just have to shore up what's known as the kind of soft left, or I can already see people doing op-eds and, tweeting things saying, right, at this point in the morning, this is a sign we have to go to the right or go to the left. And it really isn't that simplistic anymore. I don't think that's how people view themselves in terms of I'm a right-wing person or a left-wing person. They're looking at whether a party is chiming with their main concerns, and their big 3 concerns at the moment are cost of living, NHS and immigration. They're like the top 3 sort of concerns. Does this party, do they chime with me? Do they speak a language that I understand? And they're the things that the Labour Party's got to really think about, because if things keep going the way they are, we're staring down the barrel. I know Nadine will be very pleased about this, but we are seriously looking at the prospect of Nigel Farage becoming Prime Minister, and that is something that every single Labour person is going to have to think about very seriously.
I mean, I know we keep saying it, but it is early days. But are you surprised at the scale of the change?
Well,
33, 32, 33?
I was quite sure that there was going to be quite a difficult night, and I think there's been a lot of expectation management. But I think it has been...
33, 22 gained.
And, you know, to be fair to them, they did
22 gained.
They have made mistakes. It's also a very difficult climate in which to do politics at the
Lib Dem
moment. You know,
on 67.
And rightly so. You know, you just...
They've lost two.
Just talked in his kind of bit there.
These are they've lost two.
Don't have these like historical family allegiances to the big two parties.
Reform candidates desperately Googling how to pass a bill.
That you just have a stranglehold on somebody because...
No, they won't be Googling anything. That's the thing about reform councillors. They won't be Googling shit.
That you as a party
They'll just be Googling fucking...
Voters are impatient. They're transactional.
How much money do I get paid to be a councillor? And then when they realise it's no money, they're going to be like, oh, well, I guess we won't turn up then.
The heritage parties, which are Labour and the Conservative Party, have got to do better. And the Labour Party's got to do better and kind of understand this new world.
Hey, trans women, how's it going? Welcome in. Can't wait to have to explain to my family once again.
July 2020.
I don't vote Labour. They don't need to be smug about me about Labour getting fucked.
First real test, and Labour are losing 2/3 of the seats they were contesting. Right, May 2020.
Yeah, Greens are doing very good so far, but it is early in the day.
Of the seats you're contesting,
gaining a total of 22 councillors, and they haven't lost one.
Labour wakes up.
Labour getting absolutely dumpstered, destroyed.
But hang on.
So are the Tories. Incredibly funny stuff. A collapse of the political centre is taking place in the UK. Oh my God. Sarah Sackman on LBC. She's doing the rounds. Fuck me.
It's not just, politics is a team sport. The leadership the Prime Minister has shown, I think, has been welcome and very important.
Did she just say politics is a team sport?
In the party to embody that hope and
I can't believe she just said that.
Real delivery, and I think that's on all of us.
Do you think that he, in your heart of hearts, Sarah Sackman, do you think that the Prime Minister is the best person to lead the Labour Party?
Yes, I do.
And you think he's the best person to lead the Labour Party up to and including and beyond the next election?
I think he's the right man at the right time. What the British public want is stability. It wants direction and it wants leadership. It wants to feel hope.
The man of tempered glass.
Difference in the everyday life.
That had to have hurt her soul to say, no, she's getting 90 grand a year. She's getting 90 grand a year.
The results we're likely to see and honestly interpret them as the British public saying, we'd love Keir Starmer to remain in office.
There's a lot of ways you can interpret these elections. They're local elections. The conversations I was having yesterday on the doorstep, hundreds of them, were as much about potholes and bin collections as they were about...
Yeah, so why aren't Labour councillors delivering that shit then? Why aren't Labour councillors delivering those changes in local councils?
Or those Labour councillors, those hard-working Labour councillors who have lost their position.
Well, which is it then? It's either about the Prime Minister or about these councillors. Someone's done a bad job.
What we're seeing, as I said, is a massive sense of frustration. But let's zoom out a second. First of all, local
Reform backyard, 2 green gains, phenomenal.
A free hit on the government of the day, a way for voters to express their frustrations. And as I said before, I think what people are frustrated at is not on individuals, who's up and who's down in the Westminster bubble that might consume you and me and, others in the political class.
Isn't that deeply patronising? I'm sorry, Sarah Sackman. Isn't that deeply patronising? The voters are very interested in who the Prime Minister is and how good the Prime Minister is at his job and how well he can communicate and what sort of leadership he shows. And what we see from the polls and what we see from by-elections and what we see from these elections...
Bolton Council!
...repeatedly telling you they don't think he's up to
Oh my God! Green have won in Bolton. We've won a councillor in Bolton? That's crazy!
What people communicate with their vote can be a lot of things. But I think fundamentally, I was talking to a lot lot of young people on the doorstep yesterday, and they are frustrated at how...
Does everybody in this government hit the get hit with the nasal clog gun when they enter number 10? Yeah.
They don't go about their everyday lives consumed with who's up and who's down.
That's great that there's a Green councillor in Bolton.
Care about a sense of whether their future is full of possibility, whether they can realise their aspirations in terms of the sorts of jobs they'd like to do, and they'd like to see real change in their lives, on public services, on opportunities in the economy. That's what they want to see.
And so what does that look like, Sarah Salmon, in terms of the future then? What can the government do? What is the government going to do that it wouldn't otherwise have done as a result of these election results, as a result of these elections? i.e., what is the change?
I think it's twofold. I think that our communication, and there needs to be a clear narrative that is proudly progressive.
50% of the vote in Bolton, yeah.
Years in government,
Bolton is a bit more right-leaning, yeah.
Rights,
hey, Hashim, welcome back.
Clean energy. This is bold and progressive, but I think we've shied away somehow from telling a story about the sense of direction that, is hopeful for our country. I think we need to do that because that's the stuff of politics. It's about the mood music. It creates investor confidence, but it also binds people and makes them feel part of a national project. So we've got to be much better on that, and we've got to back it up with substance. That's what you get in the King's Speech and the policy delivery, and also the hard
nonsense.
Yards,
Shut the fuck up.
Of government. It's quite easy, I would say, for insurgent parties to, post a tweet, do a TikTok video, 30 seconds of sound bites that makes you feel good, but actually doesn't deliver any real change.
Cope. They're talking about the Greens. She's talking about the Greens when Reform have made the most gains.
You think a move to the left? Does that mean a move to the left?
I think it's about fairness. I think it's about
anything except a move to the left.
Empowering different parts and not just, accepting the status quo. The status quo in this country, whether it's in terms of the economy or the distribution of power, has failed to deliver for too long. And I do think we need to be proudly progressive. I think we need to own that narrative around, for example, investment in clean energy. That is not just about doing the right thing on the environment, though that is the right thing to do, but it's about job security. It's about energy independence. It's about getting our economy going and spreading prosperity. So I think we need to own that so much more. Same with our public services. We've made massive investment in the NHS. The waiting lists have started to come down. The thing.
Oh my God, that's so funny. She said the waiting lists are starting to come down. Whereas the line for Labour for the last fucking 6 months has been, they are coming down. They are down. The waiting lists are down.
Well, look, clearly we are not going to be celebrating. Clearly it's been a tough night, and clearly there's going to be a lot.
Sky reporting 36 with Green reporters, Green councillors. Sorry, I can't even think.
There are going to be lots of Labour councillors that are hurting, and I'm sorry to them. As a member of the government,
33 Green councillors here.
The Prime Minister will be too.
35 on Green.
A moment for reflection, Lewis. It's not going to be a moment for punching the air. Of course it won't.
36 on Sky.
Reflection.
Oh my God.
It'll be a moment for thinking through what is needed when so many parts of the country are clearly expressing their frustration at the main.
Yeah, we're literally 2 years into this government. It's ridiculous.
Sense of hope, and how do we get on with the job?
It says something.
Have you fun?
Sarah, it does say something when, frankly, you and I both know.
I hate how underprepared the media class in this country is to talk about this stuff. It's so fucking annoying, right? Is the waiting list down because patients just die while waiting? No, it's because GPs have been incentivized to not put them on the waiting list, to put people who might need treatment not on the waiting list for treatment. They are being incentivized to not refer as many people so that it looks like they are in fact making the waiting lists go down. Because if they would fund primary care, then junior doctors wouldn't be going on strike. They wouldn't be desperate for the government to allow them to hire more doctors. It's completely insane. RTE, thank you for gifting a sub to Combustible Lemon. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. Yeah, I genuinely can't begin to explain to you how much of a lie the NHS waiting list stuff is by Labour. It is fucking evil.
Labour values, who we're for.
Labour values.
Of a progressive politics. And we need to get back to that. Look, those previous governments that I referred to, whether it was the Blair government, whether it was the Obama presidency,
Obama.
took heed from those results.
Obama, I love curry.
To return to election victory, because not by ignoring them or dismissing them, but by learning the right lessons from them. And we need to learn the right lessons here. But what I'm saying is that the right lessons are not losing our heads, not lurching around politically for easy answers, not going through a leadership psychodrama. I don't think any of that is what voters are asking from us. So yes, tough night. Yes, difficult pill to swallow. But let's learn the right lessons with cool, reflective heads.
Sarah Sackman there is Labour MP for Finchley, Golders Green, but also Minister of State at the Ministry of Justice. We'll be dissecting that with my panel and also getting the latest results as they're coming in. I think results we've got now from Basildon and Colchester and Fareham and more besides. The time, election night here on LBC. It's 4:19.
This is LBC.
Our pet's in a pickle. We're here when it matters most.
Huge. And I'm sitting on a table with like David Cameron and Trevor McDonald and thinking, how much bigger can we get? You know, next year, Obama. You know, Obama, I love curry, Obama. Huge. And I'm sitting on a table with like David Cameron and Trevor McDonald and thinking, how much bigger can we get? You know, next year, Obama. You know, Obama, I love curry, Obama.
Right? Do you know what? Do you know what this is, chat? Chris Tarrant. Yeah. If you're in the States, if you're not in the UK, yeah. This guy was our host of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, yeah. And he is here hosting the British Curry Awards, right? That's what this is. That's where he is. That's what he's talking about. And he's saying, oh my God, we've got a BBC News at 10 anchor. Yeah? We've got David Cameron, the ex-Prime Minister. What's going to be happening? How are the British Curry Awards going to go next year? We're going to have Barack Obama. What are you talking about? Insane shit. But yeah, just a similar way of pronouncing Obama to Sarah Sackman there. Obama!
159, Greens up.
I love curry, Obama!
2 more results in as well. Brentwood in Essex, no overall control as before, but again, Reform up 7, Tories down 4, Lib Dems down 1, Labour down 1.
36 Green, updated now by BBC.
For them to rack up almost near clear wins in almost every seat they're contesting in a lot of these councils. Well, let's chew over all of that and indeed what we heard from Sarah Sackman there with my panel. Natasha Clark, LBC political editor, is still here, of course. Albi Amankona, political commentator, campaigner, vice chair of the LGBT.
37 from BBC. Oh my God.
Group Jovan.
Yo, let's go.
Paul, Labour candidate in the
23.
Of course. Well done.
23 gained.
Best parliamentary candidate.
Incredible stuff.
There has ever been.
Labour have lost 164 councillors. Let's go!
Is still with us as well, writer, commentator, former Labour Party spokesperson. All right, let's just open it out. What do we think of what Sarah Sackman was saying? Is it adequate to the scale of the defeat that we're seeing? Let's go to our Labour people.
Joe,
come on.
what did you say to me a minute ago?
Yeah, I'm a Labour man through and through. Been out campaigning over the last 6 weeks, knocking on doors yesterday, and I admire the gymnastics that Sarah went through to find some accommodation for the government. This wasn't what I was experiencing over the period of the short campaign. What I was seeing was that we're appealing voters, obviously, to the Greens in London, where I grew up in the Midlands. Votes are going to Reform, and so this coalition that we once assumed was natural.
No, someone in the chat came up with the man of tempered glass.
Victory in 2024 that would still be with us is no longer, and it's demonstrating that we obviously have to change the direction of the party. We can't just continue as is. And there are fundamental questions that I think the party has to answer and ask itself. about what is the point of a Labour Party today, in whose interest does it serve? And I think more fundamentally, what is the direction over the next 2.5 years between now and the next election?
I suppose what the difficulty is ever always with these things for an incumbent government, right? Is what the
chat. This specific variety of mango that I have got from the Ivory Coast is literally so peng. I just had to mention it. It's so good.
Always repeat these cliches, don't they? These bromides.
Hey, Apple Chips.
You know, we're hearing the public.
Whoever that Labour Pill commentator was, she basically said we need to talk better about the nothing that we're doing. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Party that for the last 8
Yo, literally mangoes in the chat. Let's go.
Recognise some of these challenges that the government has almost to a point created for itself. I mean, when we look at the U-turns, these things still came upon the doorsteps. The fact that Labour had put
it's not so big,
and then within a couple of weeks' time it was something else. If the top of the Labour leadership is willing to bring in all of those different traditions, I think, into the main body of thought of the government, I think we would see a lot of these ills addressed.
Yeah, good luck with that, man.
The fact that the winter fuel allowance and things of that sort that were brought by people of the left of the party that said, actually, have you thought about it? Some of the disability reforms that have gone through. Have you thought about this? Have you measured...
Pakistani mangoes are the best? Yeah, well, you would say that.
Polling of this data.
Is that stuff still coming up on the doorstep for you?
Well, yes, in part.
I really like...
Do you think it is the Prime Minister? Do you think he can...
Pakistani mangoes in the nectar juice.
Orderly transition.
So I will give you that, actually.
Is some kind of Theresa May thing saying, I'm not going to be your candidate at the next election. It's clear halfway through the parliamentary cycle that the Prime Minister isn't performing with traditional Labour voters in the way that we'd anticipate, and we don't want.
Dama's going to personally kick this guy out the party. I wouldn't be surprised.
Between the Labour family, but what we can't see is risking the country going down the path for a reform government and Labour just left trailing behind.
Well, Albie, I mean, this is something that's sort of...
Hey, Chaos, what's up?
A little bit. I've heard it from lots of Labour ministers tonight. They say, what we can't do, no matter how bad these results are, we cannot have the sort of... what they call the psychodrama.
I like Egyptian mangoes. I don't think I've ever had an Egyptian mango, you know.
And you can see this sort of appeal of that argument. On the other hand, you can make a slightly different argument, right, which is to say, well, they chopped and changed leaders with Theresa May.
Melpo is lot the fucking... I have no idea what he's looking at, actually.
And they chopped and changed leaders. Well, they got rid of Boris Johnson.
He's like looking at the door.
Replaced with Liz Truss. It's probably quite a good idea to...
What is he looking at? What are you seeing, buddy?
She would have done even worse. So chopping and changing your leader...
Some kind of spiritual entity that he's watching.
What I would say is someone who comes from a party that has a tradition of maybe changing leaders too often, but also changes leaders more often than Labour does, is just get it over and done with. Like, just get it over and done with.
That's so funny. Just do it, mate.
That Boris Johnson was toast. He should have just gone. Someone new could have come in, and potentially the situation in 2024 wouldn't have been as bad. I think after Liz Truss, I mean, it was over, wasn't it? So I would just say, if the view is, your view is, there should be an orderly transition, I think that is probably right. Just get it over and done with. I think it was notable. We had some reporting in the Times, I think yesterday.
Oh, that's so nice.
Ed Miliband
said
to the Prime Minister privately that he should set out his... think about a transition plan or think about the end of his tenure.
Ed Miliband's team is denying that story, but...
Well, it was reported in the Times. We've also...
Well, it can't be wrong then, can it?
Well, you know, there's no smoke without fire, Lou. There's no smoke without fire. And there's a lot of fire if there's anything
there
to
is
go
a lot of fire,
from what
that's
Jovan is saying. Also, we've had reports...
Okay, official Popeyes rating.
For
the wings, 7 out of 10.
Anna Sarwar
could have been a bit juicier.
Earlier on this year.
Could have been a bit spicier.
Reporting of Labour MPs.
Fries, 10 out of 10. No notes.
We've had this date in our minds for a long time.
Burger, mid.
The 7th of May has come. It's now the 8th of May.
Gravy,
I think
mid.
It's probably time for Keir Starmer to hang it up.
Another result now from Greater Manchester.
Being available at this time.
No overall control, but with all 20 seats declared.
10 out of 10.
Conservatives down 5, Labour down 5, Reform up 9. It's the same thing we see again and again, isn't it, James? It's actually, even though we've got this multi-party situation and we've got sort of fractured politics, actually the results are remarkably consistent.
The Labour Party's on fire, and the Labour Party house is burning to the ground right now. And when that's happening, you can't just ignore it. And you can't.
They're going to have to pry the premiership from Keir's hands. Again, it's just not going to happen, you know? He has constantly said again and again and again and again and again and again and again. I'm staying. I will not be moving. You know? And it is all down to the Labour Together lobby, the fact that he's making so much money as Prime Minister, you know? Don't you cry on camera or dare to pry the leadership from my dead hands, you know?
It is misery, and it is exactly what they predicted, and they were.
I miss living in a city and having literally anything be open past 12. Yeah, you see, like, I would have had to have prepared for tonight. I would have had to have got stuff in. I mean, like I said, I've got stuff in, but it's just like tomatoes and other stuff that I would have to like cook.
And perhaps
I would have to literally just like get up and cook for half an hour or something. You know what I mean? I can't do that while I'm doing the stream.
Is it a new prospectus? And if so, what does that look like, given the constraints which do exist, right? The government doesn't have complete freedom of action. There's what's going on. The fiscal situation is bad. You can't reverse public service decline overnight. You've got the international situation over which it's got no control. So what practically could be done by a new Labour leader, if that's what you think that needs to be?
Absolutely ridiculous. International situation that he doesn't have any control over. Talking about Iran. Sorry, but what you do is you invest in energy independence.
Of that, I don't have the answers, but the Labour movement has them.
Sorry, man, it's as simple as that.
Labour movement anymore. But the problem is, you see that the answers are there. They're in the trade unions, right? They're about class struggle. They're about fighting these issues that we see. They're about workers' rights. Yes, those things are fantastic. And
Palestine.
Farmer's just expanded workers' rights.
He has, but it's about the vision.
He hasn't expanded workers' rights. What are you talking about, Lewis? Lewis is so desperate for Labour to be good. He's such a wanker.
I mean, I would have to respectfully disagree. If you're looking for a left-wing government, we do have one. This is a government that, as you say, has implemented the Workers' Rights Bill, has secured better rights for tenants.
But the renters reform was Tory. It was leftover Tory legislation.
I mean, that's doing it a disservice.
I mean,
we know that many people up and down the country are going to benefit.
You can make the argument it's the most left-wing government we've had for decades.
Well,
this is it.
Well, maybe people don't want a left-wing government.
Well, yeah, maybe not.
If we look at the results of particularly Reform tonight.
In 3 years, we're going to see Keir on some corporate board in the city, yeah.
Just to add to that, just to briefly interrupt, we can see from the polling, actually, that the public have actually changed their mind over the last few years.
It's about divesting from American empire entirely.
Extra public spending. If you look at the polling now, the public are actually saying, majority, they want cuts in taxation.
It's not that people in this country, I don't believe, want a left-wing government. People want to see a Labour government doing progressive things. And there is a difference between a left-wing government and a progressive government. And many Labour voters are not seeing the progressive element that has always formed through the strain of Labour governments. And that's where people are going over to the Green Party. As I said, this is a government that is on the process of renationalising the railways. This is a government that is investing swathes into green energy infrastructure. There are children who are no longer going to...
No, this is cope. I'm sorry. This is complete cope. He's repeating the Labour Party line.
Progressive message around our neighbours. We need to have a strategy, I think, around social integration.
The renationalising of the railways has done nothing, right? Literally nothing. And talking about the workers' rights expansion, I've yet to hear how that actually helps workers. The Renters' Rights Act is something that should have happened 10 years ago. And it's a little bit meaningless without rent controls because landlords could continue to just put the rent up again and again and again. Yeah, he is talking about doing right-wing progressivism. Do you know what I mean? Which is just nonsense. Completely nonsense. It still costs 100 quid to get on a train down to London. 200 quid there and back or something. You know?
Making the recovery, and so far, no sign of it at all.
Well, from the results that we've seen tonight, that would seem to be the case. One council election I think is quite interesting is Fareham. I think the Conservatives have held Fareham. Now, that is Suella Braverman's seat, and she was obviously quite a big defector from the Conservative Party to the Reform Party. I know the Conservatives are hoping that maybe they can retake Wandsworth, perhaps in southwest London, maybe Westminster in central London. The picture in Essex isn't quite clear yet, but I think Essex will be a key one that lots of Tories will be watching, not least because a lot of key figures in the shadow cabinet, their seats are in Essex. Kemi Badenoch, the party leader's seat is in Essex. James Cleverly, the shadow housing...
It should not cost 100 quid to traverse your entire tiny bullshit country. It's not even half... It's not even the whole way. It's not even the whole way. You've got to remember where I am, chat. In Manny. It's like halfway down the country. Look at the map. I'm here. London's there. It's half the way across the country. The entire way would be like London to fucking Inverness. You know? Or something. I mean, the island. I mean, obviously England. Even England. You know, England ends here. So, you know, it's still the halfway across England, not even the full fucking way. It's mad. 100 quid, man. What we up to here anyway? 38 councillors, let's go! Oh, let's go! What's Labour losing by? 168, my God. My God.
Sam, thank you very much. Let's bring in our panel once again, Nadeem and Aisha. One thing we haven't talked about at all, we haven't even touched on it this evening, is the Greens and the rise of the Greens. We're going to be speaking
I wonder why that is Sky News.
Shortly, Jenny Jones. Nadeem, what do you make of...
Second win in Halliwell Bolton. Oh, my God!
That we're seeing.
Oh, my God. If Bolton goes green, I will be losing my mind.
With Gorton and Denton, Zach Polanski was able to weaponize the Islamist vote. And if you look at the...
I'm not listening to these cunts. Shut the fuck up. Nonsense shit. Let's have a quick look at this. Bolton. Let's see what's going on in Bolton. Is it a no overall control? $20 Labour councillors, 11 Conservative, 11 Independents, 10 Reform. Okay, only 3 in Bolton. Is it being declared? No overall control? After 20 or 20 seats? Yeah, okay. 20 or 20 seats declared. No party majority. Okay. Fair enough. Is it, Morton, are these paper candidates in Bolton, or are these candidates with focused campaigning? Third win in Queen's Park and Central Bolton. Let's go! Mamma mia. Is that declared then? Is that totally done? Oh yeah, you said third and there's 3 there's 3 Green Party councillors. Yeah. Are these paper candidates or what? Have they been door knocking and canvassing and shit? Let's go back to LBC chat.
Westminster, really examining our life choices, I think, in various different ways. No, not at all, of course. Let's see if Andy Ballantyne, LBC Southwest correspondent, has been examining his own life choices. I mean, don't get too heavy about it, Andy. Actually, just do the results. It's too early for all that psychoanalysis stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing when you're in an empty sports hall at 4:35 in the morning. As predicted, though, Exeter goes to no overall control. Council Labour have had a majority over 14 years since 2012. They held 4 of the 8 seats they were defending in Exeter, losing 3 to the Greens and 1 to Reform. They finished on 18 out of 39 seats overall, just short of the 20 needed to control the council. The City Council's Deputy Leader, Laura Wright, is the highest profile Labour casualty. She finished 4th in St Thomas, almost 800 votes behind Green winner Jack Reed. The Greens strengthened their vote share. In Plymouth, it was a good night for Reform, who gained 11 seats, but not good enough to gain overall control.
Ooh, that's a good share of the vote from Baggy Khan.
They now have just 2 sitting councillors. In both cities, the Tories often left fighting over the wooden spoon with the Liberal Democrats. They have taken the seat of St Lloyd's in Exeter in an extraordinary 3-horse race separated by just 9 votes. It was very close in some wards with recounts needed, all surprised by a near 50% turnout in some wards, which is very impressive for local elections. The South West bucking the national trend, with Labour suffering losses, but not as bad as predicted. Now here's my colleague in Havering, reporter Roxanne Wright.
Very interesting results here.
Reform UK here in Havering.
Let's take a look at this, chat. So these are all the wards in Bolton. Let's have a look at some of these numbers. and see if what I'm thinking about Bolton is also true, similar to Salford. Okay, so we've got Astley Bridge, Reform UK, 1,600. Now, contesting this was the Green Party with 1,100. That's a damn sight. Good amount of votes there. Now, Labour here splitting the vote. If the Labour Party would have stepped down and said, we endorse the Greens would have won. Labour splitting the vote there. Obviously, the Conservatives, you know, people are voting for the Conservatives, but they might vote for Reform. I don't know. But they won by 1,600. The Greens were not far behind on 500. 500 behind. 40 Green, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. 41 Green, 41! Let's go! So this next one, we've got Conservative Party, 1,800 selected. Reform, just behind with 1,700. Seems like it's that kind of an area in Bradshaw. Braitmet, Reform UK, 1,800. Conservative Party coming in second. It seems like it's one of those areas. Green Party with only 400. Bromley Cross, Conservative Party with 1,700 and Reform UK just behind 1,600. Green Party on 700, not insignificant. If the Labour Party would have stood by, they might have had a bit of a better chance, but probably not taking it from the Conservatives, that ward. Valley going to bed, asleep tight, good night. A Labour endorsement might actually cost the Greens votes. They'd do better to just disappear. No, you're right. I'm not thinking straight because I've been up for fucking hours. 9 hours I've been streaming for. Farnworth North, Labour Party, 1,100. Oh, won by 30 votes versus Reform. 600 for the Green Party. Interesting in Farnworth North. Farnworth South, Reform UK, 1,200. An interesting ward. Farnworth and Kersley First appears to be an independent group. Maybe a residents' association with nearly 1,000, but Reform have just snatched that. Green Party with 1,200 versus Labour Party. Mohammed Iqbal, 1,900. Reform with only 700 votes. Green Party smashed them out of the fucking water with that. That's a pretty good result for the Green Party regardless. Green Party, 1,700 votes versus the Labour Party, Safwan Patel. That's great. Green gain from Labour, absolutely destroyed. Love that. Fantastic stuff. Reform with only 744. Quality. None of the numbers are bad, and 50% of the Green candidates joined after Gorton and Denton. Yeah, it's good. It's a really good result for the Greens. 6 weeks to get this far is phenomenal. Absolutely. You know, these are some candidates who will have just popped up out of fucking nowhere, you know? Heaton, Lostock and Tumor, Conservative Party 2,000, Reform with 1,300. Looks like it's one of them kind of an areas. Even though Labour got 1,000 and the Greens got 700, it's a bit of a contested area, but Conservatives and Reform came out in force to sort that out. Green Party with 500 in Orwich. Orwich and Blackrod First, Independence 1,900. Reform nowhere near it with 1,200. Almost half of those votes, and the Green Party not a chance there. Conservative, no chance. Orwich South and Blackrod. 1,700 for Orwich and Blackrod First, Independence again. Reform with only 1,000, halfway behind. There's no way they're getting in. They must just be a solid independent group. Reform in Hulton, 1,900 versus the Greens with 900, and the Labour Party with 900. Greens would have had a much better chance if Labour would have stood down. Labour and Cooperative Party 255. What we got here? Reform in Kersley. Green Party didn't really have a chance here. Looks like Farnworth and Kersley First. So Reform have snatched this. from the local independent group. Little Lever and Darcy Lever, Green Party 345, Reform UK Conservatives, looks like it's one of them areas. Green Party 1000, Queen's Park and Central, amazing. Labour and Cooperative Party, oh, lost by fucking 50 votes, motherfucker. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's so funny, dude. Get fucked, Richard Sylvester. I mean, it's not the Labour Party, right? It's not the Labour Party, but it's the Labour and Cooperative Party, which I think are affiliated with the Labour Party, right? Stop the steal. Alisa Jid with the Labour Party, 1,600. Absolutely battered in Runworth with 2,300 fucking votes for the Green Party. Let's go. Oh my god. Yo. Had a little peek at train prices doing Portsmouth to Glasgow. Cost you 150 quid. Yeah, it's no good. It's no good. It might be cheaper to get a plane. Well, not anymore. Melpo is so close to the camera right now. It's ridiculous. More like Rum's woke. Oh no, it's all good, emergent markets. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Yeah, Melpo's doing his glamour shots. Okay, what do we got here? Smith Hills, Lib Dems. Reform UK snapping at the heels. Very interesting. Centrism doing really good work in Smith Hills, it seems. Tong with the Hall. Trevor Jones from Reform UK, 2,000. Labour and Co-op, 1,300. Green Party with 600. Reform in West Orton, North and Hunger Hill. Lib Dems with 1,000. Looks like that's been taken from the Lib Dems and the Conservatives with 900. Lib Dems with 1,000. Reform taking the vote share. Green Party with no chance there. And finally, West Orton South. Reform UK 1,600 versus the Lib Dems with 1,500. No chance for the Greens there with 300 or Labour. So there you go. Looks like the Lib Dems weren't doing what they could have been doing for Bolton. Peterborough results are on here. 18 out of the 60 seats, Peterborough City Council, 31 seats needed for a majority. 10 Conservative seats, 12 Independent, 13 Labour. 10, 1 Reform seat. 5 Green seats, 8 Lib Dems, 10 from Peterborough first. Interesting. Greens lost by a mere 50 votes in Central. My God. To Labour Co-op. Verifying X again next. Looks like some more will post. Let's go. I used to be jealous of all the history in England, but I think after seeing Tong with the Hull is too much history. Nah, it's Min. What are you on about? Tong, thing that you use to grip hot iron when you're a blacksmith. With the Hull, Old English way of spelling hall. Tong with the Hall. I don't know if that's what it is. I'm just making it up. I don't even know, man. What am I looking at here? Oh, yeah, there's the map. Right, okay. Have we updated this? No full councils. Nowhere near the majority of full councils announced. Got Harlow and Broxbourne staying Conservative. Eastleigh, Portsmouth, Lib Dems. Plymouth looking like that's staying red. How did it go in Plymouth? I imagine Reform made some gains in Plymouth. No party majority. Wait, what? Oh, that was previous. That was previous. Let's have a look at the detailed results. 14 councillors in Plymouth. Labour lost 9. The Greens gained 1. That's pretty nice. And the Conservatives lost 6. Incredible stuff. Enough history here. I think we should stop for a bit. Yeah, it is true. Lib Dems still gaining. Yeah, 18 gained. The Greens have gained more than the Lib Dems in this court. I mean, they're holding on to seats, the Lib Dems, but they're, you know, the Greens are fucking gaining more. I know that's a bit of coke, but it's good to know. It's good to think about. Okay, let's get back to this. So, actually, no, that's what I wanted to find out, actually. What was the turnout for the election results? Election results 2016, local election. Area working. How'd you find out what the turnout was? Latest news. Can you not find out what the turnout was? How'd you find out what the turnout was? That's the key thing about this shit. Like, how many people went out to vote? Obviously, we can see 1,800 went out to vote for the Conservatives in this ward, right? But how much of a percentage of the electorate turned out to vote? Heavy Tree, Neutrine, and St. Leonard's, Pennsylvania, Exeter, Green gains. Let's go! Not even coke for a party that's had a snowball's chance in hell being considered a contender party 5 months ago. Any Green gain from Green in this election is massively good for the long run. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Let's take a look at this. Oh my god. That's Exeter. I've learned that today. Labour lost. No party majority. Let's fucking go. Get fucked. Get fucked. Reform councillors. Wait, hang on a minute. What? Oh, we need the detailed results. That's what we want. Detailed results. Two Reform councillors elected. 3 more Green councillors elected. Let's go. 10 Green councillors on this council. Fantastic. Yeah, that's good stuff, man. That's a good result. Interesting. Okay, let's go back to, oh, what's going on, man? Are we really... Oh, Jenny Jones is on Sky. Let's go.
Stronger rhetoric on issues like the Middle East and policing and the like. Are you worried, as someone who's been in the Green Party for a long time, are you worried about that direction? Is there any part of you that is nervous about it?
I think that we have always had 2 sort of areas to our policies. And the first is for planet. And we talk about the environment, we talk about nature, we talk about actually human survival actually on our planet. But we also talk about lifting people out of poverty. We talk about social issues. That's always been a sort of twin track for us.
But you're a protest movement?
I protest all the time. And you talked about our becoming combative. I've been combative since I joined the party in 1988, so I don't think that's new.
Slightly differently.
Go on, Jenny.
The Green Party stood against Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party. Now, at this election in places like Lewisham, you're absorbing the people that you fought politically then. There has been a shift, hasn't there? And it would be silly to pretend that there hasn't in the type of party that you are.
I don't think the party's changed. I think that some of our people are different from the average Green, say. But you know, we can help them learn about all the other issues that are important.
But the people that you're importing are fundamentally different in their in the kind of politics that they came into politics to espouse.
No, they aren't. You're trying to make out that there is some kind... Yo, Dan, thank you so much for the 4 months at tier 1.
Smeller.
Legend. No, it's just not true. They're trying to make out that there is some kind of like Islamo-Gauchisme thing happening in the Greens, right? Radical Islamists. That's what they're talking about. Absurd stuff. If elected Green in a district, despite overall results in the nation, do those Greens or whichever party stay in that local representation for further governance? Yeah. If you're elected a councillor, you're on the council. Yeah. That's how it is. It just depends whether you have control over the council or not, right?
Environmental issues, these are really something that we all care about.
You don't think the words of one Green councillor in Norfolk saying the party has moved away to dogma and ideology, we're looking on in horror. I mean, you disagree clearly with that, with the former Deputy Leader, Amelia Womack, saying we need to focus on the issues that matter to people's lives, not get dragged into...
Bless her, she's so old and she's up
there is a concern, isn't
there? This late.
Would you acknowledge that?
Having to deal with this dog shit from this fucking briefcase.
Being dragged into culture wars is something that happens when you're in politics, and I'm afraid we've got to deal with it. And
Legend.
I think we've had some really bad publicity over the past few weeks, and I think we've actually survived. And there have been some, there's been a handful of people who've given us problems and so on, but we are dealing with it, and we're learning very fast how to deal with it.
Is the problem the publicity or the problem? I mean, there's an element of the Green Party which is kind of just blame the media, which is one of the sort of defining, which is one of the...
Yeah, but the media shit, and it's good that they're saying that.
Reform UK as well. It seems quite easy to blame the media.
Well, that's not completely fair. I would say that it's good to have extra scrutiny. That is what politics is about, and this election is clearly an exercise in democratic process, isn't it? You know, if you vote, if you convince people, they vote for you. But it's the media has been quite nasty, and they've been attacking the only Jewish leader of a national party very, very hard. Some of the cartoons that have come out with the anti-Semitic tropes are absolutely astonishing, and I think
this is great.
Media does owe us an apology in some ways. It's been inappropriate.
Is it wrong for them to highlight, for instance, things that your candidates have said?
No, I don't think it's wrong for them to highlight that. We ought to know about it. That's good, and people should know about it. But I do think the way that they have...
Because rather than dwelling on the fact that actually maybe the media have highlighted some of the things that perhaps your vetting hadn't come up with, that there is an instinct just to go after the people who are putting this on the front page.
No.
Bro, she literally just said... They've drawn the Green Party Jewish leader, the only Jewish leader of a political party in the last fucking 20 years of this country in an anti-Semitic way. That's what she was saying, you fucking smelly briefcase twat.
What you say are the valid and concerning...
by the way, this is why people hate the media.
In the media, you then pivot to a different...
What you're doing now, this little wet shit that you're doing, this little wet performance, this is why people hate the media. Just keep doing this, bro. Just keep saying oh, but you keep blaming the media. We're just really nice. We're just really nice. We're just really sound. No, actually, this isn't going your way. You know?
No, I think that it's an amazing experience for somebody like me who's been in the party for so long.
Yeah, 15 years. Ed Miliband. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Degree of interest in what we're saying. I just hope the media also talks about all the green stuff. That's all of our green policies that are so amazing, and that we're putting into effect on some councils.
And is the fact that we're not talking about your green stuff our fault or your fault?
That is an insane question for a so-called reporter or pundit to ask. Is the fault that we're not talking about your policies, is that our fault as the media, or is it your fault as the party? That is insane, dude. Mental stuff.
And they were good houses, and they're actually well insulated. And
Labour have lost Oxford to no overall control. Labour have lost Dudley to no overall control. Fantastic stuff.
We are doing what people need, and we are conflating the two real big problems we have, which is the environment and poverty.
OK, we must leave it there. We're approaching 5 o'clock. Baroness Jenny Jones, thank you very much for coming in. Nice to see you.
Oh, wow, they're kicking her off rapid
when we
compared to having fucking...
Analysis, just to let you know.
What's his face? Ex-fucking Tory minister, ex-Tory fucking health minister, and like fucking current sitting Labour or Tory minister who fucking knows
for
all night.
As the Greens said they felt bullish.
God, I hate Sky News. Absolute dog shit. Let's get back to LBC.
The breakup of the two-party system, the system which has served you and your opponent
16 hung councils,
which is guaranteed that you will sit atop of the British political tree, and you're looking at maybe being displaced by these forces you really fear, Reform and Green, then that does potentially change the calculus and the psychology of MPs, doesn't it? Because it's not just the old enemy that they know.
It does, although arguably we have been here for a while, right? As we've been hearing from panellists all night, that this breakdown of two-party politics has been
True, but it feels like it's
happening for a long
really,
time.
but it feels like it's that thing, isn't it? About
it's really taking hold.
About it happening gradually and then suddenly.
Yes.
And that's what it feels like.
Exactly.
Today.
But equally, as Aggie said, these things that trip prime ministers up and force them out are usually things we don't expect. And we have expected this result to be very bad. I think the question is it going to be enough to boot Starmer out? Everybody I've spoken to all of this week says no. It's probably unlikely that Keir Starmer is going to go.
You still think that as a result of these things?
Well, that's what everybody, including people I was speaking to last night, who was saying, was it last night? Yes, it was last night. Feels a long time ago now.
It's very hard to
people I was speaking to literally 24 hours ago were saying it doesn't feel like this is going to be the moment that Keir Starmer goes. And obviously we're waiting to hear from those figures that we mentioned, Andy Byrne and Angela Rayner. But they still think that it's so baked in, these poor losses, and we were expecting it to be so bad. And you're right. Is it going to be sort of something that moves the dial for MPs? Yes, of course. But they absolutely did know that this result was coming. And it wasn't absolutely at a time where they were going to say, OK, well, we're going to change leader. They are.
Okay, listen. I don't normally, share this guy's stuff and say that this is true. But I'm just choosing to believe that this is true. GB politics here, of course, piece of shit. But apparently, a senior Labour source has said it's fucking fucked. This is just really good. I don't know where he's got this screenshot from. I don't know where he's got this screenshot from. It's funny. It's fucking fucked, and then like in smaller type. It's fucking fucked. A senior Labour source just said. Oh, that's great, man. Don't cry. Don't you fucking cry, especially on camera. There is Zionist financial interest in keeping Keir Starmer in place. You're right. Yeah, that's why he won't leave. Not just Zionist financial influence, but also, corporate lobby influence, all that stuff. The oil lobby, everything. Absolutely everything. He's not going anywhere. He's got a majority in the British Parliament. He's going to try and pass as many horrific fucking laws over the next, 3 years as possible. 42 Green now. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Absolute madness. Absolute fucking madness. Should we jump back in to Normal Island for a bit? We see what's going on. It might be sunrise there. It's 5 a.m. Killer Keith, they call him because he murdered the Labour Party. Yes, it's very good. Right, okay. Let me just get rid of some of these tabs so I don't give my fucking OBS a fucking nightmare shock. All right. Okay. Here we go. Conference. Just hit midnight here in Ohio. Let's see what we can do. Let's get some dough. The Scottish and Welsh count starts at 7 or something. Yeah, sadly, that's when I'm going to be fucking going bed. No visible tasty tears. Don't let them see. Don't let them win. What have we got in the supermarket?
Welcome. Thanks for shopping with us.
Mint. Our new addition. The horrible fucking Keir Starmer Donald Trump homunculus. Everyone's talking to the lampposts.
The other day, Benji spent the whole day with toothpaste on his nose. So anyway, don't you hate it when you try to explain an inside joke and they just don't get it?
Bro, you were born 4 hours ago.
There, I promise. Hey, so I'm pretty sure I figured out where Donkus watches us from. Watch this.
Fucked up.
Huh?
Fucked up.
I must be exhausted. What can I do for you?
Not be around, generally. Just don't be about.
Conference. I've grown bored of this house.
He's leaving?
Perhaps a change of scenery is in order.
Oh my god.
Should we move somewhere else?
We move somewhere else? Wait, what do you mean, we? Who are you taking with you? Oh my god, chat. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. What do you mean? No, you should stay in the Gammon Frock Gang house. You should. Yeah. Have a donkey meat.
Oh my.
Oh my god, chat, he loves it. Oh my god, it's his number 2.
Conference. Snookums and my child
Snookums.
is all grown up now. Words just aren't enough.
Oh my god, I forgot I made him walk like a robot. What's going on down here? What's up with you?
Ever tried DMT? I was talking to Resi, but things just didn't click. Pull that up.
I don't know, man. Have a plate of chips?
Oh my.
Yeah, he loved it. Fast food, American fast food type shit.
I feel like a heavy weight has been lifted from my shoulders. That's a real thing.
It is a real thing, isn't it? The smug smile. Right, what else is going on? New clothes. A bee costume. I'm gonna want that. I just know I'm gonna want that. A morning suit. Bro, what the fuck is a morning suit? 210 quid? I don't think so. Leather jacket, motorcycle jacket, yep. Pleated skirt. Bubble shorts. Disco jumpsuit, absolutely. This has got a new color. Oh, there's loads of new colors you can get this in. You want to wear the bee costume, IRL? The morning suit for the death of the Labour Party. Lanyards. Oh my god, chat, the lanyard. The lanyard class is here on Normal Island. Distressed thigh highs. Pepper outfit. Steampunk set. For people with no personality. Good night, London's best gay. Thanks for hanging out.
Rats. Ooh. And there are
America first, not Israel. What do you want? I'm too angry to talk with you right now. Don't.
I'll bring someone to help. Who can I bring to help? Glinner? Can you solve this problem? Glinner can't approach Midge while she's angry. Oh, okay. What do you mean? Who else can? Who am I supposed to bring? What the fuck is that? Who was singing? This is literally what Bridget Phillipson is doing right now. Nigel's having a great day. This local council election means I will be Prime Minister. Thought she was singing poo poo poo. Yeah, she is. What do you mean? That is what's happening. Morning market.
Welcome.
What's that?
We're running a special sale today, you know. Our edamame, now a whopping 80% off.
Thank you, Keir.
Ta-ta for now. Be sure to stop by again.
Stop by your dad. Some cool Carolyn Levitt action over here. So we're Clav. Oh, he had an argument with Elon, didn't he?
Oop.
Stomping around.
That mugging cortisol spikes. I got into an argument with Elon. I'm so mad, I could eat some roof tiles.
Butt mugging cortisol spikes.
I'm seething with steam coming out of my ears and...
Yep. I know exactly what's gonna sort you out.
You call this food?
What do you mean? There you go. Nice bit of more stronger peptides for you. Let's top that off with some regular peptides.
You call this food?
There you go. Sorted you out, and it.
Phew. I'm no longer consumed by rage. Well, maybe just a little bit. All right.
He's gonna go patch it up.
Hey, sorry about earlier. Apology refused.
What? What happened? Bro, what happened? What happened between them? We missed all of it.
We weren't able to settle our differences.
Yeah, I'm just not that bothered, man. What a shame. What a shame. Elon being Elon moment. Yeah. Alright. What are you doing? Record-breaking cortisol spikes on the island today, yep. Like nothing you've ever seen. Someone's having a dream. Who's this? Oh, it's Nick Tenconi. Oh, he's having the Mario dream. That's a human flesh. A human flesh makes him massive. Does he want human flesh?
Ha. Ha. Just a dream.
I think he wants human flesh.
What can I do for you?
I have to... Oh no, I have got some.
Oh my.
Not as hardcore as Charlie Kirk, are we? Embarrassing. Embarrassing stuff. Wait, what was that? They're reminiscing about eating raw meat together. Nigel Farage and Joe Rogan. In love, by the way. Literally deeply in love, by the way. What is going on with Midge?
Ooh. America first. Not Israel. I got into an argument with Jerry. I'm seething with...
Yes. Have some broccoli.
You call this food?
I don't believe that Marjorie Taylor Greene would like broccoli, but never mind. Have an omelette.
You call this food?
Hot pot is amazing? What do you mean hot pot is amazing? Hot pot isn't raw food. Isn't raw meat. She would walk with a swagger.
My mind is racing, but somehow, I feel more like my true self.
Oh, are you still mad? She's still mad! Why don't you have a copy of Geordie Pete's Meat Beat 64? She didn't like it! Labour are winning small majorities with Green coming second as a trend. Westminster is announcing. Reading Council, Green win, +1, let's go! Official opposition, let's go!
I got into an argument with Jerry.
I don't know what else to do for her. Do you want Smash 'em Up starring Clavicular? Oh my god, it's still not good enough. Is there anything like normal I can give her? What would Marjorie Taylor Greene like out of all of these things? A balloon animal? An hourglass? One earbud? Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I know what'll do it. Wait. Alright. Bit of that. Yeah, a little bit of that. believe this is what it looks like. Well, obviously it doesn't look like this right now because this is just the box. Just the box. Right? I think the packaging is green from what I can remember. Like that kind of green. And then you obviously have Wait, maybe it would be like yellow or some shit. I don't know. It's like a. I feel like I've seen it before. Where it's like a yellow writing on green. I don't know where I've seen it like that. You need a worm coming out the horse? That's so true. That's actually so true. Italics just up the ante. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I knew it should have been like that. Let's get rid of that and let's go. Slow release. Guys reporting 44 green. Let's go! We will just draw a little worm coming out of the horse. Just a tiny worm coming out of the horse. Wait. I just want it. I want him to just look like a bit concerned. Do you know what I mean? Like a bit sad or whatever. That work? Yeah, there you go. That does it. That does it. Not a happy worm. Just define some of the little lines real quick. Yeah, like this kind of, yeah, that kind of green. A little bit of that. This is how we do election night, right, chat? This is how you do it right. No fucking around. Okay. Last one. Up the back. What'd you do with ivermectin? Did you put it up your ass? Do you eat it? Is it a pill? What is it? I mean, obviously it's for a horse. Are you supposed to put it up a horse's ass? Why not? Yeah, what? Oh, fuck. Right, there we go. It could be paste for horses, but pills for people. That's crazy. Surely it's not for people.
Horse paste.
Yep. Trait. Unusual. Mysterious. Vibe. Striking. Get a couple of them.
Welcome.
Get some more InfoWars, some more Joe Rogan.
Thanks for shopping with us.
Well, that didn't do it. That didn't do a thing. What about some InfoWars?
Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's fighting the good fight. I know she's trying to fight the deep state.
Oh yeah, she loves it. Of course she loves InfoWars. All she needed was Alex Jones to calm her down.
Phew. I'm no longer consumed by rage.
I'm not sure I'm bothered about you being friends with Jerry Seinfeld. Who cares, man? I don't care about anything that you do.
Patch things up with Jerry.
What's the deal with that gladiator outfit?
Hey, sorry about earlier.
What, did she call him a pedo? Oh, refused.
Apology refused.
Hell yeah. Brilliant. They're all so sad. This is fantastic. What a great day.
We weren't able to settle our differences.
Well, whatever. Who cares? Mad drama, Iguan. Meanwhile, Liz is sleeping sound in her very normal bedroom. What else is going on? Bridget Phillipson wants to play a game. Cash Patel's got the hiccups. Here he is, the boy.
I've got some time before my laundry finishes. last zoomed in item. What do you think this
That's
is?
some kind of fish.
And the answer is a grilled sweet fish. Next up, your second zoomed in item. What do you think this is?
That is a hamster.
And the answer is a hamster. And finally, the last zoomed in item. What do you think this is?
Something yellow. Jelly.
The correct answer is some jelly. Congratulations. It's time.
A baby chick. Thank you, Chuck. What's going on with these? Are they going to be fighting over the remote? Classic bit. What a great, that was, I'm so glad that happened. We didn't even have a fucking fight, man.
I think. I've got time before my doctor's appointment.
What's missing?
How about a quick game of what's missing?
What do you mean, what's missing? What's missing from the picture?
Here's your first question.
Oh my god, I've never played this before.
Can't you see?
Which item can't you see?
3. What's missing?
I have
is
played this before.
some chocolate cake. Next up, your second question. So, which item can't you see? 3, 2.
InfoWars.
What's missing is.
I can't even think. My brain isn't even working. I'm so tired.
And finally, the last question. So, which item can't you see? 3.
Mosquito Cold role-playing game. Shit!
The correct answer is an InfoWars.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I can't even be using my brain right now. I don't want toilet roll from Carolyn Levitt.
What? I won the lottery.
What the fuck is happening in here?
Don't wake me up.
Oh my god. Okay, anything else interesting going on? Let's do this one last game and then let's go back to the coverage. It is the White House press correspondent, yes, Carolyn Levitt.
Shadow. Here's your first mystery, Shadow. What do you think this is?
It's a book.
And the answer is a book.
Jordy Pete's Meat Beat.
Next up, your second mystery, Shadow. What do you think this is?
Some bird.
And the answer is a cockatoo. And
Cock a what?
the last mystery, Shadow. What do you think this is?
A raclette.
The correct answer is some raclette.
Okay. What the fuck is raclette? It's like a potato that's been sick on. What the fuck is a raclette?
Congratulations. It's time.
Kokeshi doll. 47 green with 26 gains, 221 labor losses. Oh, let's go! It's a French cheese that you typically melt before serving. Yeah, it's weird.
Such a funny blog.
Oh my god, she's reading Filbert's blog.
What's a delicious new way to prepare a poo monster?
Goodbye, Bridget Phillipson, Women Inequalities Minister. What do you want?
Have you got a few minutes to spare?
Absolutely not.
I want a photo to remember this day by.
Oh!
I was thinking something action-packed.
Okay.
Okay, so pick out a spot.
Oh, I don't know. I don't fucking know, man. In front of JD Vance's penis house? Let's get some short boys there so we can really see it. Yeah, that's the way. Labour got in my area. Hey, Mort. There we go. That's who I want. I want Benji there. Let's get Glinner in there. Oh my god, Chance. The new edition. Bit of Tom Homan. Gotta get Glinner in there. It's his photo after all. And Nige. There we go. Can I get him to all pull a different face? Yeah.
Thank you so much. It turned out great. Though to be fair, you had some pretty great models to work with.
Shut up, you fucking ogre. He is having a shit time.
Things with Elon have to get better, right? Surely things can't stay like this forever.
Oh my god, get a life. Move on. What's going on here?
Wait, seriously? No checkpoint?
I always knew Hillary Clinton was a gamer. Should we check up on the nice me's? He's just having a nice time. What are these two doing? More drone strikes in Dubai? Yo! I mean, I disavow. What's up with Filbert? Hello, Filbert. I've missed you as well. A bicky or a cake or something savoury, so just anything. Have a pastel de nata. What did you say about me? Joe Rogan News.
News for the 8th of May, 2026. This is a special election bulletin.
Oh my god, election special, election night special.
Will soon be held on Normal Island. 3 candidates have announced they will be running for this coveted position. Chance, Harvey and Hangle. Asked each about their policy positions. Chance
Javier Millier
targeting younger voters, promising a free poo monster for all residents if he is elected.
Legend.
Upon hearing this plan, both Harvey and Hangle were heard muttering, "Why didn't I think of that?" It's not too late to say we'll do that too, right? Whoever is
do it, RTE.
There, it seems that the island's residents may be the real winners indeed. We asked residents for their reactions.
It's Red Guy.
That sounds like fun.
That's smashing news. I'm absolutely gobsmacked.
Okay.
Thank you for watching. I'm Joe and this has been the 5 o'clock news.
Okay, dude. What do you want?
The sandpiper, the terrorist. Oopsies. You caught me daydreaming.
He said oopsies.
Doing something different with my hair.
What?
What do you think?
Oh, go for it, man. Something artsy.
Thanks. I'll book my appointment then. Hope you're ready for a whole new me.
Sure thing. Alright, let's get back to the coverage. What time are we on? It's nearly 6. Alright, let's get back to it. Is that over? Is the Sky News election night stuff over? Oh my god. Oh no, I pressed pause, didn't I? Yeah.
So far, but counting in many of the party's target areas.
Excuse me.
Parliamentary boroughs, council areas across the country, north, south, east and west in England. And it is only England so far because we don't get the results from Scotland and Wales until later on this morning.
Let's have a look at these results, chat.
Afternoon. Feels like tomorrow, but is in fact this afternoon. Here's the state of play.
43 Green councillors
have lost Oxford, Tameside, Tamworth, Exeter, Hartlepool and Redditch to no overall control. You'll notice something about the geographic...
Labour have lost 221 councillors. Oh my god.
Very different sorts.
Conservatives have lost 106. Oh my god.
Cities and towns in every direction.
BBC has forecasted a total of 1,200 lost seats for Labour at the current rate. Oh my god.
Reading and Wigan, but only because...
Oh my god!
Places, only a third of the seats
absolutely devastating.
All council elections,
it's a massacre.
Out in most of those places. Lib Dems have gained a couple of councils. Conservatives have held on in a few places like
Lincoln. Looks like the Labour have held Lincoln.
But the overall story of the night:
Lib Dems
significant Labour losses in almost every place. To
Labour hold Hammersmith.
Labour have lost nearly 90% of the seats that they have stood.
They've lost 5 councils, chat. They've lost 5 councils,
and 80% of those losses.
The only party that's gained a council has been the Lib Dems.
In terms of the overall situations, we find.
But that was about right in Stockport.
26 councils of 136 in Reform.
I think that's the gain.
Labour
gain from no party majority. Yeah, there was just no party majority in Stockport.
Lib Dems down 2. Green.
There's not been a party majority in Stockport for ages.
More results in
90% of their seats lost is absolutely insane.
In hyperbole, in overstatement, he has long promised a new dawn in British politics and a breakup of the old two-party system. Well, a stop clock, as we know, is right, like Henry Riley, at least twice a day. And we know, on this occasion, it looks like Nigel Farage is redrawing the political map for real across the country. And it is to Henry Riley, who is LBC's London reporter, who's joining us from Havering. And a reform gain, Henry.
It certainly looks that way, Lewis. The results starting to trickle in. You heard our colleague Roxana Wright earlier reporting the pub landlords, not Al Murray, but the The two, Diane and Russell Smith, who run the local Wheatschief pub in Romford, they were victorious. We've had the second result in. Bit of a sigh of relief for Labour. I think it's a case of trying to really cling on to those seats that they have at the moment. But congratulations to Matthew Stanton.
Yeah, they're good. They're a minor party just like that. Yeah,
councillors in the Beam Park,
essentially,
and they have been elected. But to be honest, it's very early to paint a picture. Those are just 2 wards out of the 20 in total. Reform UK very confident here.
Really interesting. The Lib Dems of all the established parties is gaining the most ground. It's because people are reaching for an establishment party that represents something different. That's what it is. Do you know what I mean? And Lib Dem councillors have, like, famously, historically done a lot of work in the areas that they are elected in.
Member, are you hoping?
And that is generally because they feel like they have to work harder because they're not seen as a potential actual national party.
And then it will be for the members of the council, our councillors, to choose a new leader. Yeah.
And lastly, what are the priorities on day one? If, of course, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but if it doesn't look like a very good night for you, which it does, what's Reform going to do on day one in Havering?
Well, there's a number of projects that the previous administration have started which are ridiculous, so they'll be cancelled for a start.
Like what?
Well, there's one project where they've awarded a contract to a company to build homes. This company's never built a home in its history. It's only just been formed, the company. They've got no assets. It's ridiculous.
Lastly, I've become mildly obsessed with Hexit, Havering Exit. Is that something you're also in favour of?
What?
Hexit is something that would take an awful long time to put through. First of all, we would have to ensure that all the concessions, the Zips cards for the kids, the 60 plus card, the Freedom Pass, are all guaranteed before we can even look at Hexit.
Thank you, Keith. Appreciate it.
What the fuck are they talking about? Hexit? What the fuck is that? Chat, what the fuck are they talking about?
Let's hear about the picture in the rest of London. George Ellison, LBC's reporter, can bring us the latest.
Well, I'm hearing.
It'd be funny if Labour dissolved over this.
To be honest with
Are they that fragile? I think that they are that fragile, but they'll still stay in power till the general election.
Good night for them. And
Havering exit from London, embarrassing. I thought it would be that. That is embarrassing dog shit.
Going to be retaining control of the council. The Liberal Democrats have reared their head. It was supposedly one that they
don't want you, Les. Yeah, of course they don't.
Inroads in. They've just started picking up some seats, especially at the expense of the Conservatives, who they were cagey before the results started coming in. I don't suppose they're going to get much better now, considering it's not been a good night for them. Reform have run Labour pretty close in a couple of places. The Greens have done all right, but they haven't really got on the board as of yet. As we have been saying, though, the Green success is probably going to come later on. We're well over halfway now here, so as you can probably hear behind me, results are coming in. The Lib Dems and Labour are the loudest people in the room. There's so many Liberal Democrat.
The Labour Party right now are absolutely Kamala Harris, Joe Biden-style Democrats, emergent markets.
They've actually got. There's an interesting battle going on across the border in Wandsworth, famously the area in England with the lowest council tax. It's currently neck and neck in terms of seats between Conservative and Labour. It has flip-flopped between the two over the years. It was projected to go back to Conservative hands. They are sort of having a little bit of a renaissance in other parts of London. We may see a result in Westminster, and Wandsworth is certainly somewhere where they might be able to wrestle control of a council. As for the Lib Dems, they're going to reassert their control over other places like Kingston and Sutton. Hopefully later in the day for them, they're saying that their big results will come between 4 and 6 p.m. this afternoon.
Wandsworth Labour Council, weirdly, really solid on housing. I mean, the thing to remember about some Labour councils is that they do have people in them who historically have been left-wing and want to do good things for their local people, right? The thing is, with punishing Labour in this way, is that unfortunately some councillors like that are going to get put out of their positions. You know what I mean? So, you know, it is shit, but it just goes to show this is what Labour get if they completely betray the founding principles of the party that they represent. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is just what they deserve. This is what they fucking deserve. Even in a much reduced form, they could live long for 100 years as a party. It'd take a long time to see them represented in any, not represented in any council anywhere. Yeah, there are still just Labour councils all over the place. Yeah,
it's almost being wiped out. They now have just 2 sitting councillors. Perhaps the biggest casualty of the night happened here in Exeter. The City Council's deputy leader, Laura Wright. Well, she lost. She came 4th in St Thomas, almost 800 votes behind Green winner Jack Reed. The Greens strengthened their vote share in both cities. The Tories...
Yeah, people could eschew the establishment if the party doesn't align. Well, the next general election will be the real first general election where that actually happens. But I think it's less like that, and I think it's more that the next general election will just be between the Greens and Reform. You know?
Maybe, if one's open.
I'm sure there will be somewhere in the southwest. Go and get yourself a nice pint of tribute. Fantastic. There is Andy Ballantyne there, LBC's southwest correspondent. Natasha, it is the same story. I've just been noticing as well. We've got results in, or nearly all of the results in now from Dudley, with another 10 seats. The Reform again stays in no overall control, but again Labour down. Labour down 5, Reform up 10. It's just, we're going to have the political parties waking up to this. Well, obviously, most of them stayed up. The voters and listeners and viewers, they'll be waking up to this. And they'll just be thinking, well, the country is sending a very clear message everywhere so far that they're very dissatisfied with what the Labour government's doing. And therefore, the big question is, how does the Labour government respond? And on the basis for the people waking up to this, who won't have been hearing all the Labour ministers
how am I saying your name? Scathatch?
Steady as she goes.
Scathatch?
We're going to shout louder about what we're doing. Is that fair?
Amazing that Starmer was yapping about how he fixed Labour a few days ago. Bang up job care. Well, yeah, he's talking about shaking off the fleas, isn't he? He's talking about fucking, you know... We fixed Labour. We made it not left-wing anymore.
Better. But
we turned it into the briefcase party.
What that's going to look like. And we have heard a little bit of flavour from her. She wants to be more progressive. She wants to be telling more of a story, talking about who Keir Starmer is and what his government stands for. But arguably, Lewis, we have been hearing that from Labour ministers for probably about a year now. People have been saying that Keir Starmer needs to be better and the Labour Party need to be better. But, you know, we are just waking up to sort of look over the night and what the results we've got in so far, and everybody is going to be sort of analysing what we've had so far, which is not much in the grand scheme of things, but some of the results we've had so far will be absolutely vital in shaping that narrative. I've just been getting, in the last few minutes, some briefing in from the Labour Party, and they've not got a lot of good things to point to.
And we should just explain to listeners and viewers, very often throughout the night, political journalists like Natasha and myself, we get these sort of like running updates where all it's the most Panglossian kind of like, look over here, look over here. Honestly, it's fine. Yes. I haven't had that many of those from Labour HQ.
Seen a meme on Twitter that was beer Starmer, and it was a print of Keir's face on a beer foam.
Wins, they obviously haven't had many to point to. So they are pointing this morning to the fact that they've held onto Lincoln. They say Reform will be disappointed not to have taken Lincoln into at least no overall control, given they won the mayoralty there. They also just point to the result that you just mentioned in the last few minutes, Lewis, that they have held onto Reading. They say the Greens were expected to make inroads here. But yes, that's the only thing that they're really pointing to. And they go on to say, talk about the Conservatives' response in places, making losses in places like North East Lincolnshire and Brentwood. They also talk as well about the Greens. They talk as well about the fact that the new Labour government lost more than 1,100 councillors in 1999, just 2 years after.
Hey, look, we did badly before as well.
Exactly. And actually, I heard that from...
Such a Labour response.
But I heard that from a Labour MP, actually, and somebody very close to the Labour campaign as well. A few months ago, they were saying, you know, we need to get our expectations in line now, because under Tony Blair's government, it was bad too, and I think it's going to be bad for us as well.
Of course, Tony Blair in 1999, whatever his wider demerits, remained an extremely popular Prime Minister.
And he went on to go and win 2 further elections, which obviously is looking slimmer and slimmer for Sir Keir Starmer. But yes, there's not...
Do we think Keir Starmer will still be Prime Minister in the late 2030s?
I'm not so sure he will, but then also, you know, do you remember when Boris Johnson said, I want to be, you know, Prime Minister for a decade? Like, it's just, even if they say they want to, it's so... I think what we've seen from British politics in the last 2-3 years, if anything, is just the speed and volatility of the electorate is absolutely.
Well, it feels almost
scale
impossible. I've
we've
been
never
thinking
seen
about this a lot. I mean, it almost feels impossible right now to imagine a Prime Minister lasting as long as Blair, 10 years, Thatcher, 11 and a half, even Major, 7 years.
I just don't think it's possible anymore. In this sort of era that we're living in, I do not think it is possible for a Prime Minister to stay in power for a decade now. I think that era is totally over, especially with the rise, sort of decline of two-party politics. I just do not think we're ever going to see that in our lifetime.
And we were saying with the panel just before 5 o'clock, there is, and again, we can be a bit parochial, and these are local elections, so they feel parochial, but they are part of not just a national, but an international pattern. We're seeing incumbents, even when they are recently elected,
44 Greens
enjoy, longish honeymoons with the electorate, are reasonably content with their choice. Whether we look at Trump in the United States, we look at Macron, we look at Merz in Germany.
Conservatives have lost 113.
What happened to the Danish
Lib Dems have gained 35. That's pretty good.
Incumbents either coming
compared to the Greens. That's better than the Greens.
Very, very quickly, their political project.
Interesting, and obviously they got 230 councillors in general.
That trend, but it is a big
Labour losing 228 councillors. Absolutely mad.
The panel whether they do think that
absolutely mad.
Prime Minister, and obviously it's far too far out from a general election to be able to make that prediction confidently. But I do think that if reform continues to do well,
Fighter Jet with it, 83 months at Tier 1
does become Prime Minister.
Let's go. Sky's reporting 48.
Stop this from happening to him, and to stop this idea that people's frustration, he's going to have to come and have a fully formed agenda for government going from day one.
Oh my God, these two are still arguing. What fucking kind of coverage is this?
Many of them did not have a full.
It's just these two arguing all fucking night.
Absolutely zero.
Just this motherfucker going on about I was in the Tory government, and I'll think you'll find it's very difficult to do things when you're in government. Very easy to say that you're doing things.
That southwest corner.
Shut up.
Dems up 14 seats, gaining Sutton Council there, or holding, I should say, with an increased majority. 14 seats, Labour down 1, Tories down 11. Been wiped out on Sutton Council. Seats back in 2015 they gained. So seems that Kemi Badenoch's particular brand of conservatism not doing especially well in some of the leafier environs of Greater London. Somewhere where Labour hasn't been doing very well overnight is in Hull. Reform, likewise, is in so many places across the country, the north of England, making big gains. We will be speaking to one of the Hull MPs, Carl Turner, currently suspended Labour MP for East Hull. He's not a man to mince his words. I've got a feeling he won't be doing so in about a couple of minutes' time. The time is 5:19.
LBC.
It's like a jungle sometimes.
I'd rather get John Burke out on Sky at these rather than these two yappers. Yes.
Feeling with the all-new.
Best of luck with the local elections. Thank you very much.
The government wanted those councils, including some Conservative councils, didn't want to have an election, and were going to kick the can down the road. And because we challenged the government, they relented.
Hey, Loki, how you doing? Welcome in.
To go ahead, rightly so. So I think what you're beginning to see is a serious party with thousands of councillors, a serious team with policies that absolutely chime with where the nation is at on cost of living, on immigration, on the madness of net zero that Eddie Miliband has been putting more pressure on business and on energy bills for families. I'm absolutely convinced that the only way we get rid of Starmer's government is to vote reform.
OK, Nadeem, Aisha, thank you both very much. We are approaching 6 o'clock. You've been watching Vote 26. Plenty more analysis to come. As Nigel Farage suggests, Reform UK is on course for a general election victory after taking council seats from Labour.
You can send the beer Keir image. I can't look at that if it's on Imgur, I'm sorry. Imgur is banned in the UK. Oh my God, Carl Turner, they've got Carl Turner on LBC. They've got Carl Turner.
We lost 7 to Reform directly and 1 to the Lib Dems, but the results are absolutely terrible. to put it mildly, and the stuff that was coming up on the doorstep, look, let's be clear about this, was Keir Starmer. That's the reality. Every single doorstep, bar none, mentioned the leadership of the Labour Party. That's just the reality of where we are, I'm afraid. It happens to be the truth.
Yeah, but Carl, you're saying this at 5 a.m. on LBC when you're fucking 10 pints deep. When you're back in the fucking Houses of Parliament next week, you'll be fucking kissing his arse, you fucking wet wipe.
The mood, but must stick with the plan. What would you say to that?
I think I heard the interview, Lewis. More of the same is effectively what Sarah's saying. I disagree with her. Look, I'm not saying Keir Starmer needs to resign. I don't want to be dancing to the tune of Nigel Farage. He made it a referendum on the premiership of the Prime Minister. I don't think we should be saying to the Prime Minister, right, pack your bags and leave Downing Street or say...
That's stupid. You are a fucking moron. You are an utter You have no principles. You fucking tasteless scum. Oh my God, I can't tell you how much I despise these cunts.
They don't want pre-rehearsed speeches and PLP briefings and all that nonsense. They want somebody who's authentic. I think Keir Starmer's capable of that, but unfortunately we've not had it recently.
What is your sense, having been on the doorstep these last weeks, what is your sense of what the voters think of Keir Starmer right now?
It's toxic, Lewis. I remember the days when I used to wake up in a cold sweat in the middle of the night, having had a dream that Jeremy Corbyn was still the leader of the Labour Party and worrying that it might be true. I now wake up in the middle of the night worrying about what's been said on the doorstep the previous day. And what's said on the doorstep the previous day is get rid of Keir Starmer. I'm not saying we should do that, so I'm contradicting myself, really. But what
Yes, you are a fucking literal self-contradiction. A walking self-contradiction. I can't fucking stand you.
or here or wherever, what's not been pitch-rolled, ignoring the PLP. I listened to an interview with John McDonnell earlier, ignoring the Parliamentary Labour Party, treating the PLP, the backbenchers, with absolute contempt. Stop it now. Let's try to work together to get us through this chaotic situation we're in and try to mend it before it's too late, because at the minute we're heading off the edge of a cliff and it's going to be fairly desperate for everybody who's trying to perform in the politics of the new era. That's what it is. People are not voting Farage reform at the minute because it's sort of mid-term parliamentary blues. It's because he's offering something. That's the reality.
How much time do you think the Prime Minister's got?
It isn't the reality. Carl is even shite at his fucking analysis of what's going on there. Hello, a Sly Magpie. What election is happening in the UK at the minute? It's the local council elections. It's like our midterms.
To try and find somebody to blame. That's the problems we've been experiencing in recent weeks and months.
Nigel Farage isn't offering anything other than an alternative, and that's why people are voting for him, because there is a massive amount of voter apathy in the UK, and that's the reality. That's the reality of it. That's why Reform are getting in.
Position. She's expecting to be
Standard Labour, terrible electorate analysis.
You've got...
Good morning, Galamango.
Unfairly, in my view, is sort of scuppered by this association he had with Mandelson. I don't think it's fair.
No, it's completely fair. You fucking wet. Oh, fuck off, Carl.
Look around the PLP and think, who can replace Keir Starmer? There is nobody.
If Angela Rayner were to resolve her HMRC issues, do you think that she would be in a position to take over, and would you want that?
It should be my choice. But I'd actually hope the Prime Minister can get things sorted out. I'd prefer Keir Starmer. I was a big fan of him. I supported him for the leadership.
That's everything that's wrong with you then, innit, Carl?
Very loyal to me in recent months, I'll be honest with you. But I've been supportive to him. But he's ignored the parliamentary party. He's treated us as a legal necessity to get votes through. And people like me have said enough's enough on occasion.
when you look at the results, not just in Hull, but from the results we've seen so far, I know lots of results still to come, but the trend is very clear, especially in the north of England. You know, we're just seeing, I think 90% of the seats we've seen so far in which Labour was standing has been a Labour loss, right? If this continues, John McDonnell was saying to me earlier that he fears this...
Still on 22 councillors for the Greens.
Party, but there is a chance that it could be the extinction of the Labour Party.
300 for reform.
That is a possibility.
Look, I've just been speaking to a Palaman who's a former Labour MP, and he thinks we're finished. And I'm trying to talk him round, saying, listen, we're not finished. We can repair this.
Wish casting.
Over, bar for the shouting. And that's a
completely wish casted. That's so funny.
Tonight in that count, hard-working Labour activists. The problem that Keir Starmer doesn't realise, I'll put it like this, right? People like Keir don't realise that these are the people who you need to do the campaigning for you when you're in Parliament. They're the activists. They're the community organisers. They're the people on the ground having the conversations. Those people are gone. You've got no base. That's the problem. And I tell you what Keir Starmer's problem is, Lewis. It's this, in my view. Honestly. It's not like Neil Kinnock where he felt it. I often say the Labour Party is the nearest thing I've got to a religion. But if the Labour Party was the Church of England, Keir Starmer would be the chief executive of it, not the Archbishop, because he's not a spiritual leader. And that's the problem. He doesn't feel it in the way that some of us do. And that's what he needs to get a grip of. That's when I say get a grip. Be authentic. Tell us what you believe in. He campaigned, I'm sorry to bore you and your listeners and viewers at this time in the morning, but he campaigned from 97 to 2007 to do away with single judge trials in Northern Ireland, yet he wants to bring them into England and Wales. Now, I mention it because that was the line for me, Lewis. I couldn't put up with that policy. And some of us are looking at policies and saying, I can't put up with that. Enough's enough. He's got to stop ploughing on with daft policies.
I love the quote from a person on a UK YouTube channel I follow. Keir Starmer is to Labour what Stalin was for communism. No. What are you talking about? Keir Starmer could never, in a million fucking years, fill even a millimetre of the shoes of Joseph fucking Stalin. Absolutely insane shit.
Worried about that.
This is probably not the fucking channel for you, man.
Once the herd moves, the herd moves. He was talking about the Conservative Party in Parliament. But I'm worried that that's how the electorate see Keir Starmer. I'm not sure Keir was ever terribly popular anyway, really. They didn't give us a magnificent majority in July 2024 on the basis that they wanted to see a Keir Starmer-led Labour government. They did it to kick out the Tories. They gave us a chance to govern, and we let them down. We started with policy on the winter fuel. It went from bad to worse. We then end up with a position where I've been loyal to the party for all the time I've been in, non-stop, uber loyal. We start doing away with juries. And when you go to them and say, what are we doing this for? You are just ignored. And the Spads call us legal necessities. What a disgraceful way to treat the Labour Party.
He's spitting, right? But he won't do anything. Carl Turner is an absolute fucking do-nothing waste of space. Do you know what I mean? He gets wound up by this stuff. And he goes on these fucking rants and shit. He did it last time with the Gorton and Denton by-election result. He's going, what are we doing? Jury trials? I can't believe it. And he was like losing his mind, right? But then, he just kisses his ass in fucking House of Commons every fucking day, regardless. It doesn't matter what he fucking sits there and says on LBC at 5 a.m. when he's 10 pints deep. Do you know what I mean?
The party and the fact that Keir Starmer is more toxic on the doorstep in East Hull than Jeremy Corbyn ever was. That's the truth.
Lots of speculation about Andy Burnham and his future, about him.
Okay, I shouldn't have fucking spoke over him there, because actually that was funny as fuck.
Tries, and Starmer blocks him again. What do you think the reaction will be in the Parliamentary Labour Party and the wider Labour movement?
Well, you would expect them to not...
I think Stalin messed it all up, but Lenin was good. That's really stupid. Stalin was really fucking good. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't think you know what you're talking about. Don't need this at fucking 6 in the morning.
Jobs, and he gets rid of people like me for speaking our minds. So they're a bit frightened of it. That's the reality.
Yes, Keir Starmer is the Neville Chamberlain of our time.
Come on now. Let's get a...
Gorbachev is the Keir Starmer of communism. Yes, that's right. That's far more accurate. That's far more accurate.
There, the Labour MP, suspended Labour MP for East Hull, Natasha Carl Turner, as ever, pulling his punches.
Absolutely. You really heard the anger there from Carl Turner, and I think, you know, he is...
Yeah, but it'll fucking transfer to nothing because he loves his 90 grand a year and he'll hang on to that for 3 fucking years so he can save himself up for a nice bit of a retirement when he loses his seat in 2029, and then he can go and get a nice comfortable job in a consultancy firm. Fucking wanker. Anyway, let's have a look at this clip from BBC. Anash Sarkar.
This interesting thing that comes up on the doorstep, which is a lot of people have said, I just don't think that this Labour Party believes in anything. And I think that you can get away with a lot if people think that this is authentically what you believe. So you think about Gorton and Denton, which was, of course, the seismic by-election win for the Greens recently. And it was a seismic loss for Labour. Now, lots of people would have thought, okay, you know, Reform or your competition, you're going to have to lean rightwards. Obviously, that created this huge space to their left. So I don't think it necessarily holds up that what you have to do is just traipse to the right, especially when there's a party that can do that very, very well, and it's called Reform. There's also, I think, a danger in over-determining from certain issues. So obviously, Reform capitalise on people's disaffection around the issue of immigration, right? Obviously, that's what they do. And so there might be a vein of thinking, which is, okay, well, Labour has to pivot to the right on immigration. By far and away, the most important issue across all the different parts of the electorate, regardless of their voting intention or indeed ethnic background, age, geography, is cost of living. So I think that there's a danger in saying, well, you just have to pivot to the right and that's how you stem these losses to Reform. The thing which brings together, you know, a working class, you know, Muslim voter in East London, you know, and a white working class voter in the Northeast is that cost of living is their number one issue.
Materialism. Fucking materialism. It is as simple as that. Let's take a look at the results.
Yeah,
Cuddles is banned.
I don't want to think about MPs cuddling anybody. Sorry, guys. I know they are mostly human beings.
48 Greens, 26 gained.
To go and join Nick Ferrari.
Labour lost 237 seats.
Natasha Clark, absolute
300 Reform UK seats.
LBC political editor. And
absolutely mad.
She's just going to go and see Nick Ferrari.
Can't wait.
Exactly. Fate worse than death. I'm only joking. Right, the time is 5:34. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Dominic Ellis.
Reform UK have made...
Oh my God, what time is it? 6:10.
Local elections. The party so far picked up more than 230.
It's what we see across the country in the admittedly smallish sample that we've had so far. Only 35 of 136 councils. No results yet from Scotland, none from Wales, not too many from London, but nonetheless, in the places.
I can't believe the Tories survived Brexit, 5 leaders, the Russian war and his Israeli war. Well, Israeli genocide, before splitting their base just for Labour to speedrun the same thing. Yeah, it's good, innit? Yeah, it's proper good. Just happened rapid.
Conservatives down 107, Greens up 22. I would imagine that number will edge up as we get more of the London results in. Labour currently are losing about half of the seats.
Melpo's like, why are you still awake, Dad?
Reform.
What's going on?
Winning roughly a third of every seat that has been declared. So we are looking at north, east, south and west across England at Reform gains. In small towns, in counties, even in some cities, and Labour going backwards in each and every one of them. Councillor George Madwick.
Conference, let me be perfectly clear.
Portsmouth. Councillor Madwick, thanks so much for
Let me be completely clear. I am going to fuck this party into the
I'm
ground.
living on dog years. But I think Portsmouth was a Lib Dem gain, was it not? So how did you do down there?
Yeah, we did pretty well. We won 5 seats as well, so we gained 2 more councillors, which was a good result for us. Lib Dems gained as well at the complete collapse of the Labour Party. Labour Party lost all 5 seats that they were defending this evening.
But let's just go to the results in Portsmouth. As you say, Lib Dems up 3, Reform up 5, Labour down 5, Conservative down 1. So Labour wiped out from the council, down at 4 now. What can we take from the fact? What do you take, Councillor Magic? What do you take as the lesson? As the message.
The Greens have lost some seats, 5 seats to the Lib Dems in Richmond upon Thames.
That they're rejecting Labour in the old 2-party system. But what do they want, do you think, you to do in their stead?
I think most of all, they want response and people to listen. I mean, not only have we just seen a seismic shift to reform councillors.
Labour has its 7th council loss of the night in Southampton. Council 51 seats. Labour needed 26. With only 1 seat to declare. Labour's lost 9 seats with 24. The Greens have gained 4. That's good. Reform have taken 7, while Lib Dems have kept 1 seat and taken 2 from Labour. The leader of the council, Labour's Alex Winning, lost the seat to Libs Dems. Oh my God. The leader of the council. That is absolutely insane.
They're tired of the same politics.
You're too good at the Keir Starmer voice. Yeah, appreciate that.
Honestly, Lewis, I think
I've been holding my craft.
Want to be listened to, and they want to actually see.
Just like my father.
What does that mean?
Final result for Oxford. Let's have a look.
What does that mean?
Well, I think a lot of the time, especially in this neck of the woods.
Who the fuck is this? A fucking reform councillor? Look at the fucking state of him, bro. Look at the state of his fucking glasses, man. Fucking John Egg. This motherfucker's just John Egg. They just got a fucking egg and drew some glasses on him. And they were like, yeah, man, that's our council candidate. Natalie Bennett here. Great work, Green Oxford. 5 gains from Labour overnight on the City Council, taking green number... the green number to... taking the green number to 13. Take a green number to 13. Number of councillors. What an oddly worded tweet. Congratulations, target winners Ahalia Bala, James Thornley, Alfie Davis, Sushila Dal, and Edward Mundy. Yeah, that's pretty good. 13 councillors. They are now the official opposition in... Oh, actually, well, there's no majority party. 13 Green councillors is really good. They took 5 councillors from Labour and took the majority from them. That's actually incredible. Aldi brand cipher. No, Aldi's much better than that.
That man needs some serious security, and it's not provided by the Home Office. And our politicians, we don't just see this in
oh, they're talking about the fucking Nigel Farage 5,000,
doing their jobs at the
£5 million
country, the relevant
crypto donor thing.
That money's been used for security, and I think it's justified. But, you know, that is clearly not bothering the electorate. The electorate clearly are more concerned about Keir's absolute lack of running this country, the local councils that are clearly not doing the job correctly, and that's the real story of the night, that Keir is getting a thrashing and he clearly needs to go.
So if the Home Office would turn around and say, actually, Nigel Farage, we'll give you the security you want, he'd be happy to return the $5 million?
I have no idea. I don't speak on behalf of Nigel Farage.
What do you think he ought to?
But I think the Home Office should absolutely provide security for our politicians.
This motherfucker's name is George Madwick.
Nigel Farage should show the country, given that he says he's going to be Prime Minister and you want him to be Prime Minister, and there should be no suggestion whatsoever, or even the perception of impropriety, the potential perception. Don't you think it would be a good idea, perhaps, if Nigel Farage, he says this money's for security, he shows us the receipts to show us that...
That is definitely not a question that I can answer while I'm this fucking tired, RTE.
Nigel Farage.
Well, George, do you think? You're a councillor and you're a leader in your part of the world. Why not?
Well, I absolutely look forward to seeing it. I believe in complete transparency in politics.
Dictatorship of the proletariat, Cuban-style voting and Cuban-style government representationship. The Cuba model. People's Republic of Great Britain. It wouldn't be the People's Republic of Great Britain. It would be the People's Republic of England. It could be the Social Federation of the British Isles of Britannia and Ireland. Maybe. But it's going to be England. It's not going to be the United Kingdom or Great Britain or anything like that. It's going to be fucking, you know. But yeah, the Socialist Federation of Ireland and Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, and England. It'll be the Cuban model.
If not a century, Nigel Farage has often promised to shake up British politics. Overnight, he is doing so. And we have the potential and probability of the Green Party following hot on his heels again, eating in to old Labour coalitions across the capital and in the big cities as we get those results coming in. Want to hear from you as well. What do you think of these results? Do you think it is time that Keir Starmer took the message that the
could you phone into Lewis Goodall
and set out a timetable, as some Labour MPs clearly want, for his resignation? Or do you think that the new Prime Minister is the last thing the country needs? 0345 6060973, 0345 6060973. Text, as always, 84850. You're listening to Election Night Special here on LBC with me, Lewis Goodall. The time is 5:44.
This as if he could take a message.
Mediterranean tonic water.
Everyone will.
5 councils. Reform has gained almost 300 seats, largely to Reform's benefit. We're also seeing a couple of full results that we've now just had in very different parts of the country. Basildon in Essex remains no overall control, but another stonking performance for the Reform Party. Conservatives down 1, Labour down 6, Reform up 11, and in Dudley, in the West Midlands, all 25 seats been declared there now. Conservatives and Labour again suffering at the Reform's expense. Important that this is a council where all of the seats were up, so you can see the sort of full Reform wave taking hold, which we haven't seen in other councils because they only had a third of the seats available. So Conservatives down 7, Labour down 13, Reform up 22 in Dudley. It really is a turquoise wave. Let's call it teal, shall we? Turquoise is a bit of a silly word. A teal wave that seems to be sweeping large.
Why is turquoise a silly? What's wrong with these people, man? It just is the colour that it is. It isn't even really teal. What the fuck is this, bro?
Joining us this morning. I think it's this morning. Look, it is striking, isn't it? Only a few years ago, less than 2 years ago, all we were talking about were conservative wipeouts in old strongholds and old heartlands, places that they just couldn't cling on, places that had been conservative forever, gone from the electoral map. Now all we're talking about is Labour wipeouts. It seems that the electorate consistently, whoever is in government, it is not to their liking and they're responding accordingly.
Yeah, it's an incredibly hard time to be an incumbent in the moment, Lewis. You'll know this, not just...
This guy's a fucking conservative lord. Bro, what is happening? What the fuck is going on? A more menacing Ian Hislop. This guy went to the fucking barbershop and he said, bro, just give me the outline. He said, just give me the shadow, the drop shadow. Do you know what I mean? Just like frame the head. I don't need hair on the head. I just need it just, you know what I mean? No, I won't. I'm not shaving it. I won't shave it. No. Why would it? I'm not giving up the hair. I just want my hair to frame my head. Some of these people, man. It was like a base me character.
Alignments and so on, in a way, and marvelling about why that might be. I mean, I suspect historians, when they look back at this period in decades to come, they probably won't find it very complicated at all.
I can't give up on my 40s yet. I know this motherfucker is not even 40. I know this motherfucker is like 21. He's like a hereditary peer, and his dad had him when he was like 70 years old. And he died, and he was made a fucking a lord when he was 13. That's the kind of life that these cunts have.
They have not been successful in so doing, and guess what? They keep losing. It's as simple as that, isn't it?
I'm serious.
I think that's the core of it, right? Of course, there's other things you could talk about. I mean, one of the things I would observe is from a conservative
low T red Foreman.
And a lot of the problems the Conservative Party is actually was also part of the problem of growth. I think you and I would probably agree.
I know who Red Foreman is.
Has made the underlying economic challenges more difficult as well. But yes, at its core,
Clarence Boddicker, fucking what's his face, the actor, yeah.
What's happening to living standards is a pretty good predictor of what's going to happen at the next election.
And we are seeing, and it's not just a uniquely British disease, although our productivity problems are especially bad. I mean, you talk about the incumbency factor. It can be, these are local elections, so it's easy to be parochial. They are by definition parochial, although there'll be national elections in Scotland and Wales. But it is true, it is part of a much wider trend, isn't it? I mean, when we look around the world, the democratic world, it is almost impossible to be an incumbent and sustain a political project. Trump, Biden has exactly that problem, comes in, has the problem of sustaining his popularity. Trump comes back. He now finds himself at record lows. We see what's happened in Germany with...
What are you talking about? This is complete nonsense. Lewis Goodall, I think that sometimes Lewis Goodall, he's got like a hint of being quite good at his job, where he like holds people to account, yada, yada, yada. Does a little bit of investigative journalism and shit like that, but then every now and then he just goes on fucking autopilot mode and he's like, oh, it's really hard when prime ministers come in and do stuff and it's really hard for him and they have all the trouble and it's really difficult. What about Claudia Scheinbaum, man? What are you talking about? Claudia Scheinbaum came in after like fucking years and years and years and years and years of austerity and neoliberalism, and she's like fixing Mexico. What are you talking about, bro? It is not like that. It is only like that in Western fucking countries.
A better place. And then the United States starts a completely unnecessary war in the Gulf, which has knocked our economy and every other economy around the world back, right? So it is a really challenging period to be an incumbent. But as I said, I think the government has also got some things badly wrong that have made their situation worse. And then if I can just for a second, you were talking about reform and its performance.
There are just so many examples of politicians who have come in after like a terrible right-wing government and like instantly made things better. And it's like, it's such cope to be sat there being like, oh my God, when Joe Biden came in, he had to pick up all the pieces from Donald Trump 1, and then Donald Trump came in and he's having to pick up all the pieces from Joe Biden. Shut up. That's dog shit. That's the excuses that they give themselves.
9%. And one of the things I found, I spent 11 hours yesterday slogging the streets of Croydon on behalf of our candidates there. And there were a lot of people voting tactically Conservative to stop reform. There are a lot of people. Now, London may be a bit different to other bits of the country. A lot of people really nervous about the idea they were going to wake up with a reform councillor. And so whilst I'm not going to for one moment claim these are anything other than good results of reform, they're not, I think, breaking through across the whole country. They're doing well, doing very well in certain parts of the country.
You
wasn't kidding. What do you mean?
During a period when there were catastrophically bad election results back in 2019 with Theresa May, Conservatives came fifth in those European election results and did terribly in the locals as well. It is always very difficult, isn't it, for incumbent governments when they've taken a shellacking like this one from the electorate to know quite what to say. Because on the one hand, you can't turn around and go, you know what, you're totally right, we're terrible. You were completely right to make that decision. But on the other hand, you can also turn around to them and go, no, you're completely wrong about us, and we're going to ignore what you're saying. And so they always end up in this slightly pained position, which we've heard a little bit on the show tonight.
No, get out of town. Lord Caspar Sasha Ivor Spencer Churchill was born in 2008. His father, the 12th Duke of Marlborough, was born in 1955. Get out of town.
Pretend it's a comms problem. So what you often
I fucking told you.
Current government, like politicians.
No, that's not him. That's not him. This is Gavin Barwell. That's not him.
Communications professionals working for their party.
But yeah, that is an example of what I'm talking about.
So you have to, I think.
That's a different guy. This is Gavin Barwell.
why it is that they're upset with you. In the case you cited in 2019, it was pretty obvious.
Caspar.
At the point at which we failed to deliver Brexit.
This guy is in fact like 60 years old apparently. He's 26, 56 or something.
And actually, Theresa had announced she was standing down even before those results came in. But you've got to understand why it is.
He is a mad-looking motherfucker, though. Do you know what I mean? He looks like
something to address that. It's no good just trying to pretend.
Fucking Penfold from Danger Mouse. You know what I mean?
And that's what we've heard tonight, or at least that's what we've largely heard tonight.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? One of the things that anyone, if they're talking honestly,
no, but that is what happens. That is an example of what happens. Like that guy was born in 2008 and he's 18 now, but his dad had him when he was like fucking what, 50?
School or wherever your count is taking place.
Mental, absolutely mental.
Have lost their seats. And
52 or some shit.
What are you going to do about this?
I wouldn't be surprised if he looked exactly the same since he was 20. Yeah, defo.
Local election results, it's often their most dedicated activists who are losing their seats, and it's not their fault. It's nothing to do with their performance as councillors.
And it does also, I mean, again, you know, people rightly say don't get too excited, it's local elections. And of course, it is important to say at this point in the electoral cycle, you know, in the last election, what was it?
Where you going, Melpert?
2022. A lot changed during that period. And, you know...
Okay, looks like the results are kind of stalling a little bit at this point.
July 2029, imagine, you know, Trump will be out of the White House. Who knows? Well, probably. Who knows what will have happened by then? But it's also true to say, isn't it, that
Chat, well, all this has been going on. Iran and the US have been like shooting the shit out of each other again.
We know what sort of politicians.
Well, more like Iran have been shooting the shit out of the USA.
Thinking about now, and again, you'll have some sense of this as well, having been on the other side of things, but not in Downing Street, thinking about how parties are going to react. Ultimately, can he do the thing which is actually almost very, very difficult to do, which is change? I mean, he is who he is. He's a known quantity, isn't he? He's been Labour leader now since 2020.
He's a known quantity. It's so funny. He's a known quantity. That's all you could say about Keir Starmer. He is if there's one thing that he is, he's a known quantity. He's completely observably that, isn't he? He's he's just that. he just is what he is.
Results.
You can't deny he exists.
For the Conservative Party, because of course they will say, and there's some truth to this, they're coming off.
He's happening. He's there.
They're 2 years away from that terrible election defeat, the worst in the Conservative Party's history. But you have got to start making gains at some point. You've got to start coming back at some point if anybody thinks it's credible that you've got a chance of actually coming back nationally for the next election.
So I'd say two things from a Conservative point of view. I think the results, no one can pretend these are good results, first thing, right? They're probably going to be a bit better than last year, and they're going to be a bit mixed, right? But very badly in some places. Actually making, if you look at like places
he's
like
a known.
Peterborough, they've had really good results. They've made gains. So it's a bit more of a mixed bag, certainly than Labour is.
Hello, Sorka. Still not getting the majority of the results in, but
personally, in the last 6 months,
we have got
in the House of Commons.
Oh wait, Reform Council.
Pretty good.
Is that the first Reform Council? I don't think they gained a council. Oh, they won a council, so there you go. Yeah.
If the strategy is wrong, it doesn't translate into electoral.
Reform have won one council.
Right, William Hague.
Labour have lost 7 councils, 243 councillors.
4 years as leader. He gave a very good.
The Greens have got 48 councillors. They've gained 26.
Virtually no gains at all at the next general.
Independents have lost 16.
The performative bit of politics at the
yeah, Labour have lost loads. Reform have got 320.
Wrong, and I think Kenny has not got the strategy right at the moment.
Good luck, Newcastle. Yeah.
If you want me to. But if you don't,
we'll know by Red Planet.
You're not ultimately going to get the results that your performance.
We'll know a lot of stuff by tomorrow.
Well, I would love to hear more from that, but I'm afraid that I'm out of time on this show, which is saying something really, because we have been on air for some 8 hours now. But unfortunately, such
8 hours. Try fucking 11, you little win it.
In British politics, I suspect
11 and a half hours
in British politics to come. Nigel Farage has often promised that he would redraw and repaint the political map.
Oh, stop repeating the Farage fucking dog shit. I can't believe that they've still got these two on Sky News. It's completely mental. Just terrible, terrible fucking viewer value. What are we getting from these two fucking losers? Jesus Christ. Oh my God, I don't even want to watch them, man. We haven't got fucking LBC anymore, so that's done. My God. Mule's got me looking at family trees of British peers. It's all like they have 5 to 8 kids, with the last one coming in their 50s or 60s. Yep, told you. I told you, that's what they do. They wait till they're like fucking... literally... 60 or fucking 50, and then they have a kid. And then their kid inherits their fucking peership. And then they're in the House of Lords, and it's just like the most fucking elderly 20-year-old you've ever seen in your entire life. I had a great call with the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen. They call her the liar. Election Maps UK. That was 2 hours ago. We're way ahead of all the shit that I'm seeing on Twitter and shit, man. Let's have a look at some Trump stuff. Just to get a bit of a laugh. Oh, wait, what happened? I thought I just duplicated tab. Computer, duplicate tab.
Another project. You have repeatedly said that taxpayers would not pay for the ballroom at the White House. Why should taxpayers now be on the hook for $1 billion?
Well, they're not, because that's for many other projects. That's for projects having to do with safety in a certain section of the White House grounds. That's not all for the ballroom. And we're putting up $400 million to do the ballroom section of the ballroom. We are putting that up privately. I am doing it along with other patriots that love our country. But they want to do certain things militarily with respect to the ballroom, having nothing to do with us or having to do with the safety of the president. So having to do with a lot of things. But we are going to have a safe ballroom. It's under construction. It's ahead of schedule. It's right on budget. It would be $300 to $400 million that we're putting up, and a lot of that money will be going to safety also. But they're approved, or the Senate approved, I guess, or they're looking at approving. I don't know if it got approved yet, but they're talking about putting up a certain amount of money having to do with security at the White House and the East Wing.
That bit's gonna be going to the ballroom part of the ballroom. It's going to be going towards safety. We need to make sure it's going towards safety. And the ballroom is safe. It's going to be safe.
The clear winners of tonight's overnight local elections. And this all comes at the expense, pretty much, of the Labour Party. They are down 247.
Okay, so Sky News is showing that the Greens have lost 7 seats but gained 33.
I'm going to explain in a bit. Actually, the Tories, slightly more reasons for optimism than the Labour Party. Lib Dems up 51, down 14, so they're on 237. The Greens, we're still...
The Truth Social post where he described US Navy missiles falling to the ocean like butterflies dropping to the ground.
Let's look at this. This is the loss rate, so the proportion of seats that Labour were defending that they still hold on to. And essentially, they're holding on to just about a third of the seats.
What is he posting?
Which is the same figure, frankly, that they won last year. Dire this.
Chat, he's like up so late. What is happening? He posted this an hour ago. What time is that in fucking, like, he posted this at midnight. What is this? Trump's stock market all-time high. 7,300 plus. The Dow, never forget the Dow, is at 50,000. He's posting this shit at midnight. What the fuck is this? Featured ad Spantiori. After Keir Starmer's words, the broadcast was interrupted. What is this? Truth Social. Boomerang. Spantiori. Why is he looking like that? He doesn't look real. Okay, let's have a look. I'm trying to look for this beautiful butterfly. AI Keith, I don't know. It could be. I'm trying to look for this AI fucking... Oh, here we go. This is the butterflies thing, right? I think I just saw the word, but yeah, here we go. 3 world-class American destroyers just transited very successfully out of the Strait of Hormuz under fire. There was no damage done to the 3 destroyers, but great damage done to the Iranian attackers. They were completely destroyed, along with numerous small boats which are being used to take the place of their fully decapitated navy. The boats went to the bottom of the sea quickly and efficiently. Missiles were shot at our destroyers and were easily knocked down. Likewise, drones came and were incinerated while in the air. They dropped ever so beautifully down to the ocean, very much like a butterfly dropping to its grave. A normal country would have allowed these destroyers to pass, but Iran is not a normal country. They're led by lunatics. If they had the chance to use a nuclear weapon, they would do it without question, but they'll never have that opportunity. And just like we knocked them out again today, we'll knock them out a lot harder and a lot more violently in the future if they don't get their deal signed fast. Our 3 destroyers with their wonderful crews will now rejoin our naval blockade, which is truly a wall of steel. Chat, what he's describing here is sending $3 billion Navy destroyers to the Strait of Hormuz, getting attacked by a bunch of shit, and then going back to the blockade. And he's like, nothing happened to them. They're absolutely fine. We completely repelled the attacks. They're just going back to the blockade. It's a wall of steel. It's so good, dude. This is so good. I love the fact that there's a posting president at the end of the empire. It's so sick. It's so sick.
The final count, and there's going to be a great sense of loss and sadness, and the emotions are going to be running very high, because to have lost so many good councillors and the amount of work that they do, they are really the foot soldiers of the Labour Party. They're the connective tissue, them and their families. They do thankless work, the unglamorous side of politics, but the really important, delivering the leaflets, knocking on doors, being there when the leader or cabinet minister wants to visit. So there'll be a profound sense of sadness and loss. There'll also be a lot of anger, and there'll be kind of confusion and panic and a bit of fear in terms of, you know, what's coming next, because you can't extrapolate everything from these sets of elections, but you look year on year, and of course there's a direction of travel. And what the direction of travel is indicating is that Labour is not cutting through with the public. Labour is clearly unpopular. People are turning away in terms of many people going to Reform. Reform's had a very, very good night so far. Let's see what the results are from the Greens, and, you know, still got a long way to go in terms of all the results. I think that the big test will be, how does the party react to this? How does Downing Street react to this? Is it going to be, oh, this is just a flesh wound, more of the same, midterm blues, etc., etc.? Personally, I don't think that's good enough. I think there has to be some honesty with the public and with the party. I think that's the only way.
Reform of gain Newcastle on the line. Oh no.
It is also very difficult at this stage to think, right, there's an easy, quick fix to this. You just go to the right because reform's done well, or you just go lurch to the left because Zap Polanski's done well. It is much more difficult.
Not showing it in there.
And that deep thinking, there has to be some quite honest, robust conversations, I think, within the Labour Party.
Oh, that's that's Newcastle under Lyme.
Just being
sorry.
Saying more of the same.
I forgot that I thought it was. Never mind. I keep forgetting there's two Newcastles.
Nigel Farage could become Prime Minister. In fact, you could have a situation where you've got Nigel Farage, who's Prime Minister, Westminster, you've got a nationalist SNP government in Scotland, you've got a Welsh nationalist government in Wales, you've got a nationalist party in Northern Ireland. There could actually be really big fundamental questions about the constitution and the union. So I think
that's right.
The final thing I'll say for Dean is, I think the days of the stranglehold of two-party politics is gone.
Yeah, that is the theme of tonight, isn't it? Really?
Absolutely right. And I think, look, we've now built an infrastructure, and you're seeing it play out tonight, of a serious party with credible candidates in local government, and we'll do the same for the general election.
No, that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing people who are completely misled and apathetic, you know, either not turning out to vote or doing a protest vote for a party that they don't understand how dangerous it is to support them. You know, and there are no credible candidates. All of the candidates are the most incredible candidates in terms of absurd, bizarre, kooky, weird, fascist, mental, psychotic. You know, if we're talking about credibility, there is a severe lack of credibility when it comes to reform candidates, reform council candidates. Mental stuff.
Into deep conservative territory. I think both main parties have done badly tonight. You know, the Conservatives will put a spin on it that losing 600 councillors is a good night. I think they need to be careful with that, because those 600 councillors, their families will not see it as a good night. Labour's had a catastrophic night, and I think we need a general election.
OK. And just in a sentence, you still believe Keir Starmer can stay in post?
I think for the foreseeable future, because I just do not think, I don't think there's any plot right now where there is a candidate ready to go, and I think that he will not want to go. I think, to be fair to him, he's only the fourth Labour leader that's ever won an election from the Conservatives. He won't want to go anywhere, but I do think if things carry on, things can't just carry on, and I think it would be the whole of the Labour Party, including him, his team, and everybody needs to look at the reality, which is a very good night for reform, the real chance of Nigel Farage becoming Prime Minister, and think really, really carefully about country above party and above any one person's job. And I think the whole party is going to have to reflect on that prospect.
I think you have just beautifully described a lame duck Prime Minister from one of the most senior Labour members of the party.
I'm also a broadcaster. I'm quite independent-minded.
I don't disagree with you, but if you put that last description that Aisha just delivered into ChatGPT, it will tell you that is the description of a lame duck Prime Minister.
Okay. All right, well, listen.
I love that this is where politics has gone to.
If you put what she just said into ChatGPT, it would say that it's a lame duck Prime Minister.
I can't be doing with it. I can't be doing with it. The rot has been bearable tonight because obviously we've been seeing Labour lose so much. And we've been seeing the Greens come in steadily, you know what I mean? We've been seeing Labour lose control of a bunch of councils. It's good stuff, it's very funny. But eventually the rot catches up to you, do you know what I mean? It just catches up to you. And it's a bit like, oh my god. The best is yet to come for the Greens, yep, that's right. Kind of stalled out at 48 councillors, which is still good. 26 gains so far. And we've had a look at the places in which some of these gains have happened. And they've been quite promising in terms of the, you know, in terms of the way that the votes have gone for him. Excuse me. Been waiting in emergency for nearly 3 hours. Wait, what, Morrigan? What the fuck? Yo, sorry to hear it. I did not know. What do you want, Melpo? Yes? What? What is that you'd like help with? What's going on? He's like, no. No, I want to run around. I want to run around and leg it and shit. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm at that time of the night where my brain's just not working. I got 10 minutes left of the stream. What do we got here? David Lammy with some cope. Let's have a little look at this 10-second Labour cope from Lammy. Love to hear war criminals cope. One of my favourite things.
Yes, on the doorstep, it has been tough. There has been frustration, and we will have to pick up pace and really hear the public. Yes, on the doorstep, it has.
What are you talking about, man? What are you fucking on about? So fucking worthless, pointless shit. Absolutely dead. Here we go. Carl Turner on Sky.
Worse than expected?
Well, look, I mean, people are playing it down. There was sort of suggestions that we might lose up to 1,850 seats, and we think it's probably going to be fewer than 1,500. But losing 1,500 seats when you're defending 2,500 seats is fairly bad, isn't it? I mean, you can't really say there's nothing to see here, let's plough on more of the same. There's got to be significant change, in my view.
What went wrong?
Well, look, on the doorstep in East Hull and across the city, I'm afraid to say it was Keir Starmer that came up. That's just the truth. I'm not happy about it. But that was what was coming up time and again. Policy a little bit, the winter fuel debacle and the welfare benefits stuff a bit. The fact that we can't speak about the policies that we are enacting, which will change lives for the better, because of the Mandelson stuff. That's the stuff that was coming up in terms of policy from the government. But the real thing was Keir Starmer's leadership, and the fact that, I'm afraid to say, and this really does pain me, I mean it sincerely, by the way, Keir Starmer is more toxic on the doorstep in East Hull than Jeremy Corbyn ever was.
Say it again,
so you're
Carl.
saying we need to see him go and someone else come in. Who should that be?
I'm not saying that, actually. I don't think we should be dancing to the tune of Reform and Nigel Farage saying this was a referendum on Keir Starmer's premiership and he's got to go. I think that would be a mistake, frankly. You look round the Parliamentary Labour Party, who's going to pick up the mantle? That's the reality of where we are. We're a bit stuck. But what we do need to do, I listened to an interview from John McDonnell earlier, what we do need to do, in my experience and my view, is listen to the PLP. Listen to backbenchers. Don't treat us as cannon fodder, voting material. Don't treat us as the legal necessity to get things through. Listen to us, consult with us, roll the pitch when you're bringing policy in that we've never heard of and never been promised in manifestos, and behave with reasonable respect towards the backbenches. Don't treat us with contempt. And I'm afraid to tell you, Keir Starmer's leadership has treated backbenchers with utter contempt. He said a few months ago he's going to start listening. I've not seen any evidence of that.
So you're clearly angry, and it's understandable. But what is the solution? If you were to speak to Sir Keir later on today, what would you say to him in terms of what he needs to do next?
Well, look, I think he's got to start with an apology to the country, to the electorate. We promised to be different. We promised not to be chaotic. We promised not to be incompetent. We promised to be holier than thou. That was the promise in the 2024 general election. And I'm afraid to say that's not been delivered. So what I would start with is I'm sorry. I would apologise to all those Labour activists, those councillors in Hull who've lost their seats, the councillors and the campaigners and the community activists up and down the country who have lost seats as a result of the unpopularity of Keir Starmer. Start from there and then build upwards.
I've got Sam Coates, our Deputy Political Editor, with me. He's got a question for you, if that's all right.
He always has. Good morning, Sam.
He's doing this whole dance because he knows if he actually says something, he'll get kicked out of the party. He's being desperately diplomatic with the Starmer bloc. Yeah, but he's also saying some mad stuff.
You spent months blaming...
He is drunk. He is pissed.
Blaming his cabinet. Why do you excuse him other than he was once a personal friend?
Because I know him a bit, Sam, is the truth. And I think he is capable of delivering. But I do think he's had bad advice over the months and, frankly, for a long time. I think he's capable of delivering, though, and I'm holding on to that hope. That's the truth.
You know, how long are you going to hold on to it for, Carl? Let's take a look at this. Looks like Good Morning Britain are already trying to do a kind of a door watch. Let's have a little look at this. Door watch is happening.
We have been saying for months that this is going to be Judgment Day for the Prime Minister, and from the early results, and it is still early days, lots more still to come, it does look as though the judgment of voters on Keir Starmer is even harsher than some of the very bad predictions that we have been seeing. We have been saying for months that this...
I will only be judged by God. Conference. Only God could judge me. Next PMQs is going to be mint. It's going to be fucking more of the same. It's literally just going to be more of the fucking same. You know? He's just going to be like... I will be going further and faster. NHS waiting lists down. Nonsense. Just utter nonsense. Alright, chat. It happened. It fucking happened. I did the 12-hour... election super stream. I hope it was as good as everybody thought it was going to be, which was just, you know, whatever, just like another longer djmuel stream, right? That's all it is. Thank you so much for all the support. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the donos. Thanks for all the subs. It's been a good first month. First week of the month here in the stream. Don't forget to check out my socials. Don't forget to check out my YouTube channel. Don't forget to check out the VOD channel. You'll see this VOD uploaded on the VOD channel. If you missed any of it, you can go and check out some stuff there. We are going to go and raid my very good Twitch friend, Salberry, because I never get a chance to raid her. If you've got a sub, copy and paste the first chat message. If you've not, copy and paste the second one. Tyler's playing Conan Exiles. I don't really know what Conan Exiles is anymore. I just remember that being like the game where your penis is out. So like that's that, right? That's what that one is. She's playing a game where your penis is out. So just remember that, yeah? Important stuff. Anyway. Chat, thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. I will see you all on Red Planet on Sunday. Don't forget Red Planet. And I will also see you on Monday in the Mule stream. Excellent to each other. Peace. Mwah. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night.